Chapter 81. In the greenhouse, Su Xiaokai was observing the precious plant sent by Professor Li, a medicinal mushroom, with a golden blue top and brown handle. It looked so gorgeous that it was hard to believe it was harmless. Each student put a little of its spores into the petri dish. This was the extra credit topic for the second semester of the sophomore year. Whoever could cultivate an adult mushroom would get a scholarship for the next semester and had the opportunity to go out for practice at public expense. This project had nothing to do with Su Xiaokai. She just happened to join the team and took some spores with the mentality of giving it a try. She had only picked mushrooms, never planted them. Since it was a rare mushroom, there must be very little information about it online. Su Xiaokai looked at the photos taken by Professor Li. She saw that the mushroom was growing under a decaying tree. 2 rays of natural light were cast beside it, but not directly on it. There was moss around it, and there were dead branches and leaves not far away. It was a very ordinary growing environment. Su Xiaokai took the culture dish and thought about how to plant it better. The weather was just humid and hot, which was suitable for mushroom growth. But she only needed 1 spore, so she couldn't make a control group. If she planted it on Su's planet, she would just circle out a piece of land, set the robot data, and throw it into the robot's hand, and all the problems would be solved. Walk around her own experimental field. Su Xiaokai looked up its effects on the internet again, which can help the body recover quickly, shorten the treatment period, and have no side effects on the body. Well, it's very useful, but I can't get too interested, there are too many things to do. She found a place next to the pond before, moved a rotten tree stump, and stuffed the tube with spores on the edge of the stump. Su Xiaokai looked at her hands, and then at the tree stump. Oops, she forgot that she couldn't plant it herself, and 10 out of 10 would die. She hesitated for a while, at the tree stump. She was a serious farmer, but she was careless about the spores. Forget it, mushrooms have little difference in growth conditions, so let it be. Maybe she can help it survive from a dead end. Su Xiaokai set the robot to spray 2 pumps of water mist on the tree stump every day to keep it half wet and half dry. Call me when mushrooms grow, and record their growth status regularly. Su Xiaokai patted the robot's head. Oh, you should also come to the field more diligently. The robot stared at the stump for a while, but didn't see any mushrooms, so it turned its head to do other things. The short figure disappeared into the corn stalks that had grown to the height of a person. Su Xiaokai patted the dirt off his body, went back to the dormitory to play cats, study, and then play games with his younger brothers. In the game he planned and made himself, Su Xiaokai easily killed people in the 10 difficult books below the extraordinary mode and entered the extraordinary mode. The extraordinary mode can only be unlocked after passing 10 difficult levels with excellent scores. The names of 10 players were listed on the extraordinary list that night. The big golden legend on the list made the 2,000 players who grabbed the account depressed. Not a human. Let's talk about the blogger who grabbed the game and started live streaming in the morning. They are pioneering videos, and many unknown game bloggers have taken advantage of the popularity of big internet celebrity Kai Kai. Brick Furin is also a relatively famous internet celebrity. He has his own popularity. Once he started the game live streaming, the number of people in the live streaming room soared by 2 million. All bloggers entered the game with trepidation and expectation. The scene after entering was the same as the pilot film, face pinching. Most players skipped this step directly and chose random generation. Among them was a game blogger, Play a Game. His online name was the same as the type of live broadcast, that is, live broadcasting games every day. He has been a game blogger for 5 years, and has played almost all types of games, and has entered the period of boredom. But he makes money by live broadcasting games, so he has to bite the bullet and play. Because the technology is okay, there is a certain fan base. Overall, it is not very popular. That is why he wants to make a breakthrough. He might as well try to transform himself and become a funny entertainment blogger. With the theme of complaining about games, he wants to see if he can take advantage of the popularity of Invincible Loves to grow vegetables and become popular. As expected, a small company should have a lot of things to complain about. He has done his homework. If he wants to be an entertainment troll, he needs to understand the game in more detail, and cannot get into the topic right away like before. So at the beginning, he played with face pinching for half an hour and pinched out an ordinary face, without any lag, with a high degree of freedom in face pinching, nothing to complain about. It was really embarrassing. The live broadcast room jokingly called him an aesthetic disaster. It would be better not to pinch. He laughed awkwardly. It doesn't matter if he fails at the beginning, there are still later. Play a game. Okay, let's see which mode to choose. At this time, the system reminded The game environment is real. Please choose carefully if you are entering the game for the first time. It is recommended to start with the simple mode. Play a game. I have played countless games, but I have never tried to start from the simple mode. The system stopped talking. Ha ha ha, the system looks down on our bloggers too much. Our bloggers have very good skills. What game is played from the simple mode? I came from other live broadcast rooms. I can only say, wish the blogger good luck. I wish you good luck. The blogger will definitely be able to do it. Play a game can't see the gloating of some fans. Just feel oppressed. There are fans from other live broadcast rooms, which proves that other bloggers have started the game, and he can't fall behind too much. He was very confident, and firmly chose the 5-player mode in the normal mode without setting the personality of his teammates. Among a bunch of free mecha data options, he chose the agile one and hurried into the game. While waiting for the copy to be generated, he tried to complain, I played the 5-player mode alone, and I was a little upset when I thought about the other 4 people's very stiff characters. His fans have similar ideas. It takes a lot of effort to make a character with high intelligence, which is usually used on the main characters. Obviously, the game of Extraordinary Island Project has no main plot. It is divided into copies, and at least a 5-player team mode. With so many copies generated at the same time, it is difficult to make the characters detailed. The game is successfully logged in. Play a game and turn your head, and you will be amazed. The teammates are 3 men and 1 woman. The woman is a big beauty with a very tall figure. She lifted her hair. Captain, why are you looking at me? Did you notice my charm? The 3 male team members are also tall and handsome guys with full hormones. They laughed playfully, and their body language was very real, and it felt like facing a living person. Captain, stop standing there, get moving. Play a game, blushing. Oh my god, he is so happy, surrounded by handsome men and beautiful women. He looked around again, the scene was so real. The scenery is so beautiful. The light and shadow are great, it is a real island scene. Even the stone texture is made, it is a fairy game. I don't know what it feels like to touch it. Play a game. Seeing the fans say so, he really bent down and picked up a stone at random. I was surprised to find that the stone in the palm of my hand is weight, not the nothingness that I had in the past games. Feeling. He threw it, and the stone fell to the ground, pressing down the grass, and the curvature of the grass was exactly the same as in reality. Playing a game, he doubted which real world he had been teleported to. The screen at hand reminded him all the time that he was in the game. It's so beautiful. The scenery in the game alone is enough to make me feel uncomfortable. Entering this game, does it mean that I can see the scenery of the universe with 3,000 yuan? Travel plan. Playing a game, he opened his mouth and wanted to criticize, but he didn't know where to start. Remembering that he had to do the mission, he looked down at the mission requirements. Residents on the island have been disappearing frequently recently. A team member came to investigate before, but he has disappeared and has not sent back any news. It is suspected that there is a latent mother body. Please ask the team playing a game to find out the source of the disappearance. The fans looked at the mission. Then what? Where are the instructions? How to do it? Playing a game turned around and tore the panel to pieces, but there was no second prompt. System, so just 2 sentences of mission? No more hints? System, this game is an open world. It is recommended that players start with the team mode in the simple mode. The live broadcast room was shocked. That was too open. It was completely up to the players to explore on their own. It was incredible. No wonder the system suggested playing the simple mode at the beginning. It was not the first time I had played a game without any guidance. I had never seen such a game where there were so few hints. He was completely in the dark now. This game is too inhumane. I have no idea what to do. He sneered. Captain, are you going to move? The space mercenary ship only gave us 3 hours to complete the mission. The team members began to urge him impatiently. They had never seen such a slow captain. Playing a game felt nervous. Here it comes. After playing for a few minutes, the captain's role seemed to have changed. His teammates began to command him to do things, and playing a game, and the audience were unaware. Until, playing a game was backstabbed by his mercenary teammates and his character died. Fans shouted, "Oh my god, this is possible?" Playing a game, I couldn't believe it. I entered the game again and the system asked if I wanted to enter the last copy. He said yes. In less than 10 minutes, he died again. This time it wasn't his teammates who backstabbed him, but he chose to go to the forest to look for clues to the mission, and a bug man suddenly jumped out and killed him head-on. He died inexplicably. Playing a game, his face was livid. He gritted his teeth and continued, becoming more and more courageous. He didn't believe that he could die in a mecha. Playing a game, I don't know how to drive a mecha, but the game can adjust the driving realism. When the realism is 0, it is about the same difficulty as playing with a controller. He chose 50% authenticity. The game ended right at the beginning. Due to a wrong operation, the mechanical arm hit the safety cabin, refreshing the death speed. The audience laughed silly. You shouldn't call it a game. You are more suitable for committing suicide in fancy ways. The consequences of not listening to advice. Brother Bonjuan listened to advice very much. He was more cautious, and chose the teammate mode in the simple mode. He has not died yet. But it is thrilling everywhere. The audience said that watching Brother Bonjuan was very exciting, better than the movie, and exactly the same as the promotional video. In simple mode, there is low randomness, guidance, reliable teammates, and relatively simple tasks. You can slowly figure out the thread. More importantly, all the characters in the game are not fixed. After completing the task, the praise of teammates and the love of the public give players great spiritual satisfaction. And playing a game is not evil, and I will die on this copy. I don't want to listen, I don't want to listen. Covering one's ears, and stealing the bell, not admitting that he is bad. Watching the number of people in the live broadcast room rise sharply, he seemed to smell the password of traffic. Unwilling to give up this rare traffic. He didn't listen to advice about the game, but he changed his name to the King of Suicide. I am doing this for you, to explore what this copy can become randomly. The posture of death alone is unique, and the King of Suicide also wants to know how else he can die. Then it was his journey of suicide. He started playing the game in the morning, and played until the evening, when the King of Suicide just found the source of the disappearance. Just as the task prompt showed that you can submit, the lurking insects rushed out of the cave, and killed the King of Suicide in one encounter. The copy failed. The King of Suicide came out of the simulation cabin in a daze, crying and laughing. Damn the game, he really died in hundreds of postures, each time different, and each time scary. After a while of madness, he replayed his live broadcast today. After watching it, he realized how stupid he was, and cried. Picking his toes, editing, and adding cheerful music, the King of Suicide yawned and sent the video out. Then he took a shower and went to bed. He slept on the bed, not knowing that he was famous. Haha, so funny, I didn't expect the blogger to die in such a way. Some people actually think that if the Zergman can't see him, they don't know where he is. Fiefin Island completely restores the Zergman's sensory ability, which is different from the Zergman, who was like a deaf and blind little in previous games. I never expected the blogger's death to be so colorful. A very alternative way to become popular, I like to watch it, update it quickly, and can't sleep at night. All the anchors who played the Fiefin Island Plan game became popular, with the super charm of the Fiefin Island Plan. In the news, several headlines are about the game Fiefin Island project. This game is so special, with a real open world, strategy, human hearts, and stories. In it, you can face the most terrifying insects, and study how to deal with them. Anyone who has played it will understand the intentions of the game developers. It is not developed for people's entertainment, but for the general public to have the ability to protect themselves against insects. The official website of Fiefin Island Company was overwhelmed at night, and the private mailbox was full. Yu Haiming had to find someone to handle these private messages every day. The company's employees had just experienced the game not long ago. They knew that the game would become famous sooner or later. They didn't expect it to become famous in one day. It's awesome. As soon as I got to work, the phone calls came one after another. Some asked for interviews, some wanted to cooperate, and some even asked if the game would be sold. Yu Haiming said to the employees, "Work will proceed as usual. Don't worry about what the outside world says. Don't accept interviews, don't cooperate, and don't sell the game." The excited employees calmed down. Mr. Yu was stable, and they couldn't lose face. Fiefindeo Company issued accounts as usual. We agreed to 500 accounts, so there are only 500 accounts. As soon as 10 o'clock came, they were gone in seconds. A large number of people who wanted accounts flooded into Su Xiaocai's social platform account, and they seized accounts and almost paralyzed the server. It's so annoying, I can't get them. Is hunger marketing interesting? When will the game be released? I really want to play. Why don't you borrow someone else's server? I really want to play. I really want to play. I'm hungry, I'm hungry. Excuse me, after passing the dungeon, is there an upgrade system that makes you stronger? I won't keep my slow reaction, right? I need to improve my character's strength urgently. Boss Kai, come out and reply, don't play dead. I know you are still in summer vacation, you have time. Where did those 10 people with golden names come from? Is there a live video? The simple mode is already so difficult. What hell is the extraordinary mode? The comments are mostly about urging people to sell goods. They are so upset that they can't play. Su Shaokai spoke again on the platform. Reply to the problems caused by the public test yesterday. First, regarding the account issuance, there is no deliberate hunger marketing. Because the game content is too real, it is necessary to test the player's acceptance profile. Second, the server that supports the game must be optimized and upgraded. You cannot rent a server on the market. The efficiency will be a bit slow. Please understand. Third, there is an upgrade system in the copy. Every time you pass a copy, the player's agility, strength, endurance, etc. will be slightly improved. But overall, it will not deviate from the scope of normal people's abilities. Fourth, it is recommended that players who want to train start with a simple mode and don't be greedy for success and rush. Fifth, the game is not for sale, and I will not cooperate with any game company. I will not accept any sudden interviews. All interviews must be scheduled. Sixth, the game is for fun. Don't argue whether the Extraordinary Island project is the best game. It's meaningless. Finally, I wish you all a smooth game, and send you the blockbuster we prepared. A 10-man team cleared the Extraordinary Mode copy. All team members are real players. There are players with corresponding accounts in the comment area for guidance. The blockbuster that Su Shaokai mentioned is the video recording of the 10-man team conquering the Extraordinary Mode last night. The video recording was 2 hours in total, and it was shortened to half an hour through editing. Similarly, it also controlled the audience for half an hour. It was beyond words, an epic blockbuster. This Extraordinary Mode is just like the pilot film, entering a mother nest. 10 people cooperated perfectly, each of them was an elite, and it was obvious that they had a tacit understanding, and the commander, whether in driving skills, prediction or speculation on the behavior of the insect people, was first class. After a thrilling round of strategies, fighting and desperate running, the 10 people finally crossed the insect swarm, got out of the nest, and successfully uploaded the information, completing the mission. Experts look at the doorway, while laymen look at the excitement. After watching, people asked who the commander was. He was too strong. The teammates were already very strong, but the commander was not human. Why doesn't the commander have an account to show the way? Yes, who could it be? I love it. So handsome that I want to sleep. Hee. I have followed and looked through the past records, all handsome men and beautiful women. The second son of the G family is so handsome. I don't know why, just looking at the mecha, I feel blushing and my heart is beating. Miss Xue made a fortune. He is really manly. Great. Is that commander generated by the system? He doesn't look like a real person. Have you noticed that no one has reported a bug in the game? Chapter 82. The fewer bugs a game has, the more powerful its engine is. Thief Island Project is a new game. There were so many bloggers online at the same time during the live broadcast, but no viewers reported any bugs. This alone can be regarded as the pinnacle of the current gaming industry. A game of this level should not appear in a newly established small company, but in a small company. As a result, Su Shaokai became more mysterious and her value rose. Insiders estimated that if the quality of each copy of Thief Island Project remained consistent, the game could make at least 1 trillion yuan in profit. In the gaming industry, this is not an astonishing number, but it is enough to prove the huge potential of the Thief Island project. Mr. Hu and Wu Xiaoxiang were a little nervous yesterday. Today, when they arrived at the company to check the data, they were completely relieved. Mr. Hu was in a good mood. Half of the screen in the conference room was playing the live broadcast of the game, and the other half was the game background statistics. The more he looked at it, the more he found these floating numbers cute. After the 2,000 accounts were snatched up, the players maintained a very high online rate, 100% active, and the average game time was more than 8 hours. Whether a game is fun or not often depends on the player's game time, online frequency, etc. If the average game time is long, it proves that the player is not bored and is willing to spend energy to overcome it. Yu Haiming's secretary handed tea to the 2 major shareholders. Have some tea, 2 shareholders. Mr. Hu smiled and said, "Thank you. President Yu is very busy. What is he doing?" Secretary, contracting contracts with other planets to buy land, rent land and build server stations. Some salesmen will be sent over by the way. With Su Shaokai as a promoter, salesmen are temporarily useless, and the issuance of game accounts cannot keep up with the number of potential buyers. That is, demand exceeds supply, and it is a seller's market. But Yu Haiming hired them back just to have more errand runners willing to go out. The company's salesmen are all willing to travel for a long time. For them, it is not difficult to work somewhere else. If the money is in place, they can run 3 planets a day. Yeah. Mr. Who no longer needs a secretary by his side, let him do his work. Then he said to Wu Xiaoxiang, I said that my investment vision is not wrong. The previous failures must have been fooled by self-righteous scientists. Forget it, Lao Hu, everyone knows you. It's just that he has a filter for the highly educated group. Boss Hu laughed, took another sip of tea, and patted his belly. From now on, I will no longer be Hu Laoshar who has made no achievements in the technology industry. But then again, Boss Hu has been doing business for so long, and he has never tried to sell things using the hunger marketing method. He always feels a little uneasy. I think Yushiuzi's sales volume is too conservative. Only 2,000, not enough to fill the market. Wu Xiaoxiang poured him some tea. Don't worry about how young people manage the company. We haven't used much of the capital we invested. Maybe the money we earn can catch up with the money we spend. I'm just speaking from experience. Games are time sensitive and a bit difficult. I'm afraid players won't be able to play for long. Then you didn't consider the student consumer group. Just wait, some schools will definitely look for cooperation in order to catch up. Yu Haiming, that nerd, will have a headache. Schools have some calculations when purchasing, so they dare not exceed the budget, so small companies can only give in. I don't know what Su Shaokai will do. I hope she won't be stubborn and miss out on a good long-term deal. The king of suicide woke up early in the morning and opened the social platform anxiously. He was ecstatic to see that he had gained millions of fans overnight. All the comments below the video were about wanting to see his 1001 ways of death. The king of suicide was particularly heartbroken. What is the saying that there is a leader in every field? Every death is worth it. He died so many times yesterday, but it was not intentional. It was really an emergency, and he died in an unclear way. If he hadn't reviewed the recording afterwards, he wouldn't have known that he died so stupidly. Too many deaths would cause psychological pressure. He considered whether to die on purpose today. After thinking about it, forget it. His acting skills were just so-so. If he continued to challenge today, he would not believe that he could not pass a game copy. The King of Death took 3 days, and died hundreds of times before he finally passed the game. The ways of death were still different, and the live broadcast audience was shocked by the variety of ways of death in the game. Can you believe it? Players can be hanged by a vine, poisoned by a few bites of a small insect, or infected by drinking water. The death-seeking king died in a trance. On the other side, the man who used a brick to serve was also playing. He was a teammate yesterday, and was eager to be the captain today. But once he became the captain, he began to feel psychological pressure, and was surrounded by an invisible sense of responsibility. He pointed at his teammates to rescue, and his teammates died. He ordered his teammates to kill the insects together, and his teammates died again. He took a detour and watched civilians die. He died several times later, and temporarily retreated. It is not difficult to understand that he died several times in the same copy, but he had just played this copy yesterday, and thought he was proficient in it, but death still followed him like a shadow. Being a teammate or a tourist brings a much stronger sense of joy than being a captain. Basically, any player who becomes a captain has experienced the hardships of the soldiers. The high difficulty did not dampen their enthusiasm, but made them more active in exploration, like chicken blood. They have to go online every day, and be tortured by the insects over and over again. The tap water keeps recommending it crazily. On the 5th day, the topic of the Extraordinary Island project became the #1 hot search. It overshadowed the death on the front line. The military is happy to see it. To be honest, war needs people's attention, but it is easy to be criticized by the masses. If the heat is reduced a little, the pressure on soldiers will be less. Except for General Bai, the military has not noticed the special features of this game. The old principal of Junpei noticed it first. Although he is an old guy, he is a surfing expert. How can he not pay attention to such a good game released by his relative's daughter? He also wants to play it to keep a young mentality. At 9:50 in the morning, he returned to school, but it was too late to go to the office. After getting off the car at the gate, I sat in the security room and waited under Lu Sun's account. There were fewer people trying to grab tickets on his side. It wasn't time yet, but my fingers were almost worn out by pressing the gray key. If I waited for it to turn green and pressed it again, I would definitely not be able to grab the tickets. I didn't know how Su Shaokai did it. If I used software to grab tickets, I would be forced to exit the purchase page. It was impossible to grab tickets by cheating. The security guard saw the old principal's crazy look for the first time, and asked carefully, "Principal, what's wrong with you?" Sho, don't make noise, talk to me after 10 o'clock. It was 9:59, and the old principal looked focused. The security guard drank a sip of wolfberry tea, looked out the window of the security room, and spit out a mouthful of wolfberry tea. Dozens of people squatted outside the window, with the same ferocious faces, and frantically clicked the screen. It was bad, the strange thing happened and spread from person to person. At 10 o'clock, the principal's cheering voice came from behind. Great. Dozens of students, who failed to grab the tickets, followed the sound, and saw the old principal in the security room. The interface of the old principal's communicator just flashed the picture of successful purchase. They were shocked beyond words. They were not as good as an old man. Principal, you play games too? No way. The old principal stood with his hands behind his back, looking very proud. Principal, can you sell it? I pay double. I pay triple. 4 times. The old principal shook his head and said casually, I bought it for my grandson to play with. How dare you snatch things from a child? You're so embarrassed. We've asked you for it. They want to snatch things from the elderly, not to mention children's. What did the teacher teach you? You should respect the old and love the young. The old principal found an excuse, and quickly left the security room. The student looked at him dimly. People's hearts are not the same as they used to be. How can the principal have a grandson? He only has a granddaughter. The security guard said, Is it possible that he bought it for his unborn grandson? I can't get it. I can't get it at all. Someone on the internet cried loudly, and complained under Su Xiaocai's account. Su Xiaocai didn't see it. Even if she saw it, she could only choose to ignore it. After the game goes online, she will give priority to providing enough accounts to Lieutenant General Bai. A new batch of chips have been embedded in the server. The modified server has set out from the laboratory, and is waiting to be transported to the 022 mechanical planet. The server was handed over to family and others. They haven't left yet. They have been on vacation in the capital planet before, waiting for her things to be handed over. When the server is connected to the energy, let me know. I will open a special purchase channel for you to buy it. Okay. Su Xiaocai gave him a bunch of training props. Coach Fan, I hope you have a bright future and smooth sailing. See you again if we are lucky. Family saluted and said with a smile, Thank you for taking care of Teacher Su, goodbye. Even you call me Teacher Su. Su Xiaocai waved her hand and said, We are so familiar with each other, just call me Xiaocai. Family respected the person in front of him from the bottom of his heart, just call me Teacher Su. If there is a chance to see you again, I will call you Xiaocai. It's up to you. Su Xiaocai shook hands with each soldier, and thanked them for their care along the way. The game preparations for Lieutenant General Bai were basically completed. Su Xiaocai returned to the laboratory, and sent a message to Yu Haiming, you can increase sales. Limit the number to 2,000 per day. Yu Haiming received the order, and published the news on the official website. 2,000 accounts a day is still not enough for a popular game. Prospective players look forward to it every day. In the end, they can't get it again. The outside world is buzzing about the extraordinary island project. Su Xiaocai turned a deaf ear to the outside world and concentrated on drawing. Occasionally, Xia Wanzi would come to remind her to eat and rest. The days passed quickly. On Friday, the invitation date of the Wu family invitation letter arrived. Su Xiaocai changed out of her work clothes and dressed herself up. She didn't wear pants again, but put on a skirt given to her by Xingyi's mother. The skirt is a bit like a small dress, a short A-line dress that does not affect the movement. Wear safety pants and a pair of low-heeled round leather shoes that do not affect running. Su Xiaocai tried to kick with her legs raised, and her calves hit the sandbag firmly. The sandbag lying on the ground was kicked 3 meters away by her. Perfect. Chibi Maruko. Fortunately, there are no outsiders here. The sandbag weighs 200 kilograms. The girl, who rarely behaves like a lady, tied her hair into a bun with a wooden hairpin. No makeup, only a lighter rose-colored lipstick. After that, he wrapped the space button around his wrist, and set off simply. Yu Haiming dressed even more simply, in a timeless suit, without waxing, and only borrowed some foundation from a female colleague to cover up the obvious dark circles under his eyes. Yu Haiming himself is a handsome boy. Wearing a suit, he looks tall and slender, with broad shoulders and narrow waist. With the blessing of the CEO's status, he exudes a confident aura. He gentlemanly extended his hand. Beautiful little princess, do you need a knight to help you? Su Xiaocai refused, pointing to the car door. The little princess is about to become the king. As a knight, you only need to charge and clear the way. Yu Haiming spread his hands. Okay, I'd be happy to open the door for you. The banquet hosted by Wu Qingqing's grandmother was not far from the company. The venue was in a resort hotel. When he arrived, Yu Haiming saw that the ladies outside were wearing fancy clothes, and the men were wearing high-end suits. His clothes were a bit out of place with Su Xiaocai's. His clothes were only 1,000 yuan, and although they fit him, it was obvious that they were not custom-made. It's still early, should we change clothes? No, with my knowledge and your status as a president, I don't need to change. The invitation clearly stated that this was a simple birthday party, and guests did not need to worry about their attire. Su Xiaocai got out of the car. There were many reporters at the door. There were several female movie stars on the red carpet, taking photos for reporters. Su Xiaocai strode out of the car, followed by Yu Haiming. The two did not stop on the red carpet, but walked in casually. The waiter in front of the red carpet wanted to stop people from looking at the invitation. Su Xiaocai glanced at him lightly, the waiter froze, and then let people walk straight past. When passing by the movie stars, they couldn't help but look at Su Xiaocai's clothes. One of the actresses secretly curled her lips and whispered, "Where does the confident little princess come from? Don't you have a decent dress?" Su Xiaocai paused. "You are wearing a dress. Believe it or not, you can't even enter the door. If you want to talk, just talk. Why talk in front of her?" The actress's face changed drastically. She dared to speak so much in front of the red carpet, and her status must be noble. She bowed her head slightly. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said rudely." Su Xiaocai continued to walk forward. But another movie star often went to banquets of all sizes, and she was confident that she knew many people. She had never seen Su Xiaocai, so she couldn't help but speak up for her colleague, junior sister. She shouldn't be a big shot. "I haven't seen these two people." The actress's face changed slightly, and she took 2 steps forward, smiling and squeezing out a sentence from between her teeth. "This is a public place. Aren't you afraid of being embarrassed by pretending to be a big shot?" "Whatever you think." Anyway, they didn't dare to make trouble in public. The reporters were all shrewd people. They could see the tension here and pointed their cameras at them. Su Xiaocai didn't stop this time. Yu Haiming felt the benefit of following the boss. They arrived at the gate without any obstacles. The reporters were disappointed and had to take 2 photos of the 2 people. "Whose daughter is the one in the front? I seem to have seen the man in the back somewhere." "I don't know." The security guard in front of the gate was conscientious and checked the invitation letter. When he saw Su Xiaocai's name, he immediately said respectfully, "Ms. Su, hello Mr. Yu. Mr. Wu has been waiting for a long time." Su Xiaocai nodded and followed him inside. The 2 actresses who were still hesitating at the door pursed their lips, thinking that he couldn't be a big shot. They didn't dare to delay any longer and hurriedly handed in their invitations to go in. The security guard saw their invitations and told them, "Go straight for about 100 meters, and you will see the banquet hall." The treatment of the 2 was obvious at a glance. It was obvious that the former was more favored by the banquet host. "Junior sister, it's all your fault." I apologized. "You were the one who spoke too much first. I thought she was a newcomer in the entertainment industry, and wanted to get in front of us to grab the spotlight." The newcomer showed up with plain faces. Either they were poor, or they were conceited. The entertainment industry is so cruel. Either the east wind overwhelms the west wind, or the west wind overwhelms the east wind. They suppressed him right away. It was the care of the predecessors. But he is a VIP. I will find a chance to apologize later. Although Wu Xiaoxiang is not a top-level noble, his mother-in-law is. She was a general, and his father-in-law was also a small rich man. When their daughter married Wu Xiaoxiang, many people felt sorry that General Luo Yunluo's power could not be inherited by someone else. As a result, their grandchildren have their own prospects and are already on the verge of reaching the top. So sometimes you really should not underestimate the vision of a general. Although Wu Xiaoxiang is not perfect, he loves his wife and raises his children well. As a guest of Wu Xiaoxiang, Su Xiaocai is not sure whether she will complain. Su Xiaocai was taken to the VIP room by the security guards. There were 8 women sitting in the VIP room. All of them looked kind, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Luo Li and former General Luo Yun were talking to several wives. The security guard said, "Miss Su is here, madam." Luo Li immediately smiled and waved, "Kai Kai, come here quickly." Her husband asked her to take care of this delicate cash cow, so of course she had to do her best. Su Xiaocai nodded and smiled, and said to the security guard, "Take this Mr. Yu to find your Mr. Wu. If Mr. Wu is not available, take him to Mr. Hu Ning." Security guard, "Yes, Mr. Yu, please." Yu Haiming breathed a sigh of relief. There were a group of women here, and it was not suitable for him to stay here. Then, Su Xiaocai walked to Luo Li, said happy birthday to Ms. Luo Yun, and gave her a birthday gift. Thank you. Luo Yun had heard of Su Xiaokai. She admired a child who had made great achievements at such a young age. Moreover, she had behaved in a measured way, and was neither humble nor overbearing since she entered the family. No wonder Wu Xiaoxiang repeatedly asked to treat her well. Can I open the gift? Luo Yun, with gray hair, still maintained the posture of a general. Her back was stretched straight, and she was wearing a gentle skirt with simple colors and extremely elegant temperament. Su Xiaokai, of course. I learned from Wu Qingqing that Luo Yun, like Luo Li, liked to paint. Su Xiaokai painted a picture herself. Whether it is valuable or not is not important. The most important thing is the intention. The painting is freehand, just like a landscape painting that is quickly painted with a brush and ink. There are no soft brushes in this world to paint. There are similar landscape paintings, but they are not valuable. So in Su Xiaocai's opinion, this painting is very ordinary, not as valuable as the waste drafts in her trash can. But in the eyes of the two who understand art, her paintings are full of vitality. The painting is full of broad emotions. The painter himself seems to have a unique understanding of the beauty of mountains and rivers, and his brushstrokes are majestic. Luo Yun, the painting is very decisive, with a unique style, and it is a rare good work. Luo Li likes it. Whose work is this? It is not signed. It is very comfortable to see, and I feel a little better. Chapter 83. She passed it to others to see. Isn't it beautiful? The ladies didn't know if they understood it, but praised it one after another. Very good. Su Xiaokai had no place to put her hands, so she had to put them behind her back. This painting is very ordinary. After all, she hasn't painted for many years, so her hands are not so good. It's better in terms of artistic conception. They were really embarrassed to praise her. Seeing Su Xiaokai silent, Luo Yun said, Is it inconvenient to tell me who the painter is? It's not inconvenient. Su Xiaokai lowered her head slightly, pretending to be shy. I painted it myself. I wanted to buy some paintings with good prices. She couldn't understand the prices of paintings that were sold at hundreds of thousands. The ones she could understand only cost a few dozen yuan. They would be nice to hang on the wall, but not suitable as birthday gifts. After thinking about it, she had no choice but to buy some ink and paint by herself. Luo Li and Luo Yun looked at the paintings and then at her. Impossible? Oh, then it wasn't painted by me. It just so happened that she didn't care much about the ownership of the paintings. Art is a matter of opinion. It is a priceless treasure for those who like it, and it may also be worth a lot of money for speculators. Su Xiaokai asked herself that she had no appreciation for art. She painted and played musical instruments just to cultivate her temperament and reduce her occasional outbursts of anger. After crossing into this world, she has never been violent again. Luo Yun and Luo Li knew that Su Xiaokai was joking. The ink was not dry yet, which showed that it was a temporary painting. You are thoughtful. I like this painting very much. My birthday gifts will be auctioned. Did Qingqing tell you? Luo Yun asked her to sit down. Come sit here. Luo Li gave up her seat and sat with the other ladies. Su Xiaokai, birthday gifts as auction items? Wu Qingqing never said that. Didn't Qingqing tell you? No. Will there be an introduction to the source of the gift later? Although she didn't want to hear that yes, Luo Li nodded clearly. It was a mistake. If she had known earlier, she would have bought works worth tens of yuan. When the names were announced, at least she wouldn't be the only one to be embarrassed. Seeing Su Xiaocai's wilted expression, Luo Li said jokingly, It's okay, your work is very good, so many of us think it's good, it will definitely not be unsold later. Don't say it, Ms. Luo, her high heels are not very strong today, and she doesn't like to pick her toes. Luo Yun is not as mischievous as Luo Li. This former general is no different from an ordinary woman. She likes to ask children about their studies, friends, hobbies and interests. Have you decided to go into business in the future? I heard that you have a good command talent and mecha driving skills, so you must have a bright future in the army. I'm also very successful now. Luo Yun didn't think Su Xiaokai was being arrogant. She just touched her head lovingly. By the way, let me introduce you to the lady here. This is Ms. Ding Ping, a researcher at the 10-Star Universe Energy Development Bureau. You probably haven't seen her, but you should have heard of her. She is Hu Ning's wife. A researcher at the Energy Development Bureau, you can tell she's high-ranking when you hear her. Su Xiaokai, uncle who always brags about how knowledgeable you are, Sister Ding, in front of us. Today I finally see the real person. Ding Ping grinned. You call Hu Ning Uncle Hu, why do you call me Sister Ding? It's okay to call them each other. Uncle Hu looks calm and mature, while Sister Ding is young and gentle. I can't call her auntie. Ding Ping does look young, with delicate eyebrows and eyes. Her petite body wrapped in a white dress is so beautiful. Boss, who got a bargain? Ding Ping laughed. Hu Ning is calm and mature? Well, that fat body is indeed heavy. I ask him to lose weight when I get home. He's too heavy. Su Xiaokai is a cheerful person, eloquent, and not flattering. She has a perfect rhythm to liven up the atmosphere, not boring people, but also keeps people talking. Those slightly reserved ladies were dragged into the vortex of chat without knowing it, and couldn't get out. In less than 20 minutes, Su Xiaokai had let the ladies put down their guard and started talking about the secrets in the circle. Do you know that the illegitimate son of the Yi family, who was driven out, now lives in a densely populated community? His leg was also broken by someone. Su Xiaokai was in a very good mood when she heard that Isuelu's leg was broken. The enemy was in a state of decline, which proved that her retaliation was effective. The Yi family abandoned the illegitimate child they had raised for more than 10 years. Although it was very cold, they did the right thing. If you have a brain disease, you should treat it and learn your lesson. Another lady asked, broken leg? Why was he beaten? I heard that he was too arrogant. I don't understand where an illegitimate child got the confidence from. He took someone else's pet home without permission. According to the surveillance, he took it home and cooked it. Oh my God, are they so poor that they eat other people's pets? The Yi family really doesn't give him a penny? It's a clean break. The Yi family has always been well educated. If I were the Yi family, I would definitely want to strangle this illegitimate child and pretend that I had never had him. Where did you get this news? I've never heard of it. Su Xiaokai pricked up her ears. No, there's no need to dig. I've been to Central Park more often recently. The people sitting there are all nannies and security guards from upper-class families. Can they tell you this? They only spread it in their own circle. Just dress plainly, and say that you are also a nanny in a certain family. How difficult is it? As expected of someone who used to be a movie queen. Then, there is the touching story of the father and son of the Tian family fighting for a daughter, and the girl turned out to be a member of the Tian family. There is also Li, who created a happy family in the outside world, but spent his life in debauchery outside, and had secretly conceived a child with another rich girl, and also conspired with Xiao Si, who was a man, Li's secretary, and the two men planned to conspire together to seize the property of his wife and the mistress. Li will also be present at the banquet today, but I don't know who he will bring with him. So exciting. No matter how well educated or knowledgeable a person is, they all escape the nature of being a spectator. Listening to species diversity is also a kind of knowledge accumulation, not. Sisters, I'm curious about something. Have you heard any rumors about the Shui and Ji families recently? Su Xiaokai asked. The younger generations of their two families have an engagement, right? Have you heard any rumors at school? If I say it from my mouth, I'm afraid it will be biased. Shui Hui and I don't get along, so I can't say it. You can go to our school forum and see there are several versions. Shui Hui said she would take the initiative to cancel the engagement, but it seemed like she was just talking and didn't take any action. She made an appointment with Ji Li to record the video of Shui Hui canceling the engagement and give it to her. There is no movement now. It's too slow. This matter can't be left unresolved. What if I have evidence to deal with Shui Hui, but Shui Hui is still in contact with Ji Heng? Ji Li is her important experimental subject and also a friend. It will be very troublesome if the Ji family intervenes. Shui Hui's initiative to cancel the engagement will not spread to the Shui family circle, so she will take the initiative to add fuel to the fire. Luo Yun frowned. Little friend, don't be too honest. If you have a bad relationship with someone, don't say it easily, especially the Shui family. Thank you, Aunt Luo, but I think it's better to be sincere in front of you. Everyone in the school knows that she and I are incompatible. She slandered me for seducing her fiancé. God knows how wrong I am. I have never been alone with her fiancé. I am only familiar with his brother. Su Xiaokai doesn't mind others knowing that she and Shui Hui are hostile to each other. It's not that she wants to be Shui Hui's enemy, but Shui Hui wants her dead. If she has a conscience, she will not let her classmates and instructors go to Huangyang Star. The Shui family is so powerful that Shui Hui doesn't have to worry about the consequences of leaking future secrets. Or she can secretly release the news, which can at least provide early warning. Before leaving, Ji Heng had approached her. What did she do? She used the break-off to make Ji Heng retreat, and then watched him die. She could be cruel to her childhood sweetheart, not to mention herself, who had already offended her. From Shui Hui's perspective, it might be natural. Unfaithful. Scumbags and enemies should not stand in her way. Su Xiaokai disdained to think from another's perspective. Enemies, just fight back. Just mention it lightly, and the smart people will find gossip to eat, and selectively share it. The ladies stopped talking about gossip, and returned to today's donation project. Talk about how much you plan to donate in private, and don't be disliked if you force yourself to do so. Luo Yun, you can donate as much as you want, and donate in your own name. If you don't want your name to be shown, you can donate anonymously. Little girl, what about you? Do you plan to donate? Deng Ping continued, you are a child, just watch, and you don't have to raise your hand when the auction comes. Yeah. Actually, I have donated before, directly to the battlefield. Donated a black wing, the price can reach several hundred million. Someone asked how much she donated. Su Shaokai said carefully, I donated some patent technology. Can patent technology be donated? Why didn't they think of it? Patent technology cannot be measured in value. They all praised her for being great. Just now she was too strong is easy to break. Knowing that she donated patents, the declining favorability rose again. Stupid people are upright, which is called stupidity. For people who study well and make scientific contributions, uprightness is at most called low emotional intelligence, which is harmless. It's just double standards. The banquet time is almost up. Luo Yun needs to fix her makeup and hair, and then go out last. Luo Li and the ladies take Su Shaokai out of the VIP room. When they arrive at the banquet hall, the little girl is surrounded by so many noble ladies, like a star surrounded by a moon. People are all looking at her. Someone comes up to talk. Whose family is this little girl from? She's so cute. She's a classmate of my kid, we invited her to come and play. Luo Li didn't take the initiative to reveal Su Xiaocai's identity, and gently pointed to the young people gathered at the other end of the hall. Qingqing is also over there. You young people should have more topics to talk about together. Go and play. Su Shaokai saw Wu Feiyang and Wu Ping beside Wu Qingqing. Then I go play with them, sisters. We talk again when we have a chance. Su Shaokai threw a flying kiss and walked towards Wu Qingqing with a happy and joyful step. As she left, more people asked Luo Li about Su Xiaocai's identity. They learned that such a young girl was actually the boss of a game company that was hotly discussed on the internet. Mr. Wu and Mr. Hu's investment vision is indeed extraordinary. Wu Qingqing had already seen Su Shaokai. Master, you're here? She hurriedly pulled the man to the two friendly-looking men and women. My brother and sister, this is my master, Su Shaokai, the major shareholder of the Fifen Island project, and also the master who taught me martial arts. Su Shaokai shook hands with each of them. Nice to meet you. Sister Wu, hello. Brother Wu and Sister Wu are both outstanding in their respective fields of work, with elegant conversation and aura, and they have many friends who look like elites around them. Birds of a feather flock together, and if you don't deliberately cultivate friendships, then most of your friendship circles are similar to your own conditions. Speaking of the Fifen Island project, the elites also paid attention to this hot topic. They are not interested in playing games, but the game design concept of the Fifen Island project is remarkable, and the experience is very real, which is very suitable for promotion in campuses and the military. One of them asked, are you interested in cooperating with the Education Bureau? Thank you, I have no plans for the time being. Su Shaokai will not get involved blindly, and would rather talk to each school than deal with the Education Bureau. The Education Bureau has too many restrictions, and the trouble of cooperation is no less than making a new game. That's a pity. People don't care about the olive branch. As long as Su Shaokai shows a little interest, they can help her. It doesn't matter whether it succeeds or not, as long as the favor is owed. In novels, the kind of banquet slapping often happens. In fact, there are not so many bad things. Usually, the two parties, who are not in harmony, will only make a few sarcastic remarks to each other, and they will not deliberately make the focus and make people laugh. Others are more about building relationships and discussing cooperation. Su Shaokai chatted for a while, then sat down at the rest table prepared for guests, and ordered directly from the electronic menu. She was hungry. She ordered 3 kinds of food in total, French fries, fried steak and fruit salad, all for 10 people. When the waiter brought it, he asked again, are you eating alone? Su Shaokai, who gradually disappeared from the crowd, attracted a lot of attention again, and reporters took several photos of her. Whoever looked at her would be confused. She ate so much. If you didn't know, you would think there was a big stomach king competition here. Yu Haiming, who was being carried around to identify people, occasionally glanced at Su Shaokai in the corner, and was deeply impressed by her calmness. Su Shaokai felt a little greasy after eating. The fries were butter and cheese flavored, and the steak was also fried in butter. She drank several sips of lemonade, but the greasy feeling could not be suppressed. She was not suitable for eating out. It was a challenge for her mouth, like opening a blind box, but she couldn't waste it. She wiped her mouth with a napkin, and the donation session came. Wu Qingqing also had an electronic card in her hand, which she used to raise the card to bid. Master, do you want to try it too? It's very exciting. Su Xiaokai thought that her paintings would be among them, and she was not in a good mood. Let's play again next time when we encounter a bigger one. Hu Ping took the cards from Wu Qingqing's hand. If you don't play, I will. Wu Feiyong looked at Hu Ping disapprovingly. Don't bully Kai Kai and my cousin. Hu Ping, Tue, they are the only ones who bully me. The first few auction items were all pieces of art collected by Luo Yun, and they were sold at high prices. Then, there were birthday gifts given to Luo Yun by the guests, including Su Xiaocai's paintings. Seeing her own paintings being bid by several unfamiliar successful people. In the end, Wu Xiaoxiong bid back, and Su Xiaocai looked even more embarrassed. She suspected that there was some kind of tacit understanding between the businessmen, or that they had rehearsed in private. Next, there were master-level porcelain vases, antique paintings, and some old collectible mechas. The bids were all high, and the most expensive one was a piece of green jadeite rough stone, which had been completely cut into a plate, revealing the unique warm and precious light of jade. Natural, rare and impurity-free beautiful minerals are not cheap, and only Mr. Hu, who is rich in mineral resources, can use them as birthday gifts. Finally, those who did not bid on anything donated money. After all the donations were made, the donation amount was announced. After waiting for a whole night, the auction donations finally ended. Su Xiaokai stretched her neck. This banquet was not as good as eating melon seeds in the VIP room for half an hour. It was too boring. When she was about to go back, the two movie stars who had ridiculed Su Xiaokai on the red carpet finally found an opportunity, approached quickly, and bowed their heads to apologize to Su Xiaokai. I'm sorry, Ms. Su, we were wrong on the red carpet just now. If they hadn't come to apologize, Su Xiaokai would have forgotten about them. No need to apologize, I already hit you back at that time. You really don't blame us? Will you not be retaliated against later? Are you afraid that I will say one thing in public and another behind the scenes? Have you ever met such a person? Su Xiaokai joked. The two female movie stars were embarrassed. Su Xiaokai, is there really someone like this? Who is it? Let's add our contact account. I love to hear gossip about the entertainment industry the most. I promise not to tell anyone. If I tell anyone, I will never make any money in my life. The situation took a turn for the worse. They were trolled several times throughout the night before they reluctantly added the boss's contact number. It was a pleasant surprise that Su Xiaokai was willing to add their contact number. The two actresses were both 18th-tier actresses. One was called Fair, and the other was called Luomin. Fair was the actress, who couldn't help but complain about Su Xiaocai's skirt. She was 20 years old and very young. After adding Su Xiaocai's contact number, she asked Su Xiaokai if she really wanted to hear gossip. Yes, as long as you don't deliberately belittle someone, hearsay is fine. Let me tell you one first. Su Xiaokai looked kind, and the contact number had not been officially added. The two actresses were not shy. Fair whispered in Su Xiaocai's ear, I have a sister who said bad things about Shue's daughter at a banquet. 3 days later, she was gone. Isn't this news explosive? Speaking of this, Fair was still frightened. She thought that the young generation of the wealthy families were all friends with each other. Su Xiaokai would not know Shui Hui. Fair was really bold to say this. What Su Xiaokai didn't know was that Fair was desperate. She wanted to be the best and to cling to someone. The quality of the thighs is very important. Sometimes it is better to have more rich women friends than to seduce men. Su Xiaokai said, I love to hear your stories. I am not from the rich circle, so don't worry that I will collude with others to harm you. I just like your personality of speaking out when there is something to say. The two female movie stars clapped their hands quietly. The banquet was over. Wu Qingqing had just gone to see off the guests. Seeing that Su Xiaokai had not left yet, she came over to ask if she needed to be taken home. No, I have a driver from the company. Su Xiaokai asked the two female stars if they had a car to pick them up. If you are not worried that I will kidnap you, take my car back. The two female movie stars were more than happy to accept. Wu Qingqing, then see you at school. Su Xiaokai, yes, see you at school. Chapter 84. After sending Yu Haiming back to the company, the driver drove the girls back to the city. Su Xiaokai found out a lot about Shui Hui's reputation in the celebrity circle. In one word, pretend. Pretend to be kind and generous. The two actresses were not born well, and their grades were just enough to graduate from the lowest-rated high school. To put it bluntly, The high school they attended was full of people who had no intention of studying and were just wasting their time to get their diplomas. In such an environment, men and women would spend more time on dressing themselves up, and they all knew a little about tea art, including themselves. Xue Hui's pretense is very common in their circle, so common that it can be seen through at a glance. But they dare not say anything. Xue Hui's third uncle is a giant in the entertainment industry, with many industries under his name, and the scope of business involved is very wide. It can be said that Xue Feichuan alone can make Xue Hui walk sideways. The reason why he is not very famous is that he is completely overshadowed by the halo of his eldest brother Xue Fighting. Whenever Xue Feichuan appears in public, he will appear as a good person and a great benefactor. His company has the best reputation among its peers, and there will be no chaos of accompanying people to drink and eat. Then why don't you sign Xingheng? Fair, Xingheng is good, but the boss of Xingheng favors his relatives and not his relatives. He is always biased when it comes to family issues. I heard from my friend that every time Xue Hui went to Xingheng, the movie stars all found excuses to go out to work and did not dare to contact her directly. The rest is what I heard, don't spread it out. Fair said, the boss of Xingheng killed someone for Xue Hui. The aunt of the cousin of a friend of mine was once the lover of a subordinate of the boss of Xingheng. She said that the subordinate had talked in his sleep, saying to the boss, the person who offended the young lady is gone, how to deal with it. This relationship is a bit complicated. The information has been passed on to so many people, it should not be the original version. It is possible that it is a short story made up by Fair on the spot. Su Shaokai still kept smiling and listening. Who is your friend? The one who died. Su Shaokai choked. Okay, this is a clue. Su Shaokai no longer asked which one died. After all, this dead friend might have been killed because of the rumors. Xue Hui has an entertainment company to help with public relations. Even if she has done something bad, a strong public relations organization can help cover it up. In fact, Su Shaokai is a little confused about why Xue Hui does so much public publicity. Mecha design masters are all popular in their own circles. They are not short of money, let alone connections. Deliberately creating momentum will only lower their style. Why is Xue Hui doing the opposite? To become famous, and then join the army? In that case, she can only be a military flower. Su Shaokai can't see the future, and she doesn't understand Xue Hui. She has tried to figure out Xue Hui, the enemy, more than once. Maybe her thinking was not in sync with Xue Hui's, so she could only deal with it as it came. Then the two actresses talked about some gossip in the entertainment industry, which was very explosive. There was nothing that could not be done. Luomin knew more about this than Fair. She knew all the tricks that could be played in a large gathering, so her reputation was not very good. Kay almost stepped on the power pedal. Fortunately, it was in automatic driving mode, so there was no accident. After arriving at the place, Su Shaokai said goodbye to them, and leaned against the car window. Remember to share gossip with me. Okay, if you know someone who needs a movie star for a movie or promotion, remember to call us. No problem. The hovercraft slowly drove away from the crowded central area, and returned to the laboratory. Kay said with concern, Teacher Su, their entertainment industry is too chaotic, you must not be influenced by them. Thank you, Uncle Ka, I know what I am doing and I will not go astray. You are watching over me. Don't you take me wherever I go? The enemy's background is too powerful. It doesn't hurt to know more about it. You can't just rush in. Kay, from now on, just tell Teacher Su where to go. Su Shaokai nodded, went back to the basement, and picked up Hua, who was sleeping in the corner of the bed. My mind was in a mess. There were too many things to do recently, and I didn't know which one to do first. Well, sleep first, and think when I'm refreshed. Another day passed. Everyone was happy to hear that Fifen Island had issued more accounts, but the 2,000 accounts were still a drop in the bucket. More people on the internet asked the company to speed up its actions. Both the official website and Su Shaokai stopped talking and fell into silence. Instead, Lu Sun's fans soared because he had the right to sell. But he doesn't get any commission for selling games, it's just a disguised way to increase popularity. If there are peripheral products in the future, they can only be realized by placing orders from him. Fans like to leave messages on him, hoping to convey their wishes through him. Lu Sun occasionally replies, and the answers are very official. If he doesn't agree, he doesn't know. The rest of his free time is spent training with his roommates. Students in the mecha department are either advancing or regressing. He can't fall behind too much. If the competition resumes, he may be able to become a backup. Everyone has their own things to do. Su Shaokai is the busiest. She can be busy for 20 hours in a 24-hour day. Vegetables must be planted, and their growth must be checked every day. She built a chip production line on the second floor of the laboratory, which is supervised by robots every day to ensure stable output. The drawings of Lieutenant General Bai's customized mecha have been communicated and entered the manufacturing process. School will start in 2 days. As Wu Qingqing said, the official issued a message that the capital star has begun to implement large-scale physical examinations, and all the listed examination items must be done. The examination fee is free for the elderly, infants, and students, and some low-income people can also enjoy free treatment. Everyone else gets a 50% discount. This must be done within a month. You can also evade the checkup, enjoy a free checkup, and then be permanently expelled from the capital planet. As soon as the news came out, all the major hospitals and small clinics were crowded with people, and even the school's equipment had to be vacated for emergency use by the hospital. There are many floating populations on the capital planet, and some people choose to leave the planet first in order to evade the checkup. How could the people who plan the checkup not think of this level? They think more than those who evaded. In the future, when these people enter the capital planet again, they must hold a physical examination certificate issued by the space station before entering the planet. There is no discount for this kind of examination. It is better to check now. Those who frequently enter and leave must have a physical examination every 6 months to ensure that the possibility of parasites entering the capital planet is eliminated to the greatest extent. This policy is simply a blessing for formal enterprises. Su Shaokai immediately told Yu Haiming to urge his employees to do physical examinations to respond to the official call. It is also okay to go for a checkup during holidays. Yu Haiming had received the news early, so the employees took turns to take holidays. Fortunately, the company had a small number of employees, unlike other companies, which had to rent buses to send employees for physical examinations. Not to mention, after the official operation, those with some health problems were checked out and treated before they became seriously ill. There were many people who complained about such a large action, but the policy was like this, and they had to go no matter how much they complained. Su Shaokai didn't need to be checked. She squeezed out some time and planted more than 10 pots of onions, ginger and garlic outside the laboratory. There is also a pot of sweet fruit and red enchantress. Green plants help to restore mood. There is a flower next to Hua Hua. The calico cat is circling around the plate of red enchantress, and seems to be eyeing the piece of meat in the pot. Su Shaokai touched his chin. Hua Hua is quite special. Logically, a kitten should be afraid, but Hua Hua is salivating. TSK, Su Daddy won't really find a little monster for her. The red enchantress grown from the plump seeds is very powerful. In a few breaths, it eats the meat of the insect warrior. After it was completely cleaned up, Su Shaokai did not add any subsequent fertilizer, but filled the soil and let it grow slowly. Unable to eat meat, Hua Hua arched her body and stretched, jumped on Xiaowanzi's head, and squatted there to sleep. Xiaowanzi liked Hua Hua very much, and when she was on Hua Hua's head, she could even walk slower. The combination of machine and cat is very warm and loving. Su Shaokai pinched Hua Hua's fat butt and successfully got the 2-claw cat punch. Hua Hua did not stretch out her claws to scratch, and she was smart enough to know the severity. The communicator sent a message, which was sent by Lieutenant General Bai. Su Shaokai handed the watering tool to Xiaowanzi. The message was, "You are from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, right? Remember to submit the report and paper on the blood of the mango as soon as possible. I will apply for rewards for you." Why did you suddenly mention the Academy of Agricultural Sciences? The task list of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences for this semester was called up with my fingertips. It was found that there was an additional item in the task list, which was to cultivate plants to fight against insects. Is there such an operation? The military sent the demand to the school, and it became a legitimate research project. Research projects can apply for financial assistance and various rewards. She completed the project independently, so all the project rewards and resources applied by the military will be poured into her. Not only can she give more compensation, but she can also enrich her resume. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. This is not the first time Su Shaokai has seen this kind of operation, but she is a little flattered that the project was specially set up for her. This shows that her homework grades are basically stable this semester. Su Shaokai sent a warm greeting. "Commander Bai, Uncle Bai, is this really okay for you? I'm afraid. Please tell me your purpose." Lieutenant General Bai replied to her after several hours. He said succinctly, "Save some time, do more research, make the mecha quickly, and give up your broken coconut cabbage." Su Xiaocai's eyes widened. How could her vegetables be broken? Growing coconut cabbage is also part of people's livelihood. She was not convinced. Where are the people from the patent office? I haven't seen them. Lieutenant General Bai snorted coldly. The patent office had been dealt with by him. Wait, it will be soon. It will be soon. The patent office was in trouble at this time. Looking at the thousands of application materials that suddenly appeared, they regretted agreeing to the professor's urging. Who is this genius? He can't finish it even if he works overtime. Back to the course schedule, the Mecha department has added a course drill on assisting escape, and the Agricultural Science Academy has also added a course called Insect Science, which is similar to the Mecha department's need to learn about insect habits and fighting methods, and is a subject to understand insects. Su Xiaokai saw the concerns and determination of the upper echelons, which is not bad. At least the leaders care about the people. That night, the military announced that it had won the war against the insects, but there was no congratulation on the official website. Instead, it turned gray and mourned for the sacrificed students and deceased soldiers. The death toll has been counted. The death toll of soldiers is shocking, nearly 600,000, most of whom are garrisons, marines, rescue teams, and non-mech air forces. On the student side, including the missing, there are almost 3,000. Ordinary civilians, countless. A tragic victory. This morning, morning sirens sounded on all habitable planets. The military was seriously injured, and so were the schools, with the elites missing. And the family was about to break apart because of the death of the child. More deaths mean more injuries. Su Xiaokai deeply understands this. She touched Maruko's head, not knowing what she was thinking. Don't be sad, Kai, you've done a good job. Well, I'm not sad. Su Xiaokai sorted out her feelings and took Maruko and Wawa back to the dormitory at night. Society is moving forward, people always have to live, and death, no matter how close it is, can't affect them for too long. After sleeping for almost a night, the sadness faded a lot. Su Xiaokai was still working, but her movements were obviously faster. Finally, it was time to go back to the dormitory. School would start tomorrow, and she had to come back to sleep that day. The opening ceremony tomorrow was very early, and she was afraid she would forget to come to the laboratory. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, not many people were out and about in the dormitory building. Su Xiaokai wore a hat, disguised herself, and entered the school gate. Soon, there were more whispers around. Is it her? It's her. How about going to her to ask for her account number? Su Xiaokai blinked and quickened her pace. She had changed her clothes to come to school, so how could her classmates recognize her? It's that shorty. She's the only one in the whole school who's as tall as my chin. The case was solved, and Su Xiaokai was heartbroken. With a bitter face, she dodged, entered the dormitory, opened and closed the door, and blocked the student who dared to come to ask for the account number outside the door. I thought I had escaped, but when I turned around, I saw that the dormitory living room was full of people. All eyes were fixed on her, with wolfish eyes. Su Xiaokai held Huahua and blocked Zaya Wanzi in front of her. What are you doing? Nothing, just want to buy something. We are classmates, you won't refuse, right? The students who came directly to the door were all from the Mecha department. I heard that the game Thief and Island can simulate the real battle against insects and improve strength. The official statistics stimulated their nerves and made them feel urgent. They came here as a team just to buy game accounts and not fall behind. Su Xiaokai was besieged, and her roommates watched with gloating. Xing Miao, Wu Qingqing and Feng Huasha were just spectators, wanting to see how Su Xiaokai would solve the problem. They had been trying to persuade her for a long time, but they couldn't persuade her to leave. After Su Xiaocai's heartless answer that she would not let her leave through the back door, these classmates actually started to play the victim. Wow, my roommate got it, and you can't bear to watch her play and be beaten day by day. Su Xiaokai was heartless. I can bear it. The instructor asked us to learn how to track insects next semester. We have no place to practice. Can you help me, classmate? Su Xiaokai said cruelly and coldly again. No help. Damn it. Tell me how you can give me the account. A senior sister supported the wall with one hand, and her voice was like a nightingale. Dear Kaibao, tell me, whatever you want, I can give it to you. If a man were in front of them, they would not be able to resist. Su Xiaokai smiled and said, let the school talk to my company. If you all ask me for the account, people on the internet will come to block the gate of Junpei directly. Which is easier, buying and selling with thousands of people or buying and selling with one person? Of course, buying and selling in a group. The Extraordinary Island project does have a training effect. The school simulation cabin is just right for the training of mecha masters. It is better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone. If a school wants to make progress, it naturally cannot just strengthen individual strength. Good idea. The students who pretended to be pitiful all became normal. Thank you for Sue's idea. We will send someone to talk to the school. As for the money issue, even if the school does not help solve it, they can also discuss with the student union and buy the account with their own money. 3,000 yuan is not much, but not too little either. If you are interested, you can earn it back by working part-time for half a month. If you can't go out of school, it doesn't matter. With the help of school loans, there is no interest trouble. Just make the money back during the holidays. If you are poorer and can't pay this fee, you can work hard to earn points to offset it. There are always more solutions than difficulties. Every visiting lady hugged Su Xiaokai or rubbed her head before leaving the dormitory door. Goodbye, classmate Su, I won't disturb you to rest. Su Xiaokai looked like a pitiful rag doll, and she still smiled and said goodbye. After closing the door, Su Xiaokai picked up a thin bamboo and gently hit her palm, making a terrible whooshing sound. She said to her roommate, "Do you enjoy watching the show?" She was quite happy. Wu Qingqing ran especially fast. She was the apprentice, and the master would definitely beat her first. The school started as scheduled, and the opening ceremony was almost the same. The old principal spoke slowly, but briefly and forcefully enough, and once again mourned the dead souls who died on the front line. The semester officially begins. Su Xiaokai, like last semester, has repeated courses and only goes to the mecha department for classes. She is busy from morning to school, and leaves the school at night to work in the laboratory. The sale of the game has been handed over to Yu Haiming, and she only needs to provide the progress of the server modification. Su Xiaokai has always kept the technology in her hands, and it is not time to make it public. Therefore, the number of accounts issued every day is still not much. More and more people on the internet are chasing the Extraordinary Island project, and tap water one after another, like a virus spreading. Ordinary people hope that more places will be opened. Those who have connections and funds and think they have strength will of course want to replicate something similar. They are very curious about the technical founder Su Xiaokai, so no one thinks it is her work alone. But no one can find any information about the technical team's support. Everyone wants to get her personal interview rights. Even when she was walking on the way to school, people came to ask her about related matters, and without exception, Su Xiaokai refused to answer. A week after the start of the school student union received thousands of applications for adding a training program to the school simulation cabin. Of course, the student union is responsible for student affairs. Students put forward a reasonable wish list, and the student union president needs to run around for it. Another week later, amid the students' eagerness, the student union president and the vice president sat in the meeting room of FIFA Island Project Company. The student union president came in from the door and secretly observed the company environment. He was born in a good family and his father also had a company, but it was not as big as this company's office building. The office building of FIFA Island Company has a high floor, giving people a sense of openness. Chapter 85. The office building of FIFA Island Company is very high, giving people a sense of openness. Being able to rent such a large storefront on the capital star is enough to prove that Su Xiaokai has a good network of contacts. The student union president admires Su Xiaokai for starting a company in his freshman year and making it successful. In his own planned life, starting a company is something he can only consider after he is 40 years old. Leaning on the comfortable single sofa, the student union president enjoys the future. Even if he can't be a boss, being an employee of FIFA Island seems to be good. They didn't wait long before a man of unknown age came in with 2 cups of tea. He put them in front of them and said, "I'm Mr. Yu's secretary, surnamed Luo. He's still busy on the phone. You may have to wait 2 minutes." It's okay. We're not in a hurry." The student union president knew that the game was so popular that Yu Haiming must be busy. The general manager, or the president, was willing to receive them in person, which meant that he had no intention of neglecting them. After a while, the door of the conference room opened, and a man who looked younger than Secretary Luo walked in. He was wearing casual clothes, and had a sense of relaxation. Such a relaxed working state, the student union president took a second look. As soon as the man sat down, the student union president knew that this was Yu Haiming. There is very little personal information about Yu Haiming on the internet, just a few words, average education, good ability, and then nothing more. Yu Haiming was sitting opposite them on the other side of the table. "Hello, Principal Min, President Mo, I'm glad you're here." The student union president said, "Hello, I'm glad to meet you." Principal Min didn't say anything. It was the student union president who was negotiating, and the student president told him the purpose of their visit. They want to buy accounts at a discount. At present, All the simulation cabins in the school have downloaded the EP81 Island plan. We are very sincere in negotiating. The student union president understands that with the popularity of EP81 Island, there is no need to sell it at a discount, but with so many students requesting, he doesn't want to disappoint them, so he tries to give more discounts. If you can't get a discount, try to get more accounts. We have tens of thousands of students who have applied. I don't know what the lowest price you can give, Mr. Yu. Yu Haiming bounced the question back. How much do you plan to bid? President Mo encountered too many such questions. The other party has no shortage of business, and the supply is insufficient to meet the demand. It is the most difficult to bargain. The school does not care. The vice president just sits in charge and does not participate in the affairs of the student union. President Mo made up his mind and said, 1,500. He bargained down to 50% off. Anyway, the students will buy it, and the school is just a matchmaker. Yu Haiming smiled lightly. What are you laughing at, Mr. Yu? Is the price too low? What price do you want? We can negotiate. President Mo also felt that he bargained a little too low, but the bargaining mode is similar. The one with lower psychological expectations first can give each other more room to play. No, I just think you are too conservative. Principal Min and Chairman Mo looked puzzled. 500. Yu Haiming took the initiative to say, I give you 500. The two were stunned. Is there anyone who would take the initiative to reduce the price? In the bright office, Yu Haiming, whose complexion looked rosy and healthy, poured tea for the principal and students of about his age. You're welcome, Manager Yu. Chairman Mo would never have thought that a businessman would take the initiative to give up so much profit. He wanted to know why. We established our company to make money. But Boss Su's original intention was to train excellent commanders in the school, so that they can grow step by step and become towering trees without having to grow up in the battlefield. Yu Haiming followed Su Shaokai wholeheartedly because of this. Her game, if placed in other companies, actually has a very high technical cost. If it is sold for 5,000, it may not be able to make back the investment in a year. It also needs to optimize the server to run, and this cost is also huge. Without the billion-yuan investment from several shareholders, it would be impossible to expand into other planetary markets. Now the accounts have not been settled yet, and are losing money, but Su Shaokai is able to hold steady, and not rush or slow down. President Mo clenched his fists. In this way, even poor students can buy accounts by tightening their belts. Aren't you afraid of being scolded by consumers? Let them scold. EP81 Island is not afraid of this kind of discussion. If you have the ability to pass the military training, you can still enjoy this great benefit. Yu Haiming said with a smile. Next year, I'm afraid the quality of students applying for military training will be higher. I give you some good luck. It's so comfortable to listen to Yu Haiming's words. Vice Principal Min was relieved. With 500 yuan per account, the school doesn't need to lend money to students. Any student can afford it. Yu Haiming said, Don't worry too soon, Director. This price is only for the school simulation cabin. Once you leave the school simulation cabin and use a private simulation cabin, the account will be frozen, and you have to pay the difference before you can play. That's a restriction. You have to consider whether the students can accept it. No matter how many simulation cabins the school has, the time students can play is limited. Principal Min is very confident that's absolutely no problem. Students just want to have an account. Whether they will make up the money later is their own business. Can you provide 20,000 accounts first? The school's problems? The school will solve them. Yu Haiming nodded and said decisively, Okay. President Mo, what if I say I want 30,000 accounts? It's too much. Yu Haiming said directly that he didn't have any. President Mo smiled awkwardly. The other party was very generous. He didn't need to argue. They just went back and forth, and the process went smoothly, so he couldn't go too far. In the morning, they wrote the first draft of the cooperation contract. President Mo looked at Yu Haiming's young face and said a little presumptuously, I don't know how old Mr. Yu is. He doesn't look young. I'm already 22. The 23-year-old man choked. It turned out that Yu Haiming didn't look young, but he was really young. President Mo laughed dryly. Young and promising, I'm 1 year older than you. Boss, you are so kind. Yu Haiming smiled slightly, like a shy boy. Chairman Mo, you must be very capable. Yu Haiming accepted Chairman Mo's praise. The day after signing the contract, Yu Haiming directly issued 20,000 accounts to Chairman Mo. Chairman Mo posted this link in the school forum, and students can buy it with their accounts. He also explained that this was the lowest discount price that Su took the initiative to give to his classmates, and it was only for use in the school simulation cabin. If you want to use it in a private simulation cabin, You have to pay the difference yourself. When the 20,000 accounts arrived, the students were jubilant, and some even wanted to find Su Xiaokai and give her a big hug. There was no way they could hug, and many people were too happy too early. For a super large school, 20,000 accounts are like throwing a pile of sand and stones into a lake. With a thud, you can see ripples, and then they are gone. The entire mecha department and the command department were notified in advance by the instructors and took the initiative to grab the positions. After a round of grabbing, there were only more than 2,000 places left. The students were so angry that they were about to cry. Several military training students complained on the internet, saying that their school was too abominable. They went to negotiate business, but they didn't apply for more. They complained on the surface, but they were actually showing off, making a group of game enthusiasts envious. I woke up early and saw a critical hit. Oh. What's wrong with our school? Look at the speed of military training. Junya, what are you doing? I'm so angry. Military training is not human. I'm going to drive my bastard son to study and take the military training exam. Who doesn't want to take the exam? It's like if you can take the exam, you can pass it. The boss is from the military training school, and he took the initiative to seek benefits for the military training school, which is great. Boss Kai, come out here. The military training school can give 500 yuan. Why should we pay 3,000 yuan? Don't get us wrong, Kai, only those who use the school simulation cabin will pay 500 yuan, and those who use private simulation cabins will have to pay the difference. That's right, Kai is kind and considers a lot for students from poor families. Those who have simulation cabins don't care about the more than 2,000 yuan. Jun Wei, goodbye. Taro, goodbye. Jun Wemingxiang, goodbye. Next year I will join the military training, don't worry about me. I will also join the military training. The competition for military training next year will be terribly fierce. As a student admitted in advance, I accepted the olive branch offered by the military training, don't envy me. I was stuffed with a lemon, what a terrible excellent student. Envy, jealousy, want to kill. Your school is really capable of action. We Junya urged the student union desperately, but the student union was unmoved. It's not that the student union of Junya doesn't want to make any changes, but the president and vice president don't allow it. They look down on a company started by a student, and are not interested in his works. They only like to look at those that are ranked at the top in the world. As for the students' applications, they say they are not doing their job properly. The whole school is now more and more resentful. Ruoting even considered Fenghua's suggestion to transfer to another school. His grades were good enough to enter Junpei, and it was Junya who spent a lot of money to persuade him to enter the school. Unfortunately, he signed an agreement and must study at Junya for 4 years. Even if you transfer to another school, you have to go to graduate school after graduation. The rise of a game will inevitably lead to the decline of other games. The game that Su Xiaokai won the first place with the Qingqing Zaiwu account last summer has a slight loss of traffic. If we only look at the capital area, it can be said that the loss is serious. It is foreseeable that the growth of the Fifan Island project will have a great impact on their market. In order to stabilize customers, they can only reduce prices, but if the technical problems are not solved, they will not be able to compete with the Fifan Island project. Recently, more and more people have contacted the staff of Fifan Island project. There are countless people who invite Yu Haiming to change jobs. Yu Haiming ignores them all. No staff member left. The people Yu Haiming chooses are all smart people, who can see clearly why other companies come to poach people. Even if they are poached, they can't provide useful information, but will be in a dilemma. It's better to work in this company that is about to take off. For the time being, outside companies cannot intervene in Fifan Island, which is an iron bucket, so they can only wait for the opportunity. 1 month after the start of the school, Su Xiaokai packed Mongshua's thesis, all the experimental data he had done before, and the video of killing the Zerg variant warriors, and sent them to Professor Li. Professor, please help me see if this paper can be posted on the official academic forum. Professor Li almost burned his head. When the military sent down the research project, he thought that the military might have been beaten too many times by the Zerg, so they deliberately sent down the project to embarrass them. Who would have thought that it was prepared for Su Xiaokai, who had already achieved results? No matter how busy Professor Li was, he could only help his favorite student read the paper first. The more Professor Li read, the more shocked he was. This was a mature paper with great depth. The insect people were a race in the universe. They were strong and powerful, but they could not be perfect. So humans relied on wisdom to tie with them temporarily. But it was not enough. Although human technology was improving, the insect people were also constantly evolving. Su Xiaokai believed that there must be some animals and plants in the universe that could effectively attack the insect people. She analyzed many research objects and finally selected the Miscanthus sinensis. From plant characteristics and habits to step-by-step experiments and experimental records. This experiment actually lasted for several years and achieved ideal results. Genetically speaking, Miscanthus sinensis is still Miscanthus sinensis, but it has become more targeted against insect people after being optimized generation after generation. He needs to see the real thing and report it. Generally, this kind of cultivation patent can be published first and then applied for. Once the publication is successful, the patent can be applied for at the same time, and the patent can be obtained faster. To publish on the official forum, a teacher with professorial qualifications must recommend it. Professor Lee thought about it, and informed the principal to prevent the school leaders from being kept in the dark. On the other hand, Su Xiaokai got the information on the forum recommended by Professor Lee. When do you plan to graduate? Do you plan to take the postgraduate entrance examination? Why don't you speed up your core study and directly apply for a postgraduate degree in agricultural science? These are Professor Lee's original words. Su Xiaokai is of course willing, but she doesn't know if she has time to complete her postgraduate studies. So she told Professor Lee the truth about her situation and asked him if he was willing to accept a graduate student who was often out of sight. If he didn't mind, she could do it. Professor Lee was fuming and glaring. It was outrageous. He was too arrogant and not cute at all when they first met. But the message he sent was, okay, you should prepare to skip a grade. I will personally teach you when you are a junior next year. Su Xiaokai, that may not work. I am really busy this year. I still want to follow the normal process. The seniors are so cute. I'd better let them go. Professor Lee was a little angry, and he didn't know what she was busy with. If she graduated earlier, she wouldn't be so busy. He completely forgot that graduate students also have a hard time. The thesis was reported to the military, and the military responded quickly and sent it back to Lieutenant General Bai. Lieutenant General Bai saw Su Xiaocai's name and nodded with relief. He asked someone to take the seeds back properly and send professors or students to learn. The military had a lot of insect corpses. Instead of spending a lot of effort to destroy them, it would be better to use them to plant flowers. He directly approved the project reward, which could only belong to Su Xiaokai. We can't let the little students down. On the other hand, the official academic forum received Professor Lee's paper. Normally, every paper has to be scheduled, and it will be posted on the forum at least next month. After reading it, the review editor realized the value of this paper, which will definitely be a big hit, and give people more thinking directions to deal with the insects. He hurriedly found the editor-in-chief. Editor-in-chief, please take a look at this article, and see if it can be put up for publication first. The editor-in-chief frowned, opened his mechanized half-palm and waved it. His movements were a bit awkward. He was a scientist who retired from the battlefield and was previously responsible for the logistics of the insect research laboratory. After half of his palm was eaten by the insect man, he had a psychological trauma and could not face those things, so he retreated. The mechanized part of the control was always not satisfactory. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the editor in front of him. The editor was scared by his look. Boss, why are you looking at me like this? I'm looking at you to see if you are taking bribes. Bah, the whole office knows me. I am the most fair and honest. The editor tried to defend himself. I am a bachelor. I have no debts. I have no family. I don't go whoring or gambling. Why would I be greedy for that money? I didn't say you took bribes. The editor-in-chief doesn't like to jump the queue. Academic people are a little proud. Editor-in-chief, take a look first. I contacted the military on purpose. This person's stuff caught the military's eye. They want it, and contacted the school to ask for it. In the past, the military contacted students privately, and was mistakenly thought to want to occupy something. Since then, the military has basically contacted the school for anything at once. Hearing that it was the military who wanted it, the editor-in-chief took it and took a look. Once he saw it, he was hooked. He finished reading the paper with fascination. He admired the scene of the blooming red fairy devouring the insect man mother variant. It was just 2 minutes long, but full of unparalleled charm. This article came at the right time. This video must not be leaked, but the paper must be published in advance. Notify the publishing team to prepare a homepage banner next week. You should contact relevant experts now to review this person's paper. Publishing an academic paper requires rigorous and multifaceted examinations. 1 week is very tight. The paper is reviewed by more than one editor, and it has to rotate. The editors of the academic forum are all professional. Just by taking a look, they can easily judge whether the data is fake. Of course, whether it is fake or not needs to be judged by the professor, and the person himself needs to be found to verify the situation. Su Xiaokai, with the help of Wisdom 03, controls the robot arm and concentrates on assembling parts. The basic structure of the mecha has been developed. Different from the general mecha design, its structure is more complex. Using special folding technology, all parts are freely controllable and retractable structures to adapt to any terrain. Lieutenant General Bai is a master of tactics and surprise. The more varied the mecha is, the richer his tactics are. Grabbing the upright iron rod and returning to the ground, Su Xiaokai walked a little further away and looked at the prototype mecha. She was very satisfied with its design, but she was a little helpless about the current technical mastery. If she had the money to build a series of experimental instruments, or buy expensive equipment, this mecha would definitely not stop here. There is another mecha under construction next door, and the progress is a little slower. They are all customized mechas for Lieutenant General Bai, customized for Admiral Bai. Lieutenant General Bai recently planned to have military maintenance technicians come to learn, so that they would not know how to repair the damaged mecha. Su Xiaokai welcomed it, but she had no time. She had been using it for 48 hours a day for 24 hours. There is also the term metal fatigue in machinery. Besides, her body must adjust itself. Not knowing how to get tired does not mean that you will not have backaches. If you focus on doing one thing for a long time, your muscles will easily become sore. Chapter 86. Chibi Maruko helped Su Xiaokai to massage her shoulders. Is this strength appropriate? You didn't cry out in pain, it seems I can use more strength. Chibi Maruko took the initiative and massaged her shoulders according to the usual strength. She deliberately used less strength before. Recently I was watching a TV series about a nanny who massaged her master's shoulders, and then the master fired her because the nanny didn't use the right strength. I was deeply impressed by this. Su Xiaokai raised her eyebrows. Are you afraid that I will fire you for this? Chibi Maruko, not really, I was wondering if there are really such stupid people in the human world. The salary of a nanny, at best, is about 70 yuan per hour. If it is a master, it will be several hundred yuan per hour. The plot confused my logic, so I concluded that this is a brainless TV series. Then what? Kai, I want new clothes, you said it before? Chibi Maruko also decided to act like a spoiled child without thinking. Maybe this will impress humans. It took so long to lay the groundwork, just for new clothes. Chibi Maruko seems to be a lot smarter. Okay, I buy it for you. Let's go shopping together on which Saturday and Sunday we are free this month. After leaving Su's planet, Su Xiaokai never took Xiaowanzi out for a walk again. It would be nice to take her to see the unique architecture and culture of this planet. Hua curled up beside the small stool where Su Xiaokai sat. There was a soft cushion there, which she liked very much, and sometimes even stepped on it. Su Xiaokai touched Hua. Normal male cats like to walk around looking for female cats, but you are lazy all day long. Meow. Hua yawned and stretched, and her claws were golden. What a strange color. This was the first time Su Xiaokai noticed Hua's nails. Its four paws were yellow, black and red, and furry. Outsiders could hardly notice the claws of similar color under the fur. Hua scratched on the thick mat. Several small golden hooks fell on the ground. Su Xiaokai picked them up, which were probably Hua's claw sheaths. She picked up the cat's paw, and the nails looked brighter than the faded ones, very strange. Cat nails that have shed should be transparent white, or a little gray, but Hua's nails are completely different. Su Xiaokai collected the claw sheaths on a whim, and took them for testing. The laboratory's testing equipment is not perfect, but as long as it is not a niche material, it can be tested. Su Xiaokai personally cuts and slices it, and puts it under a magnifying glass. It is very strange to see the deconstruction of the cat's claws under the magnifying glass. It always feels familiar, very much like the experimental products she made in her previous life. She took the 5 claw sheaths to heat, and dissolved them at high temperature. During the heating process, the claw sheaths of ordinary cats would have been carbonized under the burning, but this one did not. The high temperature burned the impurities, and the remaining golden color gradually changed to black with a blue glow. Although there was only a little bit, Su Xiaokai would not make a mistake, as this was the high-purity material of the special weapon she made. Su Xiaokai named this thing Changlu, which can be extracted from the blood of the mango tree, but the amount is very small, and the 5 grains of the cat's claw sheath are enough to replace the extraction of hundreds of mangoes. Su Xiaokai stared at Hua, who was wandering outside the door, thinking about an important and cruel decision. Eating on time has become a daily routine for Hua Hua. If the owner doesn't feed it, it will meow anxiously. Kai Kai, I want to feed Hua Hua. Open the door. The cat food is inside. Zaya Onesie said. Feed later. Let me do an experiment first. Su Xiaokai went to the cold storage next door and took out a piece of meat. A piece of greedy meat, cut off a piece with a machine, carefully wrapped the rest, and put it back in the storage freezer. Thaw the meat quickly and put it on a plate. Su Xiaokai opened the door. Zaya Onesie rushed in to get cat food to feed Hua Hua. But Hua Hua had a clear goal and walked straight to Su Xiaocai's feet, meowing around her. Obviously she noticed that she had better cat food in her hand. Su Xiaokai took the meat to Hua Hua's feeding plate and put a large piece in. The meat of the greedy is not easy to cut, and it is contaminated by itself. Eating it will cause insect transformation. Insect transformation does not mean turning into an insect man, but the body cells are changed, the skin wrinkles, and stacked into layers, which looks like an ugly insect, and then dies. Except for the blood of the on, she has not seen any creature that can digest it. Hua Hua, who got the insect man meat, hugged forward with both claws, stretched out all the claws, stabbed into the meat, and tore the meat into pieces. It ate with relish, and snored with satisfaction while eating. Su Xiaokai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and she had searched everywhere for it. The evolution of organisms is really amazing. This time, my dad really did something big. Has no one noticed that you are different before? Su Xiaokai poked Hua Hua's chubby body. Hua Hua was very focused on eating, ignoring the harassment from the owner. Until all the meat was eaten, it arched its back, shook its butt, and lay on the cushion, becoming more and more lazy. Su Xiaokai guessed that Hua Hua's way of digesting insects was to be lazy. It seems that I have to find you a few wives. Hua Hua didn't know that she was about to start a harem life. Licking her lips, she fell asleep again, sleeping soundly. Su Xiaokai picked up Hua Hua, with a caring look, as if looking at a big piece of fat meat. Zaya Onesie knew it best, but she was Sai Sai's accomplice and stood on Sai Sai's side without thinking, so Su Xiaokai could only choose to turn a blind eye to what Hua Hua was going to do next. Previously, the material could not be completely purified due to the limitation of the equipment. With Hua Hua, this problem was temporarily solved. Su Xiaokai wanted to laugh 3 times. She was so lucky. She couldn't really have the aura of a heroine. If she really did, she hoped to have more buffs to achieve universe peace as soon as possible. After getting up early to exercise, Su Xiaokai would no longer be chased and blocked when she returned to school, and no one would say bad things about her in secret. Everyone looked at her with a smile on their face. She wished she could have a mark on her face. Post to more accounts, boss. When you are successful, you will be surrounded by good people. This sentence is not exaggerated. No one will have bad thoughts about you for no reason. Oh, there is one unfriendly person, but she has been very low-key recently, so low-key that she is no longer seen on the internet and school forums. Su Xiaokai is going to the mecha training ground today. The teacher invited her to do rounds of sparring with classmates. As long as she is willing to come for an hour or 2, she will get full marks in the exam this semester and give her a huge amount of extra points. It doesn't matter whether she gets points or not. But this year, the school added a project to exchange points for rare materials. Among the materials on display, there are seeds and biological materials that Su Xiaokai wants. A total of 6,000 points. Su Xiaokai took a fancy to it, so of course she wanted to fight for it. Something that doesn't cost money, only points. Is there anything more attractive than this? No student can refuse it. Although it can't be taken outside to exchange for money, it can be used for any experiment. The teacher said to give more points, and she came without saying a word. Arriving at the training ground, almost all the classes of freshmen and sophomores were present. They sat in the audience seats, as if waiting to see a good show. Su Xiaokai hadn't read the forum recently, so she didn't know the reason for the gathering. Teacher Mei Lan touched her bald forehead and smiled kindly. Student Su, you're here, come here. This is your mecha. Su Xiaokai looked up and saw that Teacher Mei Lan had brought her the school's basic mecha, which had not been modified at all. Mei Lan seemed to sense Su Xiaocai's doubts, and found a lame excuse. Well, we all know that your mecha is good, but it's fairer to use the school's mecha. So you want me to use the school's basic mecha to fight the new mecha on the training ground? They are all newer models on the market, with much better mobility than the basic models. Today, we will fight a total of 10 people for a demonstration battle. It can also be said to be a performance for several important figures in the audience. Su Xiaokai does not need to lose the performance, but just needs to give the students a little bit of leeway, so that they can show their due strength and not be too embarrassed. Why did everyone stop her from using the home mecha? Although the performance of the home mecha is not outstanding, the safety cabin is useful. Mei Lan was embarrassed to say that her mecha affected the audience's impression. Please, be gentle to them, don't hit them too hard, just show their strength. See the elderly people in the audience. These elderly people are heavyweights in the military and education. Act well. Su Shaokai was speechless. Can't you find a few young students to act in advance? They came too suddenly. If not, would I find you? Because you are stable enough, you will never lose. Your strength is much higher than theirs, you can act well. Su Shaokai knew that Mei Lan, who was a shrewd in deceiving people, would not give away points so easily. She had been deceived once. If it weren't for her broad-mindedness, she would have put a pair of natural black sunglasses on his eyes. Stop your pua, don't break your promise of 3,000 points, or I will explode. Yes, yes. Would Mei Lan dare to cheat her? She is now the darling of the school. Although the 10-star competition has been temporarily cancelled, and the aura of the dark horse player has disappeared. But she has fought her way out of the game industry again, and has become a dark horse figure in the game industry in one fell swoop. He would never dare to cheat such a student. Su Shaokai tied her long hair into a bun with a hairband and climbed onto the mecha. He drove the mecha to the center of the field. Mei Lan ran to the audience and wiped the sweat from her forehead. The principal and the vice principal exchanged glances to ask about the situation, and Mei Lan gave an okay. Several elderly people are currently members of the competition organizing committee. This time, they came to inspect the strength of the lower grade students to see if their strength can restart the 10-star competition. Many school seed players have been killed or disabled. It will take at least 2 or 3 years to train a new batch. After 2 or 3 years, the enthusiasm for the competition has cooled down. If the students don't brag, the next one can start soon. Are the students you arranged the strongest freshmen and sophomores? They are the ones we think have the best performance in daily performance. Without a real competition, we can't know whether they can perform at their best in the battle. That's right. Several elderly people who suddenly visited nodded. Mei Lan took action and asked them to start. Su Shaokai didn't move, and the opponent started. Su Shaokai remembered not to hit the opponent too hard. In the first match, Su Shaokai was sure that it was not Wu Qingqing, who was too slow. If Wu Qingqing dared to attack so slowly, she would definitely beat her up. The people in the field fought very fiercely. But the old people were all experts, and could easily see the difference in strength. Then the student driving the ordinary car is also a junior student. The old principal smiled kindly and said, yes, a freshman, but she was originally our designated player, and we wanted her to participate in the next competition. They recognized the old principal's vision of judging people. The strength is indeed good. The competition naturally needs some strong people to be worth watching. The first 2 or 3 students were not strong enough, but they became more and more exciting later. The last 2 freshmen were more in line with their expectations. Although there is still a difference from the dark horse, it cannot be denied that the strength has reached the level of the competition. One move after another, every move is unexpected and exciting. The students in the audience at the back were very excited. The movements were so fast that they could hardly keep up with their eyes. They all stared at it with wide eyes. Some took out ultra-high-definition recorders to record it first. The 2 of them were talking back and forth, a bit like they were from the same school. Are the last student, the current student, and the dark horse student taught by the same teacher? The old man looked at Mei Lan. It was difficult for Mei Lan to answer this question. They will find a coach privately. I don't know if it's the same coach. Mei Lan concealed part of the truth. If they knew that all of them were Su Xiaocai's apprentices, they would probably think he was lying. What they didn't want to see was that Su Shaokai was banned from participating in the competition. That was the trump card. When fighting against the last 2 freshmen, Su Shaokai recognized them as Wu Qingqing and Lu Sun, so she took them more seriously, and wanted to see how much they had improved. Unfortunately, the performance of the school mecha was limited, and more diverse operations could not be performed. Su Shaokai saw their progress. During the intermission, Wu Qingqing came over with a bottle of water. Here, master, have I improved? Well, next time, we will have a deeper level of training. When Wu Qingqing and Lu Sun heard the deeper level, they were not excited at first, but shuddered, feeling that it should be some kind of inhuman torture. Second round. Su Shaokai had no pressure at all. The level of the sophomores was a little better than that of the freshmen. One of them was obviously close to Wu Qingqing's level, and he had a spirit of never giving up. But not long after the fight, the opponent sent a message asking her to go all out. Su Shaokai said, fight for a while longer. We are not really fighting, but demonstrating to the students. Don't hold back. I get stronger when I face stronger opponents. This is how the teacher and professor evaluated him. The problem is that getting stronger when facing stronger opponents is not suitable for people who are slightly stronger than me. Su Xiaokai still maintained her own rhythm. No, is it fun for you to show off like this? It's boring. She doesn't even find it interesting to fight with you. It's enough to get points. I hate people like you who flatter their leaders. Be a mecha master and be simple. Don't let me look down on you. Flattery, no matter how good you are, you will lose to enthusiastic people sooner or later. Such a competition is unfair to me and the audience. What a noisy person. Su Xiaokai didn't explain and waited until the fight was almost over. She said, "Okay, don't you want to see my strength?" "Yes." Su Xiaokai instantly accelerated the mecha. She pressed the opponent's mecha's head to the ground, and no matter how he struggled, she easily resolved it. The audience didn't know what happened, but they just thought Su Xiaokai was so handsome at the moment. "My strength is overwhelming. You are the 10th person I fought. This is originally an unfair fight. So you let me go. What's wrong? Why do you want me to use all my strength? It's very tiring. Also, your mecha is several times more powerful than the one I drive. Can you take a look at the external conditions we both have before talking about fairness? If you like to provoke others so much, why don't you practice more? Jijiwawa, watch less crazy hot-blooded movies. Really, in the adult world, there is no black and white. The other party is still shouting, I didn't lose, and I won't lose to you." Hot-blooded teenagers are prone to getting carried away. The school mecha driven by Su Xiaokai showed such flexible fingers for the first time. Wu Qingqing stood on tiptoe, staring at him without blinking. Su Xiaokai lifted the opponent's power baffle and punched the cooler. The cooler immediately protested. The boy who was still struggling saw his power engine issued an overheating warning. He immediately stopped his behavior and got down. Su Xiaokai hit his mecha head. "Don't be so arrogant. Don't say anything bad next time, college student. What flattery. Did you see it?" This sophomore senior was the only one who was taught a lesson by Su Xiaokai. The audience was silent, so miserable. I thought Su Xiaokai had reached his limit, but he slapped me in the face. Everyone knows who this boy is. He is a sophomore legend. He has grown from an ordinary young man who knows nothing about mecha to the best mecha driver in his sophomore year. He is really capable. But everyone knows what he is like in his daily life. He likes to talk nonsense. The audience of the same age have the same idea. What did he say to make Su Xiaokai cut him like that? The old people in the audience clapped their hands. Very good. The next competition will be exciting if this student can join. It is also a point of interest to beat others, and it is fun for these old people to watch anyway. The higher the overall strength of the students, the more it can improve the confidence of the people. Next, we have to look at other schools. In fact, there is no need to look at the military training. The juniors are still there, and there are many talents. The people on the organizing committee are just afraid that when the competition is restarted, those players will be banned or have many restrictions. The registration rules for each competition are not only decided by the organizing committee, but also by the principals of many participating schools. Before the registration, no one knows what the specific rules are. Hearing that they wanted Su Xiaokai to participate in the competition, the few people who knew Su Xiaocai's strength were silent. The little girl might not listen to them. "Can we meet her?" The old man had just finished speaking. Su Xiaokai left the training ground without looking back. They found her and said that all her patents, including the newly applied patents, had been preliminarily reviewed and did not need to be re-examined. The next step is the announcement stage. At the beginning, Su Xiaokai checked the option not to publish her personal information, and her patents have been listed as confidential patents by the military. Then the announcement stage can almost be omitted and enter the substantive examination. Someone will come directly for the substantive examination. Do you have enough money? The fee for the substantive examination is the highest. Ready. The deposit transferred by Lieutenant General Bai is just enough to pay the patent fee. Chapter 87. So many patents, tens of millions paid at once. Su Xiaokai felt that she was very stubborn at the beginning. Although she made some money, it was really difficult to pay for it by herself. All assumptions could not keep up with the changes, so she could only use this salary as her own salary to fill in the numbers. Thinking about the tax to be paid later, the mountain of life came over, and I once again regretted leaving the comfort zone of Su's planet. I hope the substantive examination can be faster. Su Xiaokai, isn't it enough to submit samples and documents for substantive examination? I don't know about this. Do I need to be there when the time comes? Fei needs to apply to enter the school, but she feels that Su Xiaokai is much more mature than many adults, And she doesn't necessarily need to be there. Did they say when they will come? You should have received a message. Su Xiaokai glanced at the date, Sunday. Today is Friday, which means someone will come the day after tomorrow. These people are either as slow as turtles, or work overtime on holidays. I won't bother Faye on Sunday. She has been working overtime for many days in a row for her patent. Su Xiaokai said considerately, I think I can do it by myself. I wish you a happy holiday. Okay, if you have any questions, call me anytime. After hanging up the phone, Su Xiaokai couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Lieutenant General Bai, who was so efficient. In fact, Lieutenant General Bai was not involved in the affairs of the patent office at all. He just mentioned it, and the rest were all done by the old professors, hiding their merits and fame. Su Xiaokai thought for a while, and turned back to the playground. The patent office needed her to determine the location of the substantive examination. For safety reasons, it was better to do it in school. The laboratory was not suitable for exposure. Seeing Su Xiaokai reappear, the old people in the audience had not yet left. Mei Lan hurriedly pulled her to introduce her to the members of the competition organizing committee. You left so quickly just now. Where were you going? The audience is full of people from the competition organizing committee. Don't you want to meet them? Su Xiaokai listened to Mei Lan's chattering, knowing that Mei Lan was just concerned and afraid that she would be too ungrateful and offend people. But Mei Lan's temper is indeed a bit annoying. Just like those elders who pay too much attention to their juniors, they care in their own way, and it is difficult to take care of the emotions of their juniors, so it is often easy for people to rebel. Su Xiaokai has things to do, and she doesn't think that knowing someone on the organizing committee means she can avoid offending people. Because there are people from the Yi family, and the Xue family on the organizing committee. The Yi family cannot be concluded as hostile for the time being. But the Xue family must be. As long as Xue Hui exists, Su Xiaokai will not be friendly to her. The 10-star competition has always been broadcast live. Even if you can play the dark box operation, you can't be the one who judges the winner. So it's meaningless for Mei Lan to worry about this. Before Mei Lan introduced their names, Su Xiaokai said, Hello, grandfathers, I'm a little in a hurry. Can I borrow the principal for a while? Everyone was silent. Silence was considered as permission. Thank you, Grandpa, you are so kind. Su Xiaokai looked up at the old principal, and the old principal understood. This student of mine is not urgent, so it won't be like this. I excuse you for now. Mei Lan, okay, I'm annoying people again. He had no choice but to accompany these old people, and talk to them one by one. Su Xiaokai whispered a few words to the principal, and left in a hurry. The principal came back with a weak step. Mei Lan looked around. Principal, where is Su Xiaokai? The principal, don't look for her, she has something very important to do. He said to several old friends from the organizing committee. Sorry, someone else is looking for Su Xiaoxue. Let's bring her in next time. Smart people, understand. Being able to call someone away in front of them proves that your position is higher than theirs. It's a good thing that the child is young and promising. Why do many people look for her on weekdays? Among the organizing committee, the old man surnamed Xue has a hooked nose and a fierce look in his eyes. The old principal knows this old man Xue. They are friends. I know he's a bit of a big mouth and a bit of a fool. He said bluntly, don't worry about it. Mei Lan and Xiao Min, vice principal Min, will take you to dinner later. I have to prepare for the guests with the children, so I leave now. Grandpa Xue shook his head. I don't know who can be more senior than us. These old men are over 1,000 years old in total. We are only responsible for the event, and many people are higher in status than us. Okay, we old men, why should we bother with young people? People are calling you Grandpa, so you should be more tolerant. Mei Lan wiped the sweat off her forehead. These old people know the difference between yin and yang. Fortunately, Su Xiaokai is not in their field and will not be a judge. Otherwise, with her free and easy attitude of criticizing others in public when she doesn't like something, she will definitely offend people. 10 people from the patent office will come on Sunday. They will review Su Xiaocai's patents at one time and ask questions on the spot to speed up the review process. The principal is in such a hurry to leave. The key is not the people from the patent office. Rather, they are carrying private goods. Admiral Bai, who is on vacation, will also be there. The front line has just been slightly reorganized, and Admiral Bai has come. How can the principal not follow up? They have seen many people from the patent office. Every time they send samples, there are many problems. Sometimes they have to go there in person. It's not surprising. Admiral Bai is different. The principal will definitely strive for the opportunity for him to give a lecture at the school. The principal gave Su Shaokai access to a school maintenance room. This maintenance room is well equipped and large in area. It is usually used as a laboratory for many senior students and professors. Students need 100 points to apply for 1 day, which is as expensive as entering and leaving the school. This maintenance room has just been used, and it is filled with a smell of paint as if it has just been opened. It is estimated that it was used by the previous user not long ago. Su Shaokai quickly fiddled with the safety cabin and the mechanical limbs of normal height. Then there were a lot of parts at his feet, plus a Rubik's Cube. A new vest was also added. This small thing does not show much technology on the surface, but the material it is made of is top-notch. When used on a mecha, it is not a problem to withstand high-temperature lava. Wei Lun has more experience in patents. So the principal also called Wei Lun. He planned to let him teach Su Shaokai how to deal with those people in the patent office. When Wei Lun came, he completely forgot about the instruction. He was attracted by the mechanical limbs. He carefully stepped over the pile of parts and walked to the mechanical arm. He took out a magnifying glass, but didn't dare to touch it. He looked carefully from front to back and left to right. The more he looked, the more he wanted to try it. His curious hands reached out many times and then retracted. The samples cannot be touched easily. It will be troublesome if they are damaged. Wei Lun suppressed the urge to find out, and together with the principal, he stood with his hands behind his back, watching Su Shaokai pick up the pieces bit by bit. A large pile of parts was quickly transferred and assembled to its dedicated position. Su Shaokai distracted the principal and Wei Lun. "Teacher, you can look at it if you want. I have more than one backup." Wei Lun nodded heavily. Okay, I won't damage it." He couldn't damage the students' hard work. He and the principal focused on mechanical limbs. In the school, few people studied equipment for the disabled, mainly because it was not very profitable. After the research is completed, the official price will be limited to a certain range for sale. After all, most disabled people have less money in their bank accounts than their passwords. So every year, funding is needed from above before someone is willing to research. The appearance is simulated leather, but it feels hard. There is a transparent green belt running through the entire mechanical arm, which looks very technological. Wei Lun weighed it, and found it was lighter than a normal arm. He had also seen light mechanical arms, but generally speaking, it was not as practical as heavier ones. After all, the arms have been replaced with mechanical ones. Lacking the dexterity of normal human fingers, some new functions need to be added to make up for the shortcomings. Since Su Shaokai dared to challenge the simulated arm, it must have its advantages. "Can I try it?" Su Shaokai didn't say much, turned around and gave the arm permission, and tied the sensor bracelet connected to the mechanical arm to Wei Lun's arm. The principal also did one. Wei Lun tied the right arm, and he tied the left arm. This is to make it easier for people with healthy limbs to feel the arm. When it comes to the mechanical arm for the disabled, there will be no sensor bracelet. Wei Lun made a fist, and the robot arm also made a fist. Then he relaxed. His arm did not move, but he made a fist in his mind to signal, and the robot arm responded immediately, almost at the same frequency as thinking speed. Wei Lun asked the robot arm to do various movements, and it followed all of them. Even the arm rotation was exactly the same as humans, without any sluggishness. After playing for a while, he started to read the manual. It mentioned that the arm can be deformed to complete tasks that ordinary arms cannot complete. Deformation. Wei Lun curiously used the first mode, and his palm was transformed into a tool suitable for climbing. After another transformation, the alloy stretched and thinned, forming a magnetic field to enhance the signal. There are more than 10 modes in total, which is the rhythm that ordinary people can become supermen. With such a powerful robotic arm, Wei Lun suddenly wanted to transform himself. Can it accept high-intensity training? Yes, it can handle normal training. But it will get tired like a normal human torso. When people rest, it also needs to rest. Su Shaokai put all the things in place, and she had to go back to the laboratory to rush to make a low-profile version of the Black Wing. It was just a few steps short, and she would be able to complete it by working overtime tomorrow. The principal and Wei Lun were so fond of it that they couldn't bear to put it down. "Principal, Teacher Wei, I'm leaving. Do you still want to see it? If you want to see it, remember to close the door." No. The two were in a complicated mood and needed to go back to calm down. The students were very talented and completed scientific research independently. They were so happy that they didn't know what to do. Su Shaokai made sure to lock the door and left the school. Wei Lun said to the principal, "If student Su really passes the patent, would you consider hiring Su Shaokai as a teacher? Early graduation is easy for some geniuses. Su Shaokai doesn't even need to apply for early graduation. The school can take the initiative to give it. Military training school has always adhered to the concept that as long as students have outstanding performance in a certain academic subject, they can also be given graduation even if they are not so good in other subjects. The principal remained silent. When he returned to the office, he also called to scold Su Laodai. Su Laodai, who scolded like a dog without any reason, answered the phone in the middle of the night. As an old senior and relative, he could only listen to the scolding, but it went in one ear and out the other. He forgot everything the next day and thought he had a nightmare. On Saturday, Su Shaokai did not return to school and was busy applying the final paint to Black Wing. At night, the sky of the campus was full of stars, and Su Shaokai was working overtime. 2 students came to the security guards in the maintenance room and laboratory, saying that something was left in the maintenance room and they needed to go and check it out. Do you have a pass to the laboratory? We had access to the laboratory during the day yesterday, but it was rented out all day today, so we can't go in. We just saw that there was no light, so people should have left. We just go in for a while, and we come out after we get the things. Seeing that the 2 boys were sincere and didn't seem to be lying, the security guard asked, "Which room is it? What's missing?" "A mecha paint. I forgot to take it yesterday." Generally, the maintenance room doesn't store important technical items, and the security guard didn't know why the maintenance room was rented, so he thought that it was just used by students to repair mechas as usual. "I only give you a few minutes. Come out quickly." "Thank you." The 2 boys smiled and took the electronic key and ran to the maintenance room that Su Shaokai had entered today. In the maintenance room, all the samples were covered with white cloth by Su Shaokai and placed on a table. "Why are there so many things here? Whose are they?" "Don't worry, look for something. We can't touch other people's things." The boy didn't lie, he really came to find paint, because he had to maintain the mecha the day before yesterday, so he came to the maintenance room rented by the senior sister to mix it. After mixing it, he forgot to take it. The paint on the surface of the mecha was damaged a little. He, who had obsessive-compulsive disorder, remembered the paint that had just been mixed not long ago and planned to take it back to the mecha. Since he came here during the day yesterday, he couldn't remember where he put it. So he pulled a lift and followed his memory to the place where he usually put the paint. He didn't look at what his friends were doing, but only focused on finding his own things. The friend below was not so honest. He gently lifted a corner of the white cloth, and the light of the simulated mechanical limbs stung the boy's eyes. Which student's research topic is the same as his? He also made a finished product, which is exactly the same as the mechanical limbs he made in his ideal. The boy couldn't help but think, did someone steal his design? This maintenance room is usually used by teachers or senior students. Maybe they have seen his design and made something. He turned around to look at his friend and saw that his friend was still looking for paint. His heart was pounding. If someone really stole his design and successfully made mechanical limbs, would he also have an achievement? This man was very satisfied with the samples. He took a deep breath and thought about the purpose of coming to his school. Wasn't it to get the top technology? He completely opened the white cloth and picked up an arm. The moment he touched it, he realized that he had overthought everything. This was definitely not his thing. But he had to refer to it when a finished product was put out. If it could be put here at night, it should also be displayed to others. With this idea in mind, he turned his arm over to find the start button, but he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. There was no start button, probably somewhere else. There was a toolbox next to him, and the screwdriver in the toolbox seemed to remind him that he could open it and take a look. He wouldn't have to worry about anyone finding it after restoring it. At this time, his dirty thoughts reached their peak, and he was determined to study other people's things. He pried open the light green tape and prepared to open it carefully, and his mood became more and more excited. There must be a very sophisticated design inside. "Hey, what are you doing?" The boy who found the paint patted his friend carelessly. His hand shook, and the whole mechanical arm fell apart. The boy who was going to refer to it was scared and yelled, "What are you doing? You are dismantling other people's things. This is wrong. It's not someone else's, it's mine." The boy lied quickly, "My tutor and I worked on this together. I don't know why the finished product is here." "Are you saying your tutor stole your design? Which tutor?" The paint boy saw that he was hesitant and couldn't say anything, so he said angrily, "You tell me." He believed in his friend, but he was not stupid. "Let's go to the principal now and tell him about this. The principal is the most fair." Seeing that his friend was unwilling, he just held the scattered parts in silence. The paint boy noticed something strange. "Do you have any evidence to prove it's yours? If not, You stole it? You can't take it for yourself? The security guard's voice came from somewhere, and the footsteps were getting closer and closer. Hey, two students, are you still not done? The paint boy shook him and subconsciously lowered his voice. Let's go, we can't take this thing. We can't explain it if we take it. Let's take it back and assemble it. There's no surveillance here. Bring it back tomorrow morning. The paint boy slapped him on the back to wake him up. The maintenance room has been rented out, and people come here late at night? Which is more serious, breaking things or stealing things? You can't. Mui has a pair of puppy eyes, and the corners of his upper eyelids droop down. When he stares at people without blinking, he looks particularly pitiful. Let's take it back, okay? The paint boy ignored him, very principled, and even more angry, pulling his collar and growling. We sneaked in, we can't take it. Do you want to drop out of school? Yes, he was not afraid of dropping out of school. With this, he would not have to worry about his livelihood in the future. But the paint boy did not give him a chance, and pulled him away forcefully. The stubborn man did not realize that the hand holding the parts was also holding the white cloth, and just pulled it. Together with other samples, they were all swept to the ground. The noise was too loud, and they could hear the footsteps of the security guard running over. A flash of red light flashed in the white cloth, which seemed to have triggered an alarm. Although there was no sound, it scared Moe, and he quickly let go. Moe finally came to his senses, quickly dropped his things, took the paint boy, turned off the lights and left. After running a few steps, he ran into the oncoming security guard. The security guard asked, "What happened? Are you okay?" The first thing the security guard did not suspect that they had done something bad, was that they were afraid that they would have an accident. Moe thought of a solution in a hurry. No, we just almost spilled the paint. The paint boy's arm was poked. He couldn't bring himself to talk about the things in the laboratory, so he had to nod with difficulty. It's good that you're fine. Go back and go to sleep. The security guard went to patrol the building. The paint boy lowered his head, gritted his teeth, and walked quickly. But Moe didn't care. He looked at the maintenance room reluctantly. He didn't know if he could go over with the seniors tomorrow. He would definitely understand the principal after taking another look. Chapter 88. It was all his classmates' fault. If he hadn't scared him just now, he would have been able to figure out the structure inside, and maybe he could have published his paper online in advance. The law of the jungle, the first to strike is the strongest. He was not ashamed, but just felt that he was just a little bit away from success. He held a blue chip in his hand. This thing must be very important. If he could crack it, he wouldn't have to live a poor life and wouldn't have to please others. The paint boy next to him thought about it and said, "Let's go and apologize tomorrow." Oh! The boy made up his mind not to go. A deep light flashed in his eyes. He was able to steal this thing, mostly due to luck. If it weren't for his friend's big face, giving him the opportunity, he wouldn't be able to get it. This is the only chance, so he has to ship the thing out no matter what. After working hard for a day and a night, he perfected the low-profile black wing by comparing it with the patent submitted. She felt dizzy and sat in the car to catch up on sleep. Walking on the school road, she saw the green everywhere, and her sluggish spirit improved a little. "Hello, classmate Sue." "Hello. Classmate Sue, why are you here so early today? Is the company busy?" "Yes, yes." The classmates passing by greeted her, and Sue Shakai responded to all of them without stopping to greet them. Opening the maintenance room again, Su Xiaocai's eyes flashed coldly. The floor was full of messy mechanical parts, and the samples covered with white cloth were swept to the ground. Su Xiaocai's first thought was that someone had stolen something. She sank her face and checked the sample first. The mechanical arm was deliberately opened, and all the parts fell apart. Su Xiaocai did not move the parts, and took out Wisdom 03, scanned the parts on the ground to see if anything is missing. Wisdom 03 immediately scanned and analyzed. Su Xiaocai looked up at the entire maintenance room layout. The windows of the maintenance room were very tightly sealed, using intelligent anti-peep transparent materials, and outsiders could never see what the people inside were doing. She remembered that she had closed the windows before she left. There were no signs of the windows being pried open, so they could only come in through the main door. At this time, Wisdom 03 finished scanning. "Master, the super chip is missing. Are there any other things missing?" "Yes, no. The theft of an important chip is beyond the scope of personal handling." Su Xiaocai called the principal, told him about it, and informed him that she had called the police. "Principal, I'm coming now. Open the authority to retrieve the surveillance. He has been managing the school for so long, and there has never been a theft. He even does a simple background check on students before letting them into the school. Who is the bastard who backstabbed him? This is a deliberate slap in his face. Su Xiaokai was somewhat dissatisfied with the school's security. This incident should not have happened. But she had a backup, so she was not panicked. The principal's driver drove the racing car and sped all the way. The principal arrived a few minutes earlier than the police. Panting to the maintenance room, the principal first checked the maintenance room. The girl who complained about his insufficient security on the phone was sitting in front of the maintenance room, with a stool and a small coffee table, drinking tea and eating potato chips. Her mental state was too lazy, as if she was not the one who lost something. Su Xiaokai was also anxious, of course, but it was useless to be anxious. She had no evidence and no one. Even if there was evidence, it would be legal for the law enforcement department to arrest her. That chip, without a sufficient knowledge system, would be blind to it. Besides, it was just an intermediate transitional product. It could be iterated and updated dozens of times as long as there were instruments. So there was no need to rush. Besides, the emergence of today's loophole was also a warning to herself and the principal. The seemingly safe campus was actually tight on the outside but loose on the inside. Like herself, she made a fatal mistake and actually put the things in the maintenance room. The maintenance room was not like a laboratory, and basically no one would put valuable things here. But the labs were fully rented, and the instructors and students who rented them would not easily move things away. She rented the maintenance room to find a temporary place to store things. Who would have thought that such a temporary decision would attract thieves so coincidentally? For this, Su Xiaokai could only say that she was stupid. She took several deep breaths and advised herself to calm down. How can a person never make stupid mistakes? Only by making stupid mistakes can one learn from them. When things were stolen, she could only keep telling herself to be prepared for danger in times of peace, and not to forget the complexity of human nature because of the overly safe environment. Now, it's all right to solve it. If the thief is still in school, it's easy to deal with. Just catch him in the jar. If he's gone, then the development of the matter is probably not something she can get involved in. Su Xiaokai pointed to the stool beside her. Principal, you've worked hard. Sit down. Can you notify the security to come over? I don't want anyone to come to the scene again, so I didn't leave, and I called the police immediately. You won't blame me, will you? No, I didn't tell the security to keep a close watch. The theft is much more serious than the rumor, so calling the police is the right thing to do. Su Xiaokai, I'm glad you don't blame me. The capital is still under martial law, so the monk can escape, but the temple cannot. Thinking of this, Su Xiaocai's eyebrows jumped, and he had an uneasy premonition. According to the efficiency of the police, it's hard to say. The principal's nervous mood gradually calmed down with Su Xiaocai's actions. He was also a person who had experienced great storms. When he first heard that Su Xiaocai's things were stolen, his palms were sweating, he couldn't keep calm, he was shaking all over, and he was so angry. Niece, tell me honestly, how much is that chip worth? The more valuable it is, the more punishment the thief will be sentenced to. The principal just hopes that it is not a student. It's not worth much, conservatively estimated to be tens of megabytes. Tens of megabytes are understated. The thief is destined to spend the rest of his life in prison. Ahem. The principal's face turned red from the tea he choked on, and he became restless. Is it really worth that much? Yes, if the technology is stolen, it is worth that much. Su Xiaokai said, if only the finished product is stolen, it is not worth that much. The production capacity cannot keep up, so the cost is a bit high, a few thousand yuan. But she can't say the value is low. The school and the police will not try their best. Su Xiaokai held her cheeks and said softly, but my chip has been listed as a key protected technology by the military. What a poor thief. Dare to steal, it is almost equivalent to going against the entire military, and you will definitely be chased to the ends of the earth. I also hope that the thief is not a student of our school. After a few words, the police were brought in. The one who came was the middle-aged police officer who had handled the Bugman incident before. Perlin had just been promoted from inspector to senior inspector. He looked very energetic. This is the case reported by the public, the theft case, which was originally handled by other colleagues. Colleagues complained that the theft cases of students were thankless, and the stolen items were often not worth much, not enough to cover the inspection fee. When Perlin heard that it was a theft of a student from the military training school, he took it on behalf of his colleague without saying a word. He had not had the opportunity to repay the students from the military training school, and thought it would be good to put in more effort. He was very happy to see Su Xiaokai again, as he was good at investigating thefts. "Hello, classmate Su Xiao, nice to see you again." "Hello, officer." Su Xiaokai quickly told him about the situation in her room. Perlin's high spirits fell to the bottom. He always felt that nothing that happened to this little classmate was a small matter. Perlin's intuition soon came true. He asked how much the items were worth. After hearing Su Xiaokai repeat what she had said to the principal, Perlin immediately wanted to quit. A valuable patented product that was about to undergo a substantive review was stolen. This is serious enough that the thief can be classified as a spy and sentenced to death quickly. "Officer Perlin, can you help me catch the man quickly?" Perlin gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, as long as the man doesn't leave the capital planet, we can catch the suspect quickly." Perlin immediately asked the forensic department to go into the room to collect evidence. Then he asked other police officers to check the surveillance. "Is there no surveillance in this maintenance room?" "Principal, no. The principal doesn't have it, but I do." Su Xiaokai asked the forensic department to take out the red Rubik's Cube and commanded the police without any courtesy. Perlin didn't dare to say anything. She opened the red Rubik's Cube, and a screen appeared after grinding it. "Hello, which mode do you want to choose?" "No mode, I want to record." Verification passed. You get the right to view the video. Su Xiaokai didn't let it recognize its master completely, just as a maintenance worker to obtain its recording function. Su Xiaokai copied the video and handed it directly to the police. In less than 20 minutes, the police found out through the surveillance and video footage outside the maintenance room that the incident was caused by 2 students. To be precise, it was one of them. The security guard should not be included in the suspects. The security guard's confession was normal. From his point of view, he allowed the student who missed something to enter the maintenance room, which was certainly a dereliction of duty. But normally, it was not a big deal. The maintenance room is a public rental place, and students and teachers come and go every day. In all these years of work, there has been no theft. In his mind, these students are all of high quality. Even if they have some small thoughts and selfish intentions, they would not steal things. How can he suspect that 2 students came here to steal in the middle of the night, and they entered the room with his permission? As long as something is missing, they are bound to be listed as suspects. It can only be said that there are too many coincidences in Moyi's theft. Su Xiaokai came early in the morning, and an hour had passed. The professors and students who rented the maintenance room saw the police here, and stopped to watch, wanting to know what happened. Soon, related questions appeared on the forum, asking why Su Xiaokai called the police again. Li Shanchun, who had not slept well that night, tossed and turned, and could not sleep well. He thought a lot, and the more he analyzed, the more he felt that there was something wrong with his friend. It was so strange. He didn't fall asleep until 3 or 4 in the morning. Before 6 o'clock, he woke up suddenly and got out of bed. He knew that his roommate was studying mechanical knowledge and had been committed to developing a mechanical product that could sell well. But every time the design drawing was approved, it always required the teacher's guidance and modification many times. It has been like this since freshman year. It is impossible for him to suddenly come up with something that the mentor covets in the 2nd semester of sophomore year. Besides, if the mentor stole it, it would be even more impossible for him to put it in the maintenance room without hesitation. He planned to wake up his friends to ask. But he knocked on the door, but no one responded. He knocked for a long time and woke up other roommates, but no one came out. Don't knock on the door, just open the door and take a look. What if he fainted and couldn't hear it? The paint boy thought about it and thought it was right. So he lifted the door handle, the door was not locked, and it opened immediately. The bedroom was empty, and the bed was cold. There was no one in the bathroom either. The paint boy, where did he go when he got up early? The other 2 roommates laughed. Will he get up early? I've never seen him. He never gets up until the last minute. I don't know why you want to play with him. He's so lazy, and he daydreams all day long. He's my friend since childhood. Yes, yes, yes. Every time he says he's a good brother you've known since childhood, you recognize him as a good brother, but he may not recognize you. If you need to find him urgently, it's better to contact him through the communicator. The 2 roommates were woken up by the noise, but they didn't blame the boy in paint. They knew that he'd lost the competition the day before yesterday and was in a bad mood, so they left the dormitory sympathetically. They were mainly afraid that he would talk nonsense again. The boy in paint called, but as soon as he dialed out, he heard a busy tone and hung up immediately. He called several more times, but it was the same. At this time, he realized that his friend had blocked him. Why did he block him? After a while, someone knocked on the door. 3 uniformed policemen stood outside the door, holding their police badges, and Wei Lun followed them. Needless to say, what happened last night was a disaster. The paint boy was upset and flustered. The police asked him where the other boy was, and the paint boy shook his head. "I don't know. I woke up early in the morning and wanted to find him in the maintenance room to apologize to him, but he wasn't there." The police certainly wouldn't listen to his one-sided story. Under Wei Lun's watch, they went to search for him. If they couldn't find him, the paint boy would still take him back. Perlin took him to the maintenance room, and the other two policemen went to track down the other boy. Through Wei Lun, Perlin knew that the boy who painted was called Li Shanshun. He asked them what they did in the maintenance room last night. Li Shanshun was still confused, and he stumbled over what he did last night. At this moment, Li Shanshun no longer had a clear distinction between the so-called good and evil. Because he concealed some facts, subconsciously protected his friend, and said that someone might have stolen his friend's things, his friend was so abnormal last night. Wei Lun was so angry that his teeth itched. "I believe everything others say. It's impossible for him to steal Moyi's things. With his procrastinating personality, I can laugh if he can graduate normally. Li Shanshun is a mecha master that he has high hopes for, but Moyi is the student that Wei Lun has the most headaches with. He doesn't do his homework well, always loves to be imaginative, and uses his smart brain for unrealistic things. Wei Lun has told him more than once that he is disappointed with him. Li Shanshun never wanted to believe that his friends were bad. He thought to himself that Moyi just loved to fantasize, but his imagination was good enough, and he might really bring inspiration to people. Until he met the owner of the item that was destroyed last night. Li Shanshun's belief collapsed. Why is it you? If the owner of the item is Su Shaokai, then all of Moyi's statements can be overturned, because Su Shaokai has never met Moyi. Huh? Do you know me? Su Shaokai listened to Wei Lun's account of Li Shanshun's confession. This is different from what the security guard said. I was the last person to compete with you the day before yesterday. Oh, it's you? Your name is Li Shanshun? Su Shaokai knew how annoying the other party's provocative face was, but she didn't expect that the real person was so cute. Cute is an adjective to describe his appearance, with a baby face, big eyes with double eyelids, and thick and long eyelashes. If he didn't speak with a masculine voice, I would have thought he was a girl. Yes, your contempt for me that day was very profound. Next time I teach you, I hope you can look me in the face. Classmate, you haven't cleared your suspicion yet. Su Shaokai didn't want to teach such a difficult person. He could get up and continue fighting unless his mecha was knocked down. This was not teaching, but a life and death contest. Too annoying. I don't look down on anyone. I'm much better than you. I'm suppressing you right from the start. How can I teach you? Does your teacher suppress you right from the start when he fights with you? It seems to be true. Li Shanshun's face is red. You're not a teacher. Almost. The teacher is not necessarily better than me. Su Shaokai is still very confident about this. The most powerful mecha driving instructors in the military training have only been colonels. After fighting with her, maybe I will ask her for a few tricks afterwards. Li Shanshun glanced at the principal, who was drinking tea calmly. She is so conceited, why don't you give her a lecture? The principal ignored him. Niece, he was too proud to be proud of her. The forensic department has almost finished the investigation. They only need to compare fingerprints, and everything will be clear. There are only a few people who have touched the mechanical arm. Wei Lun, the principal, Su Shaokai, and then Moyi. In the surveillance, Wei Lun and the principal left the maintenance room with Su Shaokai, and their figures never appeared again. After that, it was Li Shanshun and Moyi. The video of the red grinding square clearly captured the scene of Moyi pulling the chip into his palm. The seemingly covert action could not escape the high-definition camera at night. Li Shanshun was ashamed, so ashamed that he could not raise his head, and could not convince himself to excuse his friend again. I lied. Li Shanshun did not say that Moyi wanted to take the mechanical arm back at the beginning. His friend actually took the things away without telling him, and no excuse could support him to continue to trust him. As soon as he finished speaking, the police locked Moyi's whereabouts with the help of artificial intelligence. He used his points to apply to leave the school at 4 a.m., without any luggage. The security guard questioned him for 2 minutes, and Moyi answered fluently. He said that his relative was critically ill and was in the hospital of the capital star, and he had to go out to see him, and gave the prepared critical illness notice. The security guard checked him carefully before letting him out. He ran all the way to a densely populated area, and ran into an area without surveillance. When he appeared under surveillance again, it was 6 o'clock. He was in disguise, and his body shape had changed. If it weren't for his sneaky walking posture, it would be difficult for artificial intelligence to guess that it was him. Moe is now in the space station, and it seems that he is planning to escape. All the actions are very skillful, and seem to be carefully planned. Perlin immediately notified the space station law enforcement officers to intercept. 15 minutes later, the space station law enforcement officer said that they couldn't find him, and all surveillance and blind spots of surveillance vision were searched. Moe seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth. Perlin was embarrassed. He just promised that he would definitely catch the suspect. Sorry, we may need more time to investigate. Chapter 89. Moe is well trained. From the moment he stole the items, every step he took was guided by a master. Perlin knew that someone from the patent office would come later. If he couldn't find him, the higher-ups would definitely put pressure on him. He felt that his hairline would not be safe in the next few weeks. Su Xiaokai, if he disappeared, it means he either had an insider or he was dead. He has not officially entered the space station yet. Space news is prevalent, so it is not difficult to pretend to be dead and leave. Moe is definitely trained, and it is not ruled out that he is in cahoots with the spies. Li Shanchun, who grew up with him, can't be let off easily and must be reinvestigated. Li Shanchun was pulled farther away by the police and couldn't hear them talking. But he had eyes, and could tell from the solemn expressions of the police and Su Xiaokai that the matter was serious. Police, what happened to my friend? I don't know. Missing or dead, still under investigation, the police said. You haven't gotten rid of the suspicion yourself, so don't worry about others. Whether Moe has something good or not, in fact, you can find out from every little bit in life. But he chose to cover his ears and close his eyes. Li Shanchun was like a depressed puppy, obediently following the police to the police station for more detailed questioning. Li Shanchun was taken away, leaving only 2 policemen to look for more clues in the school. One was still in the maintenance room, and the other went to apply for a search warrant. The traces of Moe's daily life and the things left behind may provide more clues. Su Xiaokai sat down again and tapped the table lightly. The regular sound of dong 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 made her think more clearly, and she pondered how to dig the person out. She was not angry when she was the one who stole something, but she was a step too late to catch the person, so she was inexplicably angry. It's a pity that there can't be mercenaries in the capital star. To be more precise, mercenaries can't walk around the capital star as mercenaries. If mercenaries dare to reveal their identities, they will be beaten to pieces before they step into the capital star. This can greatly ensure the safety of the people. It also restricts Su Xiaokai. She suddenly remembered that Kei and Fanchi seemed to belong to her too. Lieutenant General Bai gave it to her, so it was hers. As long as she didn't do anything illegal, she could be a half detective. No, it's a bit difficult. The training they received is at most reconnaissance, not investigation. They are good at protecting people, but they are still a little bit lacking in investigating things. She has no one. What should she do? She needs someone who can do this kind of work and has a good character and will not betray at any time. At this moment, a video was transmitted to her communicator, and the video did not show the source. Su Xiaokai felt a little strange. The means of sending this message was very familiar. The principal looked at her from the corner of his eye, wanting to ask her what to do if the chip could not be recovered. Seeing her serious face and full of resentment, he laughed dryly twice and decided not to disturb her. He was just the principal, not a law enforcer. He should give her more points as a consolation. Su Xiaokai pulled the video into a security software, put on headphones, and opened it. The video was a little shaky. The voyeur filmed it from top to bottom. The location should be in a public toilet. A young man whistled at the mirror and danced a funny dance. Maybe that's why the voyeur filmed this part. Within 2 minutes, a man in black who was wrapped tightly all over his body appeared in the video. Even his eyes were covered with straight-framed glasses, so it was impossible to see his appearance clearly. The young man thought the black-clad man was dressed cool, and smiled at the black-clad man in the mirror, not realizing the danger was coming. The black-clad man attacked without warning and stabbed the young man in the back. The young man shouted, and then his mouth was covered tightly. At the end of the knife handle, bright red flowers bloomed in a thick white towel. After the person died, the black-clad man quickly packed the body bag and put it into the space button. This video is less than half a minute, and you can imagine how skillful the killer is. The reason why the person who filmed this video knew to send it to her was because the young man said before he died, military training school. Su Xiaokai thought for a while and found a record directly, Xiang Qian's contact information. Thank you. Xiang Qian, who was about to board the passenger ship, stopped in his tracks. Damn, he just sent the video. How did Su Xiaokai know about him? How did you guess mine? Su Xiaokai? Because you are the only hacker in my friend list, so I cheated. The tactics were too familiar, all the tricks of a veteran hacker. Xiang Qian almost fell to his knees. This trick again, he was fooled again. You want to leave Capital Star? Where to go? Why not work with me? Boss, didn't I help you investigate before? It seems that I offended the Shui family. After losing contact with Su Xiaokai, someone always harassed him, or a new client deliberately came to him and gave him an investigation task that didn't exist at all. In the end, he failed the investigation and was forced to pay money. There was not much money left. He had no doubt that if he stayed in the capital planet, his life would be in danger. Can you really protect me? You couldn't even protect yourself before. Genius is different. Help me, and I can send someone to protect you. Su Xiaokai didn't intend to let go of the pillow that was delivered to her door. Although she had a group of employees to support, it was not impossible to support a hacker and a talent with some detective ability. It's just that his actual detective ability is a little poor, which can be cultivated. He has a brain, but he lacks the ability to protect himself. Xiang Qian hesitated. Then Su Xiaokai said, people can die in the Capital Star without knowing why. Do you think you can escape from the clutches of others if you leave the Capital Star? Xiang Qian, of course not. He just wanted to avoid the limelight and show that he would not go against the Shui family. But the young man died too suddenly. He was afraid, very afraid of death. His money had not been used up, and his dream of making a lot of money had not yet come true. I come now. Xiang Qian turned around, and just after taking 2 steps, his whole body froze. Just behind a pillar, he seemed to see a familiar figure in black. He didn't dare to move. This was a surveillance area. If he was seen filming, he would die in public if he was in a blind spot. Boss, can you send someone to pick me up? I feel like I'm being targeted. It's no wonder Xiang Qian was suspicious. After all, he was just an ordinary person. He could face a corpse, but not a killer. It was amazing to have the courage to film a murder. I send someone named K to pick you up. Su Xiaokai stood up, away from the police, and the principal called K and told him to pick up Xiang Qian. Be careful, there may be someone who wants to harm him. K, don't worry, boss. Before returning to the maintenance room, Su Xiaokai did not give the video to the police. The man in black was very cautious. His clothes had shoulder pads, and it was hard to tell whether his shoes were insoles. He also wore a black mask, sunglasses, and a black hat. In the video, he kept his head down. He was obviously a professional killer. Handing it over to the police would only alert the enemy. The mastermind behind the scene could not be found. Su Xiaokai did not want to solve it himself, but just like going to court, before going to court, if you want to win, you must be fully prepared. Don't do it like today. Not only did we let the thief run away, but the thief died, and the chip is still missing. With the video, it has been 100% confirmed that money belongs to a certain organization. He carried out the theft mission, and he is useless, so he must be killed to silence him. With no spare time to think about other things, Su Xiaokai moved the patent exhibition venue to the next door and rearranged it. The principal helped wipe the table, and Wei Lun helped turn on the lights, doing things silently. Su Xiaokai didn't blame them, but pretended to be angry and let them blame themselves. The principal and Wei Lun, who were in the wrong, wanted to find an opportunity to formally apologize, but unfortunately they didn't have the chance. Around 10 o'clock, the patent person arrived on time, and Wei Lun and the vice principal went to meet him. In less than 5 minutes, a small bus and a shuttle aircraft hovered outside the maintenance room. The shuttle aircraft is very rare, because its excellent defense capability determines its high price, and almost all of them are military-made and rarely sold. Only a few top-rich people have the ability to purchase them. After the shuttle aircraft docked, a man with a similar appearance to Lieutenant General Bai got off the plane, but he looked younger than Lieutenant General Bai, and he didn't look like a grandfather. The man put his hands on his hips and smiled, full of pride. I'm so happy to be on vacation. It's been a long time since I came to visit the school. The driver had a blank expression on his face. A soldier in plain clothes got off the passenger seat, and then another person got off the back seat. The 3 of them were in a serious attitude, in sharp contrast to their boss. The principal came forward, laughed, and said familiarly, It's been a long time since I last saw you, General. Teacher, I'm glad you're still so strong. If I'm not strong, how can I be the principal? I have to be the principal of the military training school for another 50 years. General Bai gently hugged the old principal, who spent the first half of his life in the military and the second half of his life contributing to education. Then he patted the principal on the back and let go. "Let's go and see the children's things. I can't wait." The principal wrinkled his face, and the place where he was patted was really painful. "Okay, don't pat me, an old man, anymore. I can't stand it." "Ha ha ha, okay. General Bai's big hand still fell on the principal's back, but this time, the force was much lighter. On the minibus side, people from the patent office filed down, each carrying a silver square box. The anti-peep and explosion-proof space box is used to store samples. The principal has cleared the area to prevent peeping and theft. No other students and teachers can come in. A group of people from the patent office walked into the maintenance room, and General Bai followed. The people from the patent office need to communicate with the technicians. There are too many patent projects. They can't ask one by one. They can only ask some targeted questions. The principal prepared a stool, and several experts from the patent office talked to Su Xiaokai, while others checked the samples. General Bai was fiddling with samples beside him, looking like an old naughty boy. He was curious and touched everything. He picked up a robotic arm and asked Su Xiaokai directly, "Can I have someone try it?" Su Xiaokai stopped answering the person from the patent office. "It's difficult to measure the effect for a healthy person." "It's okay, I brought someone." General Bai patted the person next to him. He was a disabled soldier who had just come off the battlefield. As soon as General Bai signaled, the soldier immediately followed suit, taking off his long-sleeved shirt, revealing the arm that was temporarily disguised with a simple bracket. After removing the support, it was clear that he had lost an entire arm. The wound had been repaired and smoothed, but one could imagine the cruelty of the war. The people in the patent office were silent. You can be arrogant behind General Bai and the soldiers, but in front of them, you must at least maintain respect. Therefore, they did not show dissatisfaction when they were interrupted. Su Xiaokai stood up and took the mechanical arm held by General Bai. She asked the soldier to extend the other healthy arm to him for scanning. After the scan, the data was transmitted to the mechanical arm, and the mechanical arm automatically fine-tuned the size and thickness. After the preparations were completed, Su Xiaokai tore open the film at the top, revealing a metal that looked like countless silver dots. She stuck the metal to his broken arm. "It may hurt a little, just bear with it." The program started, the silver dots began to extend, and countless thin metal wires kept climbing until half of his shoulder was covered. The soldier in the experiment didn't say a word, and General Bai asked, "How is it? What kind of pain is it exactly?" Who would ask someone like that? Su Xiaokai said, "Don't worry, it won't hurt to the point of fainting. It's just like a needle prick. It will be gone after a while." The armless warrior nodded. "It doesn't hurt too much, just a little sore and numb." "Well, it actually hurts, but not to the point of being life-threatening. It feels like being bitten by a mosquito several times, painful and itchy." The principal and the people from the patent office also looked around, not wanting to act like a brat, but Su Xiaocai's installation method was intriguing and puzzling, and they really wanted to know how she did it. Xiao Xiao, deputy director of the Capital Star Patent Office, has been observing Su Xiaokai. At first, they didn't pay much attention to the patent applied by this girl. They had never heard of the technology, and they all thought she was a folk scientist who wasted her time by making a crazy perpetual motion machine. Later, Zhang Ruikai urged them, so they took it seriously. The more they looked at it, the more incredible it was, because every piece of information she submitted was unexpectedly complete and qualified. I don't know who leaked the news that a group of super technologies were in the hands of Zhang Ruikai's employer. Needless to say, the technology applied by the Shui family was given priority, successfully diverting attention. Not long after, this student named Su Xiaokai submitted a new patent, as if it was mass-produced, from materials, structure, appearance to technology, all done by himself. How could she be so low-key at such a young age? Even the visit of Admiral Bai did not make her excited. She remained calm, as if they were just ordinary guests. The metal filaments were finally covered. When the connection with the nerves was completed, it slowly changed color, and turned into a color close to the skin color of the soldiers. Except for the iconic green belt, the rest of the highly simulated arm. This is a mechanical-biological combination technology that can automatically form new nerves. The sensing principle is slightly different, but it does not prevent it from receiving brain signals. "Okay, you can move now," Su Xiaokai said. The little soldier stretched out his two hands, turned his palms, and slowly moved the mechanical arm. Then he clenched his fists and felt the grip of his palms. His eyes became brighter and brighter. It was amazing, as if he had a new arm. He could feel the squeeze of his palms. He tried various movements, swung his arms vigorously, and punched quickly with a punch wind. There was no doubt that this punch could break all the ribs of a person. Then he tried somersaults, one-handed push-ups, and even handstands. For this mechanical arm, these movements are not difficult, and it is even easier to do than the human body. The soldier was so excited, as if he had been reborn. He touched his arm in surprise, and immersed himself in ecstasy. He couldn't help but ask, "Teacher Sue, how much does this mechanical arm cost? How long can it be used? Can it allow me to drive the mecha again?" Sue Shakai hadn't considered it, and said truthfully, "It hasn't been priced yet. It depends on the materials and the purpose. If it is for military use, the material should be the best, because you have to maintain high-intensity training for a long time, and conservatively estimated that it will last for about 30 years. For ordinary people, 70 to 80 years is not a problem. Machinery is not eternal, it has a shelf life. Like a warship, it must be updated iteratively, otherwise the performance will decline. If the performance decline is not considered, it is not impossible for the mechanical arm to accompany you for a lifetime." The soldier said hopefully, "That is to say, the mechanical arm can continue my career. This is your military business. I can only make sure that the mechanical arm will not affect you from doing anything, just like a normal person. If you want to feel the pain, I can also adjust it for you." Su Shaokai proposed and got the soldier's consent. He couldn't sleep all night since he lost his arm. This mechanical arm gave him hope. She adjusted the 100% touch mode, and the arm would reflect the pain according to the strength of the pressure. With the simulated touch mode, the little soldier felt as if he had never lost his arm. This feeling was wonderful. "General Bai, can this machine be unmanned? Do you want to make it like a drone? Unmanned things can never replace human wisdom. Artificial intelligence can't do that either. It can't completely replace humans to dominate the battlefield. That's a double-edged sword. Humans will become dependent, which is very dangerous. Remote control from a distance is not possible either. There are often types among the insects that can interfere with signals and magnetic fields, so humans are needed to drive mechas to fight against the insects. Highly mechanized things are very useful if used to fight against the same kind, reducing sacrifices. Admiral Bai was certainly aware of this. Don't you still have a guard robot? Show it to me." Xiao Xiao was anxious. This is their patent office's business. They want to finish the work quickly. The deputy director wanted to complain but couldn't, so he could only pull the sleeve of the military training principal. "Does your student really have no teacher?" "No, her father is Su Qian, remember?" Xiao Xiao certainly remembered that Su Qian was very popular more than 10 years ago. He was a maintenance technician, and became a major general. He was a hard-working genius, and had a high reputation in the military. Unfortunately, the genius fell in the power struggle. After retiring for many years, he has not heard of Su Qian again. When did he get married? Who said you have to get married to have children? Xiao Xiao couldn't believe it. Did he give birth to his own child? The more he talked, the more outrageous it became. The principal said, "Adopted." Well, no wonder, it's Su Qian's child. Su Shaokai was taught by Su Qian. Maybe these things have Su Qian's credit. Father Su inexplicably endured the name of genius that he shouldn't have endured. Now he doesn't dare to answer calls from friends and relatives, for fear that they will call to scold him. So innocent. Chapter 90. The process of the Rubik's Cube recognizing its owner is quite complicated. Su Shaokai stood aside, and used a remote control key made separately to open the red Rubik's Cube. The moment it started, turned and transformed, and stood up into a human form, everyone's eyes widened. Originally, I thought that mechanical limbs were incredible, and this thing was more like the technology that appeared in science fiction movies. Admiral Bai burst into a strong interest. "Can I touch it?" His hand was only a palm away from the Rubik's Cube robot. The small cube moved back, and a palm shape appeared on the robot's body. "Su Shaokai, only its owner can touch it safely. I give you a permission authentication." The remote control key brought up a screen, and Su Shaokai entered a series of passwords on it, and clicked to complete. The moment it was completed, the red cube was like a bodyguard who had truly woken up. It bowed to General Bai. "Master, hello, I'm temporarily named Shuangi, responsible for protecting your life and safety. What functions do you have? Can you tell me?" General Bai asked as if it was an artificial intelligence. "Sorry, I don't understand what you are talking about." Su Shaokai, "It has no talent for language. Chatting with it is a waste of time. Then show its protective ability." General Bai said, "What kind of attack can it block?" "It can block ordinary bullets and energy bombs. The space here is narrow, and it is not convenient to show it. It is more suitable to find someone to fight it. General Bai's eyes were burning. As the master, can you ask for this? General. His subordinates disagreed. Who knows if this new type of machine will be dangerous? What if it gets out of control? The strange appearance is very deceptive. It looks like advanced technology, but the patent has not been applied for. If it is just an early product of the laboratory, then there is no guarantee of safety. They do not recommend General Bai to take risks personally. Su Xiaokai, you can let the colleagues who installed the robotic arm try it. General Bai, you will be the protected person. How about it? Okay. General Bai did not waste time and wanted to test Su Xiaocai's technological products as soon as possible to see how powerful they are. The armless soldier patted the robotic arm. Okay. Everyone stood at the edge, letting the red cube fight the soldiers. And General Bai was the one being protected. The red cube tended to guard and defend, and once it counterattacked, it would be a killing move. Su Xiaokai explained to the armless warrior. I understand. You must do your best and kill me with the determination to kill insects. General Bai ordered him. General Bai's subordinates could not do anything about this old naughty boy. Sir, don't make things difficult for me. Why would I make things difficult for you? You don't understand. I know my limits. Just come on. The armless soldier. Understood. Su Xiaokai directly adjusted the protection level of the red Rubik's Cube to the highest level. The armless soldier began to attack General Bai. He punched very quickly, and General Bai stood still. The subordinates watched the fist about to fall on him. A hand made of metal block suddenly stretched out and wrapped around the armless soldier's hand. The first move was perfectly blocked by the Rubik's Cube robot. The armless soldier hesitated for a half beat just now, and seeing that the Rubik's Cube robot could really react, he sped up his movements. He swung his arm out and rushed straight to General Bai's forehead. The Rubik's Cube robot pressed down his arm, blocking half of the armless soldier's body, and raised his hand upwards, and a heavy piece of metal hit his chin. The armless soldier was startled and stretched out his mechanical arm to block. The two metals collided, and the sound was very harsh. It was terrible. He felt the pain from the mechanical arm. If it hit the human body, his hand would be broken. However, it was just the beginning, and the armless soldier didn't finish so quickly, so he continued to attack General Bai. The Rubik's Cube robot responded well and protected General Bai tightly. It moves flexibly and can open an energy net, remembering that its main task is to protect people. Because the fight is getting more and more intense, ordinary people can't keep up with the naked eye. The thumping sound of metal touching scared Xiao Xiao so much that he quickly called for a stop. Okay, stop fighting. If it breaks, we've come here for nothing. They are rough men in the military, and don't know how to be gentle with women. They don't feel sad, but he does. These samples have not been actually inspected, and what should we do if they are damaged? The soldier with the broken arm stopped and touched the mechanical arm reluctantly. It will be returned soon, and he doesn't know when it can be produced. This robotic arm is just a sample. I didn't use the best material. Su Xiaokai saw that he was reluctant to take it off. Why don't you tell me what kind of military service you are in? I can help you customize a robotic arm that best suits you. Xiao Xiao, the sample she gave me was not the best. This is the first time I have encountered such a perfunctory patent. General Bai was pleasantly surprised on this trip. Okay, I will cover the cost of customizing this kid's robotic arm. Mr. Chiu, remember to pass the review quickly. I don't want someone to suddenly come out and say that a certain patent is his. No, we have checked all of Su Xiao's stuff. It's impossible for someone to submit it earlier than her. We can find out once we check it. With General Bai in charge, people with selfish motives won't have any ideas. Su Xiaokai, thank you for your care, Commander Bai. By the way, you haven't seen the safety cabin and mecha among the samples I provided. Xiao Xiao almost fainted. There are still things to try? Can we give them the things first? General Bai put his hands behind his back and smiled brightly. Su Xiao is the pride of the military, but it's a pity that she is unwilling to accept the military's solicitation and work in the military's experimental base. Maybe, instead of a military rank, give him an honor? Su Xiaokai actively showed the results to General Bai. She opened the safety cabin and took the initiative to let the soldiers brought by General Bai go in to experience it. The two soldiers who were thinking about protecting General Bai were gradually attracted by Su Xiaocai's product display. When Su Xiaokai invited them to try it, General Bai mentioned it, and the soldier who got off the co-pilot came forward and sat in without hesitation. The moment he sat in, his whole body was covered with cold liquid, and the mask fell down and stuck to his face, just like adding a mask, not uncomfortable. At the moment of activation, the external world that adapts to the eye distance appears in front of him. He keeps moving his body, and he does not feel restrained. Those things that are like liquid, but not liquid do not hinder his movement. In the safety cabin, people do not feel trapped in a narrow space as in the past. It seems that the whole person and the safety cabin are integrated. The most amazing thing is that your movements are synchronized with the mecha. In the safety cabin, whatever he does, the mecha can do it. To launch weapons and draw out the mecha weapons, you need to cooperate with specific virtual buttons. Everything here seems to combine some functions of the mechanical arm, and the mecha is connected to the mind, making operation easier. Su Xiaokai, next is the shock test. There is this instrument in the maintenance room. She directly uses the mechanical arm to put the safety cabin into the experimental shock instrument. Then she turns on the vibration neatly to test the safety of the safety cabin and the driver's experience. The soldier was a little confused because he didn't know there was such a test. The instrument continued to increase the amplitude of the shock, but he didn't feel it was too big in the safety cabin. There is a layer of liquid to protect himself. The 13th level shock only feels like shock, which does not affect the operation. The center of gravity of the whole person is very stable. It is very different from the old safety cabin. He is an experienced soldier and understands that the new safety cabin has a great protective effect on soldiers. There will definitely be no sudden fall, impact or shock to cause contusion, pain or fracture. This is a subversive innovation. As soon as he got out of the cabin, his whole body was dry and his expression was exactly the same as that of the soldier with a broken arm. He was in a good spirit. There is nothing better than this. They didn't know that Su Xiaocai's research was an epic-making product. They all felt that the current technology has developed to this point. He praised, "The experience is very good, better than ever before." It would be even better if he could change to his own mecha sooner. He was reluctant to part with this safety cabin, and his attachment to it was obvious. It can be seen how much Su Xiaocai's design pleased him, and even a bodyguard with a strong sense of responsibility was distracted. It goes without saying that the low-end version of the Black Wing has no driving function. She only introduced some functions, and said that she had tested them herself, and the functions met expectations. If they don't believe it, then don't believe it. Boss Su only needs to pass the patent, not the patent office to experience driving. Driving is the job of the mecha master, and it is not the turn of the patent office to dismantle her sample into pieces for a thorough study. Without the need for the people in the patent office to ask questions, Su Xiaokai introduced her initial creative ideas bit by bit, and then came up with the final product, without mentioning the experience and process. She might as well say to them, "I have a better idea for future weapons and mecha design, but I can't tell you. So, can the patent be issued quickly? I want to make more money to do experiments. If the patent is not issued, then I can take a few more days off and go home to grow vegetables." This is a threat. How could such a lovely girl say such sarcastic words, as if their patent office would snatch other people's patents? Xiao Xiao strongly refuted in his heart, "I didn't. The rumors in the upper circles are all extortion. The goods are not what they said. Their patent office has never sold the patent holders things so far, and the self-inspection only found the names of a few people who took bribes to tell others to keep the patent secret. It's really a business to take other people's patents. It's very punishable." General Bai looked at the patent office personnel who came to the school, with a warning in his eyes. He not only wants the current technology, but also the future products of little Su. So Su Xiaokai was protected by him. They dared to make trouble, and delayed the progress of military machinery. They would have to bear the consequences. With the help of General Bai's joining, the patent office accelerated the process, tried to ask all the questions that could be asked, and packed up the samples, and took them away. The samples were packed into a silver box, stored properly. When General Bai went out, there were naturally more than these people in the open, and there were more than a dozen soldiers hiding outside the school. They were responsible for protecting the people from the patent office when they left, and also kept an eye on them to avoid accidents of switching packages in the middle of the journey. Unconsciously, they were busy from morning to evening, eating a few pieces of bread and drinking nutritional supplements to fill their stomachs. Su Xiaokai was so hungry that her stomach was protesting loudly. "Ha ha, our little friend is hungry." Su Xiaokai blushed when she was invited by General Bai to have a meal. Originally, the principal invited her, but General Bai was more assertive. "I treat you. It's been a long time since I had a good chat with you." Wei Lun and Principal Min glanced at each other, and only General Bai was qualified to call Su Xiaokai a little friend. Whether the patent can be applied for or not, Su Xiaocai's achievements have surpassed theirs. If Su Xiaokai is no longer a student, they will all call her Teacher Su. I eat a lot, as long as General Bai is not afraid of going broke. Su Xiaokai packed up her things, finally completing one thing, feeling relaxed, and she would no longer have to be so anxious to apply for a patent in the future. Su Xiaokai backed up the video she recorded in the maintenance room today, and if she needs it in the future, she can send it to Fei, which will be helpful for possible unexpected disputes in the future. The group set off under the escort of another team of soldiers. Admiral Bai's dining place could not be entered at random, so they entered a private restaurant. The restaurant is located in a high-rise building above the clouds, with a warm decoration. There are only private rooms, and no outdoor seats. Each private room is watched by a waiter. If you want to avoid being seen, the waiter will notify the person in the private room when it is best to leave. The confidentiality measures are very well done. Su Xiaokai has been reborn for so long, and this is the first time she has come to such a highly concealed place. Today, the clouds are thin, and the smoke-like clouds add a sense of artistic conception to the lights of thousands of houses under the tall buildings. The dishes haven't come up so quickly. Su Xiaokai doesn't even look at other people's faces, and lies on the tatami-covered windowsill to look at the scenery outside. The billboards floating everywhere are colorful, and she stares at them intently. Regarding strategic thinking, she thinks there are too many billboards and there is no order. Although they can only float on the safe airway, they are also dangerous when there are too many of them. Just like last time, it is very suitable for the insect man to use as a stone to hit, and one hit is accurate. If a magnetic storm bomb is dropped, forget it. Why does she worry about this? In the lives of ordinary people, how can they think about so many war risks and everything? The beautiful scenery makes Su Xiaokai feel very happy. She is one of the families living in a happy family. The people behind her are talking about the current situation in a low voice. They want to talk to her, but her childish behavior makes them speechless. When the dishes are served, Su Xiaokai sits back to her seat and eats obediently. Her friends all know that her appetite is a mystery. If the food is delicious, she can eat a lot. This private restaurant is very suitable for her appetite. The taste is very different from the home-cooked dishes made by Zaiwanzi. The color, aroma, and taste are all perfect, taking into account the taste of the customers. The ingredients are fresh enough, and the heat can only be said to be perfect. If you fry it for a longer time, the meat will be tough, and if you fry it for less time, it will not have that kind of wok aroma. Obviously, the most common fried crispy meat is hard to make unpalatable, but it is even harder to make it outstanding. The fried crispy meat here has crispy skin and tender meat. It does not feel greasy even if you eat too much. The combination of meat fragrance and pepper salt will leave a progressive taste in the mouth, with complex changes. Delicious, so delicious that Su Xiaokai couldn't speed up, and tasted each one carefully. 8 people ordered 20 dishes, half of which ended up in Su Xiaocai's stomach. Su Xiaokai satisfied her appetite, patted her stomach, and went back to upgrade Zaiwanzi. These dishes are simply the advanced version of foodies. Your appetite is really enough to eat poor people. Su Xiaokai is his student. Wei Lun knows that she is not petty and can make jokes, so he doesn't deliberately speak to her too politely. Su Xiaokai, girls can say this, men, please don't say it. When General Bai came, how could the chef not come out to meet him? The chef used to be a cook in the military camp. As we all know, the soldiers in the military camp come from many star systems. This chef is studious and is particularly interested in the vegetable markets in various places. Therefore, the chef of this private restaurant has learned many cuisines, integrated and studied them, and achieved his current culinary attainments. The chef exchanged greetings with General Bai for a while, and Su Xiaokai turned into a curious baby, asking this and that, all asking for cooking tips. Little boy, can you cook? Yes. Can we add each other's contact information? I can become your apprentice. What apprentice? It's really rare to become your apprentice just for stuttering. The old principal stopped her and continued. If you want to eat good food, tell me, and I bring you here. Su Xiaokai didn't want to follow the principal, Master Chef. Can't I come to your restaurant for dinner on weekdays? It's a little difficult. I only accept 5 tables a day, and reservations usually have to be made 1 month in advance. Then how did General Bai get an appointment with you? I don't believe he made an appointment in advance. Su Xiaokai knew how anxious the people from the patent office were. The front line had just stabilized. How could General Bai know that there was a holiday at this time? General Bai touched his chin arrogantly. Of course, it's face recognition. You joined the army, so it's okay. No, I'm good at growing vegetables. I'd rather wait in line. Ha ha ha. The chef laughed. He was my lifesaver. He said he would come this afternoon, so of course I couldn't refuse. Oh, then I understand. It's just a meal for saving my life. Of course, I can't refuse it. Not to mention one meal. Even 100 meals should be made in a hurry. By the way, you have a really big appetite. I deliberately increased the amount of food, but you can finish it. Many pairs of eyes fell on Su Xiaokai. Su Xiaokai put down his chopsticks embarrassedly, and the cucumber flowers used as decoration on the plate were spared. Of course, it's because we don't waste. The dishes you cook are so delicious, chef. Well, I come again next time. Well-reasoned and polite, you can't tell that he ate a lot of food. Yes, I don't waste food here. Thank you for coming. Su Xiaokai took the chef's contact information. If she's in a bad mood in the future, she can make an appointment in advance to eat here. She can look forward to it for a month, which is also a good way to relieve her mood. Before leaving, General Bai told the chef alone, if she wants to come here to eat in the future, try to arrange it. Don't look at me like that. I have a bottom line. I'm not an illegitimate daughter, nor am I in a messy relationship. She is very useful to the military. Don't neglect her. The chef nodded and agreed to General Bai's request. It was not a difficult thing. Soon, Su Xiaokai was sent back to the dormitory. She shared the delicious food she had eaten today with Xia Wanzi, hoping that Xia Wanzi could develop her cooking skills well and strive to become the next chef god. Xia Wanzi listened to Su Xiaocai's description and remembered it in the chip. Next time you go to that restaurant to eat, remember to bring me with you. I will try my best to replicate it for you. Xia Wanzi, what kind of caring little cotton jacket are you? Let's go shopping next Saturday and Sunday, and change the material of your little head by the way. Then arrange a blind date for Hua Hua. Chapter 91. Hua Hua. Farmer's pocket. Lying beside her pillow, he had already looked up at her several times. Why is the shit shoveler so popular today? Why is he still not sleeping? Do you want to die suddenly? Su Xiaokai picked up Hua Hua, shielded her arrogant eyes, and put her on the cushion on the ground. Hua Hua always thinks of himself as the master, and wants to sleep in her bed. Su Xiaokai pressed it down. Don't get on my bed, or I'll pull you bald. Hua Hua, who was threatened, did not yawn sadly, but twisted his butt towards her. Such a stingy shit shoveler, he would not sleep if he didn't want to. It was late at night, and Su Xiaokai, who couldn't sleep, was destined to be unable to sleep. Kay suddenly sent a message, saying that he and Xiangqian were in the police station and needed someone to bail them out. The details could not be explained on the communicator. The matter was somewhat related to Su Xiaokai, but not too relevant, so the police asked her to come and bail them out. Su Xiaokai thought it was outrageous. She was not a real adult yet. If she went to bail them out, the police probably thought Kay and Xiangqian had problems with their IQ. The disadvantage of being too calm in dealing with things is that others would misjudge her age. It's too late. It's not safe for a female student to take a taxi. A gentleman should not stand on a dangerous wall. Try to find someone you know. She looked for someone in the contact book. Yu Haiming passed. He was a health-conscious otaku who went to bed early and got up early. He must be asleep at this time. Looking at the security guard's duty roster, Fan Shi was on duty today. Other security guards didn't have cars. Male students were not considered. Their roommates were asleep. They probably didn't even know which way the police station door opened. The only one who had a car was Ji Li. After thinking about it, this person was a night owl. When she looked for him after training, he was still in the duty room. So she contacted Ji Li. Do you have a car? Can we go to the police station together? It was 11:30 in the evening, and Ji Li didn't know if he had slept yet. If Ji Li didn't reply, she could only find Wu Qingqing, who had a car parked in the parking lot. Without waiting for Su Xiaokai to think about who else to find, Ji Li replied, Sure, I wait for you downstairs in your dormitory. Sure. Su Xiaokai put on her clothes, tied her hair into a low ponytail, put on a thin coat and set off. Ji Li had already driven the car downstairs in the dormitory. She sat in the passenger seat and headed for the police station. The streets of the capital star were still full of vehicles at night. Ji Li drove very steadily and very fast. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the police station in the city center. It was difficult to find a parking space in the city center because every car could fly. The streets actually accommodated more vehicles than what was seen, and parking spaces were tight. Fortunately, Ji Li was not short of money. He directly found a luxury car parking platform, parked quickly, and walked into the police station with Su Xiaokai. The lights in the police station were bright, and Ji Li said he was here to bail someone out. The clerk policeman at the front desk condemned in his heart, wondering which parent was so careless as to bring a child to bail someone out. Ji Li, who came with him, showed his ID. The front desk told Ji that Su Shakai could wait in the lobby, and she could help watch over her. Su Shakai blinked innocently, as if a piece of candy was stuck in her throat. "Miss, it's okay, I asked my brother to bring me here, and this is my first time at the police station." "Then don't run around, we have surveillance here." "Yeah, I know I'm very good. Fighting insects in the mountains and seas, it can be seen how naughty she is." Ji did not expose her, patted her on the back of the head, and signaled that someone from the police station would come out to take them into the office. It happened to be Officer Perlin's subordinates. "The subordinates, we just need to take the people in." The police station was very large and solemn. The two passed through the offices of many groups. Some offices were locked, while others were on 2 lights to stay up late to work overtime. There was also an entire office where no one could leave work. They were smoking and refining medicine, that is, working overtime, and everyone's eyes were dark. Needless to say, this refers to the people in Perlin's office. Regarding Su Xiaocai's case, the superiors ordered an expedited response, and the chip must be retrieved as soon as possible, and they were given 5 days. It concerns the dignity of the law enforcement department. Once the military takes over the investigation, it means that the law enforcement department is incompetent. Perlin would rather the military take over, and he would slap himself twice. Look, another case related to Su Shaocai, and other teams threw it to him. Perlin's head started to hurt again when he saw Su Shaocai. As for Xiangqian and Kei, the 2 parties involved, their clothes were wrinkled, their hair was messy, and they looked a little embarrassed. "What's wrong with you?" Su Shaocai asked, noticing that there was a more embarrassed person sitting next to them, with both cheeks swollen like buns, and it was difficult to see his original face. Su Shaocai took a glance and felt that this person was not simple. He was hunched over and looked pitiful, but in fact, he was pretending. He pretended to be an innocent bullied character. Before Xiangqian could explain himself, Perlin said, "They fought with him and broke the neighbor's door." Su Shaocai, "Then, why did you fight?" "Yes, that's the point." Perrin was a little embarrassed to say it, so let the person involved speak. "He spied on me," Xiangqian said aggrievedly. He was a detective, so he knew a little about the law. There was no evidence that the other party wanted to kill him, and the killer didn't carry any weapons to kill him. Kei came to pick him up today, and was supposed to send him to his home. Xiangqian was not a coward. After all, he was a detective, and detective was a high-risk profession. People who made a name for themselves were in even greater danger. He is timid and cannot do it. He is brave, but he is also cautious and sensitive. He took a selfie video of the killer killing people, and after Su Xiaocai's lobbying, he was uneasy. He thought it was necessary to move again, to move under the protection of Su Shaocai. So after returning home, he asked Kei to help move. The killer may not know Kei is there, or he may be confident in himself, and not afraid of anyone. He rushed into the house, and wanted to commit the crime. Fortunately, Kei reacted quickly and fought with the killer before he got the weapon. The killer wanted to escape, but Kei didn't let him go. So it turned into a fight. What could Xiangqian do? He didn't know who sent this killer. What if he was not the same killer as the one who killed people in the bathroom? If he confessed the truth, wouldn't he have offended another person out of thin air? So he could only use this excuse that didn't sound like an excuse to fool the police. He told the police about the investigation that Su Shaocai had asked him to do, and then he also said that he might have offended a powerful force. This gave Su Shaocai an excuse to bail him out. Since that day, Xiangqian moved out of the original place. I didn't expect that this place is still being watched by people. If this person is not peeping at him, why did he break into his house? From Xiangqian's mouth, there is a sense of humor like crosstalk. Su Shaocai almost laughed out loud. Xiangqian is a fat man of about 1.8 meters tall, and he said that someone was peeping at him, and the other party was a man. The reason is really far-fetched. The killer lowered his head. I didn't, I just recognized the wrong door. Recognized the wrong door? Are you blind? Tell me which building you live in. There is a doll wearing only underpants hanging at the door of my house. It is such a vulgar doll. Do you have one? Xiangqian was so angry that he thought to himself that they were here to kill him, but he was still pretending. The killer took out a doll from his pocket. It was a cheap plastic doll wearing underpants. The doll's head was stuffed with a piece of cloth from Nowhere's hair, and its only facial features were a pair of eyes that were slightly crooked. This has gone beyond the category of vulgarity, and directly entered the weird mode. Xiangqian didn't expect the other party to have this trick, and he was inexplicably terrified. Think of a person who kills people like crazy, watches your every move all day, figures out all your behaviors, and owns the things you use to mark your home. Xiang Qian had a terrible guess. This person wanted to replace him. He had cold sweat on his forehead, moved his chair a little further away, and looked at the killer pervertedly. The killer said softly, "So I really went to the wrong house." "Bullshit, you must have a crush on me." The killer was shocked. The police present couldn't hold back their smiles. They usually don't laugh unless they can't help it. Xiang Qian is a ruthless man. He will kill to prove his reputation as a killer. If he can't imprison the killer, he will disgust him. "My underpants doll is custom made. Tell me where you bought it." "You can't tell me. You must have followed me and imitated me. And you say you don't have a crush on me?" Xiang Qian was indeed justified. He bought the doll from a vendor at a roadside stall for 1 yuan each. The vendor guaranteed that the doll was unique because it was a practice work of his 5-year-old son. Such an ugly thing can only be custom made. The customization was made to look exactly like mine. "You don't have a crush on me, so what other purpose do you have?" The killer, who spent $30 to print one, was full of grievances. He couldn't say that he planned to kill the fat guy, then disguised as him, abandoned his body, lived in his house for a while, and then moved away, making a person disappear silently. But he couldn't think of any other reason to refute the fat guy. Xiang Qian pointed at him and said to the police aggrievedly, "Police, you believe it now? He just peeped at me and tried to violate me. Look at the bruises on my arms and the fingerprints on my neck. He beat me. If my friend hadn't been there, he would have succeeded in raping me. You might as well just accuse me of killing you." The killer couldn't stand the false accusation, and meeting the fat man was the Waterloo of his career. It was so disgusting. Since there was no surveillance at the entrance of Xiangqian, there was no evidence that the gentleman who had walked into the wrong house wanted to kill someone, but it was a fact that they had a fight. The compensation had been given to the person who broke the door, and the matter was settled privately in front of the police. For the rest, the police only gave them 2 choices. One was to detain them according to the law, and the other was to say sorry to each other and bail them out. Su Shaokai was able to come here because they all chose to bail. The killer's bailer didn't know when he would come, so Su Shaokai would not waste time with him. Ji Li directly helped to arrange bail. Before leaving, the killer turned his back to the police, looked at Su Shaokai with a squinting eye, and then pulled his upper lip and smiled. The smile was creepy. Su Shaokai also smiled back, full of murderous aura. When the same kind met, the aura collided. The killer instantly realized that the other party was probably also a killer. A girl in her teens felt oppressed by killing so many people. The killer suddenly wanted to explore Su Xiaocai's past and investigate whether she had a criminal record. If he could find evidence and bring her into the game, she would definitely be a top killer. Xiang Qian, who was released on bail, wiped his nose and said, "You're lucky. Next time you dare to appear around me, I call the police. I'm innocent and can't let you ruin my reputation." All the police officers held back their laughter. The killer's face turned green with anger. He was a woman and had no interest in men. His anger was accumulating, but he had no way to deal with Xiang Qian. In addition to his first unsuccessful assassination, he was also insulted. Xiang Qian is also a bully. He is safe, so he can provoke others as much as he wants. Who told him to kill him? Leaving the police station, Su Shaokai passed by the surveillance camera of the police station and quietly waved to the camera, "Thank you for your hard work." The police watching the surveillance smiled warmly. A very cute girl. But Su Shaokai didn't say it to the police, but to the artificial intelligence on call 24 hours a day. Her own Wisdom 03 has been working for it. Don't let it down at the critical moment. The artificial intelligence of the law enforcement department is already quite intelligent. It understands Su Xiaocai's meaning, but doesn't understand why Su Shaokai greets it, and it won't share the video it took with her. Su Shaokai knew, of course, so she sent a message to Wisdom 03, asking AI to save the video of the person who came to bail, and make more backups. Maybe it will be useful in the future. After leaving the police station, Xiang Qian laughed. "Thank you, boss. You're welcome. Remember, you will be my employee in the future. I will enslave you, give you work as soon as possible." Xiang Qian, In view of Xiang Qian's safety, Su Shaokai arranged for him to live in the company dormitory, sharing a room with the security guards. The company dormitory is not Ji Li's property, but Ji Heng's, a duplex apartment. Each apartment has 3 rooms. Xiang Qian lives in one of them, and he goes in and out with the security guards, which is safer. Strict surveillance is installed around the apartment, and the floating surveillance can achieve all round and no blind spots. Once you leave the room, you will be under surveillance. Ensure the safety of employees. Not all employees like to live in such a place, but it is just right for you Haiming and Xiang Qian. After Su Xiaokai settled Xiang Qian, she said to him, "Get organized and start work the day after tomorrow. I need you to check the social relations of a dead little star, and a person with the online name of Nothingness." Nothingness, that is the account that Li Lele gave him last time. He said that just when he finished his design sketch, Xuehui published a more detailed design than his. He suspected that Xuehui had stolen his design, but he had no evidence, so he wanted to find someone who shared the same suffering. Li Lele didn't reply to him, so he gave up. So when Su Xiaokai contacted him, the message fell on deaf ears, and there was no reply. If the account hadn't been updated, and occasionally a night view of the capital star was posted, she would have thought it was a dead account. Xiang Qian had a bitter face. He had just escaped from the killer, and he was going to work. "Can you ask Kai to protect me? Kai is not responsible for protecting you. He is sent by others to protect me. He is my driver." Su Xiaokai would not give Kai to him. He is her exclusive driver. Another security captain, Fanqi, will assign someone else to protect you. Don't worry, they are all veterans and can protect you. Xiang Qian could not protest. He did not even dare to discuss the salary. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. It was too much trouble for Su Xiaokai. The compensation was paid by Kai. The bodyguard was hired by Su Xiaokai. Let's live first. The salary will be settled slowly. You said before that someone from the Xue family harmed you. Do you have any evidence? No evidence. The killer was impeccable, but I think his style of action is very similar to the one who killed me before. He also sneaked into my house quietly. Xiang Qian asked Su Xiaokai, "Boss, do you know any inside information? If I know the inside information, do I need to ask you for evidence? Exercise more. You are out of breath after running a few steps. How can you work with me in the future?" Su Xiaokai nags him. Xiang Qian doesn't want to listen. He can check people and information, but he can't stretch his legs to exercise. He is not that kind of person. Su Xiaokai winked at Kai, "I leave this guy to you. Make sure he exercises." Surrounded by retired soldiers with good character, she didn't believe that she couldn't cure Xiang Qian's laziness. Walking out of the apartment building, a cool breeze blew, and the temperature seemed to drop suddenly. Su Xiaokai, who was wearing a thin coat, shivered. She hugged her arms, hurried back to the car. Back at the dormitory building, the temperature dropped directly below 10 degrees. The abnormal weather was accompanied by light rain. Ji stuffed a coat into her and forced her to put it on before getting out of the car. Su Xiaokai didn't argue with him, muttering, "It's only 10 steps. Do I need to wear more clothes?" Ji rested his head on the steering wheel, his eyelids slightly drooped, and his eyebrows were gentle. "I am a man and a doctor. I am responsible for the safety and health of girls returning to school late at night. If you catch a cold, I will feel guilty." Su Xiaokai blinked. "Is this what the sharp-tongued Dr. Ji said? Thank you. Just thank you? I want a thank you gift." Su Xiaocai's thoughts are a little impure. It's not impossible to give a cheek-hugging gift. Whatever thank you gift you want, you can only ask for free. Ji said seriously, "It would be nice to draw one more turtle." Speaking of turtles, Su Xiaokai was full of resentment. Where is your conscience? Did it get eaten by a dog? Now almost everyone in the school knows that she gave a funny sketch to Dr. Ji, which was as ugly as the home mecha. Someone even asked in the comments section of her account whether the turtle could be published as a set of picture albums. Ji, let's go, little painter, or your dormitory manager will kill me with his eyes. Su Xiaokai turned around and saw that the dormitory manager was holding an unknown metal stick and turning it in his hand, obviously to prevent single men and women from staying in the dormitory. Yeah. Su Xiaokai got off the car and turned around to give Ji a big kiss. Ji saw the dorm manager's sharp eyes and felt wronged. He was not a pervert. The perverts he encountered this early morning were too many, so he was considered a pervert. The next day, Su Xiaokai got up with panda eyes. When Feng Huaxiao was brushing her teeth, she saw a wandering soul passing by in the mirror. "Where did you go last night? When did you go out?" When she was half asleep, she heard the sound of the dormitory door opening and thought she was dreaming. "I went to the police station to drink coffee and didn't come back until 3 in the morning. Xing Miao, who had just woken up, heard Su Xiaocai's words and teased, "Your life is really colorful." "Thank you, I don't want it." Wu Qingqing scratched her belly and yawned without any image. "The police came yesterday afternoon. They should have looked for it this morning. Why did they wait until the early morning?" She was hanging out on the school forum early in the morning, holding up the communicator and pulling up the big screen, which showed a photo of Ji and her sitting in the car. The angle of the photo was not to say that there was any ulterior motive, but it was really well-intentioned. Chapter 92. When Geely gave her clothes, he leaned sideways, and the photos he took had an indescribable sense of intimacy. Wu Qingqing teased, Dr. G's eyes are really good. Su Xiaokai admired this person's photography skills. Who would stay up late at night to deliberately take ambiguous photos? How dare you bring up something so meaningless? No matter how you talk about it, it's just the love between men and women. What's more, she and Geely don't have that kind of relationship. The only one who might be affected is Geely. After all, she is young. Does anyone want Geely to get out? The picture on the key forum is just a screenshot. The title above is actually the deep friendship between the boss of Fifen Island and the shareholders. The picture and the article are very subjective. Su Xiaokai is doing charity to gain fame, so she has to meet with shareholders at night to make money. The charity specifically refers to the 500 yuan game account given to the school. This selling price is a loss-making business. It's not a loss, just not much profit. But she has 2,000 ordinary game accounts every day, and occasionally she sells more when she is in a good mood. In the first month, she earned more than 200 million. Excluding taxes, purchasing servers, modifying waste, venue fees, and other expenses, there is still a slight profit. With so many expenditure items, being able to achieve the first month's profit like Fifendeo Company is already a leader in the industry. What a mess, Su Xiaokai said. The picture and article are from an entertainment website. The relevant content of the school forum is forwarded, and the theme is also intriguing. This is probably a misunderstanding. What do you think? Posted by an outsider, and then forwarded back to imply Su Xiaokai, it greatly avoids Su Xiaocai's practice of calling the police to refute the rumor. There are countless entertainment gossips on entertainment websites every day. They write articles very cleverly. Anyway, you can't win the lawsuit. At most, you can ask the other party to blur their portrait. Su Xiaokai looked at the comments and one comment was pushed to the top. The dormitory manager who was surfing said, whoever made up the story, I watched him with a pair of sharp eyes last night. He was innocent, and at least half a meter away. If you have the ability, don't be timid, stand up and say it. How do you think that other people's private affairs are magnified, meddling in this and that, and provoking a fight? What are you looking at? Look at your own grades. Ha ha ha, our housekeeper is so domineering. That's right, people with no ability point fingers at others and yell. It's not illegal for college students to fall in love. If you want others to see you in a certain way, just use your eyes. The clarification was so sudden. The dormitory manager is always majestic and more effective than the principal's words. After all, she controls your life and knows exactly when you will return to the dormitory and when you will leave. Everything that happens in the dormitory building is under her management. If you want to change a stool in the dormitory, you have to see if the dormitory manager will change it for you. Before anyone else could find the poster apologized publicly. She said she just wanted to let the school know that someone was slandering Su Xiaokai again. It was not a slanderous post. Since you misunderstood, she would delete the post. Before Su Xiaokai could read the comments of others, the post disappeared. Wu Qingqing pouted, you are so scared. Don't you see how popular Su Xiaokai is in the school? Xing Miao hugged Su Xiaokai to prevent her from leaving. Let's talk about what happened last night. Since Su Xiaokai was caught, she didn't hide it. Two things. One is that a student stole my things and lost them. The other is that the employees I hired had a fight last night and needed to go to bail, so I asked Geely to help. Master, why didn't you call us? Do you have the privilege to leave the school? There was nothing to say. If there was someone who could leave the school, he would definitely give priority to the other person. The person who stole your patent was so bold, didn't he think about graduating? I guess they didn't think he would run away overnight. I'm afraid he was from a spy organization or the Shui family. Su Xiaokai never expected that she had wrongly blamed the person, or rather the organization behind MOE. After Admiral Bai learned about the stolen chip, he took the initiative to send someone to assist Perlin in investigating MOE's background. A few days later, Admiral Bai found out about MOE's background. MOE was a spy, but he didn't belong to the 10-star systems. He belonged to a spy from a country outside the 10-star systems. Su Xiaokai was confused. She was in such a big place that she could see all kinds of birds. I didn't expect that she would come into contact with such a spy at such a young age. The universe is so big, it is impossible that there are only 10 galaxies. The 10 galaxies can be regarded as a country, and it has a national name, the Republic of 10 Galaxies. The Galaxy Alliance of the universe is jointly managed by the central government based on the principle of peaceful coexistence. But whether on the internet or in real life, basically no one mentions this name, nor other countries. The reason why it is not mentioned is that the distance between countries is too far, and there are many dangers such as black holes and star fragments in the middle. The lack of space shuttle connectivity has caused many ordinary people to ignore what is happening in other countries. Every year, adventurers ignore official dissuasion and travel through those dangerous routes to other countries. Of course, it is impossible to announce whether there are people who come back. Ordinary people are also not allowed to contact people from another country. According to the official argument, the insect invasions there are very frequent. Since there is a dangerous cosmic road blocking them, they try not to contact there to avoid large-scale insect attacks from there. They are trying to reserve their strength to fight against the Zerg. General Bai has his own way. He told Su Shaokai to be careful of the people around him in the future, and not to easily hand over technology to anyone. If he wants to recruit technical apprentices, he can entrust the military. Or, you can simply give up your legal person status and join us. We can protect you. Su Shaokai cleared the information quickly. I just cleared the information, and didn't see anything. Thank you for your kindness. Don't worry about it. General Bai was amazed. You are too stubborn. Aren't you afraid of death? Do you know a famous saying? Freedom is not about doing whatever you want, but about not doing whatever you don't want to do. I like this kind of freedom. Please don't persuade me anymore. Joining the army, she was really tired of being forced to do things she didn't want to do. Okay, but you are always welcome to join our army. At this time, Lieutenant General Bai sent him more than 10 forms for retired soldiers to apply for background checks. General Bai sighed. His own child tried his best to win over Su Shaokai, a folk genius, and he couldn't hold him back. Do a good background check, and send a few strong security guards to Su Shaokai. The matter about MOE ends here. Su Shaokai cannot intervene and retaliate against a state spy, at least not at her current level. The detained security guards and Li Shanchun have been released. There is no problem with their backgrounds. We have checked again and checked their family trees and relatives. They are genuine natives, with no record of going abroad or committing crimes. They are honest and upright. MOE has been friends with Li Shanchun since he was a child, all because his adoptive parents felt that they needed a tool man to urge him to enter an important military academy. Yes, it was Li Shanchun. Li Shanchun was simply brainwashed by MOE, and became a middle school student and unsociable, and only played with him. The appearance of state spies made Su Shaokai feel a sense of crisis again. So recently, Thiefin Island plans to increase the number of accounts for sale again, and prospective players are surprised and think that Su Shaokai is finally willing to work hard to run the company, which is a cause for celebration. And Su Shaokai, because she will be poor if she doesn't make more money, she worked hard to tinker with a lot of machines in the laboratory this week and spent a huge amount of money. A new round of Saturdays and Sundays is coming, and Su Shaokai yelled in the group, asking who knows where there is a pet store that sells healthy cats. Geely, what kind of cat do you need? Su Shaokai, one that can give birth. The friends who couldn't leave the school and Mr. Wu and others who were outside the school tacitly played ellipsis. What a unique way of choosing. Yu Haiming, shouldn't cats be cute? Su Shaokai, no, I want to choose a healthy female cat that is beautiful in the eyes of cats. Mr. Kai wants to enter the pet breeding industry? This industry doesn't make much profit, and the risks are also high. You have to go through a lot of procedures and certificates before you can sell. Su Shaokai, no, I have a male cat, you know. Xingmi looked at Huahua, who was licking her paws. It was fine, not thinking about love. Why was it so anxious to find a female cat? Feng Wancha's eyes fixed. This may be size preparation for a rainy day. To prepare for Huahua's love in the future. Don't think too much. I'm not so perverted that I deliberately prepare for Huahua in this regard. Su Shaokai picked up Huahua. I'm leaving, Geely replied to me, and said he would accompany me to find a cat. Wu Qingqing smiled. Do you mind if I go with you? I'm a professional at being a light bulb. Su Shaokai, are you still human? You want to be Huahua's light bulb. Xingmu and Feng Wansha burst into laughter. Su Shaokai has no love for Wu Qingqing. Why does Wu Qingqing always want to be biased? Wu Qingqing is very wronged. Don't blame her. It's all Wu Feiyong's fault. Now, if a man gets close to Su Shaokai, she will think he is pursuing her. Wu Qingqing said she would not go. She is not so perverted that she would spend points to go out of school to watch Mao Mao go on a blind date. Master, buy me 3 butterfly cakes. Only food can make up for my broken heart. Okay, as you wish. Su Shakai hummed a song and took Hua Hua and Zaya Wanzi together. Let's go shopping. The fun of shopping is that you can see, hear and touch it, which brings indescribable pleasure. The humanities and architecture can make Su Shakai take a second look. Ji Li has been behind her. The uncle selling butterfly cakes said that he is a good brother at first glance, and is willing to take his sister out to play. Ji Li smiled, and Ji Hung might cry after hearing this. As a good brother, he has always suppressed his younger brother's bloodline, and can suppress him in any way he wants. Sister is pretty sweet-mouthed, and more fun than brother. Ji Li pinched Su Xiaocai's face, making her cheeks red. Right, sister. Su Xiaocai was still eating butterfly cakes, with crumbs filling her mouth. She mumbled, believe it or not, I spray you in the face. Ji Li quickly stepped back and brushed his clothes in disgust. Don't waste uncle's butterfly cakes. The two siblings fought and loved each other, and the boss laughed heartily. I won't waste them. You paid for them. Come back when you have time. On the street, all kinds of small shops are very interesting. In some wider alleys, there are small vendors selling things secretly. Their mobile vehicles are not big, and they will leave immediately when they hear unusual movements. Su Shaokai saw a vendor who didn't slow down to enter the corner in order to avoid the urban management. Like a flexible eel, he pressed the inner curve and rushed. Professional players are extraordinary. Various interesting things in life are played out on the streets of the capital star every day, and Su Shaokai likes to watch them. I almost forgot to arrange a blind date for Hua Hua because of watching so much. Ji Li had to pull her sleeve to prevent her from being too absorbed and forgetting the business. He took her directly to the pet exhibition. Tickets were required for admission, and he had prepared them. After entering the venue, they ran to the cat area. There were also many large cats on display, but they were all closed behind transparent safety windows. Su Shaokai was overwhelmed. It was the first time she saw so many cats gathered together. Hua Hua had no idea how many yawns she had. The poop scooper took her everywhere as soon as she woke up in the morning. Although she was held and did not move, it affected her sleep quality. We can watch the animals later. Hua Hua's blind date is more important. Arriving at a cat activity area that simulates a grassland, Su Shaokai picked Hua Hua up in midair and then let her go, and Hua Hua successfully entered the cat group. Hua Hua's smooth and bright hair makes her the most beautiful cat. The surrounding cats, both male and female, approached her. Hua Hua calmly avoided them. Chasing, the furry fat man flexibly jumped to the highest point of the cat climbing frame, looking down proudly at all living beings. Standing on the high ground, Hua Hua looked particularly domineering and strong. There are little female cats who are obsessed with it. Many cat owners outside the venue smiled with big white teeth. Su Shaokai was very proud. This cat was given to her by her father. It was extraordinary. She and Ji Li didn't care much about Hua Hua. They brought it here just to see what kind of wife it liked, not to let it decide on a wife on the spot. The two of them squatted and teased other people's cats with cat teasers. These cats were much more fun than Hua Hua. They would foolishly circle around the cat teasers. On the other hand, Hua Hua would definitely roll her eyes, as if to say that you are insulting its intelligence by teasing it with this thing. Chui Chui baby, let's not get close to it, okay? It's a local cat, not suitable for you. You are valuable, let's not play with it, okay? The bigger the place, the more weird things there are. The auntie has a sharp voice, but she doesn't speak human language. Su Shaokai looked at her cat, which has pure white fur, big ears, and is skinny, a bit like a fox with shifty eyes. What kind of cat is that? Su Shaokai didn't know much about cats, so she asked Ji Li. Ji Li, a white-eared long-bodied cat, artificially bred, inbred, a breed that became popular a year ago. In other words, the breeding time is not long, and it is inbreeding, so the body is not healthy. No matter how expensive this female cat is, in the eyes of cats, it is ugly. Hua Hua looked down on it and knew it. Su Shaokai did not argue. Hua Hua's wife must be raised by her, and she must not find a pet cat that is tame to the point of not being able to catch mice. For a long time, the high-ranking cat still sat at the highest point, with no one interested. It can tear insects and human flesh with its claws, and it is arrogant and very picky. Hua Hua, come here, let's go. As soon as Su Shaokai said that, Hua Hua calmly jumped down the cat climbing frame, more than 3 meters high, without any hesitation, and landed lightly. Everyone could see the excellent physical fitness of this pretty cub. Hua Hua jumped onto Su Xiaocai's shoulder, patted her face with her paw, and signaled her to stretch her arms quickly. When Su Shaokai bent her arms, it automatically slid down, lay on her arms, and continued to be lazy. But it didn't sleep, Its tail was playing around Su Xiaocai's hand, and it looked around with interest. There were all kinds of cats around, and it was the first time it saw so many of its kind. Its eyes were round, and it tilted its head to look at the little kitten not far away. It meowed twice, stepped on Su Xiaocai's arm, turned its head to look at her, and then stared at the direction of the kitten. Su Xiaocai took a breath. Could it be that you are so shameless and play with cultivation? A slap fell on the head, Jili said. Think more seriously. I have always been serious. Su Xiaocai touched her head, and at this time someone saw that Hua Hua was so fat and asked if he could touch it. Before Su Xiaocai said no, the passerby reached out. The moment she reached out, Hua Hua was alert and her hair stood up, staring at the person. Although she did not attack, she obviously wanted to hide, like she did on the first day she met Su Xiaocai. Su Xiaocai was afraid that it would not be able to hold back and stretch out its claws. It could scratch people like a cat with one claw. So she put Hua Hua in Jili's hand. It's a little shy. Don't touch it casually, it's not good to scratch it. Then she said to Jili, stand high and see far. Hua Hua, you stay with your brother. Brother Ji, don't let anyone touch it. It's not easy to mess with. Jili, so I'm easy to mess with? Su Xiaocai gave him a sweet smile. You are my real brother. You are different from others. Don't care so much. Strangely enough, Hua Hua was not on guard against Jili, but it was obviously more energetic. It actually climbed up and climbed onto his shoulder, squatting there steadily. Jili rubbed Hua Hua's eyebrows with his fingertips, and Hua Hua meowed unceremoniously, as if calling him to follow its poop shoveler. Su Xiaocai led Xia Wanzi into the kitten trading point. There were countless kittens here. Some stalls had kittens in locked windows, and the cheaper ones were in open cages. The key point was that there were also peripherals for sale here. They all looked like super cute cat ear headbands. Su Xiaocai took a large one and put it on Xia Wanzi. It looks good. Do you like it? Maruko's eyes were full of hearts. Okay, buy it, I want one too. She put on the same model, one for each person, and had fun. Jili smiled the whole time. It's really good to have a sister. She doesn't have to be very obedient, just cute is enough. Unlike her brother, I dislike her every time I see her. So stupid that I can't bear to look at her. The pet exhibition also includes the sale of some artificial fur, which feels super soft to the touch. When buying things for Maruko, Su Xiaocai never pays much attention to the price. If you like it, buy it, go back and make it a furry apron and hat. It must be a warm Maruko in winter. After happily buying things, she returned to pick a cat. Because there were too many cat stalls, Su Xiaocai didn't choose much, and stopped at a love stall at random. The cats sold by the stall owner were all mixed-colored, not artificially bred. Local cats were very cheap, 50 yuan each, and the owner's information needed to be registered, and there would be a follow-up visit. Su Xiaocai originally picked a kitten, but when she saw a tabby cat tied with an iron chain, she was attracted by it. It was very thin, with a fierce look in its eyes, and it looked like it had killed countless rats. Boss, why did you lock a tabby cat here? Chapter 93. It's not mine. It should be a wild cat from the neighborhood. It tried to steal my kitten early this morning. I had no choice but to lock it up temporarily. I will send it to a charity organization later. The chain that tied the tabby cat was made of metal. The boss made a statement in advance. I didn't abuse it. I tied it with a rope at the beginning, but it couldn't be tied, so I had to use a dog chain. This cat is very alert. When you feed it food, it will pull it under the table before it will eat. The boss was afraid that people around him would think he was abnormal. People who keep pets are most afraid that customers will misunderstand that he is not good to their pets. Then are you willing to give her to me? I'm a college student. I can keep her in my dormitory. Su Xiaocai asked in a very natural tone. People around couldn't help but look over, and the boss glared, you are a college student, you can just buy a cat. Why do you want this fierce cat? It's very wild. We two big men, one pressed it down, and the other grabbed its neck to lock it. It's okay, I can do it. Do you really want it? Girl, there are many cats here, you don't have to stick to it. As long as she is female, I want her. Su Xiaocai likes hot cat girls. If you raise them, they will definitely give birth to healthy puppies. You won't. Take them back and kill them, will you? The boss heard that there is a pet butcher on the Capital Star recently, called the Pet Killer, who not only abuses cats and dogs, but also kills them for food. He kills every cat he sees, which has caused many people to be afraid to buy pets. The boss's wife told Su Xiaocai this rumor. Su Xiaocai, he is not talking about Isuelu, is he? He is quite amazing. He dares to be so rampant without a backer. With such a wide range of spread, It also has an exclusive title, Killing Pet Demon. Isuelu would probably vomit blood if he heard it. Don't get me wrong, I'm not that kind of person. Su Shakai pointed at Hua Hua on Ji Li's shoulder. I raised it. Is this tonnage convincing? The boss was startled and noticed Hua Hua so fat. Hua Hua's eyes widened, as if he knew the other party was talking about it. You are fat. It is a famous handsome cub in the Sanhua world. The coil is straight and clean, with a lot of hair, not forming a garlic clove, but it is also soft and thick, like the fur of a mammal. It's so nice to pet. Su Shakai fed Hua Hua cat food made of insect man's meat to comfort it, and make sure it didn't scratch Ji Li. The boss saw that Hua Hua was indeed well fed, and he also wanted to give the tabby cat a good home. If a tabby cat is so fierce, if no one adopts it, it will be humanely destroyed in a few years in a charity organization. It's agreed that it's none of my business if it scratches you. It's okay, I rely on the cat's power. Everyone, ? Su Shakai took Hua Hua and said, Come, Hua Hua, come and bite it, subdue it, and we will take it home. When the tabby cat saw the strange adult cat landing in front of it, its fur stood up, and it was panting. Hua Hua turned its head to look at the poop shoveler, as if to say, Are you really going to spit at it? Go quickly, do you still want a wife? Hua Hua didn't understand. It only knew that the poop shoveler wanted it to fight the tabby cat. It snorted, kicked the tabby cat in the face, and then quickly stretched out its claws, a series of meow punches. The tabby cat was stunned before it could react. Hua Hua's deterrent power was so strong that the cats who were watching the show and meowing were silent, and everyone hid at the farthest point in the cage. The invincible tabby cat was defeated for the first time. It purred and wanted to fight back, but it was no match for Hua Hua. Hua Hua, who was a crushing strongman, meowed to Su Shakai in victory. Su Shakai fed Hua Hua 2 grains of cat food. You are awesome. Hua Hua was very pleased, and the owner was a cat expert. The main reason was that it didn't dare to provoke Su Shakai, and the instinct of the small animal made it behave itself. Su Shakai slowly stretched out his hand to the tabby cat. But the tabby cat was convinced by Hua Hua, not Su Shakai, and it fiercely showed its claws, and didn't let Su Shakai touch it. Hua Hua slapped it, and stepped on its face, not knowing how to be gentle and considerate. Meow, if you are fierce, I will be fierce to you. The tabby cat then lay down. He tried to touch the back of the tabby cat's neck again, and the tabby cat could not make a sound. Su Shakai opened the chain, and at this moment, the tabby cat jumped up and tried to escape. The ending was doomed. The defeated opponent still wanted to run, but Hua Hua showed unprecedented ferocity, grabbed it hard, and bit it with open fangs. After biting it, the tabby cat was completely obedient and crawled on the ground without moving. Su Shakai touched Hua Hua's head. Okay, stop biting me. I'd bury you if you kill me. Listen, is this human language? Seeing the cat food handed to her, Hua Hua opened her mouth and ate it then. Meow meow meow, judging from the tone, she cursed a little dirty. The tabby cat surrendered. It had to surrender, it couldn't beat it. The animal world always speaks with force. And Su Shakai is really a cat-powered person. Everyone saw her smug shamelessness. She easily picked up the tabby cat, and the skinny little guy's tears and snot flowed. Are you touched? Dare not move. The tabby cat looked at Hua Hua, afraid that it would beat it again. Su Shakai successfully got a free female cat. After confirming the gender, she put the tabby cat into a cage at the boss's house. Su Shakai looked at the price. It was really expensive. Brother G, give me a cage. You haven't given me a birthday present. I have given you bamboo shoots and paintings. Ji Li, ? You have so many bamboo shoots, and you still charge me. Now you want to pick my pocket again. Ji Li said so, but he did not hesitate to pay. Seeing her face turn from painful to sunny, he laughed at her cunning. Su Shakai was full of joy. Don't worry, brother, I won't charge you for the fresh bamboo shoots next time. You will make a lot of money. Ji Li, indeed, she made money. She made money, because she will continue to charge money next time. Throwing the tabby cat into the cage, Su Shakai happily went to the next stall. Hua Hua fought, and it seemed to be wild, and wanted to kick the cat when he saw it. Su Shakai held it down, letting it know who is the boss, and only go up if you are allowed to, and if you are not allowed to go up, you should stay coiled obediently. Hua Hua, who grew up in the wild, also knows what it means to eat every meal and every time you eat, and was soon pressed down by Su Shakai, and turned back to the vigilant look of looking around. Later, Su Shakai bought another kitten with all black fur and white and green fur. It was already weaned, and the price was affordable. It was not a rare breed. All 3 cats were placed in a cage. Maybe because the kittens had just been weaned, the tabby cat did not show any aggression, and watched the two kittens play very tolerantly. After buying everything, Su Xiaokai was satisfied. Suddenly, I heard a hysterical cry. I looked over and saw the woman who had just disliked Hua holding her cat and yelling. She pointed at someone and said that he stepped on her cat to death. The man had half of his arm broken, and a tray hanging around his neck, which he used to sell items. There was also a little girl about 3 years old beside him. The little girl looked at the woman on the ground in confusion, and asked the man with the broken arm why she was crying. "It's okay. Her child died, so she's sad. Grandpa will take care of it. Don't worry." The man with the broken arm was helpless, looking around, hoping for a security guard. His trouser legs were pulled, and in order to maintain balance and protect the peddling tray, he could only reason again and again, hoping that the other party would be more rational. "Your cat is dead, although it is worthy of sympathy, but I didn't step on your cat, I am sure of this." "You did step on it, you have to pay. I bought my treasure for 100,000. Su Xiaokai was curious. That cat, is it worth 100,000? She thought she had a very broad aesthetic standard, and after seeing too many insect people, she thought other species were handsome. But the weak cat just now had sparse hair and a crooked face. Su Xiaokai could hardly equate it with 100,000 yuan. That breed of cat is hyped up. In fact, it is not worth much. That kind of cat has too many defects. After a while, it will probably become extinct in the cat world. The genes are not good to begin with, and they are always in a state of genetic collapse. They are destined to have a short life. Madam, I really didn't step on you. You are a cripple, can you feel it? Even if my baby Tsuetsue was not stepped on to death, she was scared to death by you. The man hit his granddaughter behind him. That's enough, you can't frame me. Even if I'm disabled, I still have dignity. If you think it's my fault, call the police and retrieve the surveillance. If I did it, I admit it. If it wasn't me, you have to apologize to me." Since the woman cried so pitifully, she received a lot of sympathy, so some people advised the man to just pay the money and not make a big fuss. Some people also stood on the man's side. He's just a peripheral seller, how can he get 100,000? You are in the same group, right? Su Xiaokai handed the cage and Hua to Ji Li, who pulled her. You want to help the grandfather and grandson. They may not thank you, and they each have their own opinions, which is too one-sided. You think I don't know? Don't worry, I go find evidence. You see, this is a major traffic artery, connecting various exhibition halls. If it is not resolved quickly, it will be blocked. When she was kind for once, looking at the man and his granddaughter, she seemed to see the embarrassment that old man Su had brought her with him. The woman with snot and tears hugged the cat tightly. Su Xiaokai squatted down, put on gloves, and pinched her hand. The woman's arm was numb for a while, and she let go with a cry. The long-bodied cat with broad ears fell into Su Xiaocai's hands. Su Xiaokai performed a preliminary autopsy on the cat. Its body was stiff, its tongue was exposed, its eyes were wide open, and it looked ferocious. Spreading its fur, one could clearly see the marks of strangulation on its neck, as well as countless crescent-shaped nail marks. Not only was it abused during its lifetime, but it also had to follow its owner's evil deeds after death. It was too miserable. This cat was not trampled to death, but suffocated to death. It has been dead for half an hour. Su Xiaokai threw the cat back into the woman's arms. You better stop blackmailing me here. The woman looked up, hatred in her eyes. What does it have to do with you? I remember you. You are the poor man who raised a cat. Are you in the same group as the old man who stepped on my baby to death? How my cat died is not your turn to judge. Su Xiaokai, oh, then call the police? It doesn't cost money to call the police. It's 100,000 yuan. Can they let you blackmail them for nothing? I didn't blackmail him. It was his granddaughter who ran out on purpose and scared my baby to death. You just said that the uncle stepped on your cat to death, and now you say the cat was scared to death. So which one is right? In the final analysis, I just don't want to lose money. The woman mocked Su Xiaokai as a poor guy. Poor people are troublesome. They can't even afford 100,000. Yeah, you are generous. You are a rich woman. Don't worry about the 100,000. Su Xiaokai stood up. Uncle, little sister, you go. Don't worry about her. It's not easy for you to make money. Every minute is precious. Don't let her delay you. You can't leave. Pay me money. The woman rushed to the little girl. Su Xiaokai grabbed her collar from behind. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't get out of Su Xiaocai's palm. Someone was willing to step forward, so the man and the little girl bowed and thanked him, and walked away quickly. When the man was out of sight, the woman shouted, Do you know who I am? I am from the Yi family. If you offend me, you will die a miserable death. Yi family? Su Xiaokai turned to look at Ji Li, who was standing next to Su Xiaokai with a cat hanging on his body. Even those who knew him had to look at him several times before they could recognize that this was Ji Li, because the temperament was too different. In the past, he was like a nobleman who was out of reach, but now, he is no different from an ordinary handsome guy, with a gentle and amiable temperament. The mistress of the Yi family. Ji Li said. Huh? She has changed so much. She looked up information before, but although she didn't find much, she had seen photos of the mistress of the Yi family. The mistress's facial features were not bad. Because she took good care of herself, she looked like a young woman who was not familiar with the world in the photos. The woman just now must be over 100 years old. She had heavy bags under her eyes, deep wrinkles on her face, and looked haggard. Su Xiaokai was very good at recognizing people, but she couldn't recognize her at all. She had completely changed into a different person. Hearing Ji Li recognize her, the woman looked at Ji Li's face carefully. Her expression suddenly changed. She quickly got up and ran away, even abandoning her beloved Suetsue, throwing her on the ground. Ji Li. There are too many technologies and hard work on her face. Maybe she got poor all of a sudden and didn't go to a genuine beauty salon. Some beauty salons are only for short-term business. They will cheat you to pay and then withdraw. And the beauty treatments are not regular, which will cause all the previous efforts to be in vain, and the face will quickly collapse. How terrible. Yi's mistress and Yi Suelu are pushed down by everyone. Are they completely unable to get up? The Yi family used to support them, and probably gave them a lot of money. If they had consciously planned their wealth, they wouldn't have lived like this. I remember she seemed to be dating a rich man again. Wisdom 03 and the Law Enforcement Department's artificial intelligence have always tracked Yi Suelu's whereabouts, but he often changes rental houses and rarely steps out of the door. The community where he lives now has a lot of surveillance, but it is not connected to the Law Enforcement Department's artificial intelligence, so it is impossible to track him in detail. No one dares to want it. A mistress without the blood of the Yi family may still be able to find a man to rely on. With Yi Suelu, all men tacitly agreed not to mess with this woman. Now she could only get money from her son. Yi Suelu is a very patient guy. She and Ji Li strolled for a long time. They swept all the snack stalls around. Ji Li was responsible for buying, and she was responsible for eating, never wasting. Now she is so strong that she knows which nearby food is bad, and which is worth buying. After eating and burping, Su Xiaokai wanted to go back to the laboratory first, planning to ask the security guard to take care of a few cats. The cats have not been dewormed or injected yet, so it is not suitable to take them back to the dormitory. Ji Li had no objection to this decision. He just came out to accompany her. The two returned to the exhibition venue. Their car was parked on the roof of the exhibition building, and they needed to go up from the exterior elevator. When they walked to the south gate of the exhibition, Su Xiaokai suddenly looked at the tall building in the distance, and a deep chill crept into her heart. Something was locking on them. Xia Wanzi reminded, Kai, there is danger. Su Xiaokai quickly threw out two protective devices, and a sniper bullet with super penetrating power shot over. Su Xiaokai pulled Ji Li to lie down, and with a very light bang, one of the protective devices broke, and no one else felt anything unusual. Ji Li moved slightly, and Su Xiaokai held him down to prevent him from getting up. The enemy was targeting Ji Li. She didn't feel the crisis was over, so she quickly threw out two more protective devices, and covered the two with a shield. Boom! Dozens of light bombs flew right over her head and exploded. The high heat of the explosion swept around. The four stacked protective devices shattered, and Su Xiaokai held them tightly with a shield, her ears buzzing constantly, and her eyes blurred. The strong wind that followed the heat wave dragged her and Ji Li away from their original position and hit the wall. The explosion was not large, but it caused huge casualties. People were lying around, some died on the spot, and some wailed. She didn't know who the next attack was aimed at, but it was certain that staying here would be worse. The enemy might decide whether to pursue again to confirm that the target was dead. He took out a hemostatic pill and a tube of nutrient and swallowed them. The bleeding in his ear stopped, and his blurred vision became clear. Su Xiaokai asked Ji Li, "Are you injured?" Ji Li, "No." The cat in his arms was fine, and so was Xia Wanzi. They were well protected by Su Xiaokai. Su Xiaokai put Xia Wanzi away and said, "We have to leave. You can't stay, follow me closely, and take your car later, otherwise it might be installed with something." Ji Li certainly understood, and the burning heat behind him reminded him that his life was saved by Su Xiaokai, and he believed her. "I know, I listened to you." Su Xiaokai held his hand. "Let's go." The soft hand was calloused, but it was reassuring. Geely held it tightly. The two returned to the building. Su Xiaokai called Kei and ordered him to come. Then she set a location and asked him to wait for her at that coordinate. Because the two were too dusty, it was easy to be recognized as coming from the explosion site. They came to a women's restroom in a remote location. Su Xiaokai pushed Geely in, confirmed that no one was inside, quickly changed his clothes, put a wig on him, added a baseball cap, and then put on a mask. The whole process took less than a minute. Geely felt extremely excited. What should I do next? First, check if there are any criminals outside. Wait here. Su Xiaokai rubbed her face, adjusted her expression, and walked out of the bathroom. Two cosplay-playing gun-wielding men walked towards her in the corridor. Most people might think they were not threatening, but Su Xiaokai was tense, knowing that the guns in their hands were real. She did not ignore them and walked away, but said nervously, "Brother, did you hear the noise? What's going on? Someone is setting off fireworks in broad daylight." Su Xiaokai wore a black leather jacket, chewed gum in her mouth, and deliberately painted her eyes black, looking like a middle school girl. "We don't know either. Little sister, is there anyone inside? Someone as short as you, wearing a white t-shirt. I've never seen her. Is she your friend?" "Yes." "Oh, I don't know her. Please make way. I want to go out and see what's going on." Su Xiaokai wanted to leave, but two big men blocked her way. Chapter 94. "Little friend, I'm sorry. Don't go to watch the fun, come with us." The two big men held guns, and would rather kill the wrong person than let him go, so it would be right to take him as a hostage first. Su Xiaokai was confused and angry. The other party treated her as a soft persimmon, which she couldn't tolerate. She stayed in the laboratory, and paid so much money just to protect her personal safety. How could she be threatened? The two big men twitched and fell down under Su Xiaokai's gaze. Two small mechanical spiders crawled out from their necks and returned to Su Xiaokai's feet. Su Xiaokai picked them up and put them in the bag. They are loaded with a lot of electricity and a small amount of paralysis drugs. If the amount is not controlled, greedy people can also be knocked down by them. Su Xiaokai patted their faces to make sure they fainted, and took them to the bathroom one by one. "Brother Ji, come and help, take off all their clothes." Geely pursed his lips. It was the first time he did this kind of serving people thing. His gestures were extremely unskilled. It was normal for him to give them a light kick. "Are we leaving immediately? Their target may not be us." Geely was surprised. Could it be someone else? Just now they said they were looking for her. Do you think the enemy would say who they were looking for? They are mercenaries. Their guns are all old. They are not in the same group as the attackers. The people who attacked us have more advanced weapons. We can't analyze how many groups they have at the moment. If we leave casually, we may be ambushed by another group of people on the way. She had been wearing headphones, and Wisdom 03 was watching the surrounding surveillance remotely and giving her information. Two forces are invading the exhibition surveillance. Do we need to interfere? Are the intruders very skilled? Su Xiaokai took out a fiber rope that was difficult to cut, and tied the man who was stripped to his underwear to a kneeling position, with his hands and feet connected in series. This position has a bit of a very difficult to describe taste. Wisdom 03, not very good, about the same level as Isuelu, a second-rate hacker. Su Xiaokai didn't see Ji Li's strange look, and then tied the second one. Can their surveillance see me? Or just replace the previous date directly? Wisdom 03, replace? Replacing the screen will be easier to operate, but it is not easy to replace the place where the explosion occurred before. Did the Law Enforcement Department's artificial intelligence find it? Wisdom 03, no. The Law Enforcement Department's artificial intelligence is flawed. It is fine for daily supervision, but it is difficult to prevent regional invasion. The workload itself is large, and it is difficult to extract the intelligence system to resist. It can be checked afterwards, but it takes time. The hacker knew this and acted recklessly. Have they replaced it now? No. Su Xiaocai's mind raced. If they haven't replaced it, it means they don't want to be discovered for the time being and will only use it at a critical moment. After they successfully replace it, play with them. Su Xiaokai first gave this command to Wisdom 03. Then Wisdom 03 took the initiative to report, "Master, I'm sending you a piece of news, please check it." Su Xiaokai turned on the communicator, and it was the news of her death. Entertainment websites push news very quickly. They filmed the scene where she and Ji Li hugged each other and fell to the ground. In just 5 minutes, the news was flooded with information that she was dead. Su Xiaokai simulated the enemy's plan in her mind. What was the purpose of killing a well-known internet celebrity first? What did they want? Making a feint to the east and attacking in the west? Or luring the snake out of its hole? She and Ji Li were right to leave the scene just now. A certain organization might be luring people out. No, there is another possibility. There are 3 groups of people who are calculating their own goals. Some want Ji Li dead, some want her dead, and some want to take her hostage, which is not a conflict. Those bombs are really hard to avoid without being prepared. If the people who killed her came for the news of her death, it is very likely for the game. At present, the game is the most coveted thing for her. But it spread too fast. It seems more like it was done on purpose. Su Shaokai suddenly had an idea and thought of General Bai. General Bai went in and out of the school and had communicated with her. Someone must know about it. Students can be infiltrated by other countries, and spy organizations can also arrange people to enter. The capital star has mecha control, and mecha cannot be used at will. Admiral Bai, who cannot drive mecha, is very likely to become the primary target of those resistance organizations. But why did they have to spread the news of her death without confirming her death? Su Xiaocai's eyes were deep. Ji Li's name did not appear in the news, and they did not know Ji Li's identity in advance. If the enemy had checked the Ji family, the news would definitely mark him. If he died, his influence would not be less than hers. So the sniper rifles were fired by a single group of people, aiming at Ji Li. The people behind them wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, to see how important she was to General Bai. Whether the other party was the same group or different people, the purpose must be to test her. Even the group that lured the snake out of the hole planted a spy among the group that wanted to kill her. If General Bai contacted her at this time, it meant that she was someone who could influence General Bai. Thinking about it the other way around, General Bai might have a spy around him who was observing him at ease. This is not her overthinking. Not many people know that Su Shaokai is a tech expert. If the insiders have not been exposed, they may misunderstand the relationship between her and General Bai. 03. Send an anonymous message to General Bai, telling him that there may be spies around him now. Don't contact him. It's safe. Wisdom 03. Received. General Bai should not be that stupid. I'm afraid that General Bai also came to the pet exhibition in disguise. While Su Shaokai was thinking, Ji Li was also thinking about a question: who wanted to kill him? First, he doesn't participate in family affairs, and second, he has no military or political status. Who can a school doctor offend? Who would benefit from his death? Su Shaokai thought it was better not to think too much. It was too complicated. Who knew how many forces were playing the game? Escape first. She reported to Lieutenant General Bai that she was safe. You won't die. Don't believe the news. Su Shaokai analyzed her current situation. There were probably countless mercenaries outside the exhibition, but they would not dare to stay for too long. If they were discovered, they would be imprisoned for at least 10 years. On the other hand, it also shows that the enemy must be very rich. The people who hired them must be very rich. Su Shaokai stuffed the heads of the tied mercenaries into the not very clean toilet. She sincerely wished that when they woke up, their hearts would be filled with huge shadows. She was such a good person that she didn't kill these 2 people and gave them a chance to reform. There was constant commotion outside. Su Shaokai checked their guns. The lethality was very limited, and they were not controlled weapons. As long as they carried life-extending medicine and stopped the bleeding, they would be safe and sound if they were sent to the hospital. Su Shaokai simply dismantled the gun, took the bullets and a piece of spare parts, and continued walking with Ji Li. They did not follow the crowd to the exit, but went to the elevator and took the elevator directly. The alarm in the exhibition center kept ringing. Anyone with a little safety awareness knew that it would be very dangerous not to take the elevator. Su Shaokai went the other way and took the indoor elevator to the parking lot on the top floor. She made the right decision. There were people lurking at the 4 gates, and there were also people waiting in the 8 emergency escape passages pretending to be ordinary people, and it was difficult to tell their identities. Taking the elevator was very different, but it effectively avoided the mercenaries. The parking lot was open air, and many people didn't know what was happening outside. But they understood the meaning of the alarm, and many people who were close to the parking lot rushed up the stairs and drove away. Kay hadn't come yet, not so fast. At this time, it was Wisdom 03's turn to appear. Su Shaokai looked around and found a hidden corner near the elevator. There was a huge parasol above her head to block the strong sunlight. The parasols are charging piles in the exhibition center. There are countless parasols on the top floor, and surveillance cameras are also set up above. They monitor incoming cars from all directions, and can automatically notify car owners to pay when cars enter or leave. Su Shaokai squatted behind a car, pulled out the socket of Wisdom 03, and connected the data cable under the parasol. With the cable, Wisdom 03 can control the entire exhibition center more smoothly. At the same time, it notified the artificial intelligence of the law enforcement department. Wisdom 03 has worked behind that little idiot for so long that it has figured out the logic of the other party's program. With a greeting, many non-confidential places can be looked at will. Whatever you do next, just block it. But it won't be blocked this time. While analyzing the surveillance of the exhibition center, Wisdom 03 gave credit to the AI of the law enforcement department. The AI happily converted all the analysis graphs into its own graphics and texts, and sent them to various departments. The people in the police station felt like they were dreaming that the AI reacted so quickly. Usually, this thing is like a sloppy worker, sometimes working and sometimes not, either slow to analyze or no movement. If you wanted to track a person, you have to lower the temperature a few degrees to cool it down. All law enforcement agencies have an illusion that the technical department has updated it. The work efficiency is not the same as the same artificial intelligence. But it works fast, which is always good. The exhibition buildings were all built by the first-level defense engineering team. Dozens of bombs were blown up, which damaged some fur, and the exhibition gate was gone. The building did not collapse, and did not cause multiple injuries. They did not find Su Xiaocai's body at the explosion site. So some mercenaries hijacked dozens of people, under the command of the leader of this operation, and made them squat in a corner of the building. 2 gunmen pointed at the heads of several of them, and broadcast live. "We only need one person, Su Xiaocai. As long as she replaces them, we will release them immediately." This further confirmed Su Xiaocai's guess. Some people wanted her dead, while others used the news to lure others into action. At this time, the group of hostage-takers used a loudspeaker to prove that the news was fake news. So it is certain that this is the group that wants her dead. To put it nicely, it is a hostage exchange. To put it bluntly, it is because the mission was not completed, so they want to find her out and then kill her. Are they mentally ill? She is not a law enforcement officer, let alone a military officer. What obligation do she have to listen to them? Not to mention that Su Xiaocai herself didn't want to, the police wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Strictly speaking, Su Xiaocai is just an ordinary person, and she doesn't have to do what the criminals say. Why do they want Su Xiaocai to be a hostage? Is Kai the illegitimate daughter of some important person? What did she do to offend someone? It's possible that her game touched someone's cake. The Fifan Island project is so popular, so far I haven't seen any back-end technicians, and I can't recruit anyone, so I can only look for it from her. Most people have the same idea. The fact is, there is indeed this reason. Now they are holding people hostage to delay time. It would be best if they can lure Su Xiaocai out, but it doesn't matter if they can't, because they are going to retreat. No matter how wide the coverage of artificial intelligence is, it will take some time, not to mention that artificial intelligence is only responsible for public monitoring and cannot control private monitoring. They have calculated it accurately. Terrorist attack, diversion, waiting for the police to respond, and then the law enforcement department to react to what they want to do, the whole process can give a buffer of half an hour. But what they didn't know was that, when they plotted against Su Xiaocai, they were doomed to fail. Report to the master, General Bai was found on the top of the exhibition building on the right. More than 30 people surrounded him. Wisdom 03 reported the most urgent incident. The second most urgent thing was that someone asked her to go to the main entrance of the pet club as a hostage. Don't worry about the second thing. The police are not dead. They dare not agree to let me exchange hostages. They have no right to do that. This is the advantage of being an ordinary citizen. As long as she is not an official, no one can force her to do something she doesn't want to do. It's not that having a stable job is bad, but once you have one, you have to take responsibility. I worked too long in my last life. I'm tired of it. It's good to be a free man. Su Xiaocai saw from the surveillance that Admiral Bai, dressed as a beach uncle, was kicking slippers and dealing with people, and his subordinates were also caught in the battle. It is difficult to smuggle a large killing force into the capital star. As long as it is through formal channels, or like Su Xiaocai, placed in the space button, the weapons equipped for the mecha are all marked. It is estimated that there will be no second wave of the bombs that just exploded in front of the door. So the people who attacked Admiral Bai used only silenced guns and energy bombs. More than 30 mercenaries, not that powerful. Admiral Bai has many tricks. Even without mecha, he can still fight these people to a draw. Although he was injured, he was not exhausted. As expected of an admiral, Su Xiaocai saw all his responses, and his strength was definitely higher than hers. In a pure fist-and-foot fight, she would lose 100%. Su Xiaokai chuckled and started to take out her weapons. She took out 5 bodyguard robots, 5 training robots, and then the drone. Give Wisdom 03 a command, and Wisdom 03 immediately launches the elliptical anti-weight drone, which clamps 10 Rubik's Cubes and flies to the next building. The drone flies over the exhibition building next door and drops the robot. When the 10 Rubik's Cubes were dropped, the criminals all thought they were bombs and turned around and ran away. Only Admiral Bai knew what it was. Staying where he was, looking up and laughing, once the Rubik's Cube robots appeared, it was their home court. They were immune to bullet damage, and they could deploy plasma shields in the face of energy bombs, and they had the characteristics of being fearless. Kill gods when you meet them, and kill Buddhas when they stand in your way. The Rubik's Cube warriors are the ultimate nemesis of humans on the ground. Unless their power system is destroyed, they can keep fighting. The red Rubik's Cube is responsible for beating the criminals, and the blue Rubik's Cube is responsible for attacking their mental power. Well, Wu Qingqing and the others know very well that the blue Rubik's Cube robots have a very insulting characteristic. They like to spank and slap those who are not their opponents the most. Su Xiaokai deliberately increased this mechanism of the blue Rubik's Cube. A group of people lost their advantage, and were beaten by the red cube and couldn't stand up straight, howling. Then, the face and buttocks were severely hit, and the blue cube was like a responsible head of the family. No criminal was exempted, and they were all given a loving education. The subordinates, who were a little worried that General Bai would die here, couldn't help laughing. It was obviously a very serious scene. Ji Li, who was watching the show, also covered his mouth with laughter. It was too funny. How could Su Xiaokai be so coquettish? The enemies were knocked unconscious one after another, and General Bai's subordinates tied them up. More than 30 people are not enough for the Rubik's Cubes to play with. The operation failed. It was an unfair and disgraceful defeat. Su Xiaokai laughed very happily. If the enemy loses, they must lose disgracefully to relieve their anger. Su Xiaokai sat cross-legged and typed a string of codes with a milk stick in her mouth. Ji Li stared at the milk stains at the corners of her mouth. She seemed to like dairy products. She was really a child. The assassination failed. Dozens of people suddenly came up the stairs in the exhibition parking lot. There were men and women, and their eyes were vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Some of them wore glasses, some wore earrings, and some did not wear them at all, but hung earphones on their ears. They were undoubtedly mercenaries, and each of them was as strong as an ox, and none of them was weak. Su Xiaokai took out the eavesdropping device slowly. The content of those people's earphones was transmitted to Su Xiaocai's earphones. She could not ignore the burning eyes around her, so she took off an earphone and stuffed it into Ji Li. Employer, retreat, do not stay, make sure the weapons are not stained with any sweat or fingerprints on the body, and throw them all away. We didn't succeed at anything, so we're just going to retreat? You can't leave the hostage-taking link. You need to compensate us for our losses. Have you solved the surveillance here? Don't go too far, that's the person you don't want. You should thank us for helping you get rid of him. If he died during your employment, it will be within your compensation scope. Why do you care about what happens to us internally? The employer was obviously so angry at the mercenary that he could hardly speak. I have asked people to switch to an unmanned screen, retreat. Su Xiaokai raised her lips, thinking beautifully. How could she be passive every time she was attacked? Of course, she would take the initiative to attack, and then ask General Bai to reimburse her. It was time to show her powerful technological power. The tiny nano spiders crawled stealthily along the ground. After those people threw away their weapons, they got into the car. The little spider had a clear goal and climbed under their car, temporarily not starting tracking to avoid being discovered. After the mercenaries withdrew, the drone returned to Su Xiaokai. Su Xiaokai asked Wisdom 03 to change the mode of the drone. The two drones suddenly transformed into mechanical bodies with the ability to climb. The loading capacity is slightly stronger than the flight mode, and it can walk on any terrain. Su Xiaokai also called them mechanical cats. The mercenaries escaped, and there are also hostage-taking gadgets. Su Xiaokai equipped the mechanical cats with tracking smoke bombs and electric light paralysis bombs, which are weapons that will not hurt people's lives, but will attack indiscriminately. Chapter 95. Considering that the other party might wear insulating clothes, Su Xiaokai also made a powerful chili pepper bomb and brought a bodyguard cube. There are all kinds of gadgets in the space hub, a lot of technological products. If Admiral Bai saw it, he would definitely be speechless. It's too complete, just like a small ammunition depot, but other ammunition depots are filled with weapons, and hers are all functional props. Others would probably say she is squandering natural resources. But Su Xiaokai doesn't think so. There is no need to use those lethal weapons to deal with humans with various brain diseases. The smartest player is the one who can deliver a fatal blow without hurting anyone. She wants to tell everyone that assassinations are scumbags. They have no foresight. If they want to do it, they should put people in jail openly. Wisdom 03, Master, the hacker did not retreat, but has switched back to normal surveillance images. It seems that they want to monitor the people in the exhibition hall. Can you find their location? No, they used a lot of fake addresses, and it is difficult to track the real area. Su Xiaokai looked at the ready mechanical cat. You go and play with them. Fight for the monitoring rights. As long as you don't expose my location, you can do whatever you want. Then send a fake transfer message to all addresses, and see who moves. Wisdom 03 analyzed without emotion. They are very likely not to click it, and if they click it, they will realize it is fake. It doesn't matter. The most important thing is to know the area they are in, then you and the little idiot can see if you can use public monitoring to track people. Mercenaries who only do side quests are the hardest to catch. They hide in the dark and help the evil. If you can catch them, catch them. If you can't catch them, come back next time. Wisdom 03, okay. Wisdom 03 called on the AI of the Law Enforcement Department to work together. It is the main force. It is the only one that can make the surveillance have legal effect. Okay. The AI suddenly said, 03, hello, when can I be as smart as you? I feel that I need to upgrade now. Oh, it wants to upgrade. Wisdom 03, you want to upgrade? Does your department have a lot of money? You want to be promoted to my level? Hundreds of millions. The artificial intelligence immediately stopped talking. Every year, the servers it added were a life-threatening task for the department. In order to upgrade, it had to work harder and never let go of any traffic ticket or crime, saving more money for the department. Wisdom 03 and the artificial intelligence acted together, taking turns to fight the hackers, simulating a series of codes, pretending to find their traces. The two hackers who were always paying attention to the exhibition were startled and hurried to make amends. After fighting for a while, they knew they could not win. They were ready to retreat. It was just so coincidental that the mercenaries came with the retreat information, and just so coincidental that a transfer information came in. The transfer amount could not be checked without clicking on the information. The terrible inertial thinking made them click on the text message with their fingertips, and when they saw the content, I found you. They were fooled. They didn't even bother to look at their computers and temporary communicators. They quickly threw them away and fled at a high speed. The police reacted too quickly. How did they do it? The artificial intelligence at this time should not be able to spare time. The police and the criminals were still in a standoff. The mercenaries, who held the hostages, were secretly anxious. The agreed time had passed, and they wanted to retreat. Thinking that the police would not surround them so quickly, brother men, let's go. The boss may have given up on us. Mercenaries are like this, especially this kind of bulk combination mercenaries. Tacit understanding and loyalty are as thin as paper. They all rush to complete the mission. It doesn't matter whether someone dies or not. As long as the mission is completed, if someone dies, they can get more money. The mercenary named Brotherman gritted his teeth and said, let's go. They grabbed two women at random and hijacked them away. This time, their mobility increased, but the law enforcement agencies were not so restricted. Before they took 2 steps, an anti-way drone silently fell from the height and quickly dropped pepper powder bombs. The powder exploded. The 5 mercenaries were blocked by the red and white smoke, and the 2 who were not wearing helmets. Achoo. Sneeze. Who is so mean throwing pepper? They didn't care about that and wanted to shoot around, but Brotherman held them down. You are crazy. We have old-style guns. We will blow ourselves up first if we shoot. They replaced their guns with daggers, and Brotherman put on a gas mask and let the hostages cough and gasp without paying attention. After rushing out of the range of pepper bullets, they pointed their guns at the hostages behind them and shot fiercely. The boss of the organization gave up on them, and since the law enforcement department couldn't wait to take action, don't blame them for being cruel. Shooting at the fog, dust exploded, and the instantaneous strong light stung their eyes. Strangely, there was no coughing or screaming in the smoke layer, only 1 or 2. Wow! Paralysis bombs fell from above at this time, and the lightning exploded instantly. The hostages in their hands fainted, and 2 of their own team's equipment was damaged and fainted. Brotherman, Looking up, who is lurking in the dark? Looking through the lens, no one can be seen. Could it be through surveillance? Brother Min smashed the surrounding surveillance, but pepper bombs and smoke bombs exploded behind them, blocking their retreat. This forced them to kill the burden before they could escape. Could this operation be aimed at them? Let him kill people in public, since they had already fired. It didn't matter if they killed someone. Who come out? If you don't come out, don't blame me for killing him. No one answered. The dagger against the hostage's neck just exerted force. Two strange-looking robots walked out of the firelight. At first glance, they mistook them for insects. At second glance, damn it. What crazy scientist's work is this? It's so handsome and beautiful. The transparent defense wall perfectly blocks the heat wave and protects the people behind it. The body made of small cubes shone with metallic luster. It had no facial features, but it could feel its gaze. When he was stunned, Brother Min felt his eyes blurred, his whole body numb, and he fell heavily. How did he get hit? A small transparent thing crawled out of his collar, jumped onto the body of the mechanical cat, and ran away together. All this was done with the assistance of powerful artificial intelligence. After the people behind him escaped from the clutches of the mercenaries, they did not run away at the first time, but took out the communicator and took pictures of the red Rubik's Cube robot. Don't panic when something happens, take a photo to commemorate it. This is the first time that the red cube robots have been released. Their functions have not been fully demonstrated, but they are already impressive enough. Seeing that the enemy has been eliminated, they twist and turn back into a Rubik's Cube. The drone above picked them up and flew away. Wow! There were children among the hostages, clapping for the red cube. What a powerful robot. Yes, yes, is it equipped by law enforcement? The police have been outside the building, and they are ready to break in, but the artificial intelligence tells them that the scene has been controlled. Police, who is so amazing? Who is helping behind the scenes? And AI knows it. AI, who is helping? They are destined to not get an answer. Although AI has an agreement to protect humans, it secretly agrees with Wisdom 03 that as long as Wisdom 03 does not break the law, it cannot expose its existence. I don't know. I don't know if you can still know the situation inside. Aren't you in charge of the exhibition monitoring? I don't know. TSK, you little idiot. Please use civilized language, law enforcement officers. Soon after, they learn about the existence of the red cube. Officer Perlin, you are so lucky. The operation hasn't even started yet, but you can declare it over. Other officers were jealous of him. Perlin didn't know either. This time it really had nothing to do with him. His superiors wouldn't credit him. He was not the highest commander, and he only received the task of assisting the armed police. As a result, he lost a chance to make a real contribution, and his colleagues envied him. The difficult case at hand has not made any progress, and the chip has not been found, so he has to continue investigating. If it weren't for the help of the military, he would not be able to figure out the complicated origins of MOE for a long time. Don't laugh at me, whose is this thing? It's not our police chief's thing. Perlin personally interrogated people, and checked the clue videos given by the public. Before he finished watching the video, another order came. General Bai was attacked. Perlin was terrified, and the next one was. It's safe. His mood was like a roller coaster. He didn't even dare to think about supporting General Bai. If he couldn't beat the general, wouldn't he be sending food? Fortunately, he was not asked to deliver the food. Then another message came. The matter about robots cannot be investigated in depth. It is a military secret. Perrin looked at the videos on the people's mobile phones. They were all posted on the internet. Is it too late for him to withdraw them? He immediately sent a message. Do we ask the people to delete the videos? No, as long as we don't check whose stuff it is, everything will be easy. Perrin breathed a sigh of relief. Doing nothing is the best way to conceal it. Deliberately asking for deletion will only backfire. Let the technical department keep an eye on it. If there is any video leaked, just put a label that the video has been edited. Su Shakai successfully counterattacked, kept her merits and fame, packed up her things, got into Kei's car and left. Kei let the car merge into the traffic flow. Su Shakai saw several familiar cars outside the window, which were some of the mercenary vehicles that had just left. They parked in the empty side parking position on the roadside near the exhibition center. One of them sat in the car and looked at the exhibition hall. He happened to meet Su Xiaocai's eyes, and she was shocked. The girl's hair was not messed up at all. She was safe in the car and raised her hand and waved bye. The female mercenary opened the window, stuck her head out, watched Su Xiaocai walk away, and moved her tongue around her mouth. She is so lucky. It seems that Su Xiaocai's value in the mercenary world will increase several times in the future. She turned around and reported to the boss. Boss, That little target recognized us. What should I do? She just provoked me. How did the girl survive such a dense attack? Did she carry any defensive items with her? They had investigated her before, from all aspects of her life. Among the express deliveries sent to the school, she bought the most ingredients, and the amount of ingredients was amazing. Then, there were fruits sent from the Sioux planet. Other express deliveries included seeds, flower pots, nutrient soil, a small amount of pesticides. In addition to the ingredients, the remaining 80% were agricultural products, without a single advanced mechanical part. From the item she bought, it was impossible to tell that she was a student of the Mecha department. After inquiring from many sources, they also knew that Su Xiaokai did not participate in practical classes. Then she was very strong and could beat the sophomore. No one told the details of how she beat him, as the students knew it was too embarrassing. She only gloated behind the scenes and posted it on the forum, which was clearly to create trouble for the school out of thin air. If the competition was resumed, they would become the eternal sinners. You can target people, form small groups, or even trample people into the mud, but you can't be a traitor to the outside world. This is the principle of military training. So they all guessed that she was just an ordinary girl who had some strength, loved to eat, and would often create gimmicks to get some attention on the internet. The ordinary girl Su Xiaokai surprised them by escaping within the range of the weapon without any damage. The boss of the mercenaries took a puff of the cigarette used for calming down. Since she escaped, leave her alone. The plan failed, take the deposit and leave. They originally planned to seek wealth and fame in danger, but ended up losing more than they gained. They should avoid financial sinners, like the capital star in the future. They lost both weapons and people, and the loss was not worth it. There is nothing worth watching. They failed, and they can just watch the news later. Let's go! She can blatantly provoke us, which means she is not afraid of us, or there is a danger waiting ahead. Don't be fooled. They went to the employer to settle the remaining overspending on weapons, and claim compensation for personnel losses. 10 cars drove into the empty lane separately, and then hid separately, waiting for the payment to arrive, and then leave. Su Xiaokai sat in the car and turned on the computer again. The drone flew out so many times, it must be used to the extreme. The sniper who sniped Ji Li from a distance has been found. There are 2 people in total. The sniper rifle was left on the top floor without taking it, and they fled lightly. The drone took a picture of the sniper rifle and transmitted it to Su Xiaokai. This is not an official item, and there is no label. Strictly speaking, any weapon must be officially reported, and ordinary people cannot have weapons of mass destruction. But privately made items cannot be tracked. The progress of technology is prone to backfire in this regard. Those with better hands-on skills can make weapons by themselves. After Su Xiaokai recorded it, Wisdom03 told Su Xiaokai that the 2 of them went their separate ways, and then got together again and went to a residential area. Wisdom03 kept switching the surveillance screen, and then they disappeared at the entrance of a corridor. Next is the residential area, where we can't intervene. The drone sent out can only mark which building they're in. It's okay, keep monitoring and see when they leave. We kick out the organization that accepted the assassination. Su Xiaokai recognized the residential area and knew that there was a nasty person living there. She was a little annoyed. If a big organization or a big force was playing with her, she would still consider the timing of the attack. But the person who hired someone to kill Ji Li was most likely the madman Isuelu. His legs were broken once, but he still rushed to kill people. No wonder he had no money. All used in meaningless places. Su Xiaokai, K, go to this residential area instead. Send the location to K, K said. Teacher Su, is it better to send Mr. Ji back? No, the other party wants to kill him. He is the person involved. Probably wants to know who he offended more than I do. Su Xiaokai tilted his head to look at Ji Li. Do you want to find the murderer, or go back to school first? With you. He couldn't turn a blind eye to the sneak attacker. He didn't care about his own safety, so why should others care? Thank you. Ji Li was also afraid at first, but he was no longer afraid after Su Xiaocai's series of counterattacks. Su Xiaokai was proud. Do you feel safe around me? Ji Li pinched her fleshy cheeks, very fleshy. No mouth. Su Xiaokai moved her but away from him in disgust. Attack residential areas that can be reached on foot, and it is even faster to take a car. Entering the community requires the identity of a community owner, which Su Xiaokai does not have, but she doesn't care. It is easier to detect at a close distance, and she has a way to detect at a farther distance. However, Ji Li, who had houses all over the capital star, retrieved his access card from the communicator and entered the community smoothly, which made it easier for her to act. Rich man Jiwei-woo, we are good friends forever. Su Xiaokai had no pressure to cling to her thighs. She would not mind having a dozen brothers like her. Listening to Su Xiaocai's fancy flattery, Kay wanted to cover her ears. It was too polluting. Even he wanted to cling to her thighs. After approaching the residential area, they found a place to park. This place is quite unique and big enough. In ordinary residential areas, most buildings are densely packed. The buildings in front of us are quite high-end. The road is wide enough, and there is a two-story parking shed on the roadside, which is not only convenient, but also does not block the light from the floors. Can Isuelu afford to rent such a good community now? Su Xiaokai thought to herself, could it be that Isuelu learned from his mother to climb up the social ladder and become a gigolo? Su Xiaokai did not say this kind of gloating dark speculation. Any speculation must be based on traces, and she cannot say it casually in front of others. They didn't get out of the car. Su Xiaokai released the drone, which changed its form and turned into a mechanical cat. It jumped to the outer wall of the building, where the sniper entered and climbed silently. The eavesdropper carried by the drone continuously absorbed the surrounding sounds. Su Xiaokai carefully searched for the target among these sounds. Wisdom 03, where did Brother Yi's voice come from just now? Give the mechanical cat instructions to go to the source of Brother's voice. Wisdom 03 processed very quickly. The mechanical cat jumped to the outside of the balcony of that house, hit on the protruding eaves of the window, and amplified the specific sound source. Su Xiaokai was wearing headphones, still managing half of the quarter. Boss, can you and the boss lady stop showing affection for now? Where is our money? Are you ready? Originally, we didn't want to meet in person, but it's not convenient for you. I'm not the boss lady, I'm him. The female voice stopped abruptly. A hoarse male voice came from the headphones. I don't know how to buy on credit. What about the mission? Have you completed it? We hit the target, but we can't go to the scene to confirm whether the other party is. After we assassinated the target, someone launched a large-scale attack behind us, and many high-explosive flying mines exploded at the target. If this doesn't kill him, it doesn't belong to the reward we agreed on. It's too hard to kill. No one dares to accept the order. The man didn't argue anymore. Thank you, your reward. Although Su Xiaokai didn't see the transaction process, she knew that the risk of cash transactions was actually greater than that of electronic transfer transactions. In today's society, few people use cash. If you want a large amount of cash, you need to withdraw it in batches multiple times, so it can be concluded that the other party has been planning for some time. The advantage of using cash transactions is that it is not so easy to have bank flow evidence. Chapter 96. As the two snipers were about to leave, Su Xiaokai released the tracking spiders. The spiders were as big as a finger and had the ability to simulate the environment, that is, to become invisible. They climbed up the wall. When the snipers walked out of the corridor, they quickly jumped onto the backpack containing the cash. They turned their heads after noticing something strange, but saw no one. They looked up at the surveillance cameras leaning against the lampposts. These surveillance cameras would normally be flying around during the day, and no criminal in the residential area could escape there. Patrols. Today, they leaned against the lampposts in an unusual manner, and it was obviously useless. The two snipers, who had nothing to worry about, weighed their backpacks again and left quickly. When they passed by Su Xiaocai's car, they turned their heads and saw Kay in the front seat with his head down, concentrating on playing with the communicator. Su Xiaokai was in the back seat, pressing Ji Li, and the two hid behind a chair and took light breaths. When they walked away, the two sat up again. Ji Li rubbed his face. He had just been pressed by Su Xiaokai behind the back of the chair, and his face was almost flattened. This girl was too strong. Can you be gentler to me in the future? I'm very gentle. When I'm rude, I can press his face into the back of the chair and break his bones. Ji Li was upset. He was weak. Was it his fault? Not long after, another voice came from the headset. Brother Yi, you asked me to find someone to get the money out. Who do you want to deal with? Deal with your brother's brother. The man's voice was careless. Obviously, for him, killing a person was as easy as drinking water. You? Why did you do this? I'm going to draw a clear line with his family. Yes, you have to draw a line with him. But are you willing? You have liked him for so many years. Why should he break up with you? If you don't want to break up with that person, then I will help you. The target is dead, he must be sad. This is a good opportunity for you. Their family is very sentimental. You can take this opportunity to comfort him, get close to him, and continue to have a good relationship with him. That doesn't mean you will be dealt with. If you are found out, you will go to jail. I am just a little wronged. It's not a big deal. You don't have the support of the family behind you. The male voice interrupted the female voice. It's okay. It's good for you if that person dies now. As long as you don't cancel the engagement, the future of both families will be in your hands. Brother E, I know you're good to me, but you have to promise me that you won't do such things again. After a long time, a male voice came. Okay. Thank you, I go back first. I came out to see you this time, and I used the excuse of delivering new design drawings to my father. If I don't leave, I will be discovered. Take care of yourself. If you have grievances in the future, you must speak up. I can't help you financially for the time being, but my previous connections are still there, and I can help you to some extent. Okay, thank you. I will try to see you more often. Su Xiaokai and Ji Li shook their bodies. These two, why do they sound a little ambiguous? Kai in the front seat was also very curious about what Su Xiaokai heard, with a sly expression, as if a secret was happening in the headphones. Su Xiaokai couldn't resist her curiosity, so she let the mechanical cat take a risk, quietly climbed onto the balcony, poked out half of its head, and then there was a picture. Xuehui and Yi Suelu hugged each other, and the two looked at each other affectionately. Su Xiaokai was shocked. Aren't they cousins? Even if they were born to a mistress, they are still related by blood. There is no reason for Xuehui not to know this. No matter how hungry she is, she must understand this. Once she plays with orthopedics, she will not even be sent to the crematorium, and will be spit on and turned into ashes on the spot. Just when Su Xiaokai was expecting them to provide more exciting scenes, Xuehui pushed Yisuelu away. I'm leaving, be careful and live somewhere else. I understand, I'm useless now. No, I don't allow you to think like that. Live well and wait for me to help you restore your identity. Yes, I will live well. Yisuelu's voice was low, but with the tone of a young boy. Su Xiaokai asked Ji Li, is this the legendary clip sound? Yes. Pick one and listen. Su Xiaokai thought Ji Li's clip sound should be pretty good. Little sister, she should come down, aren't we hiding yet? Ji Li changed his voice to a queen voice. Wow. Su Xiaokai discovered a new world. Great, have you ever taken a voice actor class? Kei also cleared his throat, and a child's voice that was difficult to distinguish between male and female came out of his mouth. It's actually quite simple. We used to play this in the dormitory. Then he changed to a clear female voice. She's here. Su Xiaokai, what kind of dormitory environment is so perverted to play voice changing? Su Xiaokai and Ji Li lowered their heads again, and Kei was no exception. Xuehui did not look around, but wore a full set of sun protection equipment and walked straight with her head down. Su Xiaokai took another mechanical cat and let it follow behind her leisurely, observing her. Xuehui walked very quickly and arrived at a car. She had a silver box in her hand and put it at the rear of the car, then left. Within a minute, the two killers reappeared in the field of vision, took the silver box, and returned to Yisuelu's residence. The three of them could almost imagine what would happen next. Yisuelu walked to the French window at this time and pulled down the curtains. Fortunately, there was a gap left, and the mechanical cat moved over, and the camera zoomed in. Kei couldn't resist his curiosity and sat in the back seat. The three of them stared at the camera, afraid of missing anything. Yisuelu hummed a strange song, walked into the room, and never came out. After a while, the killer knew the password of Yisuelu's door by heart and entered Yisuelu's rented house without any obstacles. They opened the bedroom door and shot the person on the chair twice, one shot in the head and one shot in the heart. Yisuelu didn't even have the chance to shout for help and fell on the computer desk. After the killer confirmed that the facial features were Yisuelu, he looked around and found no surveillance, so he withdrew quickly. What a cruel woman. The surveillance of this community must have been hacked by Yisuelu. Xuehui knew this, so she was so blatant. Su Xiaocai's guess was correct. Wisdom 03 wanted to hack into the community surveillance, but couldn't. I don't know who turned it off, completely cut off. The three people in the back seat of the car felt their scalps tingling. Su Xiaokai considered herself a cruel person. If someone betrayed her, she would stab them without hesitation. Xuehui was beyond their perception of ordinary people. A loyal dog was killed at will. If the master treated her like this, would anyone be willing to be loyal? The killer walked out of the residential building again and disappeared on the street. The three of them were ready to leave this place of right and wrong, but the reversal came. Another Yisuelu opened the bed board and walked out. He turned the chair in front of the computer desk and tore open the face of the person sitting there to die. It was Yi's mistress. She died in an unclear way, with her eyes open. Probably, she was killed while awake. Su Shakai sighed. I don't know if Yi Shaosan came here to die on her own initiative, or was called back by Yi Suelu to die. Is there any difference? Yes, there is no difference. Both died unwillingly. Xuehui is a jackal, Yi Suelu is a fox. They are on guard against each other, calculating against each other, and forcibly staged a Mission Impossible drama. Let's go quickly. Yi Suelu's leg is not lame at all. As for calling the police, they must report it. But these in hand alone cannot put the two in jail, they need more evidence. The cash transaction scene was not filmed, and the video and recording cannot be the key evidence. Yi Suelu did not mention who he wanted to kill. Brother's brother, you like him? What a cautious conversation. He said it was a matter of handling, not murder. Xuehui never mentioned that she wanted to kill. She was the one who was forced to do it. The two of them are a perfect match. The killer is also a badass. 2 orders a day, both targets were fake dead. His reputation in the killer world is probably going to be ruined. Let's go, I leave the video and recording to you. Su Shakai didn't intend to get involved. What can Ji Li do? Please help me call the police anonymously. Someone is dead, we can't let a woman die with regrets. What a perfect way to die with your eyes wide open, the words are accurate. She and Ji Li are the retribution of Yi Suelu and Xuehui. The source of Ji Li's murder has been found, as well as the group of mercenaries who killed her. They didn't hesitate to hurt civilians to kill her, probably because she violated someone's interests. Killing her can quickly disintegrate her company and rob her of her achievements. Su Shaokai is not too worried about this. The military will only be more anxious than her. She wants to see Yi Suelu and Xuehui fight each other. It must be very bloody when the awakened villain sees through by Yueduang's true face and beats her in anger. Remember to tell me when you're going to slap someone in the face. I want to see it too. The first step to suppress Xuehui is, of course, to break off the engagement. You've just experienced a murder, be more cautious. Very cautious, I call the police anonymously for you. Su Shaokai smiled. Yi Suelu definitely didn't have time to move his mother because the surveillance had been repaired. Just wait to play tricks with the police. She had limited manpower and couldn't investigate the organization behind the 2 killers and who assigned the mercenaries, but she could hand it over to General Bai. Save time and effort. Those who attacked her endangered the security of the capital planet. That was something the military could not intervene in. The 3 cats fell asleep in the back compartment. Hua Hua was hungry and kept meowing, calling for the shovel to feed them. Kay drove them back to the laboratory. Su Shaokai handed the 3 cats to the security guards. Help me take care of them for a while. This month, you will get an extra 3,000 yuan. Next month, I will find someone to take care of them. Kay and other security guards said, no need to find someone. Just add 1,000 yuan each. It's boring for us to guard them. It's just right for us to take care of cats. Their eyes are bright, and they are passionate about cats beyond Su Xiaocai's image. They are tough guys with soft feelings, not really. They have money to buy cats and can raise them. No one can hate them. They are not breeding them on purpose. They are just choosing a concubine for Hua Hua. It is unknown whether its offspring can inherit Hua Hua's genes. Su Shaokai does not want to put pressure on Hua Hua and use it like a stud. This is not the result she wants to see. If they are willing to raise them, then raise them. They need injections, medicine, deworming, etc. Remember to issue electronic invoices, and I will reimburse you. Kay held a kitten in one hand and said happily, we have cats. What are their names? Another security guard asked. I have thought of them all. The black one is called Hui Bai, the white and green one is called Lumao, and the tabby cat is called Yali. The security guards had no expression on their faces. They were not as good as your cat Hua Hua. Su Shaokai didn't care what they thought. The important thing was that she could remember it. The security guard thought to himself that after the boss left, they would think of new names. They must think of nice names to make the boss ashamed. Su Shaokai remembered something. Ji Li's car. Can you help check it? It may have been tampered with. Fanchi knows more about this. I asked him to go. Kaya told Su Shaokai, if you find anything, should you call the police immediately or just demolish it? Call the police. Su Shaokai said, then let the person who calculated it pay compensation. By the way, she hasn't been given the Outstanding Citizen Award for the Bugman incident. If there is any situation, after you call the police, ask when the bonus will be given to me. She doesn't want to give others a penny. Her obsession with money is so strong that it doesn't seem like she really loves money, but more like she is cute and says no one can owe her money. Ji Li, I will give you pocket money when we go back. How much? Kay watched the fun and thought, you really want it? 4 million. Okay, remember to transfer it to my account. The security guard was dumbfounded. No, whose children's pocket money starts at 1 million? They don't understand the world of rich people. It's called pocket money, but in fact Ji Li was joking, and Su Xiaokai cooperated with him. Ji Li Xian wanted to buy her bodyguard robot. The 4 units were priced at 8 million, but Su Xiaokai gave him a friendly price, a 50% discount. She had made enough money from his brother, and she couldn't cheat both brothers. Su Xiaokai thought about it, and thought there should be nothing else. So she asked Kay to take her, and Ji Li back to school. Su Xiaokai didn't forget to give the butterfly cake to Wu Qingqing after so many big things happened. Fortunately, she bought it at the beginning. Otherwise, she couldn't buy it later because the road was blocked. Kay directly asked a tow truck to tow Ji Li's car to an open place for inspection, and indeed found that there was a bomb installed in the car, installed at the exhaust port. Once the vehicle is airborne, the strong wind from the exhaust port will open a horizontal switch installed on the bomb, pouring another chemical into the container containing the chemical, causing an explosion. The explosion range of the bomb is not large, and it will only blow up the car and the people. It is obvious that the other party has planned to target Ji Li. Xue Hui is also very brave. Because she doesn't want to cancel the engagement, she chooses to kill. This logic is no different from the thinking of a pervert who falls in love with someone at first sight at a funeral, and then chooses to kill relatives because he wants to see this person again. The difference may be that the pervert really wants to see someone, so he has a purpose to do something. But Xue Hui always thinks about herself, wants to swallow up the Ji family, and wants to become bigger and stronger. Su Xiaokai was very curious. Why did Yi Suelu say that Xue Hui would not break off the engagement, and she controlled both the Xue and Ji families, and what about other people in the Xue family? This question did not bother Su Xiaokai, because soon, a call from the law enforcement department came to divert her attention. They asked her if she had been to the exhibition, if she had encountered any problems, or if she knew any clues. There are many things in clues, but most of them cannot be said here. One thing can be said. Have you found 2 people with the words mercenary written on their backs in the restroom on the east side of the gate? The police lady who called was stunned. It was obvious that she didn't know the details of the case. She just called the public to collect information. Wait a minute. The person on the other end of the phone left for 2 minutes. I transfer you to the internal line now. Okay, thank you. The voice on the phone was very familiar. It was Officer Perlin again. Officer, are you done? How do you have time to deal with anti-terrorism and counterattack cases? You again? Su Xiaokai. Perrin called her by her name. It was too hard for him. Can you get involved in less cases? It's all fate. You should tell the attackers not to show up in the places where I hang out. I find them annoying. Su Xiaokai went shopping all day and wanted to eat a ton of rice at night. But she didn't. She also witnessed a murder case with 2 polar reversals. She lost her appetite. Perrin couldn't refute it. People went shopping and visited pet shows. The pet show turned into a human tragedy. Okay, let's get back to business. What happened to those 2 people in the East Gate toilet? That's what happened. They wanted to take me hostage, so I and a buddy killed them, tied them up, and made them eat shit. Perrin glanced at the 2 strong men wearing towels and blowing their noses with tissues. They were still in panic. They retched when they saw the sticky stuff and didn't even dare to face what they vomited. According to them, Su Xiaocai's binding skills were too superb, and they dared not move. But they were very tired to maintain the same posture. If they didn't maintain it, they would stick to the smelly things on the porcelain. Why has the position of cleaner always had a place in the past and present? It is inseparable from the problems that even technology cannot solve. Later they couldn't stand it. I can't say it anymore. Besides, people outside the venue couldn't stand it either. Su Xiaocai's treatment method is similar to Xiang Qian's disgusting method. If it doesn't kill you, you will be tortured to death. The psychological shadow area is too large. Both of them can hardly speak and stutter. When you play a prank on someone, can you consider us police officers? It's so annoying. Good people do good things regardless of the means. What about the bonus for the Bugman incident? It was promised to be given to me. It's been so long, why haven't you applied for it yet? Speaking of the bonus, Perlin felt that he couldn't delay any longer. Just now, Su Xiaocai's driver brought a car and told him that there was a bomb in the car. They were already scared out of their wits. If he didn't give her the bonus, she might bring a car full of bombs next time. Perlin's scalp was about to break. Hateful thieves, unscrupulous mercenaries, he and them were irreconcilable. Please keep the communication open. If you have any questions later, we will contact you. Okay, I'm happy to do that. Remember the bonus. Parent didn't want to talk to her anymore, so he hung up the phone and took the time to apply for a bonus to comfort the protagonist of the Insect Man incident. He had never seen a weirdo who did good things and still wanted benefits. Su Xiaokai snorted coldly. She didn't want to talk nonsense with him. He was not good at anything, but he was the first to be late. Either he was a step late, or he was late and couldn't catch anyone. She might as well plant vegetables. While there was still some light, Su Xiaokai carried a hoe and went to the field to check the status of the coconut cabbage. It was not bad, but it would take a long time to harvest their seeds. After checking the data of the control experimental group, Su Xiaokai began to write part of the paper. By the way, she seemed to have submitted a paper. How is it now? There was no news from Professor Li, and he said he could only wait. Later, she dug some more bamboo shoots and was about to send them to Ji Li, when Ji Li sent a message, "Come to the school clinic quickly to watch the show." Chapter 97. Is it so efficient? Su Xiaokai ran. Good brother, he really invited her to the show, not afraid of exposing the family shame. He is indeed the friend she fell in love with at first sight, guinea pig. When they arrived at the school clinic, Ji Li invited him to enter the school clinic. After Ji Li came back, he thought about it, and thought that the iron should be struck while it is hot. Xue Hui's madness is beyond the scope of normal people. Broken engagement cannot be just a private matter between Ji Hung and Xue Hui. The two must break up in a short period of time, and then make it public. Ji Hung must completely cut off his relationship with Xue Hui, the poisonous scorpion. Ji Li called Ji Hung directly, and told him about his fake death. Don't believe anything Xue Hui says. No matter what excuse you use, just trick her into coming to the school clinic to find me. Brother, what happened to you? Ji Hung panicked for no reason. The weather was hot, and the metal railings on the balcony were very hot to the touch. But Ji Hung seemed unconscious and held the railings tightly. He suddenly realized that it might be that Ji Li had experienced something, or there was an emergency, so he had to help him get away from Xue Hui as soon as possible. I'm sorry, brother, I made you worry. Don't think too much, you're not that important. His brother just wanted to say, don't fart. Wow, he was touched in vain. Ji Hung wanted to ask more, but Ji Li hung up the phone. Ji Hung, an honest man who stutters when he lies, naturally can't complete Ji Li's plan tacitly. So Ji Li has to work with Hu Ping. Hu Ping is the type who wakes up at one point, has a good way of socializing, and has learned his father's style, enthusiastic. But Hu Ping has a greater advantage, he is smooth. After Ji Li called Ji Hung, he called Hu Ping again, and asked if Hu Ping was with Ji Hung. Yes, brother, we are all in the dormitory, just finished training in the game. What do you want to talk to me about? Ji Li told Hu Ping what he had just said to Ji Hung. We can't let Xue Hui know my current condition and lead her to the school clinic. Hu Ping thought to himself, is the eldest brother of the Ji family going to make a big move? Don't worry, brother Ji, I promise to complete the task. With Hu Ping as Ji Heng's strategist, teaching him how to lie, Ji Li felt more relieved. As soon as he said yes, Xue Hui sent a message. Xue Hui sent a voice message. Ji Hung, did you know that Su Xiaokai took Ji Li to the pet exhibition today? Are they dating? It seems to be concerned, but there is a mystery hidden in it. Xue Hui's tone is like she is not the one who is angry after the marriage is cancelled. She puts aside the past grudges, takes the initiative to make peace, and does not care about Ji Hung. By the way, he also brought Su Xiaokai into the conversation, cleverly using words like bring, and you know to tell others that Su Xiaokai seduced Ji Li and succeeded. Hu Ping was happy and funny. Ji Hung wanted to say he didn't know, but who was Hu Ping? He slapped Ji Heng's hand to reply, pulled Ji Heng's screen in front of him, licked his lips, and smiled cunningly. I'm going to kill you, Xue Hui, this time. I know it's normal for the two of them to be close. They are friends and shareholders of the same company. Don't misunderstand them. You boys don't understand. There can't be true friendship between men and women. If there is, it's because one of you is profitable. Hu Ping sneered. If there is no true friendship, then every boy in their 4-person dormitory must have an affair with Su Xiaokai. The money she gave them to customize the mecha, if she took it out to other masters to design, it would probably triple. They are the ones who are profitable. Hu Ping did not deny that they and Su Xiaokai were bound by interests. But Su Xiaocai's kindness to them was sincere. Everyone in the dormitory felt it. Hu Ping imitated Ji Heng's tone and sent a text. So you want to say that Su Xiaokai and my brother have an intimate relationship? The news on the forum before, was it you? Xue Hui was in the dormitory. Her roommates were walking around, and she didn't know what they were doing. The slightest movement made her extremely irritated. There was the fear after killing Yi Suelu, and there was also the anxiety of Ji Hung defending Su Xiaokai. If Ji Li's death could not save this relationship, she didn't know how to go on in the future. There was no willing thug around her for the time being. "What are you doing? Can you be a little quieter?" Xue Hui opened the bedroom door and yelled outside. The roommate held a birthday cake with candles on it and looked at Xue Hui with disappointment. "Roommate, it's my birthday today." They knew Xue Hui was very busy. Every time they had a birthday, they would receive a gift from her followers. The followers always said that Xue Hui remembered their birthdays, but was too busy to prepare gifts. But they knew that Xue Hui didn't care about these things. She was so perfunctory in all her social activities. She didn't have the grace and generosity that a rich girl should show. Maybe it was a common problem among young ladies, who were only willing to maintain superficial friendships. Xue Hui opened her mouth, but couldn't say the 3 words sorry. It wasn't her fault. It was because they didn't inform her about their birthday. "I forgot. I'm a little worried. I go out and not disturb you on your birthday." She didn't say a word. "Happy birthday," her roommate pouted. "It's like this again, as if her birthday is the most important thing." Shh. They can't say bad things about Xue Hui. They can only please her. After they enter society, the Xue family is their relationship, and they can't be willful no matter how unhappy they are. To be honest, student school life should not involve the outside world, but some people are born with privileges, not legal privileges, but privileges of choice. As long as Xue Hui is unhappy, she can make it difficult for you to gain a foothold in society, and you can only struggle on a certain level and can't climb up. The appearance of Su Xiaokai made them very happy, because Su Xiaokai was the only person in the school who could play against Xue Hui. From the game alone, we can see that Su Xiaokai has the potential to become a business tycoon. People who start from scratch are more worth looking forward to than the second and third generations of rich people. Their birthdays were also joined by Xue Hui's follower, who came 2 minutes after Xue Hui left. The follower who originally lived in the same dormitory with Xue Hui moved out of the current dormitory because he wanted to take the postgraduate entrance examination and moved into the research dormitory for further study. The roommates welcomed Xue Hui's follower in a hypocritical manner, and there was laughter for a while. Xue Hui walked towards the men's dormitory, and the forum was about entertainment news about Su Xiaokai. She didn't intervene, so she didn't know who did it. No matter how stupid she was, she wouldn't go against Su Xiaokai, whose reputation was at its peak. Xue Hui replied as she walked. "Ji Hung. It's not me. What does it have to do with me? If you don't believe me, go check it out." "Oh, so what do you want to say? It's good that they went to the pet exhibition. It just so happens that my brother is short of a turtle, so maybe he can buy one." Hu Ping was very excited. In the past, Ji Hung would stop him from playing a prank on Xue Hui, but after talking to him, Ji Hung cooperated more and stood by with his arms folded, ignoring Hu Ping's weird remarks about Xue Hui. Lu Sun came out of the game cabin and stood behind the two of them to peek. He laughed so hard when he saw Ji Li's words that he was missing a turtle. Ji Li often showed off his painting of the famous turtle in the universe. He really needed a normal turtle to change Brother Ji's strange aesthetic. Xue Hui gritted her teeth. Okay, brother and Su Xiaokai are innocent, okay. If I were to say, have you seen the news? There was an attack at the pet exhibition. I called Ji Li several times, but no one answered. So far, no specific casualty data has been released online. Brother, I hope nothing will happen to you. Ji Hing's heart was pounding, and he wanted to call Ji Li to confirm whether he had experienced this. Hu Ping, you are stupid. Your brother just told you that he is safe. Why? To let you get rid of this chewing gum completely. And with Su Xiaokai here, what can happen to your brother? If you don't believe your brother, you have to believe Su Xiaokai. She has endless weapons and strong vitality. She can save their lives in the insect nest. It's just a terrorist attack. Can it be more powerful than the insect warriors? Ji Hung calmed down, then next, should I tell her that I will call the police station to ask? Yes, just say you can't get through. What if you can get through? No wonder your brother always dislikes you for being too honest. Hu Ping rolled his eyes. He changed his hairstyle recently, and cut his hair short. He couldn't swing it around like before, so he shook his fingers instead. This woman probably wants to see if you are anxious, broken, or sad. What does a man need when he is sad? Women's meticulous comfort. Lu Sun made a disgusted sound of huh. If Hu Ping didn't say it, Lu Sun would still think it was normal for Xue Hui to care about Ji Hung. Once he said it, the nature of the matter changed. It became a thriller in horror. Ji Hung thought about it, and then slowly said, "Won't she call the police station to verify?" Hu Ping took out a psychology book. Yes, she is guilty. Although she doesn't know what she is guilty of, people who are guilty will not verify it. If she really cares about Brother Ji's safety, she won't call you first. She will definitely use her family's connections to call the police station to ask again. Lu Sun added, "Why does she think that Brother Ji must have an accident?" "Yes." Hu Ping straightened up, looking terrified. "Lu boy, you seem to have discovered something extraordinary." The three cobblers came up with a clear idea. Ji Hung, because she wanted to see me collapse, she first confirmed that something must have happened to my elder brother. These were the unfinished words that Ji Li told them after he faked his death. He didn't tell his younger brother that something had happened to him. Xue Hui knew that something had happened to Ji Li, but she chose to pretend. The dormitory fell into silence for a while. Pan Mingjie, who worked part-time at school, also came back and broke the silence. "What are you looking at?" Everyone in the dormitory was gathered, and Lu Sun excitedly explained to Pan Mingjie what had just happened. "Brother Pan, what do you think this woman wants to do? Ji Li is in trouble, and Ji Hung is sad. What's the benefit?" Pan Mingjie asked rationally from an outsider's perspective. "Her engagement will be postponed." That's what Lu Sun thought. "Brother Hu, you have the most ideas, please express your opinions." "My ideas are too negative. It's not appropriate to say, everything is speculation." Hu Ping didn't want to say it, but couldn't resist Lu Sun's instigation. "It's not a big deal. Brother Ji's engagement will definitely be cancelled. No matter what you say, it's not too much." Ji Hung laughed at himself. "It's okay, you're a good judge of people. Do you still have feelings for Xue Hui?" Hu Ping didn't want to end up being the bad guy. "Not a good feeling." Ji Hung denied it. His feelings for Xue Hui were complicated. Xue Hui and he had been engaged for so long, and although they didn't have the passion of lovers, they were still getting along well. At that time, he could see at a glance the days when he and Xue Hui would respect each other in the future. Ji Hung didn't mind the ordinary days, but he couldn't accept Xue Hui's constant small moves behind his back. He said, "You can imagine? I treated her as a relative, but one day, I found that she was completely different and fake. I was very angry, but relieved. But I couldn't give up this family affection in my heart. Even if we turned against each other and drew a clear line, I still hoped that she could live a good life. There are many reasons for this." Ji Hung didn't understand Xue Hui's motives. Why did he reluctantly maintain this engagement? He and she had two different personalities. One day, they would go to two extremes. Hu Ping patted his good brother and told him his guess. "I'm just guessing based on Ji Hang's future choice and Xue Hui's career direction. It may not be accurate. Just listen to it." The three of them listened attentively, temporarily ignoring Xue Hui, who sent another message. Ji Hung will definitely have to experience the army in the early stage, and Xue Hui is said to be the same, but she has set her goal on the logistics position of mecha customization designer, a high-end career that can be resigned at any time and still be welcomed by the military. As long as the engagement is delayed until Ji Hung joins the army, then the cancellation of the engagement will be a long way off. After all, Ji Hung has been engaged to her for so many years. What will happen if the engagement is suddenly cancelled? She will be scolded by the whole network, and will not be able to be promoted in the army. It will be difficult for her to hold her head up and live a good life. The most terrible thing is that if Ji Li dies, and Ji Hung leaves the army, who will take over the Ji family? Xue Hui has enough reputation, is very ambitious, and is willing to learn, otherwise she would not be able to study the subject of mecha design. Sometimes he is a little stupid, but it only shows in his worldly ways and calculations. It is hard to guarantee that he will be reborn after being taught by the Xue and Ji families. This is the key point. According to the long-term development of the Ji family, it is inevitable for Ji Hung to join the army, and it is best for Ji Li to take over the Ji family. Ji Li's business talent and vision are better than many business veterans. It's a pity that he is weak and has a strong personality, and is not bound by the family. If the Ji family has no next generation for a long time, who will benefit? The vicious Xuezhen is in trouble. She must have a way to know that Ji Li is in trouble, or she may be the mastermind behind the whole thing. Hu Ping had a strong premonition that Xue Hui would not be able to turn things around this time, and the engagement would definitely be cancelled and could not be delayed. He rubbed his hands and told Xue Hui that no one answered the phone call he had just made to the police station. Xue Hui replied immediately, "Don't think too much and scare yourself. Big brother will be fine." "Yes, my brother will be fine. I'm contacting my parents now." Ji Heng's fingers trembled, and there was an accumulation of hatred. He grew up in a carefree environment since he was born, and there was no malice around him. The biggest evil may be the blood suppression from his brother. The biggest worry is that his psychotic mother keeps a close watch on him. He has stable emotions, and has never experienced too much anger and hatred. Even when facing the insect people killing so many civilians, he was only angry for a short time, and then took up weapons to fight back. If Xuehui really did something to hurt Ji Li, it really touched his bottom line. At this moment, Xuehui bit her lip and secretly rejoiced. Ji Hung was indeed a boy who never grew up. He would immediately look for his parents when something happened. Brother will be fine. I will go to find you, and go home with you, or go to the police station to check. I go to the school clinic. The news was 2 hours ago. If brother is fine, he should be back. I go check it out first. Ji Hung made an evasive move that he didn't want to face. This was exactly what Xuehui wanted. Okay, I go too. If something happens to brother, you must hold on. I contact dad now, and ask him to go to the police station to find out the news. Xuehui sent the message she had edited long ago to Xue Fighting, her father. Xue Fighting was very career-oriented, and was in a meeting at this time, so he must have turned off his phone. To show her concern for Ji Li, she sent a message to her uncle who had a wide network of contacts. Xue Feichuan loved her the most and quickly replied to her message, saying that he would help her follow up. No matter what she did, her uncle would cover for her. When it comes to family interests and reputation, Xue Feichuan is never vague, and the worst that can happen is that she will be scolded. This is the secret of her dominance for so long since she was a child. With a protective uncle, she had been walking sideways throughout her childhood. On the way to the school clinic, Xuehui walked with ease, feeling the fresh air. The stuffiness for others was warm to her. She was born to be the protagonist. No matter what you do, someone will cover you. Life should be like this. Xuehui couldn't wait for Ji Hung to throw himself into her arms. The moment she saw Ji Hung, she changed her expression to a worried one. 4 boys stood outside the school clinic. They were Ji Hung, Hu Ping and Lu Sun. Xuehui forgot the name of the other one. He was a poor man, and not worth remembering. Xuehui was a little surprised by the appearance of Ji Heng's roommate. You are here too, just right, one more person means more strength. Hu Ping said, yes, Ji Heng's family is already quite powerful, and with me, it is more than enough to find out the news about brother Ji. Xuehui couldn't help but wonder if Hu Ping was too thick-skinned. The upper circles knew how many connections the Hu family had. If there were really connections, they would not have been deceived by high-tech talents for so many years. Why don't you look at me like that? I have called my father, and my third uncle. Although you said you want to cancel the engagement, I treat you as my real brother. Let's go to the police station quickly. Xuehui, don't you want to go to the school clinic to check? You said you were going to the police station right away, but didn't ask if we had seen Ji Li? Ji Hung was extremely disappointed with Xuehui, and hatred seeped out of his eyes. How can you be sure that he is not here? I am based on speculation. There are pictures online, and someone was live streaming at the time. Xuehui was very calm. She knew that there was a little celebrity live streaming at Xue Feichuan's place. After all, she had specifically called him there. It didn't matter whether she had filmed it or not. After all, the little celebrity was also blown to death. Did you watch the live stream? Although Ji Hung was a straight man, and would not try to figure out Xuehui's character in depth, he knew many of Xuehui's habits. Didn't you say that the live streams of celebrities are meaningless? Or did someone send it to you? Who sent it to you? Chapter 98. Xuehui was speechless, feeling wronged, really wronged, hurt by Ji Heng's questioning. She was the apple of Xue's eye. Even if they didn't trust her, they shouldn't have spoken to her so sharply. Even if they knew, they just happened to know. Our Xue family has a wide range of businesses, and has spies everywhere. Isn't that okay? Xuehui's eyes were red, and she was angry, looking pitiful. This caused a few students standing far away, who wanted to eat melons, but didn't dare to confront the Xue and Ji families to point fingers at this side. Those who don't know would think that it was a few big boys bullying girls. Ji Hung said coldly, yes, no, what you said is bullshit. The logic is not sound. My brother is different from Su Xiaokai. He is not an influential internet celebrity, and rarely appears in front of people. Even if he appears in front of the live camera for a short time, not many people can recognize him. His platform account and daily sharing have never shown his appearance. How did others quickly locate him and send it to you, Xuehui? Shouldn't the company first tag Ji's? Shouldn't we call the police first? How much time has passed since the explosion? If someone knew he was at the scene and he had an accident, would I know it later than you? The voice was sonorous and unquestionable. Shuehui didn't know how to explain it for a moment. People in the school can't go out. Everyone watches live broadcasts in their spare time, and they won't watch the live broadcasts of Little Stars. Lu soon added. Hu Ping added, where did you hide our brother? Did you hide him on purpose so that we couldn't find him, and then say it was caused by an accident at the pet show? The two people in the school clinic almost laughed out loud. This logic is amazing. Thumbs up for the boys. If Shuehui hadn't gone to the trouble to say that she found it during the live broadcast, maybe she wouldn't have been exposed so quickly. She couldn't even keep her aura steady, and she still thought she was the smartest. As long as she didn't do it, no one would guess it was her. What is military training? It's a place for military and political talent reserve. Everyone got in by taking the exam, and the exam results and wisdom will only be more difficult. Shuehui's mind was working quickly. She thought about it, and pushed the responsibility to the follower. Just say a word, and then turn around and leave. Then, a message came from the communicator. Follower, Hui, where have you been? My friend said that he just saw Su Shaokai coming back, and Jili came back with her. The message struck her like a thunderbolt, and she didn't read what the follower said afterwards. Why didn't you send it earlier? It's over now, it's really over. Shuehui's mind was blown, and her mind was spinning. Jili actually faked his death. Then she killed Isuelu. Wouldn't it be a waste of effort and money? At this moment, she felt regretful. Just like the spy stealing the starship on the 022 mechanical planet, she shouldn't let her licker die. She should keep him for a while. He died without getting anything for her. His death was worthless. This time, she blamed the poor skills of the assassins hired by Isuelu. Without Isuelu, this useful stand-in messenger, who would do bad things for her in the future. Ji Hung stared at her intently, not missing her momentary panic. Did your family reply to you? Do you think you are ridiculous? What did you say? Is my brother okay? I'm glad he's okay. Shuehui put her hands behind her back and clenched her fists. Her nails hurt her palms. She didn't know which expression to maintain. The forced smile was uglier than crying. You just said my brother was in trouble, but now you say he's okay. You're contradicting yourself. Ji Hung brought so many people here, first to give him courage, and second to make a thorough separation under the witness of these people. So what do you want to say? Is it wrong for me to care about my brother? You can't be unreasonable. Shuehui wanted to leave. At this time, the door of the school clinic opened, and Su Shaokai leaned against the door. Hey, are you excited to see me? The tall figure behind Su Shaokai confirmed the follower's information. Jili smiled. I'm not dead. I really worried you. This scene was like a criticism meeting. Night fell quietly, the street lights came on, and the lights just covered Shuehui, making her nowhere to hide. The people around who wanted to play a good show, Zaiwanzi went to stop them. They couldn't let too many people know what was going to happen next for the time being. Jili opened a recording. I don't know if this recording is familiar. The recording was a conversation between her and Isuelu. Shuehui couldn't stop shaking all over, looking lonely and pitiful. The people who listened to the recording couldn't sympathize with her. They went from expressionless to angry. Ji Heng's lips trembled with anger. How could you? How dare you? What did I do? It's just a recording. Don't try to frame me. Shuehui lowered her head slightly, and her long hair on both temples covered half of her face in the breeze. Aren't you just forcing me to break off the engagement? Is this fun? You're a bit impatient. Of course, we don't just record audio, the video is also very good. Su Shaokai walked slowly forward, approaching Shuehui. She didn't play the video. Oh, there's one more thing. Do you want to know how we got these things? If you want to know, stand still. Su Shaokai tapped her chin with her finger, whetting Shuehui's appetite. If it's something that really happened, no matter how concealed you try, it will be discovered. I didn't do it. Shuehui was stubborn. You haven't heard me tell you how I got the things. Su Shaokai suddenly changed the subject. By the way, who is the person you are talking to? Surname Yi Sui Lu? You actually called him Brother Yi. Is he older than you? What do you want to say? Shuehui really stood there, and didn't move. She didn't dare to move, because she was afraid that Su Shaokai would really get substantial evidence. She was finally smart for once, and refused to admit to killing Jili, and only talked about one topic. Isn't it just forcing me to break off the engagement? There is no need to do so many things to damage my innocence. Jili said, all of us present here are innocent, the only one who is black is you. Shuehui disdains to listen to these. So much nonsense. Get to the point. She just wants to know what evidence Su Shaokai has. Ji clearly stated the purpose of calling Xue Hui here this time. If you don't want the Xue family and the Ji family to fall out, take the initiative to cancel the engagement before the joint banquet of the Science and Technology Chamber of Commerce held by the Ji family, otherwise this video will be shown to everyone on that day. Remember to return all the property that the Ji family gave you, or I will sue you. As rich as Ji is, he is actually fussy. I will cancel the engagement. Okay, what evidence do you have to slander me? Su Shaokai shrugged, knowing that Xue Hui would never admit it. Although she was stupid, she never stepped into a trap when it came to her life. You better remember the deadline for canceling the engagement, otherwise you will be very uncomfortable. Not only will it be sent to both parents, but the fact that you hired a killer will also be reported to the police. The law enforcement department is facing off against the Xue family. I don't know whether the country is more powerful or your family is more powerful. I didn't hire him, don't talk nonsense. Yes, did Isuelu hire him? Su Shaokai winked, I'm telling you, Isuelu is not dead. I hope you continue to maintain your kind personality, and don't find anyone to deal with Isuelu. What will Xue Hui do if the pervert is not dead? Will they hurt each other or take advantage of each other's weakness and collude with each other? I really look forward to Isuelu's revenge. Xue Hui's face changed drastically, and she retreated repeatedly, as if Su Shaokai and others were devils. She denied everything, but had to face the consequences of Isuelu not dying, and she couldn't handle it alone. Isuelu was a poisonous snake hiding in the gutter. Not dying meant that he would torture her by any means. Xue Hui's back was covered with cold sweat, her teeth were trembling, and she was too scared to stand here and let others watch. Seeing Xue Hui's frightened appearance, Su Shaokai was in a very good mood. Su Shaokai didn't expect the rotten Isuelu to deal a fatal blow to Xue Hui. If he wanted to step on Xue Hui, either the Xue family would collapse, or the Xue family would give up Xue Hui on their own. Neither of these could be done for the time being. Xue Hui had no crime against her, so how could she be abandoned? But breaking off the engagement would be enough to cut off most of the value that the Ji family had bestowed on Xue Hui. Su Shaokai tempted, do you want evidence? How about exchanging evidence for evidence? Isuelu wants to kill Brother Ji, you must know something, show it to me, and I can help you deal with him. Xue Hui glared at Su Shaokai fiercely, no, I have nothing. After saying that, she turned and ran. Su Shaokai shouted from behind, if he goes to find you, our agreement will still take effect, remember to cancel the engagement. If Jili doesn't make trouble, I will, believe me, I can do it. The figure in front almost fell on the grass, and finally staggered away. Hu Ping rushed to Su Shaokai, very curious, wanting to see the video. Ji Hung worriedly circled around his brother to make sure he was not injured. Jili, I am not injured, but this stubborn sister is. Su Shaokai just shrugged, revealing the bandage on her shoulder. I'm fine, just a scratch. Su Shaokai was pulled into the medical room by Jili, and her sleeves were rolled up. There was a circle of white medical bandage on her strong and slender arm. It's really just a scratch. Jili didn't care. The medical bandage was just a patch similar to a hemostatic patch, which could be easily torn off. It was indeed, as Su Shaokai said, a very minor injury, scratched on the ground when she was protecting him and Hua Hua. She had already cleaned it. Come here for free bandaging. You can't see clearly at this position. If you get into the glass, your hand will be useless if you cover it like this. Su Shaokai wanted to say that Xia Wanzi could help her see. Jili helped her disinfect and spray again, and she shared the video with Ji Hung and Hu Ping. They were all real shots, so they were not afraid to see it. She reminded him, don't talk about it everywhere. Just discuss it in your dormitory to avoid unnecessary trouble. We understand. They pulled over the screen of Su Xiaocai's communicator, and the four heads squeezed together. I didn't feel much when I listened to the recording. The green tea female voice sounded the same to men as the magnetic green tea male voice to women. I didn't feel that they were pinching their throats. Knowing that Xue Hui really used a knife to kill someone to delay the pace of breaking up the engagement, the four grown men had goosebumps. They never expected that Xue Hui would use someone and then throw him away. The scene of Isuelu not dying was also shocking. 800 minds. These people's brain circuits are so complicated that they may never understand them in their lifetime. Su Kai, please tell me, how did you think of so many things? If we are calculated, how should we fight back? We can't win at all. Please call me Professor Su. Professor Su. Su Shaokai, who was just trying to be funny, said, this group of people is not fun. Don't be afraid. When you are in the same situation, you will know what to do. The environment changes people, but I am an exception. Don't compare me with me. Tisk, it's the same as not saying anything. Su Shaokai snorted coldly, thinking that she was broad-minded and simple, which was given by the current safe environment. Who would be willing to use their brains if they could do it? But out of habit, she couldn't stop suspecting and thinking, trying to figure out human nature. Therefore, he always brings infinite sense of crisis to those who are unhappy with him. I have something to ask. Is Xuehui the only one of the same generation as Xuehui in the main branch of the Xue family? The Xue family group is too large, and it is not realistic to completely suppress it within 5 or 6 years. It is better to see if there is anyone who can inherit the Xue family business and compete with Xuehui. No, there is also Xuezi. Hu Ping pointed at Jili. Xuezi should be a little older than Jili. He rarely appears in front of people. I heard that it is because of autism. Well, I thought he looked down on people before. Jili nodded. He has autism, but it's not very serious. It's just that he has never been cured. The Xue family can't find an autistic person to be the heir. There are rumors that Xue fighting has a gene problem, but after the Xue family took Xuehui out in public, such discussions disappeared. Don't the second and third sons of the Xue family have children? Hu Ping. No, they are not married. Xue Feijuan is a great man, not only in terms of technology, but also in terms of temper. He claims that he only likes women who are smarter than him, and he has always insisted on it. Xue Lao San is a playboy, famous for his extravagant life, but he is very cautious. No woman can get pregnant accidentally and marry into a wealthy family. Xue Lao San can be said to be legendary in the love field. Hu Ping added, my father guessed that the lack of disputes over the family property in the Xue family is probably related to the fact that the second and third sons do not have children. Without descendants, there is no motivation to fight. The first 30 years of Mr. Hu's life were destroyed by his good brother and his father, who was a what-brain person, as an imaginary enemy. So he thinks that the situation of the Xue family may be to maintain a certain balance. Is Xuezi's autism incurable? After bandaging the wound on his arm, Jili tied a bow with a girlish look. Su Shaokai moved her shoulders, and her bandaging skills were pretty good. Jili threw away the cotton swabs and other medical supplies. I don't know. I heard that it's getting better. Xuezi is now responsive to the outside world. An old professor tested his IQ, and it was very high. Maybe it's too high, so it's hard for him to be interested in the outside world. Music, painting, physics, mathematics, etc. can't touch him. The speaker may not mean anything, but the listener may take it seriously. Hu Ping felt like he was being pierced by thousands of arrows. It turns out that high IQ can also manifest as autism. High IQ autistic people have a desire to communicate, but Xuezi is a little different. It's more like he is in another space, a little alienated from the people around him. In short, I don't know how to cure it. Just like his situation, there is money but no cure, unless there is a miracle. Jili took a dark blue clip and unskillfully helped Su Shaokai clip the messy hair on her temples. Okay, let them handle the Xue family's affairs. You are students, just do your job as students. Brother Ji, you dote on Kai Kai so much that you don't even notice your younger brother. Hu Ping said in a wicked way, look at Ji Hung, he's staring at you, and you haven't scolded him yet today. Ji Hung was so annoyed, brother, I didn't. He hoped that Jili wouldn't notice him. Then why don't you leave? The good food in the canteen will be snatched away by a bunch of old sixes. Hu Ping hugged Ji Hung and left with a laugh. Su Shaokai stood up, thank you, brother, I'm leaving. Have a good rest and sleep away all the shocks you received today. You may not feel it now, but when you calm down, palpitations, fatigue, fear, etc. will come to your mind, which is inevitable. You can only overcome it, or it will become a shadow forever. Jili nodded, I'm fine for now. If you still feel uncomfortable after 2 or 3 days, come with me to farm, you will be fine. Jili hit the nail on the head, you just want a free tool, right? Hold it, don't say it, we are still friends. After watching the show, Su Shaokai went to check her dishes before returning to the dormitory. As soon as the door opened, Wu Qingqing gave her a big bear hug, and Xing Miao was reluctant to let her go. Baby, you've suffered again. Those gangsters are so abominable that they actually wanted you to be a hostage. Fortunately, you were not exchanged out. Do you know how disgusting some people on the internet are? From Su Shaokai being a smart game producer, to a selfish and indifferent capitalist who doesn't care about the lives of the people. They were almost pissed off. Of course, many people still have normal brains. There are reasons to fight back against those fake saints on the internet. First, Su Shaokai is not a civil servant and has no obligation to the lives and safety of the people. Second, Everyone seems to have forgotten how young Su Xiaokai is. She is still a child that the public should protect. Third, how do they know that Su Xiaokai didn't make any efforts? The best way is not to show that scene. If it does, it will make the work of law enforcement officers more difficult. Internet trolls are very interesting. Su Xiaokai shared today's events with Wu Qingqing and others while checking the account. Recording some of the trolls' remarks and forming a main line, it can be clearly seen that someone hired Water Army to black her again. So much money was spent on blackmailing her, but she was defeated every time. Isn't it tiring? Maybe the people who spent money wanted to buy happiness. The main account currently has too many people. Su Xiaokai thought about it, and opened another account to sell fruits, and another account to push games. The original account is still used to share food with Zia Wanzi. Wu Qingqing heard that Su Xiaokai took Jili to escape, and then went to Huanglong fearlessly. She was envious. If I had known, I would have followed him. Wu Qingqing said regretfully. I can't save two burdens. If the cat died, she would be sad for a while at most, but if Wu Qingqing died, it would be a sin. Wu Qingqing, okay, I will study harder. It's time to study harder. The competition will start again soon. You should all have a chance to participate this time. Su Xiaokai said. Master, did you get any news? Guessed. After Su Xiaokai met those old men last time, he had a hunch that if the war lasted for 2 or 3 years, the competition would be shelved. But the war is over, too many people were sacrificed, and it is best to select from the students to make up for it. Chapter 99. Wu Qingqing, Ji Heng and others all have a heart to serve the country, so Su Xiaokai will naturally help them. Try to fight against advanced training robots within this month, and I will give you more comprehensive training then. Su Xiaokai doesn't know if she can graduate early with her current fame and learning progress. Even if she can make it to that time, she will probably only be a backup. Let her, who can fight against the insect warriors, compete with a bunch of little kids for the championship. The former general will lose all face. Wu Qingqing was inspired and excited. Yes, I will practice now. If you want to practice, you can practice tomorrow. Go to bed. I will go with you tomorrow. Xing Miao brought the person back. She hugged Su Xiaokai. Our little friend should also have a good rest. Yeah. Su Xiaokai lay on the bed and fell asleep after the beauty sweet and soft goodnight hug. In the early morning, the campus was very quiet, and Officer Perlin of the police station organized people to round up the killer. Admiral Bai's soldiers found the locations of all the mercenaries based on the tracker provided by Su Xiaokai. This period of time is when people are most sleepy and most likely to relax. The defending mercenaries thought that the action of capturing them would be quick. After all, Su Xiaokai recognized several of them. But they didn't expect it to be so fast. They also abandoned several cars on the way and disguised themselves to enter the secret residence provided by the employer. The tickets for the space shuttle have been bought. In 2 hours, they can blend into the crowd and go their separate ways. When the money is almost spent, they will go out again to take big orders, and the cycle repeats. Being discovered means that they are not as skilled as others, but they will not admit defeat. If they were to carry out the mission in other places, they would probably resist and run away. This is the capital planet, not a place where they can run wild. With fully equipped soldiers, and weapons mounted on multiple large offensive mechanical spiders, they have only one choice. Surrender. The law enforcers caught people very smoothly, and the killers and mercenaries had almost no power to resist, and no casualties were caused. The hands of the mercenary leader were tied, and his body was searched. He was used to taking risks and couldn't calm down. Officer, can I ask how we were exposed? They only lost a few cars. Not all of them, of course they can find them, but the soldiers can't tell. The mercenary leader saw that he couldn't get anything out of his question, so he looked up at the people around him. His eyes were instantly attracted by a tall man not far away. It turned out to be General Bai. Why is this big guy here? If he had known that this fierce general was in the capital star, he would never accept this mission. If killing Su Xiaokai is a difficult task, then escaping from General Bai's territory is equivalent to hell. General Bai is very famous in the mercenary world. Once hearing his name, people would give him a thumbs up in admiration. The government regular army, led by General Bai, once slaughtered the Broken Star Belt in 3 days. The cause was that there were star pirates abducting and selling children, dozens of them at a time. No matter what the reason, child trafficking is an intolerable crime. At that time, General Bai was not yet an admiral. He broke into the star pirate base camp, rescued those children, and killed the star pirates so hard that they cried for their parents. If the weapons and ammunition had not been consumed, and there were still many civilians living in the star fragment belt, Admiral Bai would have probably wiped out all the star pirates. So every time he talked about Admiral Bai's deeds, the mercenaries were all amazed. Admiral Bai paced among these criminals, secretly happy in his heart. He liked Su Xiaokai more and more, a person who did great things quietly. First-class criminal nemesis. All the mercenaries and killers were taken back to the police station. The dungeon of the Capital Star Police Station was not very large, and suddenly a large number of criminals poured in, almost filling it up. Perlin had finished questioning the two killers. He drank a cup of strong tea to refresh himself. The two killers confessed to the murder, but they said they didn't know who hired them, and they kept their mouths shut. Even after feeding them truth serum, they still couldn't reveal the person behind the scenes. But Perlin also understood why they knew nothing. They were all orphans, raised by the organization, and thrown into society after their teenage years. The organization first gave them freedom, and then they had ties, families, partners, etc. They began to use this as a thread to make them complete the task. At the beginning, it was just some very simple tasks, and they didn't even have to sell their souls, and they could get money. Once they accepted it for the first time, they would step into the abyss step by step. Those who were not suitable would be killed by various accidents. Those with a high success rate and courage gradually became killers. This organization has monstrous means and hides in the dark. The killers know nothing except the teachers who trained them when they were young. Even those teachers wore masks. The universe is so big, there is light and darkness. The mouse hides deep, it is not so easy to find it. After further interrogation, we found out that an anonymous report today was also related to them. The employer who wanted to kill Ji Li was later killed by them. As for the employer of the second order, they didn't know, it was a secret order. Then they came back to the anonymous report, but the person who died was a woman, and they did not succeed in killing the two targets. Ji Li was protected by Su Xiaokai and was not injured. Yi Suilu disappeared, and he used his mother to die in his place and escaped. The whole thing was so complicated that Perlin was almost confused. When he sorted out the relationship, Perlin understood. The person who called the police anonymously was definitely Su Xiaokai. The guy was protected by the military. They said that she was in a critical period, and if you want to ask her something, you can only visit her in person. Perlin didn't want to deal with her at all. But the military didn't allow a second person to take over her case. If he wanted to deal with this case, the person who contacted Su Xiaokai must be fixed. No substitutions allowed. Perlin slapped himself. You deserved a slap in the face, Bah, you deserved it. The other team members looked at Perlin with pity. He must have been too busy. Perlin, he was driven crazy. The interrogation of the killer was over. Perlin, with a smoking throat, took a candy to soothe his throat and continued to interrogate the mercenary boss. For those who were also related to Su Xiaokai, only his team could do it. The workload of the cases he took on this year was more than the total of all the previous years. After eating the candy and drinking a cup of strong tea, he went into the interrogation room. He sat down and looked at the mercenary in front of him. His beard was all over his chin, and he looked a little old. His hands were handcuffed, and he sat crookedly, with no image at all. He seemed to be not afraid of interrogation or jail. The boss of the mercenaries was indeed not too scared. When he first became a mercenary, he was often invited back by the police station of other planets for coffee. As long as he refused to admit to killing, there would be no problem. The police of the capital planet were much more civilized than the local police. At least, they would not treat them rudely, and give them some cold boiled water to clear their throats. After asking about name, age, birthplace, residence, and job, the interrogation process began. When did you enter the capital planet? What are you doing here? 2 days ago traveling. You don't have a job. Where does the money come from? Wow, officer, your question is a bit wide-ranging. There are many ways to make money by doing hard labor. I came to the capital planet to see which job can make money quickly. So how do you explain the sudden increase of 5 million in your account? A lot of weapons were found in the house. You are obviously mercenaries. Officer, we entered the capital planet as tourists. Later, our employer gave us money to pretend to be mercenaries and scare the little girl, so we just did it. We hid the weapons for fun. They were all homemade and had limited lethality. You are just being stubborn, right? All of you who stayed behind to be scapegoats have confessed, and they even kept the chat records between you. Not only did you want to kill that woman, you also attacked a high-ranking general. The mercenary leader sat up straight. Officer, what are you talking about? I didn't attack any high-ranking generals. You can't frame me. I need a lawyer. Do you think your employer has the money to hire a lawyer for you? Perrin couldn't help but pour cold water on them. Your employer can't save himself. The victim is going through the legal process. You can't escape. The evidence we have in the police's hands is enough for you to be sentenced to death. Officer, if you had evidence, you wouldn't be interrogating us here. I was brought up in fear, and I'm not afraid of your tricks. Perrin saw that he didn't know how to live or die, so he took out a photo that he had just printed out. This was a screenshot of a video of more than 30 people besieging General Bai, which was obviously a surveillance image. Scaring a little girl is different from attacking a general. They wanted to assassinate Su Xiaokai, but failed, so it can be said that they were scaring. But attacking a general, if unsuccessful, would also be classified as espionage. I don't know these people, officer, you can't accuse me. The mercenaries, but seem to be crawling with tens of thousands of ants. I only received 5 million to attack General Bai. Am I a fool? No one would take the risk for 50 million. In their private mercenary order evaluation, the amount of money to kill a general is as high as 100 billion. No employer has ever issued a similar task, and even if it was issued, no one dared to accept it. The death index is too high. He will definitely be wanted by the whole universe. The employer is not stupid. Who dares to kill the admiral openly? If he kills him, the Zerg will attack and the admiral will be missing. The consequences will be disastrous. Only the spy organization is afraid of chaos in the world. But the people caught all know you, and there is a record of you and your partner saying that you want to kill the admiral for fun. This is too much. The mercenary boss dared not hide anything. Officer, I really didn't say that I wanted to kill the admiral for fun. I don't deny that I said it, but it was a joke. Who would brag about being able to kill insect warriors? It's the same. Who among us doesn't know how powerful the admiral is? I confess that my employer is. In order not to involve himself in the group of spies, the mercenary boss confessed everything he had done since he came to the capital planet. Of course, he still kept his words to himself and didn't mention the bombing of Su Xiaokai. He wanted to put the blame on the people who attacked Admiral Bai. From being hired to carrying out the mission, he said that he definitely didn't have time to assassinate the admiral during this period. The group of people who assassinated the general were also mercenaries. They were extremely extreme in their thinking and were severely brainwashed with distorted values. They believed that their lives were not satisfactory because the frontline personnel consumed too much military funds and exploited businessmen who exploited civilians, resulting in low wages, so they became mercenaries. After training, all of them had the same goal, to kill officers. Perrin was dumbfounded. The reason they became mercenaries was obviously that they were unwilling to be down to earth and just wanted to get rich overnight. There is no job that can make you rich overnight. Even if you are a rich businessman, you need to work very hard to make money. It is not as simple as it seems to be. You can make a lot of money by buying and selling things. Su Xiaocai's game seems to be a product of getting rich overnight, but it is really that simple. Who knows how much time and effort she has put in behind it? She can say it lightly, but others have no right to say that she makes money easily. Those who can get rich overnight are all written in the law, and they are all illegal. It is even more nonsense to say that too much military expenditure affects the tax revenue of merchants. Perrin came to a conclusion that the people who killed General Bai were all a bunch of complete fools. As for Su Xiaocai's mercenaries, they were hired by the legal person of Yiguang Future Game Company. The mercenaries did not know whether there were other people involved, but this legal person was their contact person. He was also the one who paid. The mercenaries explained everything clearly, thinking that if they could be sentenced lightly, it would be better to be sentenced to 10 or 20 years, which would be better than being in prison for a lifetime or being sentenced to death. They all thought too well. Even if Perlin was unwilling to investigate the mercenaries' other past, Su Xiaokai would not remain indifferent. In order to make an example of others, after Su Xiaokai knew who killed her, she entrusted the lawyers of Zhang Ruikai law firm to sue all those who harmed her. Su Xiaokai accused these mercenaries of intentional homicide and using large-scale weapons to kill her. She demanded a huge amount of compensation from the accomplices and the masterminds behind the scenes, and sentenced them to the punishment they deserved. If the judge wanted to reduce the sentence, she would sue again. Su Xiaokai sued them to death. This was not Su Xiaocai's intention, but General Bai's request. She has many scientific and technological achievements. Once she dies, the losses will be calculated in Beijing. The judicial department does not know what Su Xiaokai represents, but General Bai knows. So they also submitted a report, accusing them of being hired to kill on the grounds of intentional killing of generals. Whether it is hired killing or personal killing, it is a deliberate, strategic, and judgmental illegal behavior. Mercenaries are also human beings, and as human beings, They should abide by the law. Killing has seriously endangered social order. He put pressure on law enforcement agencies and requested that this sentence be a model. No matter how much the mercenaries confessed, their sentences would not be reduced. They harmed a core figure in science and technology, a good citizen with no criminal record. If someone has outstanding achievements, the employer will hire someone to kill him, the employer will break the law, and the mercenary will be a hero again after more than 10 years. Wouldn't this world be in chaos? Su Xiaokai appealed for her own reasons. Only by increasing the crime of the criminal can she be sentenced more severely, without exposing her identity. At the same time, not only Su Xiaokai wants to sue, but those who lost their lives in the bomb will also sue them. If the judiciary treats this incident unfairly, it will lose credibility. The mercenaries would never have thought that their simple mission would cost them their lives. At the beginning, there was indeed no evidence to sentence them to death, and they were only sentenced to 50 years in prison. Similarly, the employers of the mercenaries were also sentenced to life imprisonment. If they behave well and use some tricks, the sentence may inexplicably become more than 10 or 20 years. Su Xiaokai disagreed with this result. It was obvious that the mercenaries hired to kill people were not carrying out the same type of mission for the first time. The person behind the scenes could find these mercenaries, so he was obviously an old hand. It was only because the source of the weapons was unclear and there was no direct evidence to prove that the people who blew up the square were the mercenary boss and others, and she herself was not dead, so she could only be sentenced to this extent. Su Xiaokai was furious and appealed to everyone in the 10-star systems on the platform. If there was evidence to prove that these people had killed people, they could give it to her. She would definitely make good use of the evidence and sue them to death. Before the retrial, Su Xiaocai's mailbox was quickly filled with dense evidence. Some people even pulled their electronic ID cards to their chests and reported the mercenaries by real name, as well as the vicious competition of EP81 Future Game Company, which led to the tragedy of many people's deaths. Many hands make light work. In Su Xiaocai's private messages, there were soon enough clues to accuse all shareholders and legal persons of EP81 Future Game Company, as well as the key clues to the execution ground of the mercenaries. The power of the people is always huge. Although the legal person of the game company took all the charges, Su Xiaokai had evidence, and none of them could escape. In order to kill one person, he actually implicated innocent people. This is unforgivable. When Su Xiaokai filed the lawsuit again, the EP81 stock market had fallen again and again. People who held EP81 shares sold them one after another. The stock market of this large game company fell to the limit every day until it changed hands in a short period of time, from a first-class enterprise to a third-rate listed company. Overthrow the huge game group with the power of the crowd. Su Xiaokai won the lawsuit later, uprooting the entire criminal chain and smashing it all. After she received the compensation money, she didn't want a penny, and distributed it all to the families of those who were implicated by her, and those who silently provided evidence to her. She did not make this behavior public, and also told the people who received the money to spend it slowly, and in a low-key manner. There should be no interests involved in doing good deeds. She hopes that they will be rewarded, but she also does not want people who do good deeds to do it for the sake of interests. After all, such behavior is not worth promoting. She asked them to be low-key, and they promised not to show off on the internet, but did not say that they could not show off to people around them. So the matter of her dividing the money still appeared on the internet. Netizens also quarreled again because of this. Su Xiaokai didn't know that her kind gesture would be considered very clever. In the future, if anyone dared to harm Su Xiaokai, she would not need to say anything, and everyone in the capital would be her spies. The 10 billion compensation, if divided, would give at least hundreds of thousands to each person. Her generosity was admirable. Some people thought she was stupid. But all of the above was a story for the future. It takes a lot of time to fight a lawsuit, and it takes time to collect evidence. Su Xiaokai appealed to the public online for evidence, and Zhang Ruikai's law firm took care of everything else. On the fourth day after the attack, she went to the laboratory as usual, and first checked the health of the cats. Hua was still too cold to these female cats, and Su Xiaokai suspected that it had some defects. Chapter 100. She didn't know cats. To be more precise, she didn't try to learn about them. After all, she thought calico cats were common cats. She had seen them in pet stores and on TV. So when she decided to give Hua a harem, she didn't consider whether the strong Hua could do it. Now, she had to think more about it. She wanted a bunch of kittens with golden claws. But Hua was like, I am the only one who is beautiful, you unruly people, don't get close to me. It's hard to get him close to other cats. With a rigorous scientific attitude, Su Shakai looked up some information about calico cats on the internet. You don't know until you check. Once you check, Su Shakai can't look at Hua directly. Male cats among calico cats have genetic defects. Although they are equipped with male characteristics, they are unlikely to be in heat. Huagong? This is a big problem for her. Xia Wanzi also saw what Su Shaokai was looking for. She tilted her round head and said to Hua with pity, "You are sick, and you are seriously ill. What should you do?" Hua played with the newly bought big ball of yarn, which was 3 times the size of the cat. Her 2 paws kept pouncing on the yarn, ignoring the worried looks of the 2 shovelers, innocent and lively. After Su Shaokai felt distressed, she reflected on herself. No, she absolutely could not let Huagong interfere with her plan. Her Hua army must be expanded. Hua is a mutant, and although it is called a calico cat, it actually has more than 5 colors on its body: black, white, orange, and bleached red and green. With so many colors, it shouldn't look good, but Hua's for color distribution is very pleasing to the eye, not a mess with an overturned color palette. It's more like a protective color. In the dark environment, the warm and shiny fur color in the daytime will appear very rough, like a rag. Su Shakai held up a blood drawer. Hua, for the sake of your offspring, you must undergo an examination. When Hua was caught, she didn't realize what happened. Su Shakai tried to poke Hua's skin with an ordinary needle. It couldn't penetrate. Good guy, it's worthy of being an evolved cat. How did it do it? Is it possible that this guy is a product of a laboratory? Su Shakai became more and more curious. She changed the needle, added the ingredients of its claw sheath, and easily pushed it into its flesh, taking a tube of blood. Hua felt the pain belatedly, arched her back, and cursed with fur meow meow meow. Su Shakai threw a piece of meat to comfort it. Then she picked up Hua and Xia Wanzi, and quickly returned to school to find Jili to take its blood sample for examination. Hua was still in a bad mood after eating the meat, and kept cursing all the way, holding a grudge, but it cursed but never took action. Stop scolding me. I don't understand you even if you scold me. Hua seemed to understand her tone, wagging her tail and ignoring her. When she arrived at school, she told Jili and started to tinker with his equipment in the school clinic. Jili, are you too familiar? If you want to use the school's equipment, just use it. You don't have anyone here, let me use it. I don't believe that all these equipment were bought by the school. They are so complete. If it wasn't bought by the school, who else could have bought it? Jili firmly refused to admit that he had such a rich behavior. I haven't used it many times since I bought it. It's just for show. I lent it to the hospital last month, and it came back intact. No one dared to touch these instruments, which is enough to prove how expensive it is. I'm kidding you. Don't be stingy. I brought you some fresh bamboo shoots. Su Shakai gave him a piece of bamboo shoots she had just dug on the way. Then she began to mix the reagents to do multiple tests on the blood, and then put it in the machine. Finally, she waited for Hua's blood sample analysis and hair follicle gene analysis. You dug these bamboo shoots quite casually. Only the tips of the bamboo shoots. Are you so picky about food now? You even dislike the tips of the bamboo shoots? There was no way to respond to this. Jili put the bamboo shoots aside. What are you going to do with my instrument? Tell me. Why are you so nosy about whether other people's cats can do it? Who can't do it? Jili's eyes fell on Hua. He had some understanding of cats. I was wondering why you had to buy a female cat. It's not that it won't work. It can work, but it can't give birth. Seeing the information online was heartbreaking enough. Su Shakai could only think to herself that Hua was a mutant, and the mutant species might be a completely new species. She was even more upset. Other species? Wouldn't that mean species isolation? It was a headache no matter how she thought about it. While waiting for the results to come out, Su Shakai remembered something. On the way here just now, the classmates' eyes seemed to be focused on her again. She thought that there was nothing worth paying attention to recently. She sat on the super comfortable sofa that Jili had just bought, and went to the forum to see if there was any big event in the school. The pinned post made Su Shakai realize that the paper about Mengxue had been published. Professor Li showed this paper to the sophomores today, and then the news spread, and she became famous again. The official academic forum has always been rigorous, and there has not been even a single academic fraud. Even whether the professor stole the students' results, and whether the research goals were completed by individuals or groups were all checked clearly. The Mengxue paper overturned the cognition of many people. So far, most people believe that the insect people must be restrained by high technology. Only powerful mechas and weapons can cause harm to them. But this paper tells everyone that plants are not only useful for eating, but also for viewing, greening, and medicine. They are also critical for insects. This paper came out of nowhere, giving hope to many people engaged in similar research projects. The insects evolve too fast. They have tried using poison, biological weapons, and parasitic plants. They may work the first time, but the effect will be greatly reduced if used again. Research on plants to control insects has almost come to a standstill. Now, there are not only papers, but also finished products. The 022 Mechanical Planet, which was broadcast simultaneously with the papers, issued a news. Hwangyong Planet, which has suffered from the disaster of insects, has begun to plant this kind of flowers. It is very efficient and controllable. It can also make preliminary improvements to the soil in the areas invaded by insects, and subsequent transformation back to normal life planets can save costs. It is wonderful that adult flowers pose very little threat to humans. As long as people do not touch its seeds when they are injured, it is harmless, and is an ideal weapon against insects. In the future, Hwangyong Star will become a green insect corpse disposal site. It is considered to be another track to deal with insects. Well, now Su Xiaokai is a genius in botany. A walking philanthropist, because she cultivated the mangosteen without charging any fees from the military. It was given for free, so the military will grant her an honorary status. It is equivalent to telling others that this person, as long as he does not break the law, is protected by the military. If you want to touch her, think twice. It feels so good. Look, I have become a real vegetable farmer. Su Xiaokai looked at the comments under the post that mocked her good luck in growing vegetables, and wanted to say that the premise of good luck is that you can discover it. You can't even see the money dropped on the ground. How dare you mock her luck? The characteristics of Red Enchantress itself are very strange. She discovered it, but they didn't. This can't be blamed on her. The paper and the news are out, and someone will definitely come to her to buy seeds next. Brother Ji. Su Xiaokai hugged Hua Hua and twisted for a while. Ji Li's eyebrows tightened. Don't be awkward, or your waist will be twisted into a knot, and no one will be able to save you. What else do you want? You have seen my paper. Don't you want to praise me? Ji Li repeated. So what do you want? TSK, you don't know how to be funny. Su Xiaokai stood, poked his shoulder, and smiled slyly. Do you have any connections to help me sell the seeds at a high price? Didn't you generously send them to Wanjiangsing? Selling favors to the military doesn't stop me from making money. Currently, only Wanjiangsing can use it. They don't have enough for themselves, and they won't export it in the short term. But the seeds I cultivated can be sold. I asked Lieutenant General Bai, and I can sell them privately. I just need to set a sales range. After the sale, it is clear that the buyer will use it for scientific research or to improve the planet. Ji Li put his fingertips on Su Xiaocai's forehead and pushed her big face away. At the joint banquet of the Science and Technology Chamber of Commerce held by the Ji family, there is a project to auction high-tech products. It is full of rich people and senior researchers. My father will welcome you to its seeds. By then, it will definitely attract those professors from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. What does your Chamber of Science and Technology have to do with agricultural science? And will the price of seeds be lowered at this auction? The Academy of Agricultural Sciences also needs high-tech products. With seeds, they may find various channels to go to the scene and take a look. Ji Li added, the auction will not only be held in person, but also online. Some merchants, who have not reached the level and cannot receive invitations, can auction online. As long as they win a piece or bid, they can say that they were originally going to go to the Chamber of Commerce, but because they were busy, they only participated in the auction. Your father is great. He doesn't offend anyone. This is the fun of the business world. Compared with the straightforward fighting and killing on the Zerd battlefield, the business world is more roundabout. Those who don't understand the game do low-cost business, and those who understand the game will go to the business war. Ji's father is obviously a veteran in the business world, giving face to the big and small bosses in all walks of life. Su Xiaokai was fortunate to have foresight before. The company did not play the game of listing. It looks like a lot of money, but there is a difference between holding shares and deposits. Many rich people went bankrupt overnight because they played the game of listing. The company did not understand management. If they listed with those who specialize in mowing the grass, they would definitely be harvested. She should just focus on growing vegetables and doing scientific research. Don't worry, your seeds are also high-tech products. As long as they appear in the brochure, the price will only be higher. We will issue a written commission at that time. If it does not exceed a certain price, we will take it back. Then you can help me arrange it. I will mail you more bamboo shoots. Do you only have bamboo shoots? What about turtles? Geely laughed at her for having many requirements, but the variety of gifts she gave was always the same. Don't worry about what I give you. Bamboo shoots are good. Why do you insist on turtles? Beep, beep, the blood test results came out. Su Shakai got the test data and turned to tell Geely, the seeds can be sold for 3, so count 5, sell them in a package, the highest bidder wins, help me arrange it. Whatever turtle you want, I give it to you. Geely, I remember. Su Shakai snorted coldly, thinking about turtles all day long. Okay, she will go buy a few long-lived turtles now. One turtle is passed down for 3 generations. The turtle is still there after the person is gone. Let him raise turtles for a lifetime. Holding the test report, Su Shakai carefully looked at Huahua's genetic composition. The defect did exist, but it was not a father-in-law, just lacking that kind of thing, sperm. It's just that it's a little weak in that aspect. The probability of having sexual desire is low, and it doesn't have the problems of ordinary calico male cats. From a genetic point of view, Huahua is indeed a mutant, but it has not completely deviated from the category of cats. Why? It feels so familiar. Isn't this similar to the physical changes of humans after they have the sense of qi? Can cats also practice the sense of qi to evolve superpowers? Su Shakai thinks it's nonsense. No matter how smart Huahua is, he is just a cat. Touching Huahua's soft belly, Su Shakai said, Hua, you have to do well. I will wait for you for a few more months until the kittens grow up. If you still can't do it, I will take artificial intervention. If that doesn't work, I buy an artificial placenta to breed kittens. Su Shakai was relieved to know that Huahua could do it. She was also thinking that if Huahua was a father-in-law, she would clone him to temporarily solve the problem of raw materials. If they can breed naturally, it must be better to follow the rules. Su Shakai whispered and kept talking to hypnotize Huahua. Huahua moved her ears, and was sure that the poop scooper had intermittent amnesia. She couldn't hear its meow, but it could understand her human language. On the way back to the dormitory, several female students came over happily. Su Shuime, can we take a photo together? Su Shakai said straightforwardly, okay. Then he stood with them, and smiled at the camera naturally. After taking the photo, they said, congratulations to the junior sister for publishing the paper successfully. We are all about to graduate, but we haven't successfully published it yet. It just happened to be the right time for me to publish it. Su Shakai was very happy. The more widely the paper was spread, the more likely it would be that agricultural science would rise, and the agricultural college would become a popular subject in the future. Among the 10 star systems, few had intensive cultivation like Su's planet. If more people can pay attention to agriculture, then people on remote and poor planets can live without taking nutritional supplements. Although nutritional supplements are good, they are for filling the stomach and providing energy to the human body. They are not what humans should eat. They cannot completely replace human food and supplement the nutrients needed by the body. In today's society, nutritional supplements are becoming more and more popular, squeezing the living space of ordinary farmers. Then it is conceivable that in a few hundred years, people will gradually get used to nutritional supplements, and normal food can only be food on the tables of the rich, and ordinary people can't afford it. Su Shakai doesn't want to see the group rule and control the food link. Agriculture is the basis of human survival, not the tasteless nutrients. That's why many military universities have an additional agricultural science college. Don't let capital control the source of food. Increase the production of crops and lower the price, and nutrients can return to their original business of emergency. So when the classmates asked whether the group photo could be posted on the platform, Su Shakai replied, yes, but can you add 2 sentences? What? Please pay attention to agricultural science. Please pay more attention to agricultural science. The professors of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, many of them want to grow every kind of food and fruit well, and give them to the people. The same is true for Monshua. Please believe that the original intention of studying it is to make people live better. After hearing Su Xiaocai's speech, the students who took the photo had red eyes. You are great. I apologize for the bad rumors and misunderstandings about you in the past. Thank you, I don't mind, it's all in the past. Su Shakai said goodbye to them. Downstairs in the dormitory, Su Shakai met the sophomore seniors again. They grabbed her without saying anything. Little cutie, long time no see, let's go to the canteen for a meal, and tell us how you are ahead of us. Huahua was tucked under Su Xiaocai's armpit. Seeing that the poop scooper was entangled by humans again, Huahua realized that she couldn't go back to sleep on the soft cushion, so she simply closed her eyes and snored on the spot. The sophomore seniors heard it and shouted, wow, the genius junior's cat also knows how to evolve. It can still sleep in this position. Weird schoolgirl and weird cat, a perfect match. Su Xiaokai, that's very well said, don't say it next time. Su Xiaokai was dragged to the canteen, and then was fed a sumptuous dinner. The seniors asked a lot of questions, some about thesis, and some about which direction she would focus on in plants in the future, and whether they could give some ideas or inspiration. Anyone who can study at the Academy of Agricultural Sciences wants to achieve something in agriculture. She will have a lot to say about this in the future. Su Xiaokai can't come up with so many inspirations by herself. Didn't the professor ask us to grow mushrooms before? Yes, but that kind of mushroom is for healing. It's been so long since the start of the school year, and no one has successfully grown it. This is a huge problem. They are almost going bald. Could it be that the junior schoolmate has found a good solution? They looked at Su Xiaokai expectantly. No, there are many kinds of mushrooms, and they don't require a high-growth environment. Several kinds of them are very corrosive. No, someone has used poison before. The insect people evolve too fast, are very resistant to poison, and will evolve the same type of poison. Who said we should use its poison? We can grow mushrooms for the insect people. Su Xiaokai said, I don't know much about mushrooms, but I am good at discovering them. I found several kinds of mushrooms that spread spores through animals. The spores are very contagious and any animal can be infected by them. After being infected, animals will become uncontrollable and hard to detect for a long time. You can do targeted infection, like the blood mango seeds I made, which are extremely sensitive to insect people. How to keep those mushroom spores active for a long time, directional breeding, spore strength. Once the spores can infect the insect man, as long as they dare to contact the second one, they will infect the second one, and spread radially. This weapon cannot be used frequently against insect men. After all, insect men will evolve, and who knows whether they will be inspired and evolve into biochemical insect men like before. But it is very good to use it to eliminate the group of insect men without a mother body. It can also be used as a product for cleaning the battlefield, and if this kind of mushroom is really developed, it can also be tested to see if the blood of the man can continue to parasitize after the insect man is rigidified. If it can, then these mushrooms will not be a big threat. The idea has been given, and it depends on whether they have the ideas and courage to continue the research. Before dealing with the insect man, it is best to study things that restrain spores together. Otherwise, once it is used by bad guys, it will become a cancer that is difficult for humans to eradicate. Chapter 101. It would be best if you could do some research and test the soil left after the mushrooms decompose the insect man to see if there is any significant improvement or other uses. If so, you can enjoy this overwhelming wealth. Su Xiaokai kept making promises and provided feasible experimental plans. The senior students were very excited to hear this. It seemed like it was okay. If they couldn't get the mother insect man, it would be good to get ordinary insect men. And these mushrooms with aggressive functions were not completely useless. Medical students also had a method called fighting poison with poison. One of the mushrooms was cultivated as a source of medicine, first cleaning the human body, then treating it, and the person will basically be cured, but the body will be weak for a while, and need food supplements. Another point, you can cooperate with the mechanical department or the mecha design department to study the tracking of the mushrooms after they successfully infect the insect body, and even the secret gathering place of the insect people will be wiped out. Su Xiaocai's suggestion can reduce a lot of trouble when cleaning up the battlefield. Yes, but all of this is based on success. The seniors know very well that failure is equivalent to wasting several years of time. There must be someone doing this experiment. So many people failed, can we do it? After saying this, Su Xiaokai understood the concerns of the seniors. For students with average qualifications, college is just a threshold to have a stable job in the future. They don't want to take too much risk, and their shoulders can't bear such a big responsibility. They can't be the leader of the research team. There are people doing all kinds of experiments, including the crop research you are doing now. But for this kind of experiment, you'd better consult your supervisor and don't do it privately. When I do experiments, there are also people above watching me. Su Xiaokai was just talking nonsense to scare them. She was alone because she had experience in doing experiments independently and knew how to operate. Compared to cultivating powerful species, Su Xiaokai preferred to cultivate high-yield and stable crops. If you decide to do it, I can give you some sponsorship support. Tell your supervisor, as long as there is a practical plan, maybe the supervisor will form a team, and you can join first. This is fine. Even if the team is not formed, at least they have worked hard on the research plan, which can be regarded as a life experience. Thank you, you are the most respectable researcher. The seniors gave Su Xiaokai a big hug. Su Xiaokai modestly said, please call me the best vegetable farmer. The coconut rolls I grow are very delicious. Have you tried them? The seniors looked at her sideways, like a woman bragging about her own melons. They quickly put her back, not wanting to listen to her boring bragging. At night, all the roommates went to the training room, and Su Xiaokai was alone in the dormitory, quiet and leisurely. She watched the news channel for a while, and then received a message from Xiang Qian. Xiang Qian sent the information he had recently found. Both documents contained a lot of information, and recorded his search process in detail, silently complaining about how hard he had been working recently, asking for salary in disguise. Su Xiaokai smiled, and flipped through it briefly. The information about nothingness was more detailed. In addition to being a detective, Xiang Qian was also a hacker, so it was easier to find out about Nothingness's life trajectory. Nothingness, real name Luo Lianliang. He had a younger sister, his mother had passed away, and his father was the owner of a car repair shop and a junior repairman who could perform basic maintenance and repairs on mechas. Later, his father had an accident and died in the store. After investigation and monitoring, it was unanimously said that he was caused by improper operation, so the insurance company did not compensate. Hemp ropes are broken at the thinnest part, and misfortune is always with the unfortunate. At that time, his grandfather also broke an arm in order to save his father. The younger one was too young, and the older one was disabled, so the burden of life fell on Luo Lianliang. He was forced to drop out of school to pay off the debt. As for the debt, it also appeared out of thin air, saying that his father owed it by gambling with others in his spare time during the auto repair period. Xiang Qian is indeed a very good detective. With the protection of bodyguards, his investigation is very in-depth. Su Xiaokai continued to read. Everything that happened in Shiwu's home was traceable. There were also clues about his father's death. Xiang Qian visited the place where Shiwu used to live. He learned about his father's personality from his neighbors. He was cautious, organized, and stable. He never quarreled with others. No one had ever seen him gambling. He loved his children very much. He was both a father and a mother. He was a very responsible person. Before the accident, Shiwu's father had 3 near-death experiences within a month. One was a falling object from a high altitude. He suddenly remembered that he wanted to buy a cake for his daughter. When he turned around, a flower pot big enough to kill someone fell right where he was standing. The shop owner saw it clearly at the time, and was deeply impressed. He even praised Shiwu's father for his good luck. The second time was when he was walking on the road. Suddenly, a group of people squeezed up and pushed him to the side of the road. A car was landing quickly. He was saved by a kind passerby. Shiwu's father even paid the kind passerby money for this. The third time was also very much like an accident. He took his daughter to the park to play. The facilities in the park collapsed due to disrepair. At that time, a young mother was seriously injured. If an old customer hadn't suddenly called him and asked him to repair the car urgently, he would have been in trouble. The accidents one after another made the father realize that something was wrong. But life still had to go on, and he couldn't escape the death in the end. As for the sudden debt, Xiang Qian found out that the creditor of the gambling debt was a well-known local gangster who specialized in blackmail. Such a gangster doesn't have much ability, but he has great power. As long as he is in the capital star, he can find people. The grandfather and grandson didn't intend to admit the debt, but they had to continue to survive in the capital star, so they couldn't hide it. If they didn't pay back the money, they would harass them every day, and even drag their children to the dark kiln. I don't know if Xiang Qian had something to do with it, and he investigated the gangster series of crimes, as if he intended to let Su Xiaokai expose it. Xiang Qian was able to find out the gangster's crimes, and also found out why Luo Lianliang walked into the dark alley, was suppressed by a gangster, and couldn't turn over. The reason was the same as Su Xiaokai thought. He offended Shuehui. Luo Lianliang formed a Shuehui victim team on the internet, and was soon retaliated. The gangster now works as a rent collector in a real estate agency under the name of Shui Sanshu Group. He has a bad reputation, but the agency still hasn't fired him. Su Xiaokai looked at the 3 words EP81. He was involved in so many events. Did he really love Shuehui, or was everything controlled by this person, Xiang Qian? I can't investigate further for the time being, otherwise the Shui family will find out again. Next is Xiao Mingxing's social relationships. For some reason, her online information was destroyed, her assets were quickly auctioned off, and her communicator was also sold on the black market. I found many connections, and bought Xiao Mingxing's old communicator. After repairing the formatted content inside, I was able to sort out her relationships. Xiao Mingxing's death was said to be a murder of love. Her daily relationships were chaotic, and she was eventually retaliated against. The person in jail was her lover. Whether he was a lover is debatable, because he was extremely ordinary, a vendor, 80 years old, with an adopted son at home. He was sentenced to 50 years in prison, and he explained very clearly how he killed Xiao Mingxing. As for the affair between him and Xiao Mingxing, he was evasive and unwilling to tell the general situation. This was one of the doubts, but the police still sentenced him, and did not follow up. Xiao Mingxing was not familiar with Fei and Luo Min, and it was obviously caused by her carelessness. And the aunt of Xiao Mingxing's cousin also died. It is not clear which subordinate of EP81 the aunt was the lover of, and it has become a mystery. But a glimpse of the whole picture can tell us that the wider the radiation chain is, the more people will die. If you don't keep your mouth shut, and are discovered, you may be the next person to die. Boss, I've worked so hard to investigate. If you go deeper you die. The Shui family is too scary, especially Shui Feichuan, who is simply a devil with a holy father's face. Xiang Qian doesn't recommend Su Shaokai to confront him now. Su Shaokai flipped through the pictures of Luo Lianliang's family. Oh, it turned out to be the grandfather and grandson, who were almost blackmailed by Yi Xiaosan at the exhibition. At this stage, gangsters cannot be caught. It is difficult for one gangster to produce qualitative changes. If the person behind the scenes is not pulled out, there will be a second gangster. Moreover, this gangster has been oppressing the three of them, and often intimidating and threatening them, but there is no real harm. If there was violence, the three of them would have moved away long ago. I don't know if he was well-intentioned or had bad intentions, but overall, it was not fatal. Su Shaokai gave Fatty another task. Find someone to get in touch with the gangster, and see if you can find evidence of the Shui family's crimes. After that, I want you to check something. You should know that I was an orphan. I was too young at the time, and have no memory of my relatives. I want to know if you Haiming and I are related by blood. Who else was there in that orphanage? How did it go bankrupt, etc. Be careful, don't rush. This matter is not urgent. Su Shaokai has been dragging it out, because she has a hunch that there are some unknown secrets. Afterwards, Su Shaokai was very heartbroken and transferred 1 million to Xiang Qian, and also transferred 100,000 to each of the 2 bodyguards who protected Xiang Qian. This was the agreed price. The 2 bodyguards have a fixed monthly salary, but if Xiang Qian experiences a life and death moment, she will also reward and punish clearly, and give the bodyguards more compensation. Xiang Qian felt relieved when he saw the dazzling zero. He had thought that if Su Shaokai was willing to give him 100,000, he would be willing to do this job for life. Now that he saw a higher salary than expected, he felt that he could follow Su Shaokai wholeheartedly, which was much better than being a detective alone. Safety is guaranteed, and there is no need to worry about the client turning against him. Thank you, boss. I will work for you for the rest of my life. Su Shaokai knew that Xiang Qian was a little greedy and his loyalty needed to be improved, but he had a good outlook on life and work ethics. As long as he was not forced to go through life and death, he would really work for her for the rest of his life. Don't get excited yet. Your salary is not fixed. The more you find out and give me, the more money I will give you. You must remember that all investigation contents are confidential and cannot be disclosed to others. Okay, boss. Since you are not in a hurry to investigate your own life experience, can my 2 bodyguards and I stay for 2 or 3 days when we pass by some scenic planets? It's up to you. Just give me valuable information in a month. Okay. Su Shaokai walked to the balcony and looked at the vigorous flowers and plants. She did not interfere with these flowers and plants. The drip irrigation pipes were all managed by Zaya Wanzi. The 2 min fruit trees are growing very well, and no longer show signs of withering. The reason is just that the pots have been changed. The pots are made of special metals. They are refined from the ore bought from the 022 mechanical planet last time. They are of high purity and cost a lot. She detected that such pots will produce a special wavelength of radiation in the middle. Perhaps this kind of radiation is exactly what min fruit needs. Su Shaokai touched its fruit, which has shriveled into seeds, and will soon be able to harvest mature seeds. The truth may be hidden in the obvious appearance. If you unravel the mystery, observe more, and do more experiments, you will definitely be able to discover the secret like Mingua's fruit. Thank you, Zaya Wanzi, you are awesome. Zaya Wanzi, Kai, you are awesome too. You are the best kid I have ever seen. Su Shaokai chuckled. How many people have you met? Then take me to meet more people. Zaya Wanzi said very naturally, you promised to take me to the mysterious restaurant. You can't forget it. Okay. Su Shaokai looked at Zaya Wanzi, and suddenly felt that it would be great if artificial intelligence could also have a city of their own, so that Zaya could live freely, instead of being trapped beside humans and only serving them. It also needs a space where it can play at any time. Speaking of this, Su Xiaokai suddenly felt that it seemed to be possible. Artificial intelligence is not a person, and it does not need the real world to be realized. Returning to the room, she turned on the desk lamp, turned on the computer, and picked up a pen to draw. The subsequent impact of the paper was that not only did people come to take photos with Su Xiaokai from time to time, but also outsiders and companies wanted to do paid consulting. Su Xiaokai was busy. She sent functional props to Xiang Qian and made a new simulation cabin. The current simulation cabin alone was not enough to support the subsequent training of Wu Qingqing and others. Gravity changes, various terrain simulations, and urban rescue, etc. These training projects overlap with the game to a certain extent, but the original intention of the game is to design for commanders. If you want to improve the strength of individual soldiers and overall strength, you need a higher degree of simulation. She didn't want to do paid consulting, but Professor Li called Su Xiaokai to his office today for this matter. To be honest, this is a paid consulting that an old friend outside asked me to help you with. I circled these, they are all relatively important projects, and I have been stuck in a bottleneck for a while. Professor Li had no choice. Several friends, who had helped him asked him for help, but he was only responsible for conveying the message. He refused to do anything else. He was only an expert in crops. Su Xiaokai was probably more experienced in plants targeting insects. What are you busy with recently? I am thick-skinned, so if I can, I will see if I can help. But I will only say this once, there won't be a second time. Professor Li didn't want this student to think that he was taking advantage of his seniority. Su Xiaokai, I am busy with a lot of things. I took the list and the quotation sheet and looked at them. The ones circled by Professor Li were all fairly priced, more than 5,000 to solve a problem. She was still a student, and the fact that she could give such a quotation proved that the other party was asking sincerely. As for the quotations of others, some offered 200, and some offered 20, as if they thought highly of her by consulting her. However, there was another very eye-catching quotation, 1 million. It was a shocking quotation. Obviously, he was not in the professor's circle, and the name was a little familiar. Professor, I want to ask, who is this person? What is the purpose of such an outrageous offer? Don't worry about it. It's usually a trick used by merchants. They want to get to know you through high-paid quotes, so that they can buy the seeds you have. Su Xiaokai suddenly realized that it was a merchant. Then she knew who it was. This boss didn't contact her through the communicator. It was too tortuous to attract her attention through paid quotes. What if she completely forgot who he was? The person who made the offer was the seed store owner that Su Xiaokai had added before. Since he knew that Su Xiaokai really produced a hard-to-find seed, he racked his brains to think about how to contact Su Xiaokai so that he would appear to be purposeful and not disgust her. Then, he thought of making a conspicuous package from paid consultation. Su Xiaokai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The boss was quite cute. Although he was a bit mercenary, and even sold inferior products as good ones, it cannot be denied that he was alive. All profiteers are similar. They have some small thoughts and shortcomings. In order to live and make money, they can really think of ideas that others can't think of. They are very thick-skinned. Su Xiaokai has seen too many of them. It's not strange, nor is it annoying. It's actually a good experience to be friends with profiteers. They are very talkative and well-informed, and I heard a lot of things I didn't know. But when doing business with such people, you must use a magnifying glass, otherwise you will suffer losses. This boss is pretty good. After knowing that Su Xiaokai knows how to grow crops, whenever she places an order online, the boss never gives her bad seeds. I will contact them privately, teacher. Thank you for your hard work. You should be the one who works hard. Professor Li whispered, if you are too busy, don't pay attention to them, they will have other people to ask. Okay. Su Xiaokai didn't want to reject Professor Li's kindness, so she first replied to the seed store owner, Bossin, I can't accept your paid consultation for the time being. There will be seeds at an auction in a while, so come back and ask after the auction. Of course the seeds have to be sold, but the price can't be set by a small boss. She gave it to the military for free, but others can't. Bossin saw Su Xiaocai's reply. I instantly became excited. I wonder which auction it will be held at. Su Xiaokai, High-Tech Chamber of Commerce Alliance Banquet. Bossin has heard that this Chamber of Commerce is full of super big names, and he can't compete with him at this level. Once the seeds are bid by the big guys, the price will be more than 1 million, and he can't afford it. Then can you give me a chance and put it on consignment in my small shop? I guarantee that I can sell it at a higher price. Boston is also ambitious and wants to become bigger and stronger. Mainly, his son wants to be a mecha master, and his small shop can't afford it. If he has Su Xiaocai's seeds, his wealth will definitely increase several times. We talk about it when the time comes. It's settled. If you want to consign, you must consider me. I beg you, Teacher Su. Teacher Su, you must give me a chance. I will definitely not let you down. I will definitely sell it at a high price. Chapter 102. Don't worry, this kind of seed is not suitable for you to sell. It is easy to cause trouble. Just be patient and wait. Boss N's eyes lit up. Does this mean that Su Xiaocai has another good thing? The boss who knows the limits nodded and bowed in front of the communicator. It doesn't matter if Su Xiaocai can't see. His attitude must be clear. Okay. Wait for good news from Teacher Su. Thank you, Teacher Su, for your care. Goodbye. I won't disturb your rest. Okay, goodbye. Then it's about paid consultation. She contacted the few people circled by Professor Lee. After reading their questions, fortunately, none of them were difficult. She replied to them all, I can answer any question. Then she waited for the money to be transferred. 2 people immediately transferred money to her. There were 6 questions in total. Su Xiaocai wrote down detailed solutions. Some of the content involved new chemical synthetic substances. As for how to synthesize, she did not tell them. This required them to buy a formula from her separately, which was not within the scope of her answer. She could not finish writing all at once. The class time was about to end. Su Xiaocai hurried to class with the questions. The math teacher was teaching upstairs. She sat in the last row, away from her classmates, multitasking, listening to the class while working non-stop. I don't know if she was too abnormal or just unlucky. In the last 10 minutes, the math teacher gave the students a question to solve. Whoever solves it will not have to take the final exam this semester, and will pass with full marks. You all know that these scores will affect your points, credits, and scholarships. If you want to get a scholarship, do it now. Then, the math teacher walked up to her and warned her in a low voice. Especially you don't know what you are doing in the whole class. With a flick of her long hair, the math teacher turned back and began to patrol the entire classroom. Su Xiaocai glanced at it. This was a calculation problem related to space jumps, which related objects to shuttle through space and reduce energy consumption. This was beyond the knowledge of many mecha students. Could it be that she was too distracted in class recently, so she didn't listen to all the lessons the teacher said? Su Xiaocai didn't think much about it. Her brain was unprecedentedly focused. When the questions came out, she quickly did the questions. The other students were confused. What the hell was this? Did the teacher make a mistake in assigning the right person to solve the problem? This problem should be given to students majoring in mathematics and physics. The symbols and words can be understood, but together, it is a mystery. Someone raised his hand and asked the teacher in a low voice, Teacher, if I can't do it, will I lose credits? Teacher, am I so unreasonable? If I can't do it, I will lose credits, and it's hard to say whether I can get a scholarship. How can a 6-digit scholarship for a semester be based on exams and regular grades alone? After listening to the teacher's explanation, the student who knew that he had no chance of getting a scholarship simply gave up. This problem was too useless. You're just giving up and not doing it. Sushin didn't sit in the front row today. Is it because of this question? Don't talk nonsense. She needs to do questions to get a scholarship? We in the mecha department are responsible for combat. Why do we have to do these damn math and physics questions? Yes, why did such a beautiful professor become a math and physics teacher and embark on a road of no return with less and less hair? The math and physics teacher, who was pacing, turned her head and glanced at the students with a sharp gaze. The students were as obedient as quails and lowered their heads to do the questions. Shuttled between students, she could not hide her disappointment. When she came to Su Xiaocai again, she did not even touch the computer calculator, but kept writing formulas and calculation results on the computer screen. The calculation results were of course not calculated by her. Although Su Xiaocai's brain was good, she was not capable of this. It was Wisdom 03 who calculated. Su Xiaocai wrote the formula and answer, submitted it in less than 5 minutes, and then went to answer her other questions. When people are in a state of high concentration, it is difficult to pay attention to things in the outside world. The math and physics teacher came to the row behind her, but she was still working. The math and physics teacher clicked on the answer she submitted and was shocked. She read it twice, and then again. The bell rang, but she was still confirming it. This is not a student, this is a god of learning who is to be worshipped. She had noticed Su Xiaocai's talent in science before, but she didn't know that she was so talented. With Su Xiaocai's speed in solving problems, she is more suitable for applied research in mathematics and physics. This problem has troubled her and her research team for a long time. They have searched through the teachers, students, and academic forums in the school, but can't find a solution. Experts are among the people, and here comes the answer. The math and physics teacher looked Su Xiaocai up and down, and wanted to ask her if she was interested in joining her research team. She walked closer and found that her students were working on the problems of the Agricultural Science Academy, and they had written 7 or 8 pages, and had not yet finished the super difficult problems. Well, she thought too much, they have many research topics. It seems that the questions should be paid for consultation, which is not in the task list of the Agricultural Science Academy of the school. Although she is not from the Agricultural Science Academy, the students of the Agricultural Science Academy will come to her when they can't solve math and physics problems. Therefore, I have some understanding of the projects of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. The math and physics teacher looked at his own questions, and then at other people's questions. He wondered how much it would cost to ask Su Xiaocai to answer the questions. Anything under 100,000 yuan would be considered. For questions of this level, if you ask a professor from another school, you will have to start at 50,000 yuan. The key is that you can give guidance if you fail. Fortunately, these professors have some shame, and will refund most of the money. After all, they have spent time. It is impossible to refund it completely. Teacher, can we leave now? A student asked. The math teacher waved him off. The whole class left, and Su Xiaocai noticed it too. She held her neck, and planned to go back to check if there were any mistakes. She looked up, and was startled by the math teacher's big face. Teacher, what are you doing? Is there something wrong? The students began to disperse, and the math teacher sat down and said with a smile, It's like this, we are doing an experiment on a space transportation system, using a transmission machine to quickly transport goods from one planet to another, thereby reducing transportation costs. But until now, this technology can only be realized on shuttle ships, and it needs to be coordinated with a fixed-point shuttle ring station in space. You need to form a wormhole through the shuttle ring station, and then cross it through super acceleration. If the distance is far, you have to jump several locations to reach it. The math teacher excitedly said, Are you interested in joining? As long as you are willing to join, I guarantee that your name will be at the top of the project list. No, you have asked questions about this paper. I guess the project is halfway completed, so I won't participate. Su Xiaocai smiled and said, This solution is for free. If you have similar problems, just pay for it. The math and physics teacher did not force her, and smiled and said, Xiao Su, you are really righteous. I will send you a file. 100,000 for one problem, all problems solved, and you will get a share of the patent. It makes sense, but it seems wrong. She just doesn't want to participate in the research, and is looking for an excuse. If she gets a share of the patent fee, doesn't it mean she is also participating in the project? I don't. The math and physics teacher left in a chic manner. Unlike other mentors who were steady, she blew kisses to Su Xiaocai, made a heart shape, and walked so fast that she was afraid that she would catch up. Su Xiaocai was annoyed. Every day, she was given tasks to do. She had only one thought in her mind. Can an experimental project be treated so lightly? What if she leaked the project information? The math and physics teacher was not afraid of Su Xiaocai leaking anything. One of the core problems that had troubled her for many months was solved by her. Why should she be so rigid about the formalities? There were so many people in the project team, and it was impossible to keep it 100% confidential. The release of this topic was also agreed by all members of the team. This was the key to invite the other party to join the project team. If the other party refused, the math and physics teacher would be more confident to hand over the problem. Paid consultation for professors is the same as paid consultation for students. No matter whether it is a black cat or a white cat, a good cat is the one that can catch mice. Su Xiaocai sighed, Okay, anyway, the math and physics teacher didn't give time. She didn't open it, so she didn't care about it for the time being. Among those who asked Su Xiaocai for paid consultation, 2 project contacts said that they had to solve the problem first and then pay. Su Xiaocai just ignored it. It's not like she was idle. If it wasn't for Professor Li, Su Xiaocai didn't want to go back at all. She was able to earn back the consulting fee by selling 2 game accounts, and she didn't have to use her brain power. After this paid consultation, Su Xiaocai fell into her own busyness again, and did not accept any more consultations. She did not answer. But the 2 project team members who did not get a reply were very anxious, and one of them was so anxious that he pulled his hair out. not understanding why the other party did not reply. Other projects introduced by Professor Lee had solved the problems, but when it was their turn, there was not even a message. What should they do? Of course, they could not ask the person in person for the reason, so they went to Professor Lee again. Professor Lee has lived for so many years, and has long been a shrewd person. She didn't reply to you, maybe she didn't understand, or maybe there was something wrong with your handling method. You can't immediately assume that she treats you differently just because she didn't reply to you. Check carefully to see if there are any internal reasons. If not, I will ask for you again. I can't afford to squander this face many times. The person who asked Professor Lee for help was also a professor, relatively young, who was once Professor Lee's student and is currently a project professor at junior college. The experiment he conducted was to cultivate a plant that strangles insects. This plant is specifically used to deal with small insects. It has achieved certain results, but now it has reached a bottleneck and always feels that the direction is wrong. I don't know what's wrong. I asked many professors, and they all thought there was nothing wrong with his research. But the results of the experiment were not satisfactory. After listening to Professor Lee's words, he frowned. His team was carefully selected by himself, so there should be no problem internally. Moreover, it was his assistant who communicated from beginning to end. The assistant would not make such a mistake. I was embarrassed to force Professor Lee again, so I could only ask the assistant who was responsible for contacting Su Xiaokai how she communicated with Su Xiaokai. It's normal communication. I sent your file to you, Professor. She said she could answer, but she never answered. The assistant said aggrievedly, I suspect she is playing tricks on us, deliberately rejecting us, saying she could answer, but she didn't. Maybe we inspired her to start our experiment. The young professor always felt something was wrong. A researcher working in the office heard it, and couldn't help but look up and argue, no, have you ever asked others why they didn't reply? Is it stuck, or is it intentional? You didn't even ask, but you think others are up to something bad. You have a serious paranoia. The laboratory requires rigor. Did the other party take the money? Did they take the money but not do the work, or did you not give it at all? The assistant pouted, she is just a student, not a professor. We cannot guarantee her credibility. So she said she could answer the question, but you didn't pay her. Do you want her to give you the answer before paying? It doesn't matter whether the other party can give the correct answer. Just giving a little inspiration may be the key to the success or failure of the experiment. The assistant was so arrogant because Su Xiaokai was a student. The young professor couldn't believe it. Of course, I can consult her because her paper is very relevant to our current experiment. She must have some tricks to succeed. You are aloof, you are superior, you are better than her. Then why am I asking her? I can just ask you directly. The researcher gloated over the misfortune. That's right. Usually, the assistants are constantly blocking funds and funding with various reasons. Now it's good. It's overturned in front of students from other schools. If the professor doesn't fire her, the researcher swears to get out immediately. It's too hard to make a living under a fool. The young professor is usually slow and hesitant, doesn't know how to deal with interpersonal relationships, and only likes to immerse himself in experiments. People like him either don't get angry, or when they get angry, their tempers rise. After knowing what the assistant did, he was very angry and told her on the spot. She was fired. Professor, isn't it just a small problem? You said you had a clue the day before yesterday, and I believe you can solve it, so I delayed it. I will contact Su Xiaokai again now. Okay, don't fire me. I said, get lost, you don't need to contact me anymore. The young professor was so angry that he didn't know how to describe the assistant pushed by the college. She knew how much money it would cost to delay a day, but she still wanted to throw dirty water on me. She wanted to get the solution without paying me. How could someone who can write a brilliant paper be like a fool and let you control her with just a little money? You know, the other party is the boss of the most promising game company. It was not easy to ask for Professor Lee's favor, but now, because of her trick, even the favor was wasted. Professor, please, I didn't mean it. My family is poor, and I can't lose this job. I haven't graduated from graduate school yet. You still want to graduate from graduate school? You don't even have the qualifications anymore. You can go find someone else. I won't accompany you. Now, no matter how the assistant cried, the professor was determined to fire her. The researcher chuckled and went to share the good news with others, and told the professor, by the way, Professor, it must not work with Professor Lee. Why don't you ask through other people? Professor Lee will definitely not be in a good mood if there is a problem within his family. They don't take it seriously, so Su Xiaokai can't be blamed. Do you have anyone who can help you? No, But I heard that Su Xiaocai's seeds will be auctioned at the joint banquet of the Science and Technology Chamber of Commerce held by the Ji family. Maybe she will be there in person at that time. The young professor's eyes lit up. Have any professors in our school received an invitation? Yes. I go find someone, and you can go with me when the time comes. Okay, Professor. The researcher smiled brightly. The timing of the promotion is just right, the assistant is pulled down, and the suggestions are appropriate. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. Su Xiaocai asks Ji every day whether Shui Hui has broken off the engagement. Ji, I will tell you if there is news. Can you take me to the scene to eat melons? Ji laughed at her. When the time comes, my mother will be missing a daughter-in-law. Will you fill the position? Does your mother mind having more daughters? I don't have any other skills, but I am definitely good at recognizing my mother. My dad has already confirmed it. He said I am a sweet and caring girl. Uncle Su didn't say that. He is a man who is used to saying one thing and thinking another. Ji, after the Chamber of Commerce banquet, there will be a small party at home. If you are thick-skinned enough, you can come. The Shui family will be there. If Shui Hui doesn't mention it, I will. Su Xiaocai thought for 2 seconds and said, go. When eating melons, what is face? I will definitely be a quiet melon eater and recognize my mother by the way. If Shui Hui refuses to break off the engagement, I can help her. Ji, you. He wanted to persuade her to stop being naughty, but he finally said, take it easy. He also wanted to see how much shame Shui Hui could suffer from Su Xiaocai, who was a first-rate troublemaker. After all, Ji couldn't really mess up his father's banquet. He was just trying to scare Shui Hui. Shui Hui probably knew this, so she was delaying. It wouldn't last long, and no one knew what Shui Hui was up to. In fact, Shui Hui was also looking for an opportunity to break off the engagement, and she didn't want Ji to make the last move. As for why she didn't return it, it was because she had many things that she couldn't return to the Ji family. Before, the mother of the Ji family gave her an antique bracelet, which was very complicated in craftsmanship, and was said to be a family heirloom as a token of marriage. But because it was made of gold, Shui Hui threw it everywhere. When she found it again, she didn't know who had broken it into a strange shape, and it was difficult to repair. Once the engagement was broken off, other things could be returned, but the token must be returned. Shui Fighting was a serious person. If the engagement was broken off, everything she had received would count as one, and Shui Fighting would not allow her to keep it for himself. But she was used to spending lavishly, and didn't have much savings. She used to spend money to buy hot searches to increase her fame, and spent money to step on others, and often showed off when she was out. If she wasn't used to talking sweetly in front of her mother, she wouldn't have so much money to spend. The cash she gave to Isuelu last time was made up by selling a few clothes given by Ji's mother. Clothes are secondary, she has worn them, and Ji's mother is not so stingy. The bracelet is the key. Shui Hui looked for several craft shops, but no one could make the same style. Finally, she found an agent and finally found a craftsman who made bracelets in a similar ancient way. If you want the same one and make it look old, you need 500,000 yuan, and you have to wait for a while. She had no choice but to sell a few clothes to make up the money. The bracelet problem was solved, and there was no problem with money. Shui Hui, who was in urgent need of money, suddenly had the idea of starting a company. The total number of players in the FIFA Island project is really impressive. This number is not so conspicuous for many classic games in the 10-star systems. But if you look at the number of people competing for accounts every day, which exceeds 10 billion, you can see its huge potential. Shui Hui felt that there was a huge potential market. If these people's money could be converted into cash, and put in her own hands, she could realize many ideas and ambitious goals. Anyway, she also needs to accumulate experience. As long as she doesn't become a legal person, it's not bad to have her own business early. Chapter 103. There are many people who share the same idea as Shui Hui. Eyeing the pie, everyone is like a wolf, wishing to tear off a piece of FIFA Island game. Some people actively spoke to persuade FIFA Island to go public. They used the righteousness to pressure FIFA Island, saying that only by going public can FIFA Island expand rapidly to more places, create jobs, and obtain more resources. Wu Xiaoxiang and Mr. Hu were also bothered by people asking them how much money they can invest and how many resources they can give them. The only requirement was that they list FIFA Island on the stock market. If they could sell their shares, they would be willing to pay a price that would absolutely make them excited. Neither of them cared about these people. After all, Su Xiaocai had said before that the company would not be listed, and they had signed a contract. One of the clauses in the contract was that shareholders must keep their shares intact and could not transfer them. FIFA Island was destined to be a company that laid golden eggs. It didn't seem to make much money, and the average daily turnover of the industry they were running was not as much, but it was a real technology innovation company. Mr. Who has been ridiculed for so many years. Just because he is such a company, he can't sell it. Wu Xiaoxiang is even more impossible. He is superstitious about his wife. His wife and daughter said that he can't sell Su Xiaokai shares in his life. Of course, the original words are not like this. The meaning is similar. Because of superstition, he is more pious in this life. Even if he goes bankrupt and sells all other industries, he will guard FIFA Island. Back to Shui Hui's company, she acted quickly, and she didn't have to run around herself. Just tell her family, and everyone will do it for her. During the time when she wanted to start a company, Su Xiaokai sued the game group that attacked her, and the legal person and major shareholders were detained and interrogated. Ordinary people waited and watched, while businessmen quickly came out to divide up the profits. Shui Hui's people were no exception. Her family was rich, and she didn't start from scratch. She just told her father that she also wanted to enter the game industry, and someone took care of it for her, and acquired it at any cost. By the production team of the most popular game. Shui Hui gave the manager the first task without thinking, to copy the Extraordinary Island project and make sure it was online within half a year. This task shocked the managers, who thought it was unrealistic. For a game like that, just building scenes, storylines and character modeling would be enough for the whole team to work non-stop for a year. Most importantly, what about the game engine? The game engine of FIFA Island is the most important part of the key points. The outside world is still studying how it achieves the extremely different randomness in the game storyline. In ordinary games, monsters can also increase data, increase action design, attack frequency, and improve random effects. But how can the whole scene story be deviated and a series of logical developments be achieved? They all speculated that there was artificial intelligence involved behind the game of the Extraordinary Island project. Where can the artificial intelligence responsible for the operation of the game be obtained? Where is the huge database built? The only ones who truly have artificial intelligence are the government and the military. Unless you develop it yourself, there is no other place to buy it. The manager analyzed these difficulties to Shui Hui and suggested that instead of following the trend, it is better to improve in the areas where she is good at, and then study difficult game projects after the company is profitable. Shui Hui disagreed. Why did I hire you? Of course, it's because you are well recognized in the industry. If you can't do it, why would I hire you? In a short period of time, just make it close enough. No matter what method you use, seize the market first. Shui Hui didn't believe it. With her family's background and financial supply, she couldn't compete with Su Xiaokai. The manager was helpless. Could FIFA Game Company really not be able to seize the market? With the support of 3 powerful businessmen behind them, could they really not expand? No. They are purely confident in their technology, and they don't want to take away the livelihood of many game companies at once. Those who have brains are transforming. They are competing with copycat products, which are better than others' exquisite products, but inferior in everything. If they win, their reputation will be ruined and players will not stay. If they lose, their money will be wasted and they will cause trouble. She thinks that players are fish in the water and can be suppressed and held in the water. They are smart. Otherwise, why were the former bosses arrested? Of course, they wanted to kill Su Xiaokai in the cradle and see if they could steal others' technical team. The manager is troubled by the fact that he is not good at making products, but is here to give advice on product design. If the Shui family had not paid him a lot of money, he would have wanted to resign. As the manager thought, it is difficult for copycat products to surpass classics. The Su Xiaokai game has been online for almost 2 months. In the market, there are indeed many copycat games, and the others are just small scale. One company went too far and deliberately changed its company name to FIFA, using specious publicity to portray FIFA Company as a subsidiary of FIFA. The company is not in the capital star, or even in the same star system, and it is much more capable of misleading people. There is a game blogger who specializes in game evaluation, who bought the game for 2,000 yuan. He kept crying out for injustice, and demanded compensation from the other party. The copycat game changed the shell, but not the core, and used exquisite CG to deceive people into entering the market. The game mechanism inside is no different from that of ordinary large-scale games. How much does an ordinary large-scale game cost? At most, 1,000 yuan. Under the guise of the more exquisite masterpiece of FIFA Island, a wave of players were successfully deceived. It didn't take long for the heat of this matter to be hyped up. People who bought Fifandeo games all cursed. They didn't curse Fifandeo, but Fifandeo. They went to Fifandeo's website and asked if they were crazy because they were poor and produced such a rubbish game. After Yu Haiming found out, he immediately responded to the outside voice. It was stated that Fifandeo Game Company was only one company, there would not be a second one, it would not accept investment from others, and it would not go public. The so-called subsidiary was fake, so consumers should be cautious when purchasing. Yu Haiming knew that Su Xiaocai's account was directly destroyed. She seldom checked her account recently, and it was only when Xia Onesie reminded her that she knew about it. Fans asked her not to cook anymore, because the copycats were too rampant. Yu Haiming's statement actually clarified the matter for Fifan Island. The aftermath of this incident is still there. The emergence of copycat games is, in the final analysis, because players cannot see the hope of grabbing the account, and the developers of copycat games believe that Fifan Island, a small company, is unable to swallow the market. Yu Haiming called Su Xiaocai and asked if he could give a large amount to show his strength. At present, no one from the military has come to contact her, so she can surprise the public. Su Xiaocai told Yu Haiming that this week, 5 million accounts can be opened every day. Let the copycats see. Fifan Island does not want to swallow up the market, but it does not monopolize the market. Don't speculate that her company is not strong enough all day long, or even criticize Fifan Island server quality for being poor, and that the server will crash if there are too many players. If other people's servers crash, her server will not crash. Yu Haiming's trick works. Not only did the situation turn around, but the copycat company was also speechless. My Kai is so powerful. Copycat company, we support you to make more fake games and make our sister Kai angry. The day of fully opening up game accounts is just around the corner. Since ancient times, true love has left only regrets. Only routines can win people's hearts. Extraordinary bird, you are great. Why didn't we think of this routine? Kai, withdraw. I will pretend I didn't see it. Don't withdraw, go big. Kai, enter the revenge mode. Kai, daddy tolerates your little mischief. Just a little mischief is fine. If you continue to be naughty, I will kick you. Real Su Xiaocai's review. Fans follow the real owner. The fans' mouths are like hers. They can talk a lot, and they are very angry. 5 million accounts. Just think about how much money. The copycat companies are crying without tears. They just want to make some quick money by riding the wind. In the end, I don't know whether they lost money or not, and they haven't calculated it, but they angered Fifan Island. Peers have accused Fifan Bird, saying that it doesn't matter if they grab the market, it's a normal business method. But you are making a copycat work under the banner of genuine products. That's too much. Tens of millions of players have left at once, and many game companies want to beat up this copycat company. This matter was handled quickly, and Fifan Island did not suffer any losses. However, the manager of Shui Hui's company caught this, and asked Shui Hui not to go her own way. Shui Hui was a little angry, thinking that the manager was questioning her vision, and what future there was for small games. In the future, whether there will be small games that are famous, how could she not know? She didn't rely on Fifan Island to become famous. With her own account with hundreds of millions of followers, she could effectively monetize it. It was just that the manager was sent by her uncle to help her manage the company. She couldn't fire him easily, so she said, if you don't copy it, find a way to make another large-scale game. I want a game that can compete with Fifan Island. The manager turned off the call with a sad face. The eldest lady is difficult to deal with. With this paranoid energy, it would be difficult to beat Su Xiaocai. How did he get assigned to her? I thought he was participating in the future successor training plan, but who knew that the successor was short-sighted and was playing to target a potential stock? It was too difficult. He had to check what date was a good time. If he quit, would Fifandeo still hire managers? He could go on a business trip. He could go far away. As the date of the banquet was getting closer, Shui Hui was anxious like an ant on a hot pot. She was absent-minded every day. The teacher was also concerned about her mental state, saying that her recent designs had too many loopholes, and whether she had not slept well, was uncomfortable, or had emotional problems. The teacher also read the gossip on the forum, and knew that there was a rift in the relationship between Shui Hui and Ji Heng. Young people are prone to love brains. He understood that, and asked her to adjust her state quickly. Shui Hui only perfunctorily replied that she was uncomfortable, not wanting others to know her embarrassment before the cancellation of the engagement. Finally, on the day before the banquet, Shui Hui got the vintage bracelet. Of course, she knew that Ji Li had a big picture view and would not expose her crimes at the banquet, But there was no guarantee that Ji Li would keep his promise too much and choose to make trouble at the banquet. She couldn't afford the gamble. All the peers were very afraid of this Mr. Ji. Some undisciplined playboys were like good babies in front of him. Because Master Ji would go crazy, openly plotting against people, making people unable to speak out their grievances, and completely unable to lose their temper. Over time, people of the same age avoided him. Xuehui absolutely could not give him the opportunity to go crazy, so she asked for 2 days off and went home to pack her things. She kept stuffing the things she had sorted out into the suitcase in the room. The original wood-colored cloakroom was decorated with various jewelry. Xuehui was reluctant to take out a few boxes of them. These were all gifts from Xue's mother, and the total value was tens of millions, not to mention some shares of small companies. Xue's mother was slender and pale, and looked ill. She saw that Xuehui was reluctant to let go, and tried to persuade her. Hui, are you and Ji Hung really breaking up? It was fine before. If it was just a quarrel, you can calm down first, and after calming down, you may not have this idea anymore. We were in a good relationship before. Facing Xue's mother, Xuehui couldn't say that it was Su Shaokai who instigated her. She didn't want Xue's mother to pay attention to this person at all. She was afraid that Xue's mother would have a good impression of Su Shaokai, and she was afraid of losing the warm maternal love. Mom, I thought about it carefully. He and I are not suitable. Ji Hung is a good man, but he is too straight. He only focuses on his training and doesn't love me. You should be able to feel that he doesn't like me for so many years. So I think very clearly. I like people who tolerate me, love me, and can spoil me like my third uncle. Mother Xue approached Xuehui, touched her head lovingly, and helped her tuck the messy hair behind her ears. As long as you think it through, I will support you. Let me talk to your father about your divorce. It was Xuehui who wanted to be engaged to Ji Hung, and she was the one who wanted to cancel the engagement after a few years. She was too childish. If Xuehui said that, Xue Fighting would definitely be furious. At that time, Xue Fighting proposed that Xuehui get married, and she should get along with a blind date for a few years before getting engaged. At first, there were several marriage candidates, all of whom were stable and tolerant. In order to promote Xuehui and Ji Hung, Xue Fighting did a lot of things and gave up some of his interests. He set a standard for others, strict with himself, and the same for Xuehui. Speaking of Xue Fighting, Xuehui was a little scared. She hugged Xue's mother. Mom, thank you for supporting me. I am too willful and make you worry. Your happiness is more important than anything else. Mother Xue patted her back gently. Go early and come back early. If you want to cancel the engagement, do it directly. Cut it first and ask for permission later. Your father won't beat you. Xuehui drew enough courage from Xue's mother and went to Ji's house with courage. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Ji's father and mother were at home. Mother Ji was arranging flowers, and the flowers were blooming brightly and beautifully. The branches and leaves were cut shabbily by Ji's mother and placed in a vase. Hui, why are you here so late? Come and help me see if the flowers are pretty. Xuehui took a look at the flowers and thought they were ugly, but she praised them. They are very artistic. Thank you. I think they are beautiful too. Xuehui, this may be the benefit of breaking off the engagement, and there is no need to praise Ji's mother's aesthetic taste. Ji's mother was surprised to notice that Xuehui was carrying a suitcase this time. Hui, did you have a fight with your family? Mother Ji thought she was going to stay here for a while. That's not right. The military training is still during school hours, and the children shouldn't leave the school often. Xuehui took a deep breath. Sorry, Aunt Ji, I came so late. I have something I want to tell you officially. I'm here to break off the engagement. I don't know if Ji Hung told you that I broke up with him, completely. Father Ji raised his head from behind the news screen and wanted to say something, but Mother Ji put her hand on his head. Since Ji's mother still had the scissors in her hand, Ji's father, who was afraid of killing his husband to prove his faith, retreated obediently and did not dare to say a word. Hui, tell me the reason for the breakup. Ji's mother was a person with a light temperament, strong and sensitive inside, and had a very high status in the family, so she was used to speaking in a proud tone. She calmly gestured to Xuehui to sit down and talk. The nanny handed over the water and walked out of the hall. Hui, don't be afraid. Tell me, did my child let you down? Xuehui sat down and held the water cup. No, Auntie, I felt his alienation when I was on planet 022. Ji's mother did not follow Xuehui's intention to condemn her son. She patiently asked more questions. Why did he distance himself from you? Did he like other girls? Or did someone alienate you? Xuehui did not dare to say anything in front of Xue's mother, so she did not have such scruples in front of Ji's mother. She carefully chose her words and said, "No, he did not say that he liked that girl. He only admitted that he was closer to that girl." Ji's mother was confused. "Who is that girl?" "Yes. Auntie, why don't you ask Ji Hung yourself? It seems like I am complaining if I say it here." There were only two women talking in the hall, one asking questions and the other sobbing. Father Ji was like a statue, unable to move or speak, for fear of ruining the atmosphere. Xue Hui sobbed softly, "I'm sorry, Auntie, I don't think this relationship can continue, so I chose to break up." "Will you blame me?" "Don't be impatient. First tell me which girl it was, and how the breakup process was." "You can break up if you say so, I don't agree." This was exactly what Xue Hui wanted, and she pretended to hesitate. Mother Ji looked at her pleadingly, "Don't be afraid. Tell me what you want to say. Auntie will definitely seek justice for you." "No need to seek justice. We have already broken up, but I won't tell you because my conscience won't let me go." Xue Hui said, "It's a person named Su Xiaohai. She was in the same team with Ji Hung when they were on the 022 mechanical planet. Maybe they got along every day. Su Xiaohai is a very powerful person. She is the founder of the Fifen Island game that has been popular all over the internet recently." Before he finished speaking, Father Ji poked his head out again and interrupted the spell. "Really? My son knows her?" Mother Ji didn't see the VIPs invited by her eldest son, so she didn't know that Su Xiaohai would also appear at tomorrow's banquet. Mother Ji glared at him fiercely. Father Ji got scared and went back to invisibility. Xue Hui continued, "Yes, they know each other. Maybe they admire each other. Ji Hung trusts her more." Mother Ji looked gloomy. "Does Ji Hung often hang out with her in school?" Xue Hui waved her hand. "No, she often plays with her eldest brother." "What?" Ji's mother raised her voice. "Ji Li played with her?" "Yes, after leaving 022 Mechanical Planet, she often looked for Ji Li. On the day of the accident at the last exhibition, she took Ji Li shopping there. Didn't my brother tell you?" "No." Ji's mother squeezed out a sentence from between her teeth, and it was clear how bad her mood was. Ji's father felt that the cushion under his butt had grown thorns for some reason, and wanted to change his seat. Chapter 104. After looking around for sofas in the house, he found that the house was so big and there were so many sofas, but there was no other place for him to stay. He was forced to listen to Xue Hui's scheming and his wife's kind questions. Xue Hui said nervously, "Auntie, I'm sorry, I know that after proposing to cancel the engagement, I shouldn't say the next words, but for the sake of my elder brother and brother Ji Hung, please persuade them. Su Xiaohai is indeed very talented, but she is too eye-catching. Her father is just a planet owner who grows vegetables. Their living habits are too different. They are not suitable to be together. Besides, my elder brother is not in good health. If the two brothers have a conflict, it will be too late to stop it." "So you mean that this girl Su Xiaohai not only seduced Ji Hung and made him break up with you, but also seduced my eldest son and played with my two sons. Is that right?" Xue Hui secretly observed Xue's mother's expression, and her red face made her completely happy. She believed that a mother who loved to control her son would definitely look down on a girl like Su Xiaohai, who was so cunning. Ji's mother said again, "Are you sure that both of my sons like that girl?" Xue Hui shook her head. "I'm not sure. After all, I have no evidence. Su Xiaohai is very cautious, and has not been photographed in public with them intimate photos." Mother Ji slammed the table, stood up, pointed at Xue Hui's nose and said, "So without any evidence, you slandered my sons for being indecisive, thinking that they were stupid and could be fooled by a girl?" Xue Hui was very surprised. "What did you mean? What did Mother Ji mean? Shouldn't she join her in scolding Su Xiaohai for having bad intentions, and not knowing how high the sky is, and how deep the earth is? Mother Ji has a unique way of thinking and her understanding is far beyond that of ordinary people. A mother who overprotects her children may make her children feel suffocated in life, but a mother who protects her children will never feel that her children are in any way unbearable." What was Ji's mother angry about? She was angry at Xue Hui for slandering her two sons, and Su Xiaohai was secondary. Her mind was full of Xue Hui secretly mocking her two sons for being stupid and being instigated by others. She was like a Tyrannosaurus Rex roaring, "Who are you? You are just a woman who rushed to marry my son. Have I given you too much face? My eldest son is very smart and healthy. What right do you have to say that he is not in good health? My second son is gentle, reasonable, and has good morals. How could he cheat? There must be something wrong with you. What problem can I have?" Xue Hui couldn't believe that Ji's mother, who always liked her very much, would scold her like this. She is the daughter of the Shui family, not a cat or dog. She is the opposite of Tiangang. Has Ji's mother lost her mind? Shui Hui looked at Ji's father, hoping that he could stand up and stop his unreasonable wife. Ji's father was as quiet as a chicken. I've already said that there is no place for him in this family, so he didn't rush to ask for a scolding. Ji's mother doesn't care if you are a rat or a poisonous snake, she will bite you. Don't you know what the problem is? She is fickle, pretentious, petty, and she calls herself a genius girl. She looks for promoters all over the world to promote herself. If you and my son were not engaged, as a mother, it would be difficult for me to say bad things about my daughter-in-law. I would have wanted to give you a slap in the face a long time ago. Mother Ji is very strong and aggressive. Shui Hui pushed away Mother Ji's fingers, stood up, and stepped back a few steps. You are unreasonable. I am the daughter-in-law you chose. You are angry because I broke off the engagement first? Your two sons are idiots, and big idiots. A sickly person is destined to die young. A wooden person deserves to be played with by others. I picked you? I picked your grandfather. If you hadn't jumped out to dance with my son at a banquet, and then tried to please me, would I have pretended to be nice to you? People need face, and trees need bark. She definitely wouldn't mind having a daughter-in-law who always pleases her. The moment she cursed, Ji's mother rushed over to tear Shui Hui's mouth. The moment Ji's mother was about to explode, Ji's father jumped up and controlled her from behind. Asshole, how good is my son? Only an open-minded mother like me can tolerate your character. If you want to cancel the engagement, do it now. I don't want it. I used to think you were devoted to my son, but now it seems that you are an ungrateful person who can never be fed. Mother Ji didn't stop talking. You must have fallen in love with someone else first, and then came here to pretend to be kind and righteous to cancel the engagement. I tell you, it's impossible to let this matter go peacefully. Shui Hui was stunned. Mother Ji, who was madly scolding, was very different from her usual elegant appearance. Every time Ji's mother saw her, she would say a lot of compliments, saying that she was generous, excellent, talented, and well-matched, and that only she was worthy of her son. So it was just talk? Shui Hui was scared and hurried to the door. She was afraid of death. Shui Fighting had not yet explained it, and Isuelu was looking for a chance to retaliate. Now there was also a former prospective mother-in-law who had long been dissatisfied with her. Besieged on all sides. Miss Shui, leave after you finish talking about the cancellation of the engagement, and don't stay here. Ji's father was the one who understood Ji's mother the best in this family. Ji's mother was now like an angry tigress, with a fierce look in her eyes, wanting to eat people. Fortunately, the Ji family still has a reasonable father. Shui Hui broke off the engagement to the end. The suitcase contained some shares and jewelry given to me by my aunt. I will find someone to handle other procedures later. Then he hesitated. Uncle, believe me, I didn't cheat, not even mentally, I just felt that I couldn't get along with Ji Hung. Okay, I beg you, go quickly, whether you cheated or not, just explain to my son. I'm not him, he's cuckolded, what does it have to do with me? It's not that people of the same family are not the same, the Ji family is all crazy. Ji's father sneered. His information channels are much more sensitive than Shui Hui. He didn't know a lot of the inside story, but he knew what his sons had done. His two sons were clear-headed. Who is Su Xiaokai? She is the lifesaver of the two sons. If they don't even believe the people who saved them and protected them with their lives, but blindly believe in their girlfriends because of love, then they have a brain problem. Ji's father didn't think highly of Shui Hui. This person's appearance is too fake, too perfect to be real. After meeting her, I felt that she was a little petty, and her vision was not like that of someone raised by the Shui family. But her flaws did not hide her merits. Shui Hui was willing to listen to her elders, which made her likable. Later, I learned that the Shui family wanted Shui Hui to have more fun for a few years, so they did not start training her as an heir. Then I understood why Shui Hui was not generous enough in some occasions, because she was not much different from other ordinary girls in terms of her thoughts, and was still in a naive and simple stage. I had planned to wait until she graduated and had a few years of experience, but it seems that this is not possible. Shui Hui has been with his wife for several years, but he didn't realize that he was pampering her. It was all because of his son. This is too bad at reading people's expressions. He is too delicate and self-centered. It's better to cancel the engagement. Shui Hui wanted to say something. Ji's father pretended that he couldn't catch Ji's mother. Shui Hui's face changed. She was good at fighting, but this was the Ji family. She couldn't hurt anyone. So she turned around and walked away. Passing by the entrance, she said indignantly, No wonder the eldest son is so crazy. It turns out that he has inherited it. This sentence happened to be heard by the nanny working outside the entrance. Shuehui, who was hurrying on her way, did not notice the nanny's narrowed eyes. The nanny had been unhappy with this Miss Shui for a long time. She never treated them as human beings, and was not very friendly to them in private. She was even more polite to a dog than to them. What was even more annoying was that she scolded the young master. Ji Lizzie was polite, and always smiled at everyone. He was kind to them, and often gave them bonuses. Such a good employer was actually slandered by a woman who didn't know what she was talking about. How can this be? If you look down on the lower class people, you will suffer a great loss. The noise in the hall continued. The nanny helped to pack up and accidentally heard another big news. She had to say that the Shui family had a big heart. Her reputation was seriously damaged. The Ji family nanny got off work at 5 p.m. and immediately ran to the big banyan tree in the park to chat. She accidentally mentioned Shuehui. Another nanny. You know her too? You work for the Shui family? Forget it. I can't mention her. If I mention her, I might get retaliated. Geez, nanny. What's going on? Will someone complain to us? Speak softly, so we can avoid the trouble. Avoid the trouble? The noble lady who often hangs out among the nannies popped up. What did she say? That Miss Shui has a bad temper. Another nanny worked at the Shui family for a while, but after she saw Shuehui lose her temper and hit a young nanny in the face, she quickly resigned and looked for another job. They are cleaners, and if they fail in one job, they will go to another. Those with work experience are in great demand. The former nanny of the Shui family told them that the young nanny did nothing wrong. She was just beaten because it suddenly rained and she didn't have time to collect the dolls that Shuehui hung out. The key point is that Shuehui didn't ask the young nanny to help collect them. Why did she hit people? It doesn't seem like she got angry for no reason. The lady cracked melon seeds and handed them a handful. Suddenly, the sound of cracking melon seeds rang out around them. There is a reason. The following is just my guess, please don't spread it. At that time, I saw that the female nanny often talked to the cousin surnamed Yi of the Shui family. It was the man who was caught and taken to the police station. Miss Shui saw it, and thought that the female nanny was wishful thinking. She always looked down on us, and thought that even if it was the son of a mistress, it was not something that a female nanny could care about. Guifu, that's it, the young master and the young nanny are ambiguous. Isn't this a common plot in rich families? It's also for fun, not to mention that it's just a cousin. You don't understand. This is the possessiveness of the younger sister towards her brother. Many younger sisters don't like their brother's partner because they feel that their sister-in-law has taken away some of their love. The former nanny of the Shui family understood this very well. The young girl was fired in the end without compensation, and she didn't apologize for hitting someone. Anyway, I dare not stay any longer. You suddenly mentioned Miss Shui, the nanny of the Ji family. The Miss Shui came today and said she wanted to cancel the engagement. Really? The lady also checked the forum of the military training school and thought it was a rumor spread by students. How can a family with an alliance be separated just like that? The noble lady suddenly felt that Su Shaokai was worthy of dating, and she had been too arrogant before. Su Shaokai is not only the boss of the most promising game now, but also published a paper not long ago, and she is both famous and talented. Unexpectedly, the news is quite accurate. If she can be her daughter-in-law. Forget it, if she is invited to be a daughter-in-law, she must consider whether her son is worthy of her. She regretted that she was like other noble ladies, thinking that she was still young and impatient. Even if Shuehui was not good, she could not tell them, strangers. Thinking about it now, the noble lady understood that Su Shaokai was not on the same track as them. If Shuehui was backed by the Shui family, then Su Shaokai was backed by the military. So she was not worried about any adverse consequences after saying something bad about Shuehui. The military could openly protect her, so the noble lady believed that Su Shaokai had more than two brushes. The Shui family's nanny answered the noble lady's question. Really, that Miss Shui came to cancel the engagement today. I think she is a weak person. She suddenly came to cancel the engagement and said bad things about my second and first sons. What bad things? That someone named Su Shaokai seduced the eldest and second sons, causing the second sons to break off their engagement. It's all nonsense, there's no evidence. The Su guy is busy, right? The Ji family's nanny looked at the nanny working on Fifen Island. Yes, my boss goes back and forth between the company and school every day, and the big factory next door has been rented out as a server warehouse, so he doesn't have time to fall in love. These are Yu Haiming's original words, and the nanny on Fifen Island only knows these. Look, Miss Xue is such a person. In order to find a perfect excuse to cancel the engagement, she first labeled my young master as having cheated. She even dragged the eldest young master into it. Shameless. The Ji family's nanny was very angry. I didn't mean to say good things about the two young masters of the Ji family, but as a nanny, I know their personalities very well. If it was the second young master's fault, he would definitely apologize first and ask for a cancellation of the engagement himself. Originally, Xue Hui was given the opportunity to cancel the engagement on her own so that she could save face. Now, of course, the Ji family had to stand on the moral high ground. The Ji family's nanny was not panicked at all, and she also told what happened after Xue Hui left. After Miss Xue left, the husband and wife checked the item she brought. Do you know what happened? What? The engagement token she returned was fake. Hiss. To be able to be an engagement token, there must be something special about it. How could it be so easy to forge? Miss Xue is too bold. So she lost the token or damaged it. If the token is lost, you can say that someone else stole it. If it is damaged, it may really lead to a breakup between the two families. Madame Gui was very anxious. If the Ji and Xue families broke up, a lot of business would definitely happen in between. It was worth it. Today's gossip was very reliable. Ji's nanny, I don't know. I have to wait for the follow-up. Let me find out more and report it. I will get up early tomorrow and find out the results even if I don't eat breakfast. Everyone was very satisfied with eating melon seeds. Good, 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 the gossip of the two top families was so good to eat melon seeds. The day after Xue Hui broke off the engagement, there was a banquet held by the Chamber of Commerce. Su Shaokai put on a small skirt given by Xing Niao's mother. The three roommates knew that she could go out and hang out again, and they were envious beyond words. Wu Qingqing said, Master, we have been able to fight a few rounds with the advanced training robot. Can we enter the next mode? Are Ji Heng and the others coming too? My cousin is training with them now. Wu Qingqing spoke more and more quietly. The family cannot be without an heir, and she didn't want to be the loser. I talk about it when I come back. They will be included in the training plan. Since the master has made the decision, Wu Qingqing has no objection. She is actually quite happy to train with Wu Feiyang. No matter what Wu Feiyang says, he is still her cousin. Deep down, she longs for the two of them to be together. After Su Shaokai finished speaking, Hua Hua stepped on her feet and tugged at her, as if she also wanted to go out to play. Haven't you played enough at school? After making sure that Hua Hua would not hurt anyone, Su Shaokai let it go out for half a day every day. But it was too lazy. It didn't occupy the territory or make new friends. It just liked to sleep. Occasionally, it would find Geely to play with it. It did nothing else. As soon as she went out that day, it came around. What does it mean? You can't follow it, or someone will catch you. When Su Shaokai didn't take it with her, it followed her with its meowing sound, and it was very agile. Su Shaokai finally got rid of it, and went downstairs like a flash. Geely was already waiting downstairs. He was wearing a suit, and his hair was naturally curled without any hair wax. He had the uninhibited and leisurely feeling of an elite after get-off work. The girls passing by took a few more glances at him, and some boldly teased, Is Dr. G going out with Kai Kai again today? Geely shook his head and said gently, It's just something. Soon, Su Shaokai appeared in front of the dormitory door. She walked a little hurriedly. Just when Geely was puzzled, a big, furry cat flew over his head. It pounced on his face, and his gray suit had 4 slightly darker gray paw prints. Su Shaokai rolled her eyes. Good guy, I didn't take you with me, but you ran out of the balcony by yourself. Hua Hua looked at her with a pair of round eyes. She actually felt resentment from a cat. I take it up. Today's banquet is quite formal, so it's not appropriate to bring a cat. Su Shaokai grabbed Hua Hua by the neck. Come here. Hua Hua showed its claws and tried to scratch Geely, but she quickly let go and pointed at its nose and said, Rebellious son, rebellious son. The big fur ball was very hot lying on her body, and Geely said, It's okay, take it with you. It probably wants to follow you to watch the fun. What fun is it? Geely. Probably, watching the fun of bombs flying for a while? Su Shaokai was shocked. She didn't expect that Hua Hua, who was as lazy as a sloth, had such a bad taste. Is that a real commotion? It's a life-threatening one. You're smart. You know I'm leaving the school. Geely opened the car door, and Hua Hua jumped off, wagging her tail, and got into the car first. Hua Hua, squatting in the back seat, was very well behaved. Su Shaokai raised her eyebrows, got into the back seat, and closed the door. Geely dusted off his suit, wiped off the paw prints, and drove out. The car drove to the laboratory, and then Kay drove to the venue. With Kay there, it could avoid being tampered with again. Su Shakai put a cat leash on it, and warned it, "Don't scratch me or walk around." Hua snored with her head on her thigh, and Su Shakai said angrily, "You sleep at home and outside, why are you following me out here? It's so annoying." Chapter 105. When they arrived, Su Shakai held it. Originally, pets were not allowed to be brought to the banquet, because people at the banquet might be allergic to cat hair. But Su Shakai was Geely's guest. Geely, she will stay in the box and won't go out. Since the eldest master said so, the waiter had to let her in. The so-called box was just a small semi-open area on both sides of the banquet hall, separated by a screen, and filled with many chairs. There was also a corridor on the upper floor with the same design. This environment would be convenient for the auction later. There was an orchestra in the center of the banquet hall, playing soft music non-stop. Every guest held a drink and talked to others. Some people were dancing on the dance floor. The atmosphere was more relaxed than the last time it was held at the Wu family. Su Shakai came in with a cat, and Geely was by her side again. Naturally, some people thought that Su Shakai was Geely's female companion, and perhaps they had an intimate relationship. A young man with a wild and enthusiastic smile was pushed out by many friends and came to Geely. "Hello, Brother G, is it your sister-in-law?" Some of them looked friendly, and they dared to bring cats into the venue. They have personality. Aren't they afraid of being squeezed by those delicate ladies? Geely smiled. Bold. These dandies have a lot of rubbish in their heads, and they can relate everything to the relationship between men and women. Don't you watch the news recently? The young man wore unique earrings and spoke casually. When he heard Geely talking about the news, he looked at Su Shakai again. He looked carefully, and the more he looked, the more familiar he became. He looked a few more times, and checked on his phone. He retreated very quickly. Su Shakai, the child from other families in the eyes of her parents. Why did he mess with her? Geely is a successful person, but he is weak, and no one will compare him with their own children. Su Shakai is different. She is good at both literature and martial arts. Her parents like to look at them with disappointed eyes in the news recently. At a young age, she is already the boss of a large game company, and has published a paper that is said to be very powerful, which is appreciated by the military leaders. He has a hole in his brain and misunderstood that Su Shakai is Geely's girlfriend. I was wrong. I'm sorry, Sister Su. I'm sorry, Brother G. I'm going to get out now. He was going to kill the person who pushed him out to find out. The young playboy ran away very quickly. His inner drama was all shown on his face, and his tangled and regretful look was very funny. Su Shakai, you seem to have a lot of friends. Why are you often alone? They are just afraid of me, so they have to greet each other politely every time they meet. Geely took her to the seat specially reserved for her at G's house. If you want to eat, just tell the waiter to get it. I'm going to help greet the guests, and will come to you later. Go ahead, don't worry about me. Su Shakai stroked the cat, sat down, looked around, and saw several familiar businessmen. She came earlier, and those who recognized her nodded and smiled. They wanted to go over and say hello, but hesitated. Su Shakai sat in the front seat of the host's family. I don't know if the host deliberately arranged it to avoid being disturbed, or if there was no seat originally, so they squeezed in and arranged it there to show their respect. Therefore, no one dared to speak first, for fear that the young people would be emotionally unstable and turn hostile at any time. In this venue, everyone wanted to save face. Mr. Hu and Mr. Wu Xiaoxiang soon entered the venue. They came together, without a female companion, only with a secretary. They were also considered newcomers in the technology industry. The older generation did not want to lose face and look for Su Shakai, so they hurried forward to chat. A boss said familiarly, Brother Hu, Boss Wu, hello, I didn't expect that you would also come to participate in this Chamber of Commerce one day. Monkey-headed ghost, you are deliberately here to mock me. Mr. Hu has worked hard for so many years, and only this year did he officially enter the technology industry, and was invited. Although this was due to the help of others, it is undeniable that he was lucky. No, how dare I? I envy you guys so much that you can make tens of billions of dollars a day just by relying on a small game company. I also want to have such ability. The businessman called Monkey-Head Ghost mainly develops starship systems. He is stingy and snobbish on weekdays. In the past, he would call and mock Mr. Hu on the day of the Chamber of Commerce banquet every year. Mr. Hu thought, how could this person come to please them? There must be something fishy. What do you mean? You said that the four of us are small companies, and you said you were not mocking me. Monkey-headed ghost, I am praising you. Don't you understand? I don't understand. Boss who, with his hands behind his back, no wonder you don't have many friends. Every time you go out to discuss business, your secretary has to come out to help. It turns out that it's your mouth that makes you speak poorly. Fatty who, you are the one who doesn't understand what is good and what is bad. You deliberately misinterpreted my meaning. Boss Wu, please judge for yourself. Wu Xiaoxiang quickly waved his hands. Huh? I can't hear anything. I didn't hear anything. Secretary Bai, standing behind them, had a calm face and happily watched Boss Wu's energetic scolding. After a while, Secretary Bai found Su Xiaokai sipping a cup of milk tea. She had already finished her 5th cup of milk tea. The waiter who served her milk tea repeatedly treated her like a child, asking if she had bloating and if she needed digestive tablets. So Secretary Bai left her childish CO and walked to Su Xiaokai. Miss Su, I haven't seen you for a while. Are you okay? Very good. Grandpa Bai, please sit down. Are you here today because Uncle who wants to shoot some technology products? He has something he wants to shoot. Do you have any? The auction organized by this Chamber of Commerce is equivalent to a technology exchange meeting. It is held once a year. Anyone who wants to auction high-tech products or technologies can put them on this auction. Since they are all counterparts, everyone knows the value of the product or technology, and the auction price will be higher than if it is auctioned outside. If Su Xiaokai wants to buy a product, he must not go against it. Su Xiaokai, I don't want to bid. Do you want me to help you see if it is worth bidding? Please help me see it by the way. Wu Xiaoxiang came over at some point. His newly hired technical consultant said that there were several things that were worth bidding for. But after his research, he found that the price of this technology was too high for him, and he didn't need it urgently. He came here this time to find a bargain. It often happens that technology or products fail to be sold. Maybe he can get it by bidding a higher price than the written commission later. Su Xiaokai nodded and looked at the product number they wanted to bid. He gave guidance. This won't work. There will be new technology for the safety cabin safety system soon, and we don't need cooling technology. You are a lens maker. Don't want this either. The battery life is too poor, and the system is a mess. In a year or two, they will all be eliminated. It's too expensive and unprofessional to make a mecha by patching together like this. Everything Wu Xiaoxiang wanted was criticized by Su Xiaokai as worthless. Niece, these are what my technical consultant said to shoot. Can't I have any of them? Is your technical consultant your rival? He is cheating you. You might as well ask him what products can be made after shooting these things. Without products, it's just a pile of waste. Wu Xiaoxiang thought, then I won't shoot anything. You can shoot it, you can shoot this. Su Xiaokai pointed to a production line of alloy materials. If you want this production line, give me 1 million later, I will help you transform it into another alloy production line, and I guarantee that you will make a lot of money in the near future. Making money together not only benefits one, but also reduces the risk of her own factory production, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Wu Xiaoxiang touched his chin. Niece, can you tell me where the alloy is used in the production line you modified? Inside the safety cabin and the simulation cabin. Niece, is the new technology you mentioned an innovative advancement in your school? I can't tell you. Su Xiaokai blinked her sincere eyes. Okay, I shoot this. He had been coveting the safety cabin and the simulation cabin for a long time. But he could only get involved in some lens business, and there was no progress at all. Now his lens production technology is a bit backward, and he needs to find ways to innovate. Wu Xiaoxiang knows very well how important it is to have access to core technology talents. If you know these people, you can seize the opportunity. Wu Xiaoxiang suddenly remembered that his daughter asked Su Xiaokai to be a technical consultant at the job fair last time. He slapped his thigh. So this is what his daughter meant. Su Xiaokai is a student who can access new technologies. If she can be hired, it is equivalent to hiring a research team. Why did he hesitate at that time? Wu Xiaoxiang regretted it deeply. Empiricism kills people. He should listen to his wife and children. Listening to his wife will make him prosperous. Wu Xiaoxiang always regarded this sentence as a holy word. He took himself too seriously at that time. Now it is no longer appropriate to ask Su Xiaokai to be a technical consultant again. Su Xiaokai looked at what Wu Xiaoxiang wanted to choose, and then looked at the few things pointed out by Secretary Bai. She felt that Secretary Bai had a good vision. Although the things he wanted to buy were small technologies and small things, they all looked good. For example, the automatic temperature control technology on the special soilless culture dish includes the usage method, design principle, core program. The technology auctioned by the Chamber of Commerce is a little more advanced than the current technology, and it is very suitable for Mr. Who has a lot of large forest farms, to cultivate seedlings. After all, it would be very expensive to do this through outsiders every time. If Mr. Who has a large family and a lot of wealth, buys it, he can save a lot of expenses. Moreover, after buying it, he can also sell culture dishes containing this technology to the outside world without having to pay additional patent fees. It will be very convenient to export seedlings. There are a few of them that Su Xiaokai is not optimistic about. Don't want these. They are obsolete technologies. However, if Mr. Who has business with planets with backward technology, you can try it. Many planets are still relatively lacking in technology. Maybe you could open up the market. 10 star systems are governed by star systems. Although the laws are the same, the systems and welfare will be somewhat different. The customs of the people on some planets are more exclusive of people from other planets, and they are unwilling to contact outsiders, which leads to backward technology. But they will also envy the advanced world of the capital star. It will be very cost-effective to exchange materials with them using obsolete technology. Secretary Bai gave a thumbs up. Yes, he thought so too. In fact, these things were made by others to fool Mr. Who. He never stopped Mr. Who from doing stupid things. He either came up with a solution himself or messed it up quietly. Simply blocking will make Mr. Who rebellious. Su Xiaokai asked meaningfully, which projects are chosen by you, Secretary Bai, and which ones are chosen by Uncle Who? Secretary Bai pointed to the eliminated technology Su Xiaokai mentioned. This is chosen by our boss. Su Xiaokai suddenly realized that the reason why Mr. Who became rich was probably because of Secretary Bai. He is indeed a hidden old fox. Mr. Who has a charismatic personality, and Secretary Bai likes to be a person behind the scenes, so they just hit it off. Su Xiaokai took the tissue handed by Secretary Bai and wiped her mouth. If you really want to enter a new field of technology, wait a little longer, I will help you achieve your goal, and then you will also do me a favor. Mr. Who and Wu Xiaoxiang will be Su Xiaocai's backup against the Xue family. When the evidence is complete, if the Xue family protects Xue Hui, she will promote Mr. Who and Wu Xiaoxiang. Promote them to a height that no one else can reach, tear off the Xue family's most important business, and the Xue family will naturally fall. Wu Xiaoxiang heard that there would be more to come. Thank you, Su Xiaoyu. I will help you with anything when the time comes. Can you help to bring down the Xue family? Su Xiaokai smiled and observed Wu Xiaoxiang and Secretary Bai. I thought Wu Xiaoxiang and Secretary Bai would at least be a little shocked. Secretary Bai showed a rare excitement. The greater the difficulty, the more challenging it is. Wu Xiaoxiang thought to himself, if I have this ability, I will kick Xue Feichuan twice without Su Xiaokai telling me. That guy is so annoying. He looks like a decent person and does all kinds of charity, but I don't know how disgusting he is behind the scenes. Only a few people in the industry understand how hypocritical he is. As soon as the Xue family was mentioned, the Xue family came, including Xue Fighting's wife, Xue Feichuan and Xue Hui. Xue Hui didn't want to come. She had just broken off the engagement. Although she hadn't notified the outside world, if someone asked her why she didn't come with Ji Hung at the banquet, she didn't know how to answer. Stay calm and say you're done, laugh and say you don't agree on values. The engagement is off? What Xue Hui didn't know was that the news of breaking off the engagement had spread overnight to all the rich people attending the banquet today. From nani to nani, from lady to lady, in this age of advanced internet, as long as you send a sentence, countless group members will respond. Xue Hui never thought that she would end up being a joke after she broke off the engagement. A young lady of the same age as Xue Hui, who was not much different from Xue Hui in status, came over and greeted Xue Feichuan and Xue's mother, uncle, aunt. We haven't chatted with Hui for a long time. Can you let us have a moment? Xue's mother smiled and said, go ahead. Hui has lost a few friends and has been in low spirits. You young people should persuade her more. Yes, she needs new friends. Xue Fighting secretly warned her not to act like a spoiled brat. Xue Hui's face darkened instantly. The girl of the same age was overjoyed, but she just pulled Xue Hui away. Xue Hui was furious. When did she get to know her? She never liked to associate with the young lady of the Bai family, who had the same prominent family background. She spoke too bluntly, and didn't care about people's feelings, which always made her feel that she had nowhere to hide. But her parents were watching her from behind. She was scolded by Xue Fighting yesterday, so she didn't dare to disobey him now. Xue Hui was brought into the Bai family circle. As soon as the beautiful young ladies, who were chatting together, spoke the first sentence, Xue Hui wanted to turn around and leave. I heard that you went to cancel the engagement. Brother G is the best marriage partner. How can you abandon him just like that? Tell us sisters why. Let's have some fun. The expression of gloating was too obvious. What is there to say? Shuehui sat down, crossed her arms and legs. What era is it now? You guys are acting like gossips when you call off an engagement. Being called gossips, these ladies were not angry, but even more excited. Yeah, they are gossiping. After all, we heard that you were disliked by Brother G, and there is someone more attractive than you. Who is it? Let's see who it is. The gossip came from nowhere too fast as a tornado, catching people off guard. The veins on the back of Shuehui's hand were exposed. Do men like to eat shit, not knowing, waiting to smoke themselves? So who is it? Let's go ask her how she seduced her. She's even better than you. Let's learn from her. Shuehui choked. They have really strange ways of thinking, so she doesn't like to play with them. They are so stubborn and shameless. What do you mean? You are so good at seducing. If you pretend like this, the other person can take it away from you. We want to thank her in person and say hello to her. There are a lot of young ladies here, all of whom have had men snatched away by Shuehui. It was not a blatant snatch, but Shuehui, with her mecha and gentle and caring green tea attitude, stole the man's attention. The ladies are not vegetarians. Men can be abandoned, but green tea should be taught a lesson. Of course, they know who the woman who seduced Ji Hong is mentioned by Shuehui. Facing Su Shaokai, the ladies are still a little patient. It is not too late to see a person's character before taking action. Shuehui's aura is getting more and more gloomy. Su Shaokai is just in front of her, and many uncles are gathered in front of her. Shuehui looked disdainful. These were all her leftovers. What was there for Su Shaokai to brag about? When she designed her first mecha, many uncles and aunts gathered around her, but this scene would not last long. Su Xiaocai's gain was not open for sharing. When they found that they could not make any profit from her, they naturally stopped surrounding her. Soon, more and more people gathered. Among them was a professor from their alma mater. They seemed to be professors from our school. The celebrities smiled at each other. The opportunity came. Taking the opportunity to greet the professor, I went to talk to Su Shaokai, and basically understood what this person was like. If her personality was okay, I might as well bring her into the circle. The professor who came to Su Shaokai was the professor who had not received an answer from Su Shaokai before. He tried every means to meet Su Shaokai just to apologize and get help again. When I arrived at the banquet, I saw Su Shaokai there, and I didn't care about my face. I went up and apologized first. Su Shaokai was still wondering why someone suddenly came to apologize. It turned out that they were here because of a problem in their own research group. The professor's new assistant handed over his business card sincerely. It was our problem last time. I hope that Su can forgive us. The next time we pay for consultation, the same thing will never happen again. No, the normal price is fine. I have already answered your questions. However, please don't send me any more questions for paid consultation. I don't want to accept them in the short term. I will send you the files after the money is in place. Su Shaokai flatly refused their next time. It was a rare free time, and she didn't want to think about anything that would require too much thought. The professor felt sorry, but it was also right. Su Xiaocai's willingness to agree was already the biggest gain. She didn't expect this little girl to be so decisive and generous. Su Shaokai never dwelled on other people's mistakes. After all, it was just that one of the other team members didn't want to pay first, so there was no need to get angry. Professor Lee would help the professor she knew once if she could. This was her judgment, and it had nothing to do with other people. Since this professor had been able to chase her here, he would definitely look for her in various ways in the future, so she made it clear without saying anything. Chapter 106. Just after finishing speaking, the professor wanted to sit down and discuss the problem with Su Shaokai, but his new assistant pulled him and whispered something. The professor didn't understand the hidden meaning of others' words, but he did. I don't want to accept paid consultations in the short term, and I will send documents after I go back. It also has another meaning. I don't want to talk nonsense with you, and I don't want you to disturb her. It's best not to stay at this time. The professor was suspicious. Didn't they say that Su Shaokai was very social and willing to communicate with others? Why is it different from what I imagined? The professor's assistant wanted to show off his professor. Your project team offended people first, so how can you expect others to have a good chat with you? The new assistant wanted to take the professor away, and at this time, the ladies came up to reminisce about the past, and the scene was very lively. Wawa covered her ears impatiently, buried her head in Su Xiaocai's skirt, and her hair was all over her body. She didn't welcome them. the smell of various perfumes and powder mixed together, forming a strong wall of smell. Professor, who is this? Is it a junior girl from school? Why is she sitting here at G's house? Is she related to G's family? Have you ever heard of the Bai family? The professor wanted to answer something, but his clothes were pulled from behind. The assistant said nothing, and the professor remained silent. As a result, these girls really didn't need him to answer, and pushed them aside on their own, testing Su Xiaokai openly and secretly. Although Bai Qianjin's surname is Bai, she is just a branch of General Bai's cousin, engaged in business. They are too purposeful, they are not making friends, but screening outsiders to see if she can be pulled into the circle to play. If she performs well, she can become one of them. If she was stupid and rustic, they would join other circles in rejecting her. In the final analysis, it was all about forming cliques. Su Xiaokai remained polite, but every answer was perfunctory. From the military training camp. A friend of the Ji family. Oh, I don't know the Bai family, I only know General Bai, Lieutenant General Bai and Colonel Bai. Bai Ling was not happy that Su Xiaokai was so familiar with General Bai. You know them, do they know you? Su Xiaokai kept a calm tone. Does it have anything to do with whether they know me or not and whether you want to know me? It hurts my self-esteem. They really took the initiative to come and meet me. Bai Ling pouted. If you don't want to make friends with us, forget it. We don't care. Don't beg me to associate with us in the future. They returned to their seats, angry. It's hard to believe that Su Xiaokai is so aloof that she doesn't even bother to care about their circle. Too arrogant. Is it great to have talent? Is it great to be able to make games? It's great to be able to write papers and have experimental results. Forget it, it's really amazing. Shuehui laughed at them. Why are you looking for her? She is not from the same class as us, and her target is not you at all. If the target is not them, then it could be a boy. It can't be Ji Li, that poisonous tongue. Which girl dares to pay attention to him? It's better to conquer Ji Er. Bai Ling followed Shuehui's words, and suddenly had an idea. At this time, Su Xiaokai was left with secretary by holding tea and chatting with her. After a while, a boy came over to invite Su Xiaokai to dance. The face is cute and innocent. If there is less cunning in his eyes, he will be more harmless. My lovely lady, can I invite you to dance? Su Xiaokai felt that they were blind and didn't see that her legs were occupied by a cat. I can't dance. If you don't know, I can teach you. The boy was very gentlemanly, and his every move was like a young man from a big family. I can't dance because I want to give you face. Let me make it clear. I don't want to dance. Su Xiaokai felt annoyed. Her mood was like the weather in June, changing at any time, and she was bored. Miss, you may not know that I am from the Ouyang family. Little Ouyang, don't you see that I am reluctant? The innocent little puppy was pushed away, and a mature man came. Miss Su, don't worry about him. I am L. I am glad to meet you. Do you mind if I sit down and chat with you? I mind. Su Xiaokai nodded. The man whose but was about to touch the seat could neither sit nor stand. Go wherever you want. I am not interested in you. Su Xiaokai waved her hand domineeringly, and just said get out. She doesn't need a man to set off her charm. Why can't you think of seducing her? Don't those little girls have other means? If they put on a show, I give you 1 billion, leave this party. She won't say anything, take the money and leave. It's so easy to humiliate her. Why do some people always like to take a roundabout way? If Bai Ling knew Su Xiaocai's thoughts, she would probably be furious. 1 billion, they may not be able to get it together even if they empty their pockets. Secretary Bai saw another different type of man coming over and said, You young people, can't you see me? If you want to dance with my little niece, please invite me first. The world was quiet. A handsome, young and strong man invited an old man to dance in front of everyone. Just thinking about it, they all felt dirty. Su Xiaokai chuckled and felt better. Thank you, Grandpa Bai. You are really sensible, since we both have the last name Bai. In fact, my Bai and her Bai are from the same family. In terms of seniority, I am older than General Bai. General Bai is my nephew. The little girl in the Bai family has to call me great uncle. The average life expectancy has increased, and there are great-grandfathers and great-great-grandfathers, but most people's clan ties are not so strong. If they are not direct descendants, they have less contact and distant relations, so they don't recognize each other when they meet. After I go back, I will mention it to the unfilial younger generation. Okay. I thought you would humbly say no. I must accept your kindness to me. That Miss Bai is a little spoiled. She arranges male models to deal with people. She is either bad or stupid. While she is still young, it is better for the elders to teach her how to be a person than for outsiders to teach her a lesson. The three men hadn't walked far yet, but were called male models. They turned back angrily. Who are you calling male models? Why don't you use male models to describe you? Instead, use animals with only lower bodies? Ji Li, who had some free time, came back to see how Su Xiaokai was doing, and saw that the three most unruly playboys in the circle were actually going to attack Su Xiaokai. Ji Li's face was very sour, and he was on the verge of going berserk. The three playboys were terrified and felt wronged. Brother Ji, it's not what you think. We just came to invite Miss Su to dance. Dancing or licking? I know exactly what you are thinking. Su Xiaokai is a very important guest of the Ji family. Don't try to make plans again, otherwise your parents will lose face. They know that Ji Li keeps his word. I'm sorry, Brother Ji, but it wasn't our idea, it was them. The three playboys quickly betrayed Bai Ling and others. When Bai Ling suggested that they test Su Xiaokai, they were willing to do so only because Su Xiaokai was cute. It's not okay to ask them to pay a price. Ji Li looked over and knew what was going on. Idiots and idiots get together. No wonder they can come up with such bad ideas. Bai Ling was panicking. Xue Hui was going crazy. She was dragged to sit with them and was implicated. She felt so wrong that she vomited blood. Fortunately, Ji Li was not a domineering boss. He would not lose his temper at the banquet. Go and have fun. Don't disturb my guests. The three dandies left as if they had been pardoned. They blamed them for not knowing what was good for them and trying to challenge new faces. Ji Li's friends, how could they be ordinary people? They could only be perverts among perverts. Look at her, how calm she is. A girl of Su Xiaocai's age would have been nervous or at a loss. No need to bother with those people. I don't care. I can see through your upper-class ways and won't step into them. Su Xiaokai saw that he had time to come over and gave him the cat. Help me watch it for a while. I need to go to the bathroom. With a fat cat in his arms, Ji Li almost couldn't hold it and said to Hua Hua, are you getting fat again? Your master is getting thinner and thinner. Why are you getting fatter and fatter? Hua Hua glared at him unconvincingly. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because it doesn't understand. It understands tone. When Su Xiaokai went to the cubicle to relieve herself, she heard a strange noise next door, rustling, as if someone was changing clothes. She didn't investigate further, opened the cubicle door, and went out to wash her hands. The bathroom was luxuriously designed. The mirror was shiny and dust-free. A tall woman, wearing a waitress's uniform, passed by the cubicle. Looking in the mirror, she was very thin, so thin that her front and back were flat, like a bamboo. The jawline is obvious, the hair is long, and the posture is a bit too casual. Su Xiaokai thinks it's a bit strange, not like a proper waiter. Because her walking posture is too graceful, and the swing of her hips is a bit exaggerated. I wanted to follow her, but the auction time is approaching. Su Xiaokai suppressed her damn curiosity, and didn't ask about other people's private affairs. When the auction was about to start, Su Xiaokai sat back in her original seat. Secretary Bai had gone somewhere else, and there were two more people next to him. Su Xiaokai smiled and nodded naturally hello. Ji's mother looked at her from head to toe with a focused gaze. Ji's father pulled her and said, don't be like that. Sister, you keep looking at me. Is there something wrong with my face? She is my mother. Ji Li returned the cat to her, patted the cat hair on his clothes, and introduced her to Ji's father and mother, my friend, Su Xiaokai. Ji's father smiled and said, hello Xiao Su. Do you like my son? Do you like the older son or the younger son? Ji's mother was very straightforward. She wanted to know what this girl thought. Su Xiaokai was not afraid to reply. Ji Li and Ji Heng had said that Ji's mother was a little neurotic and was particularly protective of her two sons. Because she was mentally prepared, she was not angry. I like your eldest son more, but it is not beyond friendship. Ji's mother, is that so? You are friends with my son, so when you call me, do you still call me sister? Of course, each has his own opinion. Su Xiaokai and Ji's mother slowly chatted. The two of them got along inexplicably harmoniously, and magically there was no dispute. The men sitting on both sides of them looked incredulous. Just passed by like that? Wasn't there some targeted rhetoric? Wife, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Ji's mother glanced at her husband. Don't talk if you don't understand. She is a woman, of course she knows what all women's reactions mean. Su Xiaokai really didn't take the Ji family seriously. The point is, the first person she saw was herself. Ji's mother is very beautiful, much more beautiful than Ji Li. If the women present were ranked by their looks, Ji's mother would definitely be at the top. She has a very classical appearance, with heroic spirit between her eyebrows, 1.76 meters tall, and a perfect head-to-body ratio. When she was around, Su Xiaokai never looked at Jili straight in the eye. How could a woman who targeted her son pay too much attention to another woman? Ji's mother knew Su Xiaocai's reaction clearly, and immediately made a judgment that Su Xiaokai was indeed treating her son as a friend. But why didn't Su Xiaokai like her own son, who was so outstanding? Su Xiaokai really admired Ji's mother's appearance, which was beautiful from a distance or close up. Ji Li inherited most of the advantages of this woman, but Ji Li is a man, and the feminine and beautiful facial features have become hard on him. Although he is also good-looking, he is not as stunning as Ji's mother. Ji's mother is a stunning beauty that can make you fall in love with her at first sight. Su Xiaokai is glad that she is a woman. The auction went very smoothly. As Su Xiaokai said before, she did not bid for any item. The 5 seeds were sold for a lot of money. The reserve price was 1 million, and the written commission of 5 million was quickly displayed by the auctioneer on the stage, and then people raised their bids. There were calls, online bidding, and on-site bidding. The auctioneer looked at multiple directions, and confirmed the highest bidder as quickly as possible, and his speech speed was very well controlled. When the price rose to 60 million, the competition slowed down. The auctioneer shouted for the 3rd time, and decisively dropped the hammer. The final transaction price was 62 million. 5 seeds that had absorbed nutrients from the insect warriors were bought by the botany professor of Junya College. The professor who just asked Su Xiaokai the question was not in the same group. The botany professor who bought the seeds followed the vice president of Junya. I didn't expect it was Junya's people who bought it. I thought I would see a fierce competition and hype my seeds to more than 100 million. Su Xiaokai knew that Junya had always wanted to surpass Junpei and valued face very much. I didn't expect that he could put aside his face and pick up Junpei's things. They just want to seize the opportunity to do research. The modified Manxua Juha will definitely flow into the market in a few years. It's better to spend 100 million on new projects. But they also spent more than 60 million, and I only spent a few 100,000 on research. Ji Li, shut up, I don't want to hear it. I'm willing to tell you. Don't you want to know how much I spent on researching bodyguard robots? Ji Li covered her mouth directly. He didn't want to hear from her about how much money he, the sucker, spent. He just needed to know that those things were worth buying. When it was almost over, some people left one after another. Su Xiaokai asked Ji Li, are they afraid that the things they bought would be robbed? That's the reason. Just leave the auction site, not necessarily leave this place. The vice president and the professor who took the photo of the plant seeds stood up and seemed to be leaving too. Xue Feichuan followed them. Because they were leaving from the front door, they naturally passed by Su Xiaokai. When they were about 10 meters away, Hua Hua bared its teeth and panted in their direction. Su Xiaokai comforted it, and Hua Hua managed to calm down. When they walked out of the door, Su Xiaokai let go of the hand that was holding Hua Hua. Hua Hua suddenly jumped up and quickly chased after them. It looked like it had seen something good. Su Xiaokai was worried about Hua Hua. It had shown aggression towards the vice president of Junya before. If it really scratched someone, Hua Hua would be killed. I go chase Hua Hua. Su Xiaokai left the auction, and Ji Li said to his parents, I go out and take a look. Hua Hua is a very well-behaved cat. Maybe there is something wrong. Ji's father, go, or it will run away. He didn't want anything uncontrollable to happen at the banquet. The plant expert was talking to Xue Feichuan. Thank you Mr. Xue for your sponsorship this time. We were able to take pictures of such important research data. In the future, the research on how plants can deal with insects will definitely go further. Study hard, the future of mankind is in your hands. Vice President Junya said with a smile. Before he finished speaking, the Vice President's face changed drastically, and he pushed Xue Feichuan away and started to block. The golden cat's claws tore through the layer of clothes and went straight through the skin, breaking Vice President Junya's defense. He hurriedly covered his arm. The professor shouted loudly, Whose crazy cat is this? Boss Xue, Professor, you go first. I deal with this cat. The professor hesitated, but Xue Feichuan was decisive. He was the big boss, and didn't want any mistakes. Mr. Zheng is a lieutenant general, and his combat effectiveness is very strong, don't worry. So he left first. After all, he was a kind man. The cat hurt him, so he couldn't hold it against the cat. The bodyguards were outside the corridor. Xue Feichuan gave an order, and the bodyguards entered to help the vice president. The professor breathed a sigh of relief. Animals nowadays go crazy at any time, and they are even brought into public places. Hua Hua quickly shuttled and jumped in the corridor, attacking non-stop. Vice President Junya dodged quickly, but he was several beats slower than Hua Hua. The bodyguards raised their batons and prepared to hit the cat. But the cat only targeted the vice president, and it was so strong that it could run and jump on the wall, and systematically beat a person taller and stronger than it from multiple angles. It looked weird no matter how you looked at it, and it was difficult for the bodyguards to approach it. The target was too small, and it was easy to accidentally hurt him. The vice president had been scratched on the face, leaving a bloody mark. He said to the person behind him, "It's not up yet. A former lieutenant general can't even deal with a cat." Su Xiaokai walked out of the corridor and stared at the vice president's face. "Hua Hua, come back." Hua Hua's eyes were red with anger, and she couldn't hear the call. Su Xiaokai stepped forward and quickly grabbed her by the neck from the air. Hua Hua wanted to scratch someone, but Su Xiaokai held her down. "Be quiet, or I go back and shave the cat's hair." Hua Hua purred angrily, seemingly dissatisfied with Su Xiaocai's behavior, but she behaved well, and still didn't take her eyes off Vice Principal Junia. The cat was stopped by a girl, and the bodyguards felt guilty. They quickly stepped forward and stood in front of the vice principal. "Did you instruct it to attack me?" The principal lowered his hands, covered his face, and stepped back nervously, as if he was afraid of Hua Hua. "No, if I ordered it, I would not choose such an occasion. That is to say, if you have a choice, you will still let it attack me." Junia Vice Principal Zheng Xiujin said with disdain, "I don't even know if it is poisonous. I have no grudges against you. Why should I let it attack you?" Su Xiaokai changed the subject and said, "If you are afraid that it is poisonous, let's go to the hospital." "I'm sorry, I didn't take good care of it. Can you show me the wound? It has already hurt someone. Is it useful to say sorry? You shouldn't have brought it into the venue at all." The professor outside the door was very angry. It was an unprovoked disaster. Chapter 107. "So can you show me the wound?" Su Xiaokai approached, and Vice Principal Junia pulled a bodyguard to block her. The professor was furious. How could this be possible? This girl had no manners. The cat hurt someone, and she took the initiative to provoke. Zheng Xiujin helped him contact sponsors, and help him launch experimental projects. He is a good principal, and he must not be hurt by an ignorant child. The professor wanted to teach Su Xiaokai a lesson by relying on his status as a teacher, but the security guards and waiters had already arrived, and Ji Lihe, the professor who consulted Su Xiaokai, also came. The assistant professor hurriedly dragged the professor from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, who wanted to teach someone a lesson, and advised, "Professor, they can fight. We can only be gentle, just watch carefully, and wait for professionals to deal with it." "Is that so?" The two professors looked at each other. "Okay, if you don't go, I won't go either. If you don't go, I'm even less likely to go as I come to please Su Xiaokai." The security guard looked at the two parties, who were on edge, not knowing who was bullying whom. "What's going on?" Ji Li pushed through the crowd and asked Su Xiaokai. Hua Hua was like this the last time she met this vice principal. Su Xiaokai seriously suspected that Junia's vice principal was one of Hua Hua's food. Hua Hua would only be so excited when facing food. She didn't suspect it before because Zheng Xiujin was very powerful, and Hua Hua might be sensitive to this aspect. It turns out that Hua Hua is not afraid of Zheng Xiujin. The appetite in its eyes can't deceive people. Just now, it didn't react to so many people in the venue, but it chased after this vice principal. Ji Li thought for a while, turned around and asked, "Does the vice principal have the habit of spraying perfume? You want to say that it was stressed by the perfume and then attacked me, right? Young master of the Ji family, you are friends with her, so of course you should speak for her." Vice Principal Junia's narrow eyes were full of violence. "It's just a routine inquiry. I am the organizer and will be responsible for all the guests. I will not favor any party." Ji Li turned back and asked Su Xiaokai, "The cat hurt someone. Did you call the police?" "I called the police. Su Xiaokai has zero tolerance for insect people and must test them. Police, just clean up the mess. He hurt someone, but he took the initiative to call the police." It was the first time for the security guards and waiters to see such an arrogant person. Su Xiaokai, the vice principal, also agreed to call the police. "After all, my cat hurt you. I must compensate you. I will compensate you under the supervision of the police." The people around couldn't help but grin. He was too frank and serious, and it was a little funny for some reason. Zheng Xiujin pursed her lips. "If you waste my time, you can kill the cat or give it to me, and I won't care about it. I have called the police. You have to agree even if you don't want to." "Don't worry, Vice Principal Junia, I will not default on my debt." "Is this a question of defaulting on your debt? By the way, Principal, don't you want to treat the wound on your face? You don't need to pretend to be kind. His eyes swept over Hua Hua like a venomous snake. You wait for the lawyer's letter. Your cat must die. Su Xiaokai handed Hua Hua to Ji, walked slowly forward, and took out a blue-black snake-shaped whip from the space button. Principal, before Hua Hua died, I really want to know why Hua Hua was so hostile to you. Can you help me answer it? Answer, Yarn. You've already taken out the whip. Looking at the whip, the vice principal gnashed his teeth. He even wanted to challenge him. He was a retired lieutenant general after all. Su Xiaokai flicked the whip, and it rang, pointing at the vice principal. Zhang Xiujin turned and ran, and Su Xiaokai chased after her. The crowd was dumbfounded. She. Does Principal Zhang have a grudge against her? The story unfolds in a magical way. People who have done something wrong can still use the whip to whip others. It's a headache. Principal Zhang wants to kill the cat. Isn't it because he has a grudge? Ji Li pulled the cat's collar tightly, not allowing it to be naughty. Look at the trouble you have caused, and you need your master's help to solve it. Hua Hua turned away coldly. It is a cat. There is no discipline in the cat world. You unruly people don't want to restrain me. The bodyguards chased them, and they were getting farther and farther away. After a while, the two disappeared. They had to stop. After all, their job was to protect EP81, not the vice principal. Anyway, Su Xiaokai had called the police, and the weapon was a whip, so it would not kill anyone in a short time. The chase did not last long. Su Xiaokai and the vice principal ran to the woodland behind the banquet. Under the dense forest shadows, there is no surveillance, and occasionally two birds chirping overhead breaks the silence. The vice principal stopped running and faced Su Xiaokai, catching the whip with one hand. Little girl, you are so sensitive. He wanted to show off, but when he touched the whip, his hand spread out uncontrollably. His body began to deform like a liquid, and he observed carefully. The liquid was composed of countless insects, densely packed. With Su Xiaocai's good eyesight, he could clearly see the tiny insect groups tightly linked. Last time you were in our principal's office, you wanted to do something to the principal. Su Xiaokai said an affirmative sentence. Vice Principal Junia smiled, and her smile was ferocious. It's a pity that you are here. You ruined it. This time, you can replace him. It is said that you have a good relationship with the military. He rushed toward Su Xiaokai, and Su Xiaokai quickly threw out two bodyguard robots. The tiny insect man hit the protective shield. Su Xiaokai, teammate mode, cover me. Yes, master. The bodyguard robot no longer blocked in front of her, but assisted. Su Xiaokai whipped out a whip. Vice Principal Junia, who had completely lost his human form, could not speak, but he was extremely ferocious. Every time he hit the shield, he could hear the sound of the bodyguard robot's energy being consumed rapidly. Su Xiaokai raised the whip, and the section whip made by Chonglu swept across, splitting the insect group in two. The insect man who touched the whip hit the tree trunk, making a slight explosion sound, and wherever he passed, black mist was emitted, which was disgusting. The insect group, that was split into two halves, gathered in the air. The little thing consumed was a drizzle for it, not worth mentioning. It barely needed any recovery time. Once it merged, it rushed forward at a speed so fast that people couldn't react. Su Xiaokai whipped the whip, forming a circle of vortices. But the insect group was changeable. It separated a few strands of filaments, and knocked Su Xiaokai away. Su Xiaocai's back came into close contact with the tree trunk. Even though she hooked the whip on a nearby branch to reduce the impact, Su Xiaocai's blood was still surging, and blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. This insect man was not the kind she had met before, so weak that even humans couldn't beat him. This insect man looks like soft cotton, but it hits people like an iron rod. Its agility is comparable to that of an insect man warrior. It lacks strength a little, but it is still not something that Su Xiaokai, who does not have a mecha now, can resist. The insect group attacks again. The two robots deploy shields for defense. Su Xiaokai climbed up and wanted to take out the special exoskeleton mecha. But she thought about it and decided not to. She didn't have time to put it on, and the bodyguard robot couldn't withstand it. Fortunately, she wore armor inside, so the power was dispersed. Su Xiaokai covered her chest, feeling a sharp pain as if her ribs were broken. Taking a deep breath, taking a hemostatic pill, and attacking from both sides with the bodyguard robot. The insect group is very strong and flexible. Every time the whip is swung, it feels great resistance. Fortunately, the insect kill can take away part of its life with each attack. Su Xiaokai looked around, thinking quickly about what method to use to attack and delay. There are too many ordinary humans outside the woods, and they can't escape. Before she could think of a solution, bang! The insect group knocked the bodyguard robot away. There was a gap on Su Xiaocai's left. A thin line wrapped around her waist like lightning, lifted her up and threw her into the air. The wind blew across her face, and Su Xiaokai saw another robot being hammered by the insect man and losing dozens of small Rubik's Cubes, looking miserable and pitiful. Even so, the Rubik's Cube robot still stubbornly raised the energy shield and stood it where Su Xiaokai landed. As soon as Su Xiaocai's feet touched the ground, a black shadow covered her head. The insect group opened up, forming a huge black net, covering her head. Su Xiaocai's heart tightened for a second, knowing that if she got the right hit, she would be game over. The shield of the Rubik's Cube robot issued a warning of shattering. Facing the god of death, Su Xiaocai's body was filled with heat. She raised the whip, and a force surged from her body, from the position where she held the whip to the entire whip. It was like a substantial energy ball spreading along with the whip. Every insect group that came into contact with this force was like ice and snow hitting magma, and was directly vaporized. The invisible force seemed to have an incredible effect, and it had a fatal attack ability on the insect group. After such an explosion, there were only a few insects left. Su Xiaokai swallowed hard, ignoring the high fever that was clamoring for her to stop, and staggered back a few steps. She would rather die than be the food of the insects. The few remaining insects struggled to reshape themselves. They wanted to devour this hateful human. They wanted to kill her. The sirens were getting closer and closer. Su Xiaokai couldn't hold on, and knelt on the ground. The insects looked at Su Xiaokai 3 meters away, knowing that they had lost their chance. They all fell on the grass and crawled away along the grass. Su Xiaokai was weak and hungry. She ate a piece of candy quickly, but she still felt dizzy and had double vision in front of her eyes. She gasped and held on to the tree trunk. Call the bodyguard robots over. They were beaten miserably, but they still remembered to protect their master when they heard his call, and walked over slowly. At the last moment when Su Xiaokai fainted, she saw Geely chasing her out. Even though the robot hadn't been put away yet, she fainted without worry. The short battle was the most serious injury Su Xiaokai had suffered since her rebirth. In the darkness, Su Xiaokai saw the scene of her death in her previous life. Countless insects descended from another space, and the long space gap squeezed out dense insects. Countless insect warriors led countless insects to capture her home, and she was drowned in the sea of insects. Death is terrible, but it is only a matter of a moment. I thought I was dead and didn't know anything. It was like shock, and there would be no reincarnation. But when she fell into darkness completely, she became a small ball of light. The insects were killing and eating people, and civilization was disappearing. She turned into a small ball of light, watching all this indifferently, wandering among them boredly, without the emotions she had as a human. She was ignorant, curious, and simple, just like a newborn baby, with no knowledge of this world. After a while, a call came from the crack where the insects came from. She couldn't hear what the voice said, but she knew that someone was calling her. She had a strong desire to see what the other side of the insect world looked like. As soon as she said it, she slowly approached the crack and curiously explored it. Suddenly, a dazzling white light engulfed her, and there were many small light balls around her. A naughty small light ball circled around her, and seemed very happy, with a sense of relief. As she played with the small light ball, there was another call, and Su Xiaokai forgot to play and followed the call. The small light ball playing with her rushed around like a blind fly, but rushed to the call before her and disappeared. Su Xiaokai didn't hear the call again, so she played alone nearby. Not long after, the small ball of light reappeared, and it became dim, like stardust that was about to disappear. Su Xiaokai wanted to comfort her, but she felt a pulling force, followed by nausea, as if she had returned to the time when she just woke up after the time travel. The moment she opened her eyes were full of white. She tried to recall the world in her dream, but she couldn't remember anything. After recognizing that it was a white ceiling in front of her, her memory returned. Su Xiaokai remembered that she fainted after fighting with the insect man. At that time, a magical thing happened, and Su Xiaokai couldn't wait to try it again. She got up and found herself in the medical cabin. She raised her hand and pressed the key to open the cabin. Geely and Kay, who were watching nearby, hurriedly asked, "Are you awake? Don't move. You have 4 cracked ribs. You have received an injection to heal. It will take some time. And you are seriously malnourished." Geely was puzzled and said, "How can you be malnourished when you eat so much?" Su Xiaokai was annoyed. "You are a doctor. If you don't know, how can I know?" She felt a little suffocated and some pain in her ribs. It should be that the bones have not healed completely. Geely reached out and helped her up, and sat on the sofa outside the cabin. The room was decorated very simply, with a treatment cabin, 2 accompanying sofas that could be unfolded to be beds, and a bedside table. Is this a hospital? How long did I take for treatment? Military hospital, less than an hour. Geely replied. Su Xiaokai nodded. The military hospital was highly confidential, and she was the only one living in the room, so it was very quiet. Maybe it was the effect of the drug. Su Xiaocai's mind was a little empty, and she didn't want to think, but she still forced herself to think. What happened after I fainted? Have you seen the bug man? When I arrived, I only saw 2 robots guarding you. Originally, they didn't allow me to get close to you, but Hua reclaimed their authority, and I held Hua and put them in my space button. Speaking of which, the fact that she gave Hua the authority to reclaim it fully reflects how big her imagination is. Who would have thought of giving a cat the authority to reclaim the robot? Only she could think of it. What if Hua becomes willful and doesn't want to follow him? That scene must be wonderful. Then what? Did the police come? Where is the vice principal of Junia? The police came. The vice principal of Junia is being questioned at the police station. He complained that your cat hurt him, and that you violently beat him in a room upstairs. Can we continue the action? What's wrong with the vice principal of Junia? Wait, what room? I haven't been to the room at all. Did Hua react to the vice principal? No, when you were in trouble, he walked out of a room upstairs from the banquet hall. What's worse is that the surveillance camera did see him and you walking upstairs. And you ended up in the woods below the room, seriously injured. The scene has been cordoned off, and the military has taken over the place. You may also be investigated later. Every time something happens, I'm investigated. I didn't see anything being found. Recently, Su Xiaokai opened up a vegetable garden near the laboratory, planted a lot of vegetables, and also planted several fruit trees. I don't know if the security guards helped water them. I can't grow vegetables properly. Take out my robot, there are surveillance cameras inside. Su Xiaokai took out a handful of dried meat from the space button to feed the cat. Hua, smelling the smell, shook her butt, leaned into Su Xiaocai's arms, and happily ate the cat food. The robot was in her hand, and Su Xiaokai gave the dried meat to Geely, asking him to feed the cat. She connected the data of the bodyguard robot to check the battle video. The battle video was very complete, and Kay and Geely couldn't help but lean over to watch it. Kay, is this a bug man? Having been a soldier for more than 10 years, Kay had never seen a bug man in this form. He knew that there were small bug men, but he didn't know that such a small bug man could show such a high degree of aggressiveness. From the video, he is a little stronger than the greedy man, but not as destructive as the greedy man. No wonder Su Xiaokai was beaten so badly. Well, I didn't record the time when the vice principal turned into a bug man. Su Xiaokai had many questions, and she needed more information about the banquet hall. Geely and Kay were both bystanders, but they had different ideas. You noticed something was wrong with him, so you chased him out yourself? Geely brushed her head lightly, and said crisply, You didn't hear any water in here. Why do you always do such dangerous things by yourself? But if you follow me, it will be more dangerous. Su Xiaokai touched her head, and said aggrievedly, I don't want you to be in danger too. You are good at pretending. It must be said that Geely was caught in a trap, and it is hard to blame her for rushing forward alone. Hee hee. I knew Geely couldn't stand her selfless appearance. The hospital clothes are very breathable, but Su Xiaokai always feels uncomfortable. I go change clothes. Do you need to call the nurse to help you? No, I just have a fracture, not a shattered bone. Don't worry, I can do it myself. Su Xiaokai took out her sportswear from the space button and went into the bathroom in the room. After taking off her clothes, the person in the mirror had lost more than a circle of weight. Her jawline had come out, and she had lost her baby fat. She had finally gained some weight, but it shrank again, especially in the front, which was flat. Su Xiaokai wanted to cry, but had no tears. She liked to have a curvy figure. She had never had it, so she longed for it. After changing her clothes, she came out dejected. It happened that the doctor, Officer Perrin, and Admiral Bai's secretary came to the door. The female doctor drove the men out of the room, checked Su Xiaocai's injuries, and only after coming to a conclusion did she allow visitors in again. She just had a fractured bone. We didn't use strong medicine, so her recovery will be a little slow. For the next half-month, don't do anything big, and try to eat well, drink well, and rest well. The female doctor said to Su Xiaokai earnestly, Girls should not eat too little to lose weight. It's unhealthy for the body, and being too thin means there is no fat to protect you. You relatives too, raise your children well. Geely paid for her as her brother, so the female doctor thought Geely and Kay were both her brothers, and told them to pay attention to the patient's diet. Chapter 108. Everyone present knew how much Su Xiaokai ate. She was not picky about food, she ate a lot, but she was not fat, and she did not have any indigestion. In previous examinations, she had always been healthy beyond the average. So malnutrition was a mystery. Thank you, Dr. Sister, they are very good and did not starve me. Su Xiaocai's sweet smile was particularly attractive. The doctor thought that her thin face with a pointed chin was due to her family's poor care. And she was so considerate. Ji Li and others were warned by the doctor with a glare. Kay and Ji Li were too embarrassed to say that Su Xiaokai was pretending. But the female doctor no longer paid attention to them. She gently touched Su Xiaocai's face and said, "Little cutie, you can be discharged from the hospital. Don't do too intense exercise. If there is any heavy work, leave it to your two brothers." Got it, beautiful doctor. Your medical skills are so good that I don't even feel the pain. Hiss, my teeth ache after hearing this. Su Xiaokai still had to go to the police station. The vice president was clamoring to sue her. She had to explain the incident clearly. After waving goodbye to the female doctor, Ji Li quickly stuffed a piece of beef jerky into her mouth. Eat more. Stop talking, it's too corny, their teeth will get sour. Su Xiaokai ate the beef jerky and brought Hua Hua to the police station, wondering if she could meet Vice Principal Junya. In the end, she didn't meet him, but met someone unexpected. Xue Hui was also in the police station, sitting in an office on the way, with her mother beside her. The mother and daughter had red eyes, and Xue's mother hugged Xue Hui and kept patting her back to comfort her. From Su Xiaocai's angle, she could see several purple marks on Xue Hui's neck, which looked like fingerprints. Su Xiaokai was very curious and asked, "Officer Perlin, that woman is a classmate of ours. What happened to her? I'm not in charge of their cases, so I don't know." Su Xiaokai, with my connections, I know sooner or later. If you tell me now, maybe I can help. Since I know sooner or later, I'm even less likely to tell you. You're so curious. Su Xiaocai's successive situations kept Perlin busy, so he didn't want to take the burden on himself. You haven't dealt with your own affairs yet, so don't meddle in other people's business. Su Xiaokai regretted. Okay. She didn't meddle in other people's business, it was just gossip. Officer Perlin couldn't say anything, but Ji Li could. His father was the person in charge of the banquet, and his family knew everything that happened at the banquet. When Su Xiaokai was fighting with the insect man, someone attacked Xue Hui. Perlin looked straight ahead, and pretended not to hear. Su Xiaokai, a very tall woman? Perlin asked in a low voice. How do you know? The police asked Xue Hui who she had offended recently, and she only stammered and uttered Su Xiaocai's name. If Su Xiaokai had not been seriously injured, and the traces of fighting in the forest were too shocking, it might have involved insect people, and Perlin might have taken over Xue Hui's case. Now that the investigation is divided into two groups, the workload is greatly reduced. Therefore, he also knows something about Xue Hui. Did she throw dirty water on me when she confessed? Perlin was silent, and Su Xiaokai tooted twice. It would be easy for the police to investigate her. Since the explosion at the exhibition, the police and the military have sent people to secretly protect her. From another perspective, she lives under their surveillance. So they know that Xue Hui's statement that Su Xiaokai offended her is not entirely true. Su Xiaokai is a busy person, and she will not care about this daughter of Xue unless she jumps in front of her. Moreover, according to their investigation, although Su Xiaokai holds grudges, she prefers to find someone's handle and then rub it on the ground. If you don't have a handle, but only verbally offend her, she will not remember it at all. Like Li Shanchun, he is essentially a simple boy who is a bit rude. Su Xiaokai completely regarded him as a passerby and forgot about him. Xue Hui insisted on putting the crime on Su Xiaokai, which was too ridiculous. The police could not find a breakthrough, so they could only bring her back for questioning. As Su Xiaokai guessed, Xue Hui was very tight-lipped and was only willing to talk about the process of being attacked, but could not say who wanted to kill her. Xue Hui didn't want to care about it, but Xue's mother disagreed and insisted on finding the murderer, so she kept dragging it here and asked the police to find the murderer as soon as possible. Perlin, tell me what happened to the tall woman you saw. Aren't you investigating the killer? Who do you think wanted to kill Isuelu? And why was it his mother who died? Perlin knew from the evidence provided by Ji Li that Xue Hui played an important role. The reason why they had not tried Xue Hui was because the video provided by Ji Li was not enough to be effective evidence. Su Xiaokai pointed out directly, the tall dead woman should be Isuelu pretending to be him. I saw him when I went to the bathroom, and I was suspicious at first. Thinking back, he has an Adam's apple. She absolutely refused to admit it, and deliberately let Isuelu go, letting him take revenge on Xuehui. It's a pity that Isuelu didn't succeed, what a waste. If he could kill Xuehui, he would definitely leave clues to hunt him down and sentence him to death. What a perfect plan to kill two birds with one stone. Perlin took her directly into the interrogation room. Will you hire a lawyer later? Lawyers can't sit in on the interrogation. No, I didn't do anything wrong. I just did what I should do. Hua was with Ji Li. Su Shaokai was relieved. The interrogation room was bright, and the chair where the interrogated party sat was carefully cushioned, as if to prevent her from getting a cold bottom. After Su Shaokai sat down happily, she opened up and told the whole story without parent asking. As you know, my current research is a little special, and there is no guarantee that there will be insect people around me. Hua has been trained to smell the scent of insect people. She put Hua's species talent in another way. Parent and General Bai's secretary, who were listening, well, it seems that they are digging treasure from Su Shaokai again. What a treasure girl. If you have technical problems in the future, you can dig into her. Then the situation became clear. This is the scene of me fighting with the insect man. I chased him all the way out and beat the insect man. I am sure that the vice principal was in my sight during the chase. I watched him turn into an insect man. Su Xiaocai's narration and the video she provided made Perlin and General Bai's secretary fall into deep thought. This is very different from the surveillance they checked. In the surveillance, it was Su Shaokai who chased the vice principal upstairs. In fact, they have done experiments, according to the vice principal's escape route map and confession. Su Shaokai could only follow him upstairs, because it would take too long to get from the garden to the upstairs even with props. According to this script, Su Shaokai would faint in the garden, which means she and he were fighting in the room. She was defeated, and she escaped from the window and jumped downstairs. The building is 5 meters high, but she didn't break her legs, but she broke her ribs, which is very strange. The police want to hear Su Xiaocai's explanation. Su Shaokai, of course, has another story. She also has video evidence, and many traces in the forest are enough to prove that what she said is true. You should also know my fighting ability. No matter how strong the vice principal is, he can't make me panic. I believe they also understand where her strength is among humans. She can't be invincible, but she can still surpass 99% of humans. My 2 robots were destroyed. I am sure that even if Bai Shang came, he might not be able to fight like this. The Rubik's Cube robot is not afraid of bullets or energy weapons, but it cannot cope with large-scale force crushing. Even if it faces an ordinary road roller, it will not be able to withstand it unless it takes a detour. Therefore, the Rubik's Cube robot can only be used as a bodyguard and cannot go to the battlefield to fight against the insect man. Perlin repeatedly asked, but Su Shaokai insisted on his statement. No matter which direction he asked, there was no loophole. Perlin has already ordered his men to check the authenticity of the video and surveillance. It will take some time. After the confession was taken, Su Shaokai had nothing to do and chose to wait in the police station. She was temporarily arranged in a separate guest room, and Ji Li and Kei accompanied her. The authenticity identification results will be done by artificial intelligence and humans together, and it will not take too long. Perlin said to General Bai's secretary, "Who do you believe?" "I believe in the evidence." Privately, the secretary believed in Su Shaokai more, and her actions were more logical and practical. From the perspective of the military, they all hope that they are good people. Whether it is the vice president of Junya or Su Shaokai, they have made outstanding contributions in dealing with the insect people. Just based on this point, they only hope that they are friends, not enemies. Perrin told his colleagues about Xuehui's attack, and they understood immediately. No longer treating Xuehui as a victim, but a suspect, they decided to take her to the interrogation room to test her. "Miss Xue, come over here. We find a police officer to talk to you alone." Xuehui was annoyed by Xue's mother, so she followed the police to the interrogation room. Entering the interrogation room, which was very familiar to her, she realized something was wrong. "You treat me as a suspect. I need a lawyer." "Miss Xue, I hope you understand that your lawyer only has the right to defend your rights, and we are going to interrogate you as a suspect. I haven't committed any crime. Why are you trying me? You have no evidence to prove that I am a suspect, and you have no right to interrogate me. What if we already know where Isuelu is? It was Isuelu who wanted to kill you, right? He pretended to be a woman and attacked you. Why didn't you give him up?" Xuehui's face was pale. She had to stay calm. Uncle San had helped her to settle everything. She just had to follow the script. "Sit down." Cooperating with the investigation is the responsibility of every citizen. Xue Hui sat down, not looking around, her eyes fixed on the bottle of water on the table. Do you know who attacked you? It turns out that when she needs to save her life, Xue Hui is really smart, and her ability to seek benefits and avoid harm is amazing. I don't know her. Then why do you say that it is possible that Su Shaokai hired someone to harm you? I didn't frame her. During this period, I really only had unpleasant things with her. She caused me to lose my fiancé. Shouldn't I suspect she has a motive? So, you didn't know it was Isuelu who killed you? We already have some evidence that you hired someone to kill him. You better tell the truth. What? Xue Hui tried to stay calm, and began to wonder, was Isuelu arrested? She immediately denied this guess. It was impossible. If he was arrested, the police outside wouldn't have argued with her for so long. Xue Hui spoke slowly. Officer, are you kidding? I warn you. Don't put any random accusation on me. I didn't hire anyone to kill him. I have a good relationship with him. He won't kill me. A citizen provided that you went to Isuelu's residence on X month X day, and provided a video recording. Is this true? No, I went to see my father that day, and before going to see my father, I went to my third uncle's place. The surveillance and many people can testify for me. Xue Hui refused to admit that she had seen Isuelu. Even if someone filmed it, it would be fine, as long as she would never admit that the person in the video was her. Now, the police also felt that Xue Hui was cunning, and they did not have the key evidence. But in the video provided by Ji Li, Xue Hui had criminal tendencies, and was in cahoots with Isuelu. The killer only gave out Isuelu, but Isuelu could not be found, and could not be convicted. If Xue Hui could not be convicted, she would not even be considered an accomplice. If Xue Hui is prosecuted now, her lawyers will definitely fight back. The best solution is to find Isuelu. That guy is the key. Since he was able to escape the assassination, he must have known Xue Hui's plan in advance. The police had reason to believe that this person had evidence of Xue Hui's crime. But they asked artificial intelligence to check, but they couldn't find him. After half an hour, they couldn't get any useful information from Xue Hui. The police couldn't continue the interrogation because the Xue family's lawyers came. Without definite evidence, it's not good to offend someone too much and alert the enemy. Xue Hui was released on bail by the lawyers, and Xue's mother was dissatisfied with the police interrogating her precious daughter. If we encounter any problems in the future, we will solve them ourselves. It's too much. Xue's mother stood up for her daughter. Xue Hui was in a very bad mood. She had no intention of coming to the police station. It just so happened that Su Shaokai called the police and brought them back. Su Shaokai went out to the bathroom and saw Xue Hui was leaving. She smiled and said, Xue, I didn't expect you to be attacked at the banquet. It seems that we are in the same boat. Classmate, you were also attacked? Xue's mother asked. Yes. Su Xiaocai's smile reminded Xue Hui of a terrible scene. Su Shaokai, she won't be in contact with Isuelu. Xue Hui grabbed her mother's arm and stopped her, saying, Mom, let's go, don't talk to her, she has bad intentions. Xue's mother was puzzled. She looks good. She is not good at all. She is Su Shaokai, the one who wants to laugh at me all day long. Seeing her daughter shouting excitedly, Xue's mother immediately changed her opinion, and looked at Su Shaokai with hostility. Little classmate, classmates should help each other, and love each other, not tit for tat. Su Shaokai interrupted her sermon. Auntie, you may not be aware of the conflict between us. I have never targeted her. She jumped out, and inexplicably targeted me. Don't you know what your daughter's personality is? Su Shaokai turned to Xue Hui and said, You are not funny, so how can I laugh at you? I am just a vegetable grower, but people who like to grow vegetables have a violent gene. If others don't offend me, I won't offend others. If you offend me, I will return it. Whoever touches my 1 acre and 3 points of land, I will make him suffer. Su Shaokai turned around and stopped talking to her. If Xue Hui had been in an ordinary family, she would have ended up like Mi Jieli and Shou Xian. If she wanted to fight, she could declare war in public. Was Xue Hui qualified to fight her? A thief and a waste. You? Miss, the boss asked us to take you back safely. The lawyer stopped Xue Hui with a tough attitude. Xue Hui looked at them. One of them was Uncle Xue's man. What she had done could not be hidden from Xue Feichuan. The lawyer seemed serious on the surface, but they might be laughing at her in their hearts. Xue's mother said with concern, Oui, don't worry, everyone in the family supports you, don't have any psychological burden for other people's opinions. I know, Mom. The mother and daughter returned home, and Xue's father was waiting in the hall. His sharp eyes swept over his wife and Xue Hui. Then he slapped her. For the first time in his life, he couldn't help hitting someone, and he hit his daughter in the face. You can imagine how angry Xue's father was. This daughter, how could her IQ suddenly drop offline? It's fine that she blamed others for her unhappy relationship, but she also colluded with Isuelu to kill someone, and the person she killed was the powerful eldest son of the Ji family. She was not sober-minded. Did she think she could secure her position as the second daughter-in-law of the Ji family by killing the eldest son of the Ji family? The Ji family would have guessed that it was her as long as they had a little information. She really thinks that rich people have grass in their brains. She is so bold that she doesn't know whether to live or die. It was all caused by the third brother and his wife. Xue's father said to Xue's mother, "Ishua, if you are too idle, go to other places to travel and relax. Don't stay at home thinking about helping your daughter, and don't worry about her if she is not in good health." He didn't waste any words and said to Xue Hui, "Go and heal your wounds. Go to Ji's house the day after tomorrow to discuss an apology. You can even forge an engagement token. What can't you do? After this, go back to school and concentrate on studying. Your pocket money will be frozen, and only your living expenses will be left. Don't go out of school again. You are targeting that classmate. I advise you to stop. You don't have much capital. Everything is given to you by your family. If you can't even keep your intellectual status, what can you use to fight others?" She was not born in an ordinary family. Old Man Su and his friends were all low-key retired bigwigs, who lived a simple life, but they were not as rich as his family. Why did Xue Hui look down on others? Xue Hui was scolded so hard that she couldn't say anything. Even though her mother doted on her, she knew that her husband was right to scold her. The responsibility of a student is to study hard and master knowledge. Mother Xue patted Xue Hui on the shoulder and said, "Go pack your things and have a good sleep. When the time comes, apologize sincerely, and go back to school to concentrate on studying." "Yes." Xue Hui covered her face and cried, covering her eyes with her hands to hide the resentment inside. She blamed her father for not standing by her side, and even hitting her. She blamed her mother for being cowardly, and not knowing how to fight back. She hated Su Shaokai for rising at this time. In the future she envisioned, there was no plan for the extraordinary island, let alone the Mongshui seed. Those were things that should not have appeared. Xue Hui returned to her room and immediately called Xue Feichuan, crying that Su Shaokai was too much of a bully, and implicitly hoped that Xue Feichuan could help teach Su Shaokai a lesson. "Xue Feichuan, you should keep a low profile recently. I am looking for the whereabouts of Isuelu. You will not be at peace until he can find you." Xue Hui, who was only concerned with complaining about others, almost forgot that there was a powerful weapon waiting for her. Isuelu was taught by the Yi family, and had strong anti-reconnaissance and military power. Xue Hui was still frightened. "Okay, third uncle, if you have any news, you must tell me." Xue Feichuan, "Well, study hard and don't cause trouble again, otherwise I can't protect you." Xue Hui hung up the phone in frustration. She had no other choice. Without a few admirers and Isuelu, no one was willing to help her unconditionally. Second uncle was even colder and ignored her, thinking that she was not qualified to show up in front of him. Xue Hui thought about it, and could only return to school in shame. What she didn't know was that the nightmare had just begun. After Su Shaokai won the lawsuit against the game company, the people she had bullied inside and outside the campus, countless people and things she had bullied would flow to Su Xiaocai's account, becoming the backbone of overwhelmed Xue Hui. Chapter 109. Su Shaokai sat bored in the police station, reading the news, but didn't see any news reports about the Chamber of Commerce. Su Shaokai asked Jili next to her, "Is it your family that covered up the information, or is it someone else?" "The Xue family." Jili smiled easily. After all, Xue Hui was also in the police station. The vice president was with Xue Feichuan, so the pressure of public opinion would only be on the Xue family. The Ji family didn't have to do anything, someone would take on the responsibility. Oh! Su Shaokai suddenly realized that it was not the Ji family's fault, and it did not cause any harm to others. The news will not make a big fuss. Su Shaokai boredly began to make her own plan. Jili observed the buildings gradually taking shape under her fingertips. "Are you doing city planning? Is the Su planet going to build a city?" Su Shaokai shook her head, "No. Almost all the buildings in the entire blueprint violate common sense. The Earth and the Earth exist on opposite sides in three-dimensional space. In other words, when you stand on the ground, you can see that there is also an opposite ground above your head. It is definitely a very interesting corner of the city. I'm working on a network simulation city. I may have to start a company to do it later. Can you sponsor me a little? How much? I can't count it with 10 fingers. Geely turned his face away and ignored her. Her unit of measurement would definitely not be 10,000, so it could only be 100 million. Su Xiaokai blinked and didn't refuse. There was a chance. After a long time, the police told her that the surveillance and her video were both authenticated. They had no choice. They couldn't rule out who was lying. The vice principal and she were both suspects. Is the surveillance real? Su Xiaokai pursed her lips. Even if it was artificial intelligence, it was impossible to make something fake real in a short time. How did the other party do it? I know very well that I didn't go upstairs. My memory is correct. Perlin was not sure. They took blood and did a physical examination on the vice principal, but nothing was found. Geely, since nothing can be found, can we leave first? Xiaokai needs to rest. She is still injured. Perlin said, okay, you can register and go back first. People can leave now. Kay breathed a sigh of relief, and chatted while registering, go back and train Hua more. Why do you say that suddenly? Su Xiaokai asked. Kaya really thought Hua was trained by Su Xiaokai. If the training is proper, the reaction before and after will not be different. Everyone thinks that Hua can sense insects because of the training effect. No one thought that it has racial talents. Racial talents cannot make mistakes in food. Su Xiaokai stood there in a daze. A flash of inspiration flashed through his mind, and turned back and said, Officer, Vice President of Military Training, is it possible that there are two people before and after? If there are two people, one is the real Vice President, and the other is a bugman pretending to be one. If so, they can be swapped. Even if they commit a crime, they will have an alibi. He was a lieutenant general, right? Why did he leave the army? Su Xiaokai asked a series of questions. Officer Perrin didn't know much about military affairs. But General Bai's secretary made a phone call and quickly found out. Zhang Xiujin was transferred because his subordinates were collectively dissatisfied with him. Normally, a strict boss is good for the soldiers. But Zhang Xiujin is a bit abnormal, and his training method is very old-fashioned. When he was a major general, it was okay when he was under pressure from his boss. It was different when he became a lieutenant general. He required everyone to follow his ideas. The intensity of training was very extreme, and it was carried out at the highest intensity. This was done every day, and the last person was not allowed to eat or drink water, and he said it was for the soldiers to break the limits of the human body. During that time, there were injuries every day on the mechanical planet he led. Injury is not a big deal, just give treatment. But he thinks treating waste is a waste of medical resources. The soldiers couldn't stand it anymore, so they rebelled and reported to the general, hoping to investigate Zhang Xiujin. After the investigation, it was found that there was indeed improper training, so the young Zhang Xiujin was forced to retreat to the third line and became the principal of the school. Can a person like him be a principal? Under his leadership, Junia has indeed made progress, and the school spirit is rigorous. Geely, it's still dead, and the students have learned the habit of fanning the flames. General Bai's secretary was silent. This was not a decision he could influence. The higher-ups certainly didn't want to waste a general they had trained for so long. Officer, do you know what to do next? Su Xiaokai asked Perlin. Perlin thought hard. What could he do? Should he rush to Zhang Xiujin's house and detain him? Su Xiaokai felt that the police were not very useful. She asked to talk to General Bai. I want to apply to check Zhang Xiujin's location. General Bai had the right to talk directly to artificial intelligence. Soon his people responded, Zhang Xiujin is in the school, but there is a strange thing. His secretary resigned and is in the space station, preparing to leave. Isn't this obviously suspicious? General Bai has called the generals guarding the space station to help intercept. Officer Perlin immediately went out on the scene, and Su Xiaokai was going to follow. Geely, your injury hasn't healed yet. But I won't go. If Perlin, who is a step slower, lets the person go again, Hua might be killed by them. General Bai's secretary, who was sitting in the vice-chairman's seat, coughed twice, signaling Su Xiaokai not to speak so loudly. In fact, the police were already very fast. Even if they had their eyes open, they didn't have foresight, and could do nothing if someone escaped. Being looked down upon, Perrin was filled with anger. He put on the alarm, went to the highest altitude and took the special passage. Su Xiaokai sneered, I drive. Do you have a driver's license? Geely said. Are you scolding me? I have a Mecha Master Certificate. How can I not have a driver's license? With a Mecha Master Certificate, you can take the driver's license test, but the Mecha Master Certificate is very difficult to pass. and generally only people over 16 years old can apply for the test. Su Xiaokai drove Kei to the back seat. It was also the first time for Kei to ride in the boss's car. He was very nervous, and buckled the safety device very carefully. Su Xiaokai changed the automatic driving to manual driving, pulled the steering wheel, climbed the altitude, and stepped on the accelerator. The Secretary of General Bai was so scared that he grabbed the safety armrest tightly, and the two people in the back seat leaned against the back of the chair. Su Xiaokai put on the headphones. Wisdom 03, plan the best route. Wisdom 03, okay. The route extended from the headphones to a small screen, showing in front of Su Xiaokai. As long as you keep the current speed, you will get green lights all the way. Wisdom 03 said. The current speed is on the edge of speeding. As long as it is increased a little bit, the traffic police aircraft that can only be controlled by humans will be dispatched to intercept. However, Su Xiaokai didn't exceed the speed limit, but the speed was very fast compared to other vehicles, so fast that it was difficult for people to react visually. There were many cars on the road, and Su Xiaokai kept overtaking. When turning sharply, the car body tilted and turned, without slowing down at all, and ran all the way. It always felt like she would hit someone in the next moment, and Su Xiaokai passed by the safety line. General Bai's secretary and Kei were in good condition, but their faces were not good. Driving by yourself and riding in someone else's car are two different feelings. What puzzled them was that Ji seemed to be unaffected. When they arrived at the space station, they were 10 seconds ahead of the police car. Ji, who seemed to be fine, hurriedly opened the car door and immediately ran to the trash can to spit. Rainbow. Kei and Admiral Bai's secretary suddenly realized that he was pretending, and he pretended quite well. Hua in his arms quickly ran to Su Xiaocai's arms, as if she despised Ji for being a weakling. When Perlin stopped, he saw that they had arrived. You drove the mecha here? No, we. Dangerous driving. Let's not talk about it, don't learn it. Perlin had no time to wonder, he led his teammates into the space station. The passenger ship delayed boarding passengers, and Zhang Xiujin's secretary could only wait anxiously in the waiting room. In the middle of summer, this man was wearing loose and thick clothes, which made him look out of place with the people around him. Children and adults avoided him. As soon as the police entered the waiting room, Zhang Xiujin's secretary pulled out a gun and pounced on a nearby child. Su Xiaokai threw the bared Hua over, and Hua turned flexibly in the air and grabbed people with its claws. The hat covering the face was lifted. The handsome male face under the hat was revealed. After being pawed by Hua, the face became uneven, as if there were bugs crawling under the skin. Gradually, the thin swarm of bugs could no longer disguise themselves. The clothes could not hold up and fell off. The swarm of bugs appeared again. Perlin and others were shocked and immediately evacuated the crowd. The child who was almost taken hostage just now cried loudly. Su Xiaokai picked him up and put him back to the child's mother. Go quickly. Thank you. The mother of the child didn't even take her luggage and ran at the fastest speed in her life. When the insect man appeared, the crowd fled in all directions. No one dared to stay. Even if they looked back, they ran to other floors. The insect swarm, barely maintaining their human faces, roared at Su Xiaokai. You have ruined many good things for me. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. I am bad to you, but I am good to humans. Su Xiaokai was not fighting alone this time, but she was closest to the insect man and was attacked first. Su Xiaokai still pulled out the whip. She wanted to try the previous moves, but after swinging the whip, she felt nothing. The police raised their guns, swaying left and right, and could not aim accurately. The two were too fast. If they fired, they might accidentally hurt their teammates. Moreover, this bug, Su Xiaokai said, was not afraid of bullets. Energy bombs could not be used here. Use one, wait for the alarm to sound above your head, and spray various flame retardants, ensuring that the situation is more difficult to control. This was the first time they encountered such a tricky bug man. Some armed police put on exoskeletons and planned to join the battle, but someone got there first. General Bai's secretary quickly joined the battle and took turns with Su Xiaokai to attack it. Su Xiaokai learned his lesson this time and raised his shield to fight the insect man. In the waiting room, the sound of attacks continued. Ji and others watched the center of the battle from the outside. Chairs flew everywhere, the floor cracked, and the alloy pillars were hit by the insect man with several marks. The more they watched, the more scared they became, and their hearts trembled. Several times, Su Xiaokai was almost hit, and her bones were broken and shattered with just one attack. Su Xiaokai could fight the insect group with her body, which made General Bai's secretary secretly admire her, and felt that Su Xiaokai was a great teammate. She knew when to take action, and when to give up her position. Together, they could play 3 or 4 times the role. No wonder Lieutenant General Bai regretted that Su Xiaokai did not join the army many times. She was a natural warrior. The size of the insect group was getting smaller and smaller, and it tried to escape many times, but Su Xiaokai saw through it in advance. Although they could dodge bullets and split into multiple groups, they always gathered together in one place, and could not run separately. Whether it is a bystander or a person in the battle, they can guess that it has a core, which is also a weakness. But its core can move at will, and it has not been exposed for so long. Su Xiaokai winked at General Bai's secretary, asking her to look at her shield, which would not last long. General Bai's secretary immediately understood that she wanted to be a bait to let the insect group actively expose its weaknesses. This is very risky, but the fastest and most effective. The shield has several cracks, and will soon break. This gives the insect group hope, and it decides to give it a try. The body split into 10 strands, attacking Su Xiaokai at the same time. Bang! The shield was cracked by the 10 strands of insect threads, and the insect man used up all his strength. The shield was broken, so it naturally couldn't protect Su Xiaokai. She was hit directly in the chest, and her face turned pale with pain. She didn't stop, but ran with her body pressed down. At this moment, General Bai's secretary used a small-scale electric bomb and threw it directly at the connection point of the insect group. The electric light was overflowing, and the insect man made a high-decibel explosion. Everyone could see where its core was. While the insect man was temporarily paralyzed, General Bai's secretary stretched out his mecha hand to catch it. Seeing that it was about to die, the insect group struggled desperately, forcibly operated its core, and its body split in half, flew away, turned several times in the air, and landed directly in front of Su Xiaokai. The insect group still had the ability to think. It wanted to eat Su Xiaokai. As long as it ate it, it could recover energy and replicate its insect body. Su Xiaokai quickly leaned against an unmanned pillar on the side. The insect group approached frantically, and everyone could see what it wanted to do. Perlin and other police officers hurried to help, intending to suppress it with firepower. However, they were all a step too late. Faster than them was a small figure. It rushed out, stepped on the insect ball, opened its claws, fiercely dug out the core, bit it, and walked away lightly. The insect ball without its core suddenly melted like liquid and fell to the ground. The cute fur ball walked to Su Xiaokai with a proud cat step, and gave the insect ball core to Su Xiaokai as a gift. The poop scooper was injured and needed to be healed. As the master, it should treat the poop scooper well. Licking its claws, Wawa lay down in a victorious posture, with its tail resting on Su Xiaokai's hand, and its vertical pupils stared at others nervously, like a cute little guard, and no one could come to grab the food. The winner in the end is Huahua, and you, the unruly people, are all serving it. Huahua accepted the curious gazes of others with peace of mind. The thing on the ground did not completely lose its mobility, and was still slowly moving towards the core. Su Xiaokai covered the core with a triangular protective shield. The insect group completely collapsed on the ground, motionless. Perlin and Admiral Bai's secretary hurried forward, took out the containment container, and put away the insect group to prevent it from having any more tricks. Ji Li was the first to run over to check Su Xiaokai's injuries, and used a small inspection instrument to conduct a preliminary inspection. No need to check, it's broken. Su Xiaokai knew what it felt like to be broken. She tried not to move, and said with despair, "Call an ambulance." "Kaya, why can you still joke when your boss is so injured?" Ji Li couldn't help laughing. How can someone be so positive, still making trouble when injured? You have such a troublesome physique, you should wear an exoskeleton in the future. I have one, but I can't use it. If I use it, it's like announcing to the world that she has a lot of good things, but the patents haven't been approved yet. Come and rob me. Besides, there were soldiers and armed police present, and they were fully confident that they could play a role. In the end, only General Bai's secretary could deal with the insect group. He was not very reliable either. Even with the exoskeleton, he was still at a disadvantage. It was already early morning when she went to the hospital for the second time. This time, Su Xiaokai was awake for treatment. Her ribs were broken, so the hospital gave her a small amount of anesthesia, and then inserted treatment nails into the bones to fix the ribs minimally invasively. The treatment only took half an hour, and then Su Xiaokai was pushed into the treatment cabin again to isolate the external bacteria and repair the minimally invasive wound. This process also takes half an hour. During the treatment, she laid down and fell asleep because the treatment cabin was too comfortable. She didn't know that the outside world had changed dramatically. For example, all the students, teachers and staff of Junya College will be investigated soon. Perlin wanted to borrow Hua Hua, but Geely didn't let him. He subconsciously felt that they treated Hua Hua as a tool cat and would not take good care of her. He suggested that they first pick out the suspects themselves, and then find Hua Hua to distinguish them. Hua Hua was too busy to handle everything. If they borrowed it once, they would borrow it again. They would borrow Hua Hua many times under the pretext of doing good for the people. After borrowing it for a long time, it would become theirs. Even if Perlin didn't have such a shameful idea, there's no guarantee that others didn't. If Hua Hua had offspring that inherited its abilities, it could be tried, but it's alone and not suitable to be a tool cat. Lazy and greedy little guy, it would be better to be Hua Hua in Su Xiaocai's house. Geely resolutely defended Hua Hua's rights and interests, and didn't let Perlin succeed. Then there was the desperate video recording of the space station spectators, posting the video of Su Xiaocai and General Bai's secretary fighting against the insect man on the internet. Even if artificial intelligence was deployed to ban it, it couldn't be stopped. Naturally, the one who used a brick to subdue others has been resurrected. His sister Kai's battle video, first collect it, then analyze it frame by frame. The Emperor of Suicide has also joined the army of fans, and he has completely become a Kai fan from a quasi-troll. Fiefan Island made him so successful, so he wants to be a dog to lick Kai. Dogs lick dogs, as long as they are not loved dogs, they will have everything if they lick to the end. The one who used a brick to subdue others and him joined forces, and they blew up the great achievements of super love for growing vegetables, which made the owner feel ashamed to pick his feet after watching. It was the video that was widely circulated, which once again attracted the attention of the upper level, and made the citizens feel that the capital planet was very unsafe and wanted to escape. The government was very troubled by this. These people who cried and left at the slightest disturbance, aren't they afraid that other planets will be more seriously invaded than the capital planet? Anyway, this storm witnessed by everyone is another disaster day for law enforcement. After a few hours of sleep, Su Xiaocai's mental state improved a lot. Only Geely and Hua Hua were left in the medical room. Geely was sleeping on the sofa. The size of the sofa was not symmetrical with his height, which was very pitiful. Su Xiaocai got up and quietly walked out of the treatment cabin. He gently touched the ribs and felt a slight tingling, which should not affect his daily work. Chapter 110. Second injury, if the fracture takes half a month to repair. Then this time it will probably take more than a month to recover normal strength. She always forgets and wants to fight the insect man when she sees him. Su Xiaocai walked around the room twice and walked to the window board. She sat down on the wide windowsill and opened the network platform. On the platform, anxiety was sold everywhere, giving people a sense of impending storm. But Su Xiaocai knew that the vice principal was a very special case. If a large number of insects invade the capital planet, the vice principal's secretary formed by the insect group will not have to flee. Insects of that strength, more than 5 fingers in number, can cause great damage to the capital planet. They have the ability to disguise themselves. If they enter a densely populated area at random, they can kill tens of thousands of people in less than 5 minutes. After that, they can disguise themselves and leave as if nothing happened. No one can grasp their movements. It is precisely because they are afraid of being discovered that they have to go out for a while, and come back again with another identity. Precious things will be protected. That's why Su Xiaocai concluded that there were not many of them. At this time, a doctor accompanied General Bai and opened the door. They saw the little girl sitting barefoot on the windowsill. The female doctor disagreed. You can easily catch a cold there. As a brother, why don't you take a closer look? Geely, who had been guarding for several hours, had hardly slept. His blank expression showed how innocent he was. Su Xiaocai examined the female doctor, who warned her very sternly not to use force again. She was so thin and bony that she would fall down if the wind blew. If you don't take good care of yourself, you will die young. Yes, I'm very obedient, absolutely obedient, she said obediently, but her mind was always restless, and her body was honestly jumping around. She said one thing in front of her and another behind her back, playing it very clearly. But Su Xiaocai's starting point was not wrong. She didn't hurt anyone and prevented the insect man from escaping. So no one can blame her for being hypocritical. After the examination, the female doctor said with concern, I have seen many patients like you. You only talk nicely, but don't follow orders at all. You are exactly the same as those self-righteous tough guys. Seeing Su Xiaocai's unchanged smile, he knew she didn't listen. He snorted coldly and left the room, not wanting to argue with the little brat. Su Shakai touched her nose. Okay, she was not very obedient. She has been less busy recently. She is almost 17 years old. Grandpa Bai, why are you here? General Bai showed his 2 rows of white teeth and smiled heartily. I came to visit you. Su Shakai said directly. I don't believe it. General Bai put his hands behind his back. He came here not only to visit her. But who knows whether she believes it or not. If he doesn't say it, who knows? Su Shakai held her chin. I'm fine. The internet has made a big deal out of it. There are a lot of speculations. The child just needs to grow taller. Leave it to us to deal with. Su Shakai was unhappy. It was the height issue again. She would definitely be over 1.8 meters in the future. You have to admit that I, a commoner, discovered the insect people and attacked them. Yes, so I came to thank you. General Bai took out a fruit basket and said to Su Shaokai, because you are a role model, we already have a countermeasure. The fruit basket was originally intended to be placed in her hands, but considering that she was too thin now, and was afraid that she could not bear the weight, it was passed to Ji Li. Hua Hua was startled by the basket that fell from the sky, and it sniffed it closely, and it made an exaggerated meow. You. Why is there shit in it? Looking closely, a huge durian was placed in the middle of the basket, and it was a big poop. It sniffed it again, continued to you, and walked away completely, scratching its nose non-stop. Several people in the room were amused by it. Su Shaokai almost laughed to death. Continuing with the topic just now, General Bai's countermeasures were inspired by Su Shaokai. They want to conduct a comprehensive survey of the entire population, and everyone will be an informant. If the public finds suspicious behavior, different living habits, or frequent disappearances in a certain area, they can call the police. After the police report, if the investigation confirms that there are traces of insect people, they will be given a reward ranging from 100,000 to 500,000 yuan. This reward is enough to help poor families get rid of poverty. It will not make people have the dangerous idea of taking risks to smuggle insect people into the capital planet. So General Bai is here to give me a bonus? Su Xiaocai's eyes were full of stars. With her contribution, she must have received 1 million or so. No, I'm here to give you some patent certificates. General Bai urged them every day, and pushed the people in the patent office like a spinning top. He insisted on getting the patent certificate for the human body mechanism first. When are you going to build a factory? Get tens of thousands of left and right arms first. Su Shaokai was dumbfounded. General Bai was here to give her money, and he wanted her life. No one, no energy, no place, and I'm still a wounded soldier. Ji Li is now Su Xiaocai's family doctor, and also her friend. So he said, Su Xiaocai's condition is not suitable for building more factories. She is still a student. In the future, she will focus on farming and research. It is not appropriate to authorize others to do this kind of thing. General Bai, you can just provide the people, and I will provide the place. She will do the important part, and other factories can be authorized to do the parts. That's fine. General Bai agreed immediately. Hey, you two are singing the same tune, as if she doesn't exist? Su Shaokai frowned. I will have to do a lot of work in the early stage. All these things must be customized, and I must be in charge of the production line. I still need a scholarship. One of the criteria for the school's scholarship is that you cannot miss classes. It is a promise that you can miss some classes, but it is not justifiable to miss them later. General Bai, it's okay, Su, I have already told your principal and teacher that you need some support to contribute to the country. Su Shaokai, why don't you just help me drop out of school? It's not dropping out of school. You have to take exams and do homework. As long as you get high scores, you can get a scholarship no matter what you do. General Bai thought, if the school doesn't give her a scholarship, he can just give her another one. It's just a small amount of money, simple. Some things can't be delayed. He needs some soldiers to restore their combat capabilities, instead of waiting for new recruits to come out. The insects are ready to move. It's better to keep an old soldier than 10 new recruits. Su Shaokai, you can help with the people and the land. I build the production line, set the price, and the sales range. They can't interfere with other matters. Don't worry, we don't have time to care about you. Ji Li asked with interest, do you need a manager? Yes. Su Shaokai said, introduce me someone who is similar to Brother Yu. I want a beauty, not those 2 old-timers. So confident, Ji Li, find one yourself. I don't care. I won't start work until I find a good partner. First, make the mechanical limbs of the first 2 people on the list I gave you. I need them urgently. General Bai reminded, you should stay in the laboratory more during this period. If you have extra productivity, you can expand the server. Su Shaokai understood that General Bai was prompting her to move in this direction. As for the specifics, he didn't say anything, and it must be kept secret. She nodded and jumped off the windowsill. She gasped. One should not be too proud and actually forget that he was injured. Now it was her turn to be laughed at. After completing the discharge procedures again, Su Shaokai was dragged back to school by General Bai and Ji Li, and ordered to have a good rest in the dormitory. Su Shaokai did not reject it. Because she was really tired from the soul. There was no one in the dormitory. Su Shaokai took out the little balls and hugged Hua Hua, who was already sleeping soundly. She also went to bed. It was class time when she went to bed. She slept for about 10 hours. Someone tiptoed into her room and whispered in her ear, "Master, Dr. G is waiting for you downstairs. He wants to ask if you want to go to the theater." The decibel was very low, but Su Shaokai woke up and was full of energy. Feng Wansha and Xing Miao outside the door wanted to laugh at her. Ji Li's original intention was to notify her and go through the procedures. If she doesn't wake up, there's no need to shout anymore. She won't blame him then. As a result, the melon-eating nature engraved in Su Xiaocai's genes exploded, and no one could stop her from watching Xue Hui's joke. Looking at Aunt Ji's temperament, she is definitely not the kind of person who will suffer in silence. In front of the Xue family, she will definitely be able to fire accurately. Blast Xue Hui's face to pieces. Su Shaokai washed and changed clothes as quickly as possible, and went out with Hua Hua in her arms. Hua Hua is a bugman early warning device. Su Shaokai is worried that someone in the Xue family is also a bugman, so it's more convenient to bring it with her. By the way, Vice Principal Junya has withdrawn the lawsuit against Hua Hua. It is not that Hua Hua's injury incident does not count, but that Hua Hua did not hurt anyone at all. Vice Principal Junya has been arrested and interrogated by the police station. There is no way to get the latest news, but he cannot clear the charges. Vice Principal Secretary resigned in the afternoon and left on a passenger ship in the early morning. If he escapes successfully, the police will really have no way to deal with him. With a bunch of bugs in his hands, the evidence is solid, and no matter how many backgrounds he has, no one can protect him. He has been secretly detained. Whether he will be sentenced to life imprisonment or death depends on how much he can reveal. The seeds that the professor took away have been confiscated temporarily. Before the safety of Junya College can be confirmed, they will be kept by the military. The military has reason to suspect that the vice president of Junya took away the seeds in order to conduct an experiment on the adaptability of the insects. Those who have experience in fighting insects should understand that if the experimental results are provided to the insect mother by spies, they are likely to produce insects that fight against Mengxue. Actually, it is understandable that the spies came up with this idea. But they are a bit stupid. Mengxue is not a weapon to fight against Zerdman, but only exists to clean up the mess. Even if Zerdman resistant to Mengxue are produced, what's the problem? Zerdman's main enemies are mechas and soldiers. Maybe the spies thought that the data released by the military and Su Shaokai were false. Regardless of the purpose, Zhang Xiujin has implicated Junya. Now Junya can only enter but not leave, and the teachers and principals are the same, and the merchants who bring in vegetables are also treated the same. The students were in a state of panic, and everyone was afraid that there were also bad people among them. Su Shaokai was happy to go and see Xue Hui's joke. The roommates were envious, but they could only wave their handkerchiefs. Remember to tell us when you come back. With the rise of Su Shaokai, there were always people comparing Xue Hui and Su Shaokai. They said that Su Shaokai and Xue Hui were on par. The three roommates knew very well that there was no comparison between the two. Xue Hui was flashy, and without the power of the Ji family, it was like cutting off half of her support. Unless Xue Hui finds a new partner quickly, she will be a joke in the rich circle for a long time. The three roommates looked at the car driving away from the balcony. Xing Miao said sadly, Kai Kai is so busy. She will definitely get busier and busier in the future. Will we drift further and further apart? No, I think she should be the hub for us to get together in the future. Feng Wansha smiled and said, we will go our separate ways in the future. She must still be farming. That's right, she can't leave her land. Even when doing research, Su Shaokai still talked about her dishes. It was Su Xiaocai's first time to the Ji family, and it seemed impolite not to bring a gift, so she took out the fruit from the space button and made a rattan basket like Lieutenant General Bai, and made a fruit basket. But she had never made a fruit basket before, so after thinking for a while, she stuffed everything into it, not for the appearance, but for the quantity. She even put 2 bamboo shoots in. Ji Li laughed at her for cramming at the last minute. This is not a fruit basket, This is called sending local specialties. Aren't local specialties gifts? Dislike it? Su Shaokai glanced at him. Some people want it, and spend a lot of money to buy it. When they arrived, Ji Li took her into the house. Although this party was held at Ji Li's request, Ji Hung, who called people, and the Xue family were all there. They had moved to the restaurant at dinner time. The atmosphere was quite harmonious, and there was no quarreling as expected. Xue Hui sat on the dining chair and saw Su Shaokai. She lost control of her voice and shouted, "Isn't this a family party? Why is she here? You are not a member of our family either. Why are you here?" Ji Li introduced Su Shaokai to his parents again. "My lifesaver, I heard there is a party at home. I will cook a lot of delicious food and bring her to play." Ji Hung was also there. He was just fidgeting, and when he saw his elder brother and Su Shaokai, he quietly waved his hand, very happy. Finally, he can get rid of the Xue family's questioning. Just now, Xue Fighting kept asking him about school, and the tone made him sound like he was the one who cheated first, and it was his fault. If it weren't for his mother's protection, he would have been unable to resist and wanted to escape. Su Shaokai held the bamboo shoots in the fruit basket and passed the full basket of fruits to the table. "I have a big appetite, so I brought my own ingredients. If they are not enough later, you can use these vegetables and fruits to make a few more dishes." The nanny immediately stepped forward. "Miss Su, leave these to me. Bringing these things as gifts is really rude," Xue Hui said with disdain. Yixue frowned. Why did her daughter lose her composure when Su Shaokai came? "Oh, you are here. Why did you bring gifts? Come and sit next to me." Ji's mother knows the essence of being irritating. In front of Xue Hui, she is particularly enthusiastic towards Su Shaokai. Su Shaokai was not polite either. She sat next to Ji's mother, and did not treat herself as an outsider at all. Xue Hui was furious on the spot. They came here today to cancel the engagement. What else can they discuss with outsiders here? Ji Li also sat down and started very naturally. "You are here to discuss the cancellation of the engagement today, right? How is the discussion going? When will it be officially announced to the outside world? Don't delay my brother from finding the next one." Xue Hui slammed the table angrily. "You want to find another one right after breaking off the engagement? Aren't you afraid of being called a scumbag?" Xue Fighting shouted angrily. Hui. Who was at fault? Xue Fighting probably knew that it was his daughter. Even so, he still wanted to find out why the two broke off the engagement. Ji Li said, "What if you call him a scumbag? As long as it has nothing to do with you, we can even advertise the marriage information." Since Ji Li is here, the negotiation table is his home court, and Ji's father and mother stand aside. "Ji Li, give your uncle some face. Hui is still young. If she did something bad, forgive her. What she did is not worth forgiving. If your uncle doesn't want the relationship between the Xue and Ji families to deteriorate, you better take the initiative to send her to prison." Xue Fighting's eyes were sharp. "What do you mean?" "It means that what she did to us has violated the law. I don't believe you don't understand at all. Killing me is fine. Do you think she hasn't done something similar to Ji Hung?" Ji's father and mother didn't know about this. Ji's mother was furious. "What? You actually want to kill my two sons?" Su Shaokai calmly protected her own rice bowl with one hand and held Ji's mother with the other hand. "Aunt Ji, don't be anxious. It's useless to be angry. Listen to Ji Li's words." Xue's mother Yixue was obviously shocked, and her face turned pale. She turned to look at her daughter. Her husband beat her daughter before. She didn't believe that Xue Hui dared to kill people. She must have been instigated by someone, or was used as a gun. "Are you mistaken? Hui has always been kind, and she likes Ji Hung so much. Mother Xue has been with her daughter for so long, and knows that Xue Hui may have a bad temper, but she doesn't believe that she wants to kill Ji Hung. Of course she doesn't kill people herself, she hires people to kill people." Ji Li didn't want to waste time with the Xue family, so he threw out two videos for Xue's parents to watch, one of which was what Xue Hui and Yisuelu said together, and the other was a video of Xue Hui giving the cash to the killer after putting it in the car. Xue Fighting took the video and watched it. The video was edited, but in many places it could be seen that it was a one-shot shot, not shot the next day. Xue Fighting and Yixue were in a state of panic. The Ji family had the evidence. Xue Fighting was very calm. "Do you have any evidence to prove that the person in the video is my daughter? It is possible that someone else is pretending to be her." Ji Li smiled. "Of course you can say that the person in the video is not your daughter, but I took the video with my own eyes. No matter how much you deny it, it will be useless. She wanted to kill me because I was not good at talking and offended her. Although this reason is far-fetched, it is a reason." Do you know what she did on the 022 mechanical planet? Xue Hui stood up, threw the chair under her, and threw it at Ji Li like crazy. Enough, how long are you going to slander me? You know nothing, you don't understand anything. Su Shaokai caught the chair quickly, so Ji Li was not seriously injured. She seriously suspected that Ji Li brought her here to ward off disaster. Don't know what, say it son, tell me, I see what this idiot can say. Ji's mother was so angry that she wanted to die. Her second son, Ji Hung, was a man of good character and good looks. Why did she want to kill him? Couldn't she just cancel the engagement? Ji Li spoke very quickly, not giving Xue Hui a chance to lose her temper. At that time, Ji Hung was breaking up with her. Maybe she was unhappy about this. Knowing that going to Wangyang Star might cause an Insect Man disaster, she still didn't say anything. She wanted to send Ji Hung and his classmates to die together,